In the Xinjiang Brigade, there was a peculiar household famous far and wide. This family, surnamed Zhao, consisted of 3 members 3 generations living together. Grandpa Zhao Tianyao had served as a soldier before liberation, losing one eye in battle and becoming a one-eyed man. But according to reliable sources, he had lost more than just an eye, also 2 testicles, robbing him of the ability to carry on the family line and of the ability to give a woman pleasure. Thus, he had never married and remained a lifelong bachelor. When Zhao Tianyao was nearing 50, he found a male infant just 1 month old and adopted him as his own son. Though illiterate, he knew of the 3 legendary tribal leaders Yao, Shun, and Yuan, named his son Zhao Dasan, originally intended as the Shun, meaning great shun, but commonly written as the Shun, meaning great smoothness, fitting the naming habits of poor families at the time, wishing for smoothness in all things. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Zhao Dasan grew up ragged and unkempt, attending school for only a few days. As he grew older, he became somewhat idle and aimless, failing to win the favor of girls. Combined with his impoverished family background, he wandered into his 30s without marrying. Father and son discussed their situation. While they could forego marriage, they couldn't let the family line die out. So, why not skip the marriage step entirely and directly adopt a son? That would be even more efficient. But at that time, people held strong preferences for sons over daughters. Adopting a daughter was easy, adopting a son was difficult. No one was willing to hand over a son they had painstakingly produced. After many twists and turns, the Zhao family learned that in the Tianjin West Brigade, there was a couple with exceptionally strong fertility. While other families struggled desperately to have sons, this couple kept producing sons one after another, like hens laying eggs, one push and plop, another son. So, in the spring of 1980, the elder Zhao and his son hitched a mule cart, loaded with 2,000 jin of wheat, and went to Tianjin West Brigade to exchange for a son, naming him Zhao Xiaoyu. This time, the name was written correctly, proving that the police officers of the new era did possess some education. Men raising children tend to be rough and careless. Xiaoyu also grew up ragged and unkempt, running around the village in winter with his bare bottom exposed. When someone saw this and reminded Zhao Dasan, he's 5 or 6 already, why is he still wearing split-crotch pants? Zhao Dasan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Those aren't split-crotch pants. They're torn. I just haven't had time to mend them." Without a woman in the house, gentleness was lacking. Compared to children his age, Zhao Xiaoyu was wild, often climbing trees to steal birds' eggs or climbing onto roofs to remove tiles. He came home every day covered in mud and water, loved to swear, and frequently made little girls in the village cry. When parents came to complain, Zhao Dasan had no better solution than to beat him. Villagers often saw the spectacular scene of Zhao Dasan chasing Zhao Xiaoyu with a feather duster. "Get down here for me. See if I won't skin you alive. I won't come down. If you dare, come up here yourself, Yuri, not even my real dad. I gave your family 2,000 jin of wheat. I didn't need it." Zhao Xiaoyu always wanted a mother. Even his stepmother would do. When he was tired or uninterested in playing, he would sit on an earthen mound at the village entrance, watching the villagers come and go. Whenever a brightly dressed woman passed by, his eyes would widen, shining with infatuation. He would think, if only she were my mother. When a woman walked away, the light in his eyes would fade, replaced by a melancholy beyond his years. Sometimes he would pester Zhao Dasan to find him a mother. Annoyed, Zhao Dasan would yell, "I want one more than anyone. But no woman is willing to come to our family." Young Zhao Xiaoyu didn't yet understand the difficulty of marriage. He thought, "It's just a woman. I'll find one for you." When he saw village women again, he wouldn't just looped, run over, and ask if they'd be willing to be his mother. The women he asked, some were unmarried young girls who would blush crimson, spit at him, and run away. Others were married women, more open-minded, who would burst out laughing and say, "Come here, I'll be your mother right now." Then they'd grab him, pull him into their arms, and pretend to breastfeed him, scaring him so much he'd flee, and he'd avoid that woman ever after. But one woman was different. Widow Sun. Widow Sun's real name was Sun Guixiang. A few years younger than Zhao Dasan, she had been married 3 times, and all 3 husbands had died. The village elders examined her face and said her prominent cheekbones and large, protruding ears not only brought death to husbands, but also brought financial ruin. After that, no one dared to marry her. She had a son with her 3rd husband, 1 year younger than Zhao Xiaoyu. That day, Sun Guixiang was walking down the road with a sickle in hand when Zhao Xiaoyu ran over and blocked her path. "Hey, would you be willing to be my mom?" Though Zhao Dasan often beat his son, he never properly educated him. With no relatives, Zhao Xiaoyu had grown up very impolite, never using honorifics when speaking to people. For younger people, He called them by name for older ones. He simply said, "Hey." Hearing the question, Widow's son blushed slightly. But unlike the young girls, she didn't spit at him or run away. She tucked a strand of hair behind her large ear, glanced around to make sure no one was near, and asked softly, "Did your dad send you to ask me?" "Oh, yes." Zhao Xiaoyu didn't understand adult minds, but instinctively sensed she wanted a positive answer, so he lied. Sun Guixiang gave a bashful smile. That smile made 6-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu feel warm inside. "Well, then has to take action," Sun Guixiang murmured, then lowered her head and walked away. Zhao Xiaoyu sprinted home, shouting at Zhao Dasan, who was scooping sheep manure in the pen. "Dad," Widow's son agreed. "Agreed to what?" Zhao Dasan was completely baffled. "She agreed to be my mom. She said you have to take action." Puffed. Zhao Dasan immediately scowled. "That woman brings death to husbands. Do you want me to die? Having a mom is fine even without a dad. Anyway, all you ever do is beat me." Zhao Xiaoyu blurted out. Zhao Dasan flew into a rage, scooping up half a shovel of sheep manure and flinging it at Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu fled in fear, but pellets of manure still landed in his neck. Zhao Xiaoyu then begged Grandpa Zhao Tianyao, but the old man shoved him away. "Get lost. A woman who kills husbands and ruins finances? No one would take her, even if they paid us." 10 days or so passed, and Zhao Xiaoyu thought it was over. But unexpectedly, Sun Guixiang took the initiative to find him. That day, Zhao Xiaoyu was playing with some village kids when Sun Guixiang's son, Jinhai, ran over and said, "Mom wants to see you." Zhao Xiaoyu followed Jinhai to Sun Guixiang's courtyard. Sun Guixiang stood at the door and asked, "Do you have any meat at home?" Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head. His family didn't just lack meat, they'd even run out of oil. Back then, rural families had no refrigerators. After slaughtering a pig in winter, they'd keep part for eating in the 12th and first lunar months, then salt the rest in a jar to preserve it for a year, bridging the gap until the next year's pork. The Zhao family, without a woman to manage things, lived without planning. They ate heartily in the first half of the year, and by summer, both oil and meat were gone. Now, it was autumn, not yet time to slaughter pigs. His family ate boiled cabbage with plain water for all 3 meals. Sun Guixiang took a porcelain bowl, went to the cool storage room, and scooped out a full bowl of oil and meat, handing it to Zhao Xiaoyu. "Take it home and eat. When you're done, come dig some more." Chapter 2. She is my mother. The bowl was substantial, filled with glistening meat, the yellow-white fat and dark red chunks entwined, resembling a small mountain cloaked in colorful clouds. Poor Zhao Xiaoyu had not tasted such richness in 3 months, and now, confronted with this unexpected bounty, he found himself momentarily bewildered. He raised his sleeve to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, gazing vacantly at Sun Guixiang, yet hesitated to accept her offering. "Take it," Sun Guixiang urged, shaking the bowl, causing the little mountain to quiver. A piece of black meat separated from the fat and tumbled to the ground, landing in a layer of dirt. "What a pity for such a large piece," she murmured, nudging the meat farther away with her foot, her lips pursed towards the courtyard entrance. A large black dog dashed in from outside, its keen eyes and nose quickly locating the morsel amidst the soil. It lay down, savoring the treat, emitting soft whimpers as if to express gratitude for Sun Guixiang's generosity. Zhao Xiaoyu's gaze shifted from the bowl to the dog at that moment. He longed to be that dog. A wave of saliva pooled in his mouth, gradually forming a substantial mass that he struggled to swallow, the sound echoing in his throat. "Don't covet the dog's meal. It's not as if you have nothing to eat." Sun Guixiang's voice pulled Zhao Xiaoyu back to reality. He dared not hesitate any longer, grasping the bowl with both hands, its weight nearly toppling him. "Be careful not to spill," Sun Guixiang cautioned. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, looking at the affectionate Sun Guixiang, but words eluded him, leaving him with only a silly grin. In those rural times, the villagers had yet to learn the civility of expressions like thank you. To show gratitude, they relied on actions instead. Sun Guixiang patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the head. "Off you go." He turned and, cradling the enamel bowl brimming with oil and meat, made his way home. At the entrance, he turned back and said, "My dad said he is preparing to act, so don't worry." "Pa, who's in a hurry?" Sun Guixiang blushed, pulling her son Jinhai back into the house. Zhao Xiaoyu realized he had misspoken, as Sun Guixiang had given him a disdainful look like those young women would. Unsure how to mend the situation, he dismissed it, for at least he would have meat to eat that night. As he walked along the village's earthen path, the 6-year-old balanced the full bowl of meat. His body slightly unsteady, he cradled the bowl against his chest, sticking out his belly as he walked, his clothes stained with grease, his feet turned outwards, knees slightly bent, moving unsteadily like an elderly woman with bound feet from a bygone era. Along the way, he encountered the village elder Qin, who inquired, "Xiaoyu, who gave you the meat?" Zhao Xiaoyu halted, wanting to say it was given by the widow's son, but feeling that it was inappropriate to refer to her in that way. In his youthful mind, he sensed that such a title was disrespectful, much like his grandfather and father, who, though they were old bachelors, disliked being called so, especially his father, who sometimes would even become angry over it. At a loss for the proper term, he stood there, frozen. This was not his fault. His father had never taught him. He had no relatives, yet he managed to clarify familial ties, knowing that his father's father was referred to as grandfather and his mother's mother as grandmother. However, when it came to outsiders, he found himself utterly perplexed by terms like aunt and uncle, which seemed chaotic and inconsistent, despite belonging to the same generation. Widow's son? Old man Qin immediately deduced that among the 30-odd households in the newly established village, only one bore the surname Sun Zhao Xiaoyu, who had benefited from Sun Guixiang. Felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing this and resolved to stand up for her. "She is no longer a widow. She is my mother." "Ah." Old man Qin was taken aback, seemingly in disbelief. "Is it settled?" Zhao Xiaoyu merely snorted, disregarding him, and with a bowl in hand, she strode forward. Hearing the chuckle behind him, old man Qin mused about Zhao Dashuan's audacity, wondering what kind of person he dared to marry. Upon returning home, Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dashan had just finished their labor in the fields. Zhao Tianyao reclined on the calm, propping his legs and puffing on his pipe, while ash danced with sparks in the air. Zhao Dashan stood with one foot on the stove, flipping the pancakes in the pan. When he saw Zhao Xiaoyu returning with a bowl of meat, he was taken aback and inquired, "Where did you get the meat?" Zhao Xiaoyu, apprehensive that her father might reject the bowl if he knew it came from Sun Guixiang, quickly concocted a fib, claiming it was given by old man Qin. The reason she attributed it to him was simply because she had encountered him earlier and, in a moment of forgetfulness, mixed up the names. Zhao Dashan, seemingly skeptical, tossed aside the spatula, approached her, and sniffed the bowl. How could that old man be so generous? "It can't be spoiled, can it?" "Hiss, it smells fine." Zhao Tianyao promptly sat up, leaped off the Kong, seized the bowl, and after a thorough sniff, confidently declared, "It's good. Eat without worry." Zhao Xiaoyu insisted, "Indeed. I saw her scoop it straight from the oil vat." Zhao Dashan remained puzzled. How strange. Our family and old man Qin's do not interact much. Zhao Tianyao flicked the ash off his pipe, refilled it with tobacco, struck a match, and took a leisurely puff, boasting, "Although our families do not frequent each other, old man Qin still holds me in high regard. My service in the army was not in vain. He must have offered the meat to Xiaoyu out of respect for me. Let us slice some cabbage and potatoes for a delightful feast." After 3 months of eating nothing but boiled cabbage, the stomachs of the 3 generations had long since emptied of any richness, and even their flatulence was tasteless. This meal was nothing short of a delicacy for them. Even with the addition of cabbage and potatoes, the trio primarily focused on devouring the meat, even competing for it. The traditional virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young seemed to vanish in this household. In truth, they had already eaten their fill. Yet they hesitated to set down their chopsticks, feeling that they still craved just a little more, a phenomenon known as having a full belly but still being tempted. When only a few pieces of fatty meat remained in the bowl, the 3 finally set down their chopsticks, each rubbing their distended abdomen, realizing they had overindulged. And the sensation was not entirely pleasant. Zhao Tianyao lit a cigarette, puffing away while picking his teeth with a twig, lamenting, "What a pity. It would have been better to savor it slowly. We could have had 3 or 5 meals out of it. Now, we have had one hearty meal and the rice barrel is empty. Without a woman at home, life inevitably becomes rather muddled. Well, we've eaten. No need to dwell on it. In the end, it all goes into the stomach, and as long as nothing is wasted, we can hold off for a while." Zhao Dashan reassured him. In this northwestern countryside, the older generation refers to their fathers as da, pronounced with a second tone, while those born in the 70s and 80s gradually adopted the term baba. Zhao Xiaoyu called out to his father. Noticing his grandfather's remarks on the importance of women had elevated his father's mood, he seized the opportunity to reveal the true source of the meat to both men. Chapter 3. The Zhao family's humor speak. Zhao Dashan glanced at Zhao Xiaoyu, his smile fading. He was quite familiar with this son, acquired through the exchange of 2,000 pounds of wheat, who often spoke without a filter. Whenever he hesitated, his words would surely be unpalatable. Of course, his indiscreet utterances were often vulgar, but Zhao Dasan was indifferent to that. "I must warn you not to get upset," Zhao Xiaoyu said timidly. "Go ahead. Father won't be angry," Zhao Dasan replied, contentedly rubbing his stomach. When in good spirits, he played the role of a father. In less favorable moods, he assumed the stricter persona of a father figure. Although the essence remained the same, the psychological pressure on Zhao Xiaoyu differed greatly. He gently patted his son's head, but suddenly recalled the matter, but no mention of widow's son. Zhao Xiaoyu shrank his neck, swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips. "I'm feeling drowsy." "Then go sleep. Who is stopping you?" Zhao Dasan raised an eyebrow, his irritation resurfacing. "Make your own bed. You're old enough to do it yourself." Zhao Xiaoyu sighed and went to the corner of the Kong to pull down his bedding, shedding his clothes to sleep. The Zhao family resided in a three-room structure, typical of the northwestern style, featuring a single entrance with two openings. The west room housed a heated Kong, occupying almost half the space, where 3 generations of the Zhao family had slept. The Kong was connected to a Kong stove, used for cooking during the winter, spring, and autumn seasons. The Kong was covered with synthetic leather oilcloth and served as both a dining table and a tea table for guests. The scene of enjoying rice wine, oil cakes, and charcoal fire around the Kong vividly illustrated this lifestyle. However, the locals seldom consumed rice wine. They preferred strong liquor, especially the 56-degree sorghum spirit. The middle room remained largely empty, only utilized during the sweltering summer months when the heat from the Kong became unbearable. The west room served as a cool space, filled with various grains and miscellaneous items. The Zhao family not only lacked women but also basic living facilities such as a cool room, grain storage, toilet, and courtyard walls. In his youth, Zhao Tianyao had been too lazy to build these structures. By the time he realized their necessity, he was too old to construct them. More than once, he urged Zhao Dasan to erect courtyard walls, claiming a tidy appearance would attract women to visit. Yet, Zhao Dasan always postponed the task, justifying, "No walls are better. It saves on sweeping." Zhao Tianyao eventually grew indifferent. "Oh, you can figure it out yourself. After all, I have no need for a wife." There was indeed a dilapidated pig pen, frequently invaded by pigs, leading the father and son to chase them around the village. The old mule, which had once served the family valiantly, lacked a proper shelter, merely propped up by a wooden stick with a thatched roof. It is hardly surprising that such a household would produce 2 lifelong bachelors. At the age of 73, Zhao Tianyao epitomizes the archetype of an old bachelor. Although Zhao Dasan is only 38, in that era, labeling him a bachelor seems justifiable, despite his aversion to such a designation. Zhao Xiaoyu, accustomed to a wild lifestyle, rarely slept until his eyelids grew heavy. Yet today, he found himself restless, tossing and turning under the covers. The discomfort of his bloated belly overshadowed any enjoyment he had derived from meat. He felt remorse for accepting the oil and meat from Sun Guixiang, primarily because his father disapproved of her, creating a dilemma for him. How would he articulate his thoughts when he returned the bowl to Sun Guixiang tomorrow? Should he continue to deceive her? What would happen if she discovered his deceit? Would she demand that he regurgitate the meat? Though he could not bring it back up, he could certainly excrete it. Nevertheless, he harbored a fondness for Sun Guixiang and was eager to acknowledge her as his mother. The villagers scorned him, criticizing his unruliness, lack of manners, foul language, and for pilfering their scraps. Yet only Sun Guixiang provided him with meat, undoubtedly benefiting from his father's influence. In this region, scraps refer collectively to vegetables such as cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, eggplants, green peppers, and cabbages. The locals primarily subsist on agriculture, cultivating wheat, corn, sunflowers, and melons, some as staple crops, others as cash crops. Beyond what is consumed by their own families, the surplus is sold to middlemen. Households with higher aspirations might also cultivate sugar beets for syrup, sesame for oil, or watermelons, which not only satisfy their own cravings, but can also be sold for profit or exchanged for grain. Regardless of their aspirations, every household grows scraps. A mere 2/10 of an acre suffices, with 1 or 2 rows of each. However, cultivation can be labor-intensive, requiring tasks such as pruning, trellising, pinching, fertilizing, loosening soil, and weeding, responsibilities typically shouldered by women. The impoverished rural populace often finds it ironic that despite farming their own land, they cannot even enjoy fresh vegetables. Indeed, This irony applies to the Zhao family, who have never grown scraps, deeming it too cumbersome. They merely scatter cabbage and turnip seeds after harvesting wheat in the summer. With cabbages solely used for pickling in winter and turnips fed to pigs, Zhao Xiaoyu, unable to remain idle, would run wild in the village during winter, gravitating towards lively gatherings. In summer, he darted through the fields, seeking out quieter areas, stealthily sneaking into others' vegetable patches, quickly snatching a few cucumbers or persimmons when the coast was clear, before retreating to the sunflower grove for a feast. He did not wish to be a thief. The vibrant vegetables were simply too enticing, and it was also a consequence of the laziness of those two old bachelors. The Sun family cultivated a variety of vegetables, and Zhao Xiaoyu had previously indulged in their harvest. On one occasion, Sun Guixiang caught him in the act and brought him before Zhao Dasan, inevitably subjecting him to a thorough reprimand. The produce from the Sun household was superior to that of others, with larger, redder tomatoes, greener, longer cucumbers, sweeter, more fragrant melons, beans that dangled like strings of pearls, and eggplants resembling yolks. Not only did they cultivate vegetables, but they also raised chickens, providing them with fresh eggs daily. In the village, few families kept chickens. Perhaps it was due to the challenges of raising them or simply an inability to do so, leading to either failed hatching or premature illness. Poor Zhao Xiaoyu had never even tasted the delightful flavor of an egg, often pondering how wonderful it would be if she were his mother. Children's thoughts are fleeting, and as Zhao Xiaoyu's mind wandered, he gradually succumbed to slumber beneath the flickering light of the oil lamp, faintly hearing his grandfather and father discussing the leftover cabbage and potatoes. Half a basin of greasy remnants. Such a waste, one mused. It's all right. Autumn has arrived, and it will keep until tomorrow. We can chop some more cabbage to balance it out, lest it become too oily. If we cannot finish it tomorrow, we shall save it for the day after. Adding more cabbage, and the rich, spicy broth could last us for half a month or even 20 days. Indeed, that makes sense. Suddenly awakened by a sharp cramp in his abdomen, Zhao Xiaoyu clutched his belly and sat up, noticing the oil lamp still burning on the Kong table. Yet his grandfather and father were nowhere to be seen, the quilt tossed aside. He could not dwell on these thoughts. The turmoil in his stomach demanded immediate attention. He hastily donned a garment, slipped on his shoes, and dashed outside. Chapter 4. Rainbow beans. Every household in the village had constructed toilets, though rudimentary. They spared the residents from venturing into the wilderness for their needs. Yet the Zhao family lacked such a facility. While urination could be discreetly managed behind a tree, defecation required a trek to a distant location. Fortunately, it was night, and no one was around. Clad in a top and with bare legs, Zhao Xiaoyu stepped out of his home, spotting two flickering lights not far ahead. He recognized them as his grandfather smoking a pipe and his father rolling a cigarette. Upon hearing his father remark, "The little one has ventured out too. It seems he could not hold it," Zhao Xiaoyu hurried over and squatted beside him. The three generations of Zhao men squatted side by side, akin to a set of nesting dolls displayed on a store shelf. Zhao Dasan reflected, after indulging comes discomfort. Much like a woman bearing a child. Zhao Tianyao, however, appeared unfazed by any discomfort, puffing on his cigarette and musing aloud. "When I think about it, life is rather delightful. We've done nothing and yet have a son and a grandson. Huh. Brothers fighting tigers, a father and son in battle, our family. 3 generations strong, even queuing for nature's call. Clearly a virtuous household, albeit somewhat impoverished." The night was tranquil, interrupted only by the distant barking of a dog. Between the barks, the sounds of the 3 generations exerting themselves filled the air. The following day, Zhao Xiaoyu did not dare deliver a bowl to Sun Guixiang, instead opting to frolic in the village. Just as he was engrossed in play, 5-year-old Jin Hai approached. "My mother wants you to come to our house." Zhao Xiaoyu, steeling himself, followed Jin Hai to Sun Guixiang's home. Sun Guixiang was seated in the courtyard, meticulously trimming rainbow beans. Before her lay a makeshift cloth spread out from several woven bags, upon which a pile of finely cut rainbow beans was arranged. Beside her stood a red willow basket, filled with untrimmed beans. "Did you not bring the bowl?" she inquired of Zhao Xiaoyu. The meat is not finished yet." He fabricated a rather clumsy lie. "Tsk. Sun Guixiang chuckled. "Does your family not have a bowl? Must you finish it before returning it to me?" Nevertheless, she did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she picked up a white cloth bag, about a foot long, filled the sack with the rainbow beans from the basket, tied it securely, and handed it to Zhao Xiaoyu. The rainbow beans have matured. If you cannot consume them all, take them back for you 3 generations to enjoy. I am too lazy to dry them. Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. He extended his hand, but hesitated to accept. He understood that Sun Guixiang's intent in trimming the beans was to dry them, allowing for consumption during the winter months. This past summer, he had the fortune to taste dried rainbow beans once, given to his family by a villager who had harvested in abundance the previous year. Some had gone moldy, and the villager, seeking a favor, gifted them to Zhao's family. He recalled that it was the most delectable food he had ever tasted. As for the flavor of fresh rainbow beans, he remained unaware. Once, he had pilfered some, knowing they could not be eaten raw. He had removed his shirt, tightly secured the sleeves, and filled them with tender beans, intending to return home for his father to cook them. However, he had encountered the homeowner on his way out, resulting in a beating from his father. At this moment, though he wished to decline Sun Guixiang's kind offer, after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the bag. The sack weighed approximately 10 pounds, and as soon as he grasped it, it fell to the ground, causing him to stumble. He attempted to lift it again, but found it too heavy. Sun Guixiang rose gently, hoisted the bag, and placed it upon Zhao Xiaoyu's shoulder, pressing down slightly. Off you go, and remember to return the bowl. Honestly, do you intend to eat the bowl as well? Zhao Xiaoyu responded with an "oh," and trudged out with the bag. He worried Sun Guixiang might inquire about his previous actions, but fortunately, she did not. Halfway down the road, he encountered someone. The person asked, "Which household has this little thief pilfered from again?" "It's not stolen. It's a gift from someone," Zhao Xiaoyu replied vaguely, quickening his pace to depart. He no longer dared to mention that Sun Guixiang was his mother. To avoid further encounters, Zhao Xiaoyu slipped into a cornfield by the roadside. The corn had turned yellow, dry, and brittle. As he brushed against them, the crumbling leaves fell around him, landing in his collar and pricking his neck painfully. Walking became laborious, yet he was relieved to avoid meeting anyone else. Zhao Dasan emerged from the house with a sickle and, upon seeing his son carrying a cloth bag, immediately grew wary and asked, "What is that? Have you stolen again?" In the local dialect, stealing encompassed all forms of theft. No, I haven't stolen." Zhao Xiaoyu sidestepped, unloading the bag onto the ground and rubbing his numb shoulder. It's rainbow beans from Old Man Qin." In his flustered state, he could think of no one else. Is this going to go on endlessly? We are not officials. Zhao Dasan, filled with curiosity, lifted the bag, untied its closure, and grasped a handful of rainbow beans. Though slightly aged, they were remarkably fresh. Splendid. There's still half a pot of oil paste left from last night. Perfect for stewing the rainbow beans. By the way, haven't you encountered your grandfather? My grandfather? No, I haven't seen him. He has gone to return a bowl to Old Qin. Weren't you just at Old Qin's house? Zhao Xiaoyu gasped, then bolted away. What has gotten into this lad? Zhao Dasan murmured to himself. Yet, he didn't dwell on his son's peculiar behavior, for that boy was always so impetuous. He had initially planned to go to the fields to harvest sunflowers, but upon discovering the bag of rainbow beans, he thought it prudent to eat first before heading out. As stewing rainbow beans required more effort than cooking cabbage. Cabbage could be hastily chopped and boiled. Rainbow beans, on the other hand, needed to be shelled and split in half, requiring a longer cooking time. He set down his sickle, took a pair of scissors, and sat on the threshold, beginning to prepare the rainbow beans. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could reach Old Qin's house, he spotted his grandfather hastily approaching with the enamel bowl in hand. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu, he hurried over, grasped him by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and scolded, "You little rascal. You've made me lose face in front of so many people." Zhao Xiaoyu flailed his arms and legs in midair like a spider caught in a web, exclaiming, "Who told you to return the bowl? I can do it myself." Zhao Tianyao had initially approached Old Qin's house with gratitude, intending to strengthen their relationship. Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw a few people gathered, engaged in conversation about Zhao Dasan's intention to marry Widow Sunday. In the newly formed team, where electricity had yet to be established, any bit of gossip could keep the townsfolk entertained for quite some time. When they noticed Zhao Tianyao's arrival, they detained him for inquiries, and it was then that he learned the meat they had consumed the previous night hadn't been sent by Old Qin, but by Widow Sunday. His face flushed with anger, he exclaimed, "I knew there was something off about that meat. It had us 3 tossing and turning all night." After cursing Widow Sun, he explained to the crowd that this was not his family's intention, asserting that Widow Sun had deliberately caused trouble. He declared that Zhao Dasan would remain a bachelor for life, even if it meant marrying an old sow, rather than taking on a woman who brought misfortune and financial ruin. Having vented his frustrations, he stormed homeward, where he encountered Zhao Xiaoyu along the way. Chapter 5. What is wrong with wanting a mother? Though Zhao Tianyao was advanced in years of labor in the fields had kept him relatively vigorous. Fueled by indignation, he swiftly returned home with his 6-year-old grandson, tossing him onto the yellow earth at the doorstep. Zhao Dasan, who was sitting on the threshold cutting rainbow beans, inquired, "What is the matter now?" Zhao Tianyao pointed at Zhao Xiaoyu, asked him, "See what good deed he has done this time." Zhao Xiaoyu fell face first into the dirt, coating himself in dust, and without a thought to clean himself, he scrambled to flee, only to be seized by Zhao Dasan. "Speak up. What trouble have you caused this time?" I, Zhao Xiaoyu stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Zhao Tianyao, breathless with rage, recounted the entire affair, prompting Zhao Dasan to realize, pointing at the bag of rainbow beans, "Were these also sent by Widow's son?" "Yes." Zhao Xiaoyu, unable to deny it, finally acquiesced. "You wasteful child." Zhao Dasan extended a leg, executing a lunge, and pressed Zhao Xiaoyu down upon his thigh, raising his palm to strike his posterior. "Who prompted you to provoke that woman? Who permitted you to partake of her flesh? What else did you take from her?" Zhao Xiaoyu cried out in distress, incoherently retorting, "Did you not find the meat delectable? Why did you not chastise me while you were consuming it? Spit the meat back out. Still defiant, are we?" Zhao Dasan intensified his blows. Zhao Xiaoyu wept even more fervently, no longer able to retort. Zhao Tianyao, catching his breath, interjected, "Cease this commotion. Do not make a spectacle of ourselves." Zhao Dasan then released Zhao Xiaoyu, who stood there, sobbing intermittently. "What shall we do about the red beans?" Zhao Dasan inquired, gesturing towards the cloth bag. "I am nearly finished with them." Zhao Tianyao pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us consume them. She is ill-fated to her husbands, but not to her neighbors. We need not marry her. Let us not be too extreme. For we have already partaken of her meat yesterday." That evening, the three of them dined once more on a greasy concoction of red beans. During the meal, Zhao Tianyao asked Zhao Xiaoyu, "Why do you call her mother?" "I wish to have a mother," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, his eyes glistening with tears. "Was it not she who deceived you into calling her that?" Zhao Tianyao gently probed. "Did she not say that if you called her mother, she would provide you with meat and red beans?" "No, I spoke the truth. I stopped her and asked, 'Can you be my mother?' She instructed my father to take action." Zhao Tianyao picked up a chopstick full of red beans, shaking off the excess oil, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Xiaoyu, if you desire a mother, your father may marry one for you, but it cannot be Widow Sunday. She is cursed. 3 men have perished, and the one who lived the longest under her care did not survive 3 years. Your words were mere expressions of anger. Do not be misled into thinking that having a mother without a father is acceptable. She did not give you life or nurture you. She holds no true kinship. If your father were to pass, she would merely depart. Your grandfather does not have many years left. Who would care for you then? Do you understand?" "Yes." "If in the future anyone queries why you call her mother, you must say it was Widow's son who coaxed you into it. Otherwise, your father's reputation will suffer. Scandalizing widows, disturbing graves, and speaking ill of the mute, these are morally reprehensible acts. To carry such a reputation would mean you may never have a mother." Zhao Xiaoyu lowered his head. "Silent. Do you hear me?" Zhao Dasan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Zhao Xiaoyu murmured an acknowledgement, tears falling into his bowl. The news of Zhao Dashuan's intention to marry Widow's son had not yet fully circulated when public opinion shifted, transforming into a narrative that Widow's son was aggressively pursuing Zhao Dasan, even coaxing Zhao Xiaoyu to call her mother and relay messages. Ultimately, the Zhao family firmly rebuffed her advances, declaring that they would rather remain lifelong bachelors or wed an old sow than marry this ill-fated woman, who brought misfortune and financial ruin. As the story spread, various versions began to emerge. Throughout history, it has been said that widows often attract scandalous rumors, and these whispers invariably revolve around matters of intimacy. Thus, the most prevalent narrative among the villagers is that Zhao Dasan and Widow's son had shared a bed, yet Zhao Dasan, fearing a fatal consequence, had no intention of marrying her. In response, Widow's son resorted to bribing Zhao Xiaoyu to reclaim her son. She even went so far as to furnish a rather elaborate justification for her actions, delivering meat to one's door, as one might understand. There were also rumors circulating that Zhao Dasan had abandoned widow's son, leading her to harbor resentment and poison the meat she sent to the Zhao family, intending to eliminate the three men of the household. However, it appeared that the single man had a robust constitution, as he expelled the poison after a night of distress. Upon hearing such slander, Sun Guixiang was incensed. She took her 5-year-old son and, weeping, went to the captain's house, demanding justice to restore her honor. The captain, feeling helpless, led the mother and child to the Zhao household, where the curious villagers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Standing before the Zhao residence, the captain inquired of Sun Guixiang, "Who is spreading these unfounded tales?" To which she tearfully replied, "Everyone says the entire village is aware." "Who are they?" he retorted. "I am not privy to this information." The captain had indeed heard the rumors, but found it futile to pursue the matter. He gestured toward the assembled villagers, asking, "Do you know anything?" The villagers innocently shook their heads, claiming they were unaware until now. The captain turned to Zhao Dasan, stating, "This matter originates from your household. Pray tell, what is the truth?" "She is a widow, and if rumors persist, who would wish to marry her?" Just as Zhao Dasan was about to respond, Zhao Tianyao interjected, saying, "Our family is not entirely at fault. She sent meat and rainbow beans to Xiaoyu and coaxed him into calling her mother. However, Xiaoyu returned home without revealing the truth, and somehow the story spiraled out of control." "Who coaxed him into calling her mother?" Sun Guixiang exclaimed furiously, directing her ire toward the house. "Zhao Xiaoyu, come out this instant. Who coaxed you into calling her mother?" Zhao Xiaoyu emerged, his gaze cast downward. Casting a furtive glance at widow Sunday, Sun Guixiang confronted him, demanding, "Did you coax me into calling you mother?" Zhao Tianyao swiftly intervened, taking Zhao Xiaoyu away, asserting, "Who is to say who coaxed him? Are you compelling him to utter falsehoods?" The captain chimed in, "Let us address the matter with composure. Do not act impulsively." Sun Guixiang, her face flushed with anger and her lips quivering, pointed at Zhao Xiaoyu, stating, "That day, you stopped me and requested that I be your mother. Did I not agree?" Although Zhao Xiaoyu had been cautioned by his grandfather and father on several occasions, he spoke the truth at that moment. "You asked my father to take action." The villagers erupted in laughter at his confession. At hearing this, Sun Guixiang fell silent, for it was indeed her original statement. Yet, at that moment, the entire situation felt rather askew. Zhao Xiaoyu, glancing at his grandfather and father, added, "You did not coax me to call you mother. It was I who wished for you to be my mother." With that, he burst into tears and fled. After running a considerable distance, he turned back, shouting, "What is wrong with wanting a mother? You all have mothers, why do I not?" The crowd stood momentarily frozen, neither laughing nor crying, their gaze fixed on the sorrowful child as he ran toward the fields. Chapter 6. The Ice Cart. Although Zhao Xiaoyu revealed the truth, Widow Sun did not gain any advantage. After all, it was she who had urged Zhao Dasan to take action, and even went so far as to present a bowl of pork and a bag of rainbow beans to Zhao's family as a gesture of goodwill, indicating her intentions. At this juncture, she could no longer cause a scene and left, sobbing with her son. Thus, a potential union disintegrated, leaving both families as adversaries. Widow Sun harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Tianyao and his son for their derogatory remarks, claiming they would rather marry an old sow than her. Her anger towards Zhao Xiaoyu was even greater, for he was the instigator of this whole affair. As for the scandalous rumors circulating among the villagers, she found herself unable to clarify the situation. While the adults understood the delicacy of the matter and refrained from mentioning it in her presence, the children, unrestrained by such considerations, often resorted to taunts during their quarrels, amplifying the very things they were meant to avoid discussing. 5-year-old Jinhai frequently returned home in tears, lamenting that someone had accused him of his mother sleeping with Zhao Dasan. Widow Sun, unable to contain her fury, sought out the parents of the offending child, only to receive a half-hearted apology followed by a perfunctory reprimand directed at their own offspring. As such incidents accumulated, tensions rose between Widow Sun and many villagers. The parents, having just scolded their children, would often spit in disdain as she left. "If you can't manage your own, why complain about what the kids say?" They would gossip among themselves, asserting, "It must be true. Otherwise, why would she be so upset?" Those with clean hands need not fear shadows. What began as mere whispers, fueled by the villagers' gossip, increasingly resembled the truth. Widow Sun caught wind of these rumors, but refrained from approaching the village chief to lament her plight. knowing full well that no one would admit to having made such statements, and that doing so would only invite further ridicule. Instead, she chose to withdraw from the community, laboring in the fields during planting season and secluding herself during the off-season. When Jinhai returned home in distress, she no longer defended him. Rather, she chastised him, asking, "Don't you have a mouth? Why can't you retort?" To which Jinhai would weep, "I cannot outsmart him." "Then don't you have hands? Why can't you strike him?" He replied, "I cannot overpower him." "You spineless wretch." Widow Sun scolded her beleaguered son, lifting him onto the edge of the bed, pulling down his trousers, and striking his bare backside. "If you want to defend yourself with words or actions, why provoke them? Can't you stay home quietly? We are but a widow and her child, and everyone wishes to bully us. Can't you be a bit more sensible?" As she scolded and struck him, tears streamed down her own face. From that day forth, Widow Sun forbade her son from playing outside, ensuring he remained by her side wherever they went. She ceased visiting neighbors and refrained from engaging in village gossip, as if the two of them had vanished from the newly formed community. Occasionally, villagers would spot the solitary figures of mother and son in the fields. After enduring this tumult, Zhao Xiaoyu fell silent for a time, no longer pestering Zhao Dasan to find him a mother or plotting against the village women. He finally recognized his own powerlessness. In stark contrast to Jinhai, who was frequently bullied, Zhao Xiaoyu had habitually tormented others, resulting in the village children shunning him. Thus, he too experienced a profound loneliness. Jinhai at least has a mother, while he, during the winter, sees neither his grandfather nor his father except during meals, and only if he is aired, for then they would chastise him. The two elderly bachelors spend their days either wandering the village to indulge in drink or gambling incessantly. When they finally return home, one stumbles in a drunken haze while the other, exhausted, collapses onto the kong and falls into a deep slumber. In the fields, autumn waters have flowed and frozen into a bright, glistening expanse by winter. The village children gather in groups of 3 or 5 to skate upon the ice, their fleeting silhouettes evoking a profound envy within Zhao Xiaoyu. He implored his grandfather and father to fashion him a pair of skates. Yet his grandfather lamented the lack of tools to saw wood, while his father claimed there were no steel rods to craft ice picks. In truth, their reluctance stemmed from their unwillingness to abandon their drinking and gambling pursuits. Even Jinhai possessed skates, yet he did not join the other children. Instead, he chose a secluded patch of ice to glide alone, while Sun Guixiang, bundled in a thick cotton coat and headscarf, strolled upon the frozen surface. On one occasion, Zhao Xiaoyu cautiously approached Sun Guixiang and inquired, "Do you have a saw?" She retorted, "Get lost." Determined, 6-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to construct his own skates, pouring both intellect and vigor into his endeavor. Lacking materials, he scavenged nails from the family cupboard and dismantled wooden planks from the mule cart. After gathering pieces from here and there, he finally amassed enough. Without a saw, he painstakingly carved grooves into the wood using a kitchen knife. And when the depth was sufficient, he placed the board upon a stone and kicked it apart. Although the edges were rough, they remained functional. Lacking ice picks, he retrieved scissors, using a hammer to remove the central rivet, thereby splitting them in half. His small hands, red and frostbitten, became calloused, blistered, and bloodied. Yet he persevered with relentless determination. After considerable toil, his skates were finally complete. He admired his creation briefly before hastening to the small river at the front of his home to skate. The river led into the fields, and he glided all the way to where his playmates frolicked. "Let us race," he exclaimed excitedly, waving his makeshift ice pick. Though his friends were somewhat wary, none wished to forego the chance for merriment, and they eagerly prepared to join in. They first competed for speed, marking a start and finish line upon the ice. A signal was given, and several skates surged forward. Those without skates cheered from the sidelines. Zhao Xiaoyu effortlessly claimed first place, leaving the second-place contestant far behind. To showcase the uniqueness of his skates, during the second round, he deliberately waited for his companions to gain some distance before starting. Yet he still surpassed them before reaching the finish line, clinching victory once again. Someone noticed a discrepancy and shouted, "Zhao Xiaoyu, you cheated. Your skates have wheels." Zhao Xiaoyu dismounted and held up his skates for all to see, declaring, "These are not wheels. They are handles from the cupboard." At that time, cupboard handles were uniformly half-circular, giving them the appearance of wheels. The sliding mechanism of the ice cart, typically fashioned from steel, found itself at the mercy of circumstance due to a lack of materials in the village. Some individuals resorted to using spring coils, while others opted for iron wires. However, Zhao Xiaoyu's family had nothing at their disposal. After 2 fruitless days scouring the village, he found himself nearly caught by a large yellow dog. Just as despair settled in, a spark of inspiration struck him. He could repurpose the handles from the cupboard as ice blades. Seizing the opportunity while his grandfather and father were away, he fetched a screwdriver and removed the 6 handles from the cabinet, affixing them to the bottom of the ice cart. The factory-produced handles, coated in zinc, were exceedingly smooth with minimal contact surface, resulting in reduced friction. Thus, the ice cart, equipped with these makeshift blades, glided swiftly and effortlessly across the ice, akin to a race car in its domain, leaving little doubt as to its supremacy among its peers. His friends gazed upon it with envy. One inquired, "May I take a turn?" Chapter 7. Better a fart than a firecracker. In his eagerness to fit in with his companions, Zhao Xiaoyu readily acquiesced. That day, all his friends took turns gliding on his ice cart, showering him with admiration and expressing a desire for their fathers to construct similar carts. Just as their merriment reached a crescendo, a man came running from a distance. Someone exclaimed, "Zhao Xiaoyu, it's your father." Recognizing him, Zhao Xiaoyu seized the ice cart and fled, but was soon overtaken by Zhao Dasan, who snatched the cart from him, scrutinizing it before delivering a sharp slap that left Zhao Xiaoyu dizzy and disoriented, causing the ice blades to tumble aside. "You good for nothing. The entire family has only this one handle, and you couldn't even leave one for me." At that time, rural households had begun to adopt cabinets. Yet the Zhao family possessed only a cumbersome red cabinet, essentially a large box resembling a coffin, which did not require handles. Later, as villagers hired carpenters to craft furniture, the Zhao family finally acquired a cupboard with 6 doors, perfectly accommodating the 6 handles. With tears streaming down his swollen face, Zhao Xiaoyu lamented, "It's unstable. Anyone who sits on it just topples over." He retorted, only to receive another slap. At that moment, Zhao Dasan recognized the wooden pieces. "These are from the cupboard as well. What else have you disassembled?" "I haven't taken anything else. The pieces from the cupboard were from the wall side, where they are of little use." Zhao Xiaoyu pleaded pathetically, "Just return the handle, and give me back my ice cart." Upon noticing the 2 ice blades lying discarded on the ground, Zhao Dasan picked them up, his face paling with anger. "You even dismantled the scissors? This is the only pair we have. Might as well tear down the whole house." Brandishing one half of the scissors menacingly, he threatened, "I could just stab you." Terrified, Zhao Xiaoyu fled, abandoning the ice cart. The 6 handles were reattached to the cupboard, albeit dulled from wear. The scissors were salvaged using aluminum wire as makeshift rivets, barely functional, and the wooden boards had been shortened, rendered useless, and tossed into the storage shed as refuse. As the year drew to a close, the festive atmosphere thickened, and Zhao Dasan rode his bicycle to the commune to procure goods for the new year. The commune, a term still in use despite its abolition, was a remnant of village life. The sky was cloaked in a somber gray as Zhao Xiaoyu sat atop a mound of earth at the village's entrance, awaiting his father's return. The village children had already commenced their revelry, dismantling firecrackers and casting them into the air, an exhilarating pastime for them. Throughout the year, the women could don a couple of fine garments, the men could indulge in a few bottles of quality liquor, and the children could ignite firecrackers for a few days, relishing the sounds and the scent of gunpowder. Such were the gifts that time bestowed upon this remote village. In the afternoon, the sound of a bicycle bell echoed, heralding the arrival of Zhao Dasan, who navigated the bumpy dirt road, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Father, how much did you spend on firecrackers?" Zhao Xiaoyu called out as he rushed down from his perch. Zhao Dasan, however, paid him no heed and continued pedaling away. Upon reaching home, Zhao Dasan was busy showcasing the New Year's provisions to Zhao Tianyao: a box of sorghum liquor, a box of canned fish, a brick of tea, some candies, several sheets of red paper, and an assortment of odds and ends that Zhao Xiaoyu deemed utterly useless. Searching through the bag, he found merely 5 double-sounding firecrackers, devoid of the firecrackers, small missiles, and pearl tubes he so adored. Why are there no firecrackers? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The previous night, he had proposed to his father that they should procure 100 yuan worth of firecrackers, to which his father had readily acquiesced, even sweetening the deal. "Let us buy 200 yuan worth, and you can set off as many as you wish." Yet, he sensed that the more eagerly his father agreed, the less likely it was to materialize, and indeed, his apprehensions were confirmed. Aren't there 5 firecrackers? Zhao Dashun pointed at the bag. I can't set those off. I want firecrackers. Zhao Dashun chuckled. There's no money left. We'll buy some next year. This year, we'll make do. But you have money for liquor, Zhao Xiaoyu retorted, gesturing towards the box of sorghum liquor. Although he was illiterate, he was not unfamiliar with the characters for sorghum liquor, which he despised as much as the drink itself. He could not fathom why his father, upon getting drunk and feeling utterly wretched, often turned their home into a stench-filled mess, seemingly intent on expelling his very insides, yet continued to indulge in it. He felt a strong urge to toss that box of liquor into the well as an offering to the Dragon King, if only his father would not retaliate. Zhao Dashun asserted, one cannot celebrate the new year without drinking. To which Zhao Xiaoyu countered, one cannot celebrate the new year without firecrackers. You know nothing. Zhao Dashun's patience waned. A bottle of liquor can intoxicate for a day, while a box of firecrackers lasts but a moment. Besides, if everyone in the village is setting off firecrackers, who would know if you didn't? With so many explosions, can you discern which one was from Zhongshan and which from Lishi? But with liquor, once it's in someone's belly, who knows who drank it? He gently ruffled his son's hair. Be good, forget the firecrackers. Let us eat and drink. It's far more enjoyable to let out a few farts. I want to set off firecrackers. You must buy them for me. Unable to muster sufficient reasoning to persuade his father, Zhao Xiaoyu resorted to tantrums, shoving his father and exclaiming, let us go buy them now. You promised to buy 200 yuan worth this year. 200 yuan? If I had 200 yuan, would I still need to drink sorghum liquor? With 100 yuan, I could afford Mao Dai. Zhao Dashun shoved his son aside. Do you have any idea how much our family earns in a year? Do you think I run a bank? Then why are you lying? You deceiver, Zhao Xiaoyu retorted. Are you trying to rebel over something so trivial? Zhao Dashun finally grew impatient, seizing the broom, and wondered if he was being overly indulgent. Did he think that a trifling show of kindness would grant him the right to run rampant? Such audacity, it seemed, knew no bounds. Cowed by the broom's imposing presence, Zhao Xiaoyu dared not utter another word, tears glistening in his eyes. Yet, deep down, Zhao Dashun harbored a flicker of pity for his son. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a dusty yellow garment made of coarse fabric, intending to dress Zhao Xiaoyu in it. Look, my dear, I bought you new clothes. Unlike the fleeting sound of firecrackers, these garments will last you a long time. Come, let us see if it fits, he coaxed. However, Zhao Xiaoyu rebuffed his father's gesture with a shout, lamenting that a few days of revelry would soon fade away. Fearful of punishment, he dashed out in a hurry. His resentment towards Zhao Dashun lingered, culminating on the eve of the new year, as the first light of dawn began to grace the windows. The cacophony of firecrackers roused Zhao Xiaoyu from his slumber. Disheartened, he sat up and observed his father and grandfather still lost in deep sleep, their snores resonating like thunder in a contest of volume. He donned his clothes, stepped outside, and unshielded by walls, the firecracker sounds rang out more distinctly. Echoing across the sky, the crisp air carried a fragrant whiff of gunpowder that Zhao Xiaoyu found particularly delightful. It seemed that with this aroma, the essence of the new year truly materialized. The villagers set off firecrackers, with the adults igniting larger ones while the children dismantled the smaller ones to create a symphony of pops and bangs. Some families, in their ostentation, displayed their firecrackers on sunflower stalks, creating a cacophony that Zhao Xiaoyu found utterly bewildering. What a waste. Rather than that, he mused, they might as well bang on a water barrel. Amidst this festive chaos, the sounds of firecrackers erupted from a nearby household. The moment the first crackling noise pierced the air, Zhao Xiaoyu raced towards it. He sprinted to the entrance of the house, where a string of firecrackers still crackled, the remaining length shimmering and bursting loudly in midair. The men and children of that household stood in the yard, covering their ears and shrinking their necks in response to the din. Zhao Xiaoyu was perplexed. Wasn't he the whole point of firecrackers to enjoy the sound? Why shield their ears? They might as well close their eyes. Better yet, they should let him handle it. Once the firecrackers had finished their display and the family retreated indoors, Zhao Xiaoyu hurried over, bending low and squinting as he sifted through the remnants of red paper left behind. He eagerly sought out the unexploded firecrackers. Upon spotting an intact one, he would examine it closely. Those with fuses were pocketed, while those without were squeezed and discarded, keeping only the solid ones. After considerable effort, he had collected dozens, half of which still had fuses. At that moment, he felt the cold seeping into his heels, prompting him to return home, satisfied with his haul. His grandfather and father remained asleep, as was typical in winter. Their circadian rhythms had become completely disordered, wandering into the realms of dreams during the day and toiling through the night. When it was time for slumber, they were wide awake. When morning came, they lingered in bed. Zhao Xiaoyu lit a cigarette, standing in the courtyard as he ignited the firecrackers he had collected. Those without fuses he broke in half, bringing the burning tip of the cigarette close to the powder within, and a bright spark would erupt, causing him to chuckle foolishly. Yet, despite all the excitement, Zhao Xiaoyu found little joy in the day. In the village, groups of children scampered into the woods, setting off firecrackers that exploded amidst the dry leaves and startled sparrows. The cacophony of the firecrackers mingled with the chirping of the sparrows and the raucous laughter of the children, causing Zhao Xiaoyu a sense of unease. As noon approached, his grandfather and father finally rose from slumber, preparing a pot of pork ribs, opening 2 cans of ribbon fish, and uncorking a bottle of white liquor. The two began their drinking in a civilized manner, toasting each other with solemnity and engaging in earnest discussions about this year's harvest while planning for the year ahead. As the drinking continued, the spirits surged, and their voices grew louder, sleeves rolled up as they engaged in raucous games of dice. 3 peaches of the 5 champions. 8 steeds, all here. They cheered. Zhao Xiaoyu found these sounds overwhelming and, having eaten his fill, decided to wander outside. The sky grew increasingly dark and ominous, a chill wind sweeping through as snowflakes began to fall. The village fell into an unexpected silence as the other children returned home, and a winding village path led into the distance, gradually blanketed in fresh snow. The distant sounds of firecrackers from the neighboring village resonated through the air, muffled as if trapped in a jar, occasionally punctuated by the languid barks of dogs. As Zhao Xiaoyu passed each home, he could hear the merry laughter, the spirited shouts of men engaged in games, the teasing laughter of women, and the playful banter of children, amplifying his sense of solitude. Every household hung lanterns in their courtyards, some suspended from eaves, others strung up with iron wire, each uniquely shaped. In the newly built village without electricity, each home had a wooden lantern with glass encasing a candle, a replacement for the previously used kerosene lamps. Some families had even purchased gas lamps from the city. The chimneys of rooftops emitted wisps of blue smoke, contrasting beautifully with the white snow. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself standing before the courtyard of Widow Sunday. In those times, rural homes lacked gates, featuring only 2 earthen pillars with holes for 2 crossbeams. When someone needed to enter or exit, the beams were removed, and placed on the ground. Locking was not an option. Typically, if someone was home, both beams would be pulled out. If both remained in place, it signified the absence of the homeowner or an unwelcoming disposition. The beams at Sun Guixiang's home rarely lay down, regardless of whether anyone was inside. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu paused, for he spotted Jin Hai playing alone in the yard. It was evident that, like him, Jin Hai was equally bored and lonely. Stuffing firecrackers into the cracks between the couplets and the wall before igniting them, resulting in a brilliant burst of red. Zhao Xiaoyu approached the main entrance, peering through the beams with keen interest at Jin Hai. At that moment, Jin Hai noticed him as well, hesitating briefly before walking over. The 2 lonely children, separated by the beams, exchanged glances and shared a smile. "Do you have many firecrackers?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired. "Oh, plenty," Jin Hai replied, plunging his hands into his large pocket to reveal a handful of fragmented firecrackers, vibrant red in color. "There are many more at home. My mom said there are 2,000 in total. I also have some flower firecrackers, but I'm afraid to set them off. My mom does that at night." "How about you?" Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in dismay. "I haven't. My father only bought 5 firecrackers." Jin Hai, from behind the beam, extended his hands, saying, "Here, take these." Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback, unable to believe his fortune, and soon overwhelmed with joy, he hurriedly opened his empty pockets. Jin Hai filled them with a handful of firecrackers. Crouching down, Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a few firecrackers that had fallen to the ground and suggested, "Come out. Let us play together." Jin Hai glanced back at the door with a hint of despondency, replying, "My mom won't let me go out. They always bully me, saying my mom sleeps with your dad. My mom also doesn't want me to play with you." At that tender age, he did not fully grasp the implications of the word sleep, believing instead that both their mothers were victims of baseless rumors. Thus, he bore no animosity towards Zhao Xiaoyu. Rather, he felt a sense of shared misfortune. "It doesn't necessarily mean they've actually slept together. Just ignore them," Zhao Xiaoyu reassured him. He was unfazed by such taunts, recalling how some village children had mocked him, Your dad sleeps with widow's son. He is going to die. He neither denied nor countered, even adding fuel to the fire. He has also slept with your mom, your aunt, and your grandmother. If you don't believe me, go ask them. All the women in your family have been with my dad. This response often left his adversaries in tears. Sometimes he would turn his ire towards the gloating onlookers. Don't be so pleased. Your mom has also slept with my dad. I saw it with my own eyes. One could only wonder how Zhao Dasan, who had spent 38 years in solitude, might feel upon hearing such declarations. I haven tea, Jin Hai shouted, tears welling in his eyes. There is nothing to fear. If anyone dares to say that again, I'll beat them up. Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the distant woods. Let us go over there and blow up some sparrows. A glimmer of hope flickered in Jin Hai's eyes, but it quickly faded as he looked back at the door and shook his head. Then let us play in your yard, Zhao Xiaoyu said, not waiting for Jin Hai's consent, as he seized the beam above and swiftly slipped inside. Just as they were enjoying their play, Sun Guixiang emerged from the house, casting a cold glare at Zhao Xiaoyu and uttering a single word. Get out. Just a little longer, Zhao Xiaoyu pleaded. My grandfather and father are drinking together, and there is no one else to play with me. Are you leaving or not? Sun Guixiang retorted, returning inside to fetch a broom. Terrified, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly darted out from under the beam. Chapter 9. The escape. The snow fell heavily. Zhao Xiaoyu ran home in one breath, finding his grandfather and father still engrossed in their drinking. They had entered a state of inebriation, no longer playing games but instead leaning on each other, slurring drunken nonsense, their tongues thick, as if holding eggs in their mouths. Zhao Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and, with it clenched between his lips, dashed back outside. He made his way to a small grove, throwing firecrackers into the trees. Whether the sparrows fled from the disturbance to find other refuge or returned to their nests due to the biting cold, he could not ascertain, but after several attempts, he had yet to scare away a single sparrow. Jin Hai's hands were simply too small, though he had generously scooped up a handful of firecrackers. It amounted to very little and soon ran out. As the snow continued to fall, Zhao Xiaoyu began to feel the chill and, with a sense of waning enthusiasm, returned home. Grandfather and father finally ceased their indulgence in alcohol, reclining in the same spot, succumbing to deep slumber. On either side of the Kong table, disarray reigned with cups and plates scattered about, while the air was thick with a laying of wine vapors, incense, and the scent of sweat. In utter boredom, Zhao Xiaoyu retrieved 5 firecrackers. Initially, he intended to set them off, but ultimately hesitated, instead tearing off the fuses and pouring the gunpowder onto the ground, igniting it with a match to watch the sparks dance. His actions were not born of malice. Rather, he was engrossed in play, subconsciously acting in such a manner. It was only when the brilliant sparks illuminated the floor that he realized his transgression, and with a twinge of guilt, he returned the empty tubes to their original place. Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan awakened around 8 or 9 in the evening, brewed a pot of strong tea, and after a brief period of clarity, Zhao Dasan declared, I shall go set off a firecracker. It was then that he discovered the 5 firecrackers had been emptied of their gunpowder, and in a fit of rage, he summoned Zhao Xiaoyu and struck him. In the past, Zhao Xiaoyu would have resorted to retorts, denial, pleas for mercy, or fleeing in the face of Zhao Dashuan's wrath. However, today he remained silent, offering no resistance, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. This stoicism rendered Zhao Dasan disinterested, and after a few strikes, he ceased his assault. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, Zhao Xiaoyu bitterly exclaimed, I will go to the Western Brigade to find my mother. You do not care for me at all. Zhao Dasan scoffed. Who are you trying to scare? Go ahead. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu prepared to leave, Zhao Dasan pointed at him, declaring, all the clothes you wear were bought by me. Take them off before you go. He thought this would intimidate Zhao Xiaoyu, especially given the heavy snowfall outside. Yet to his astonishment, Zhao Xiaoyu stripped completely bare and dashed away. The snow fell in torrents, melting upon contact with Zhao Xiaoyu's skin and seeping into his body. Yet, in his fury, he felt not the cold, his bare feet racing through the snow. He ran aimlessly, for he did not know the names of his biological parents, nor did he possess any knowledge of the direction to the Western Brigade. He had only accompanied his grandfather and father to the commune twice and had never ventured beyond the village. As he ran, he sobbed, his warm tears turning icy as they fell. By the time Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan emerged from the house, Zhao Xiaoyu was already far away. In the shimmering light of the snow, the little boy, exposed and vulnerable, resembled a desperate wild rabbit searching for a way home. Zhao Tianyao stamped his foot, exclaiming, "Why are you taking this so seriously? It was just 5 firecrackers." Zhao Dasan replied, "How was I to know he would actually run away?" Eventually, they caught up with Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Dasan removed his cotton coat and wrapped his son tightly within it, tears streaming down his face. "Father was wrong. I should not have struck you." The cacophony of firecrackers transformed the tranquil village into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Yet Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan sat silently on the Kong edge, one smoking a pipe, the other a cigarette, gazing into the darkened glass. Zhao Xiaoyu lay on the Kong, drifting in and out of consciousness, cocooned in a thick blanket. He was burning with fever, while Zhao Dasan prepared ginger soup and administered an analgesic. "It is not that I wish to strike him. This little rascal causes mischief wherever he goes. How can one manage him without resorting to such measures?" Zhao Dasan, with a furrowed brow, took a drag from his cigarette, lamenting, "Isn't this how we all raise our children? Discipline produces filial sons, and a stern teacher yields exceptional students. Oh, when will he mature? It drives me to despair." As Zhao Tianyao sat cross-legged, his hand holding a smoking pipe resting on his knee, a cloud of smoke enveloped his head. "Did you not grow from a mere foot in height to 7? You were even more troublesome in your youth." From his slumber, Zhao Xiaoyu coughed a few times, mumbling indistinctly, "Mama. He simply yearns for a mother. Why not find him one? It is indeed essential to have a woman in the household." Zhao Dasan chuckled wryly. "Do you think I do not desire such? Where would I procure one? Why not inquire with the old Wu family? Did their second son not find a bride from afar last year? Alas, we lack the means. Ask first, then we shall see," Zhao Tianyao replied, discarding the pipe and jumping off the bed. He found a rag to wipe the table, which was stained with grease and remnants of solidified broth. With a woman around, could we continue our reckless ways? Thus, they searched, willing to endure famine, sell their possessions, or even resort to bloodletting. On a certain spring day, a middle-aged couple from the city brought a young and beautiful girl to the Zhao household. After sharing a meal, the couple departed, leaving the girl behind. Zhao Dasan informed Zhao Xiaoyu, "She shall be your mother henceforth." However, Zhao Xiaoyu did not immediately warm to this new maternal figure. Perceiving that the girl appeared reluctant to embrace the role, and she seemed far too young, barely 20. Her accent, reminiscent of a radio announcer from a distant locale, was both fashionable and pleasing to the ear. The girl was named Yi Chunmei. Once the middle-aged couple vanished, Yi Chunmei exhibited strong resistance and attempted to escape, only to be captured by Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan and confined in a cluttered room. The door to the room, which lacked a lock, was barred, and wooden planks were nailed across the windows. Zhao Xiaoyu comprehended that this mother had been purchased by his father. Although he did not fully grasp the implications of this arrangement, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Last year, the second son of the Wu family had also acquired a bride from afar, who had attempted to flee twice but was caught and imprisoned in a small dark room. This year, after bearing a child, the Wu family finally released her, albeit with a watchful eye. Zhao Xiaoyu, lacking an understanding of decorum, social niceties, and law, nonetheless sensed that this situation was inherently wrong. Restless, he ceased his wild antics, dreading inquiries from the villagers about his mother, for he had no answers to provide. The bravado he once felt when pilfering scraps had vanished. Every night, after Zhao Xiaoyu fell asleep, Zhao Dasan would venture to the west room, followed by a cacophony of screams and cries of resistance. He would then return to the east room, dejected and sighing. Each time, Zhao Tianyao would inquire, "Did you fail again? You must be more assertive. How could a grown man not handle a young girl? Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Do not force her into desperation, lest she take drastic measures." Chapter 10. A good child. Zhao Xiaoyu often heard the plaintive cries of Yi Chunmei from the west room. "Uncle, please let me go. I will repay the money you gave to the traffickers. I am only 19 this year, and my mother is ill. I intended to run to the city to work and earn money for her treatment, but I was deceived by the traffickers and brought here." Each time Zhao Xiaoyu listened to her desperate pleas, his heart would involuntarily convulse, as if lashed by a small whip. After several days of futile entreaties, Yi Chunmei fell silent. Zhao Tianyao said to Zhao Dasan, "Now that you have a wife, you must not waste your days any longer. Let us gather our spirits and live well. First, we must tidy up the west room. After that, you and Chunmei will reside there while Xiaoyu and I take the east room. We should make some earthen bricks, build a cool shelter, and raise the courtyard walls. Let it resemble a proper home. I am still strong enough to lend you a hand." with the presence of a wife. Zhao Dasan shed his previous lethargy and devoted all his energy to the construction of their new home. In those rural lands, building materials were primarily earth bricks. One would select a patch of saline alkali land in the wild, harness a mule, and use a heavy stone roller to compress the earth, cutting it into square blocks that could be dried and used. Zhao Dasan harnessed his mule and borrowed a stone roller from a neighbor, joyfully heading out to the fields. Standing at the center, he held the long reins in one hand and a whip in the other, while the mule pulled the heavy roller in circles. With a crack of the whip, though it did not strike the mule, it served to intimidate, causing the mule to quicken its pace. The whip echoed across the open fields, accompanied by Zhao Dashuan's singing. I fetch water from the east well and carry it from the west. To catch a glimpse of you, I take a detour. Every day the wind blows. Every day it's yellow. Whether walking or sitting, I think of you, my dear. Building a temple on the high mountain seems low. Sitting face to face, I still long for you. Round and round he went, compressing the uneven saline alkali land until it became as smooth as a heated bed. Zhao Dasan continually shifted his heels, expanding the area he compressed. Observing this, Zhao Tianyao remarked, "That's enough. Keep going." Zhao Dasan chuckled. "I was thinking of building a granary. Chunmei says grain must not get damp. The wheat in the west room already smells musty." He continued to expand the area he was compacting, and after a few days, it nearly rivaled the town square. Zhao Tianyao urged again, "That's enough. Hurry up. If you don't finish, it will all dry out." Zhao Dasan laughed once more. "I still wish to build a sheep pen. Chunmei doesn't eat pork. She prefers lamb." He persisted in enlarging the area he pressed, and after a few more days, it was comparable to the city's airport. Zhao Tianyao cautioned, "That's enough. Take it step by step. One cannot expect to become a glutton in a single bite." Zhao Dasan chuckled again. "I also want to build a toilet. Chunmei is a woman and cannot share our outdoor privations." In the vast, sparsely populated northwest, idle land was abundant. With hard work, constructing a great wall was not beyond possibility. Yet, it was the mule that bore the brunt of the toil. While his family could make do, how could they afford to tend to livestock? The mule, lacking a pen, endures the harshness of wind, frost, rain, and snow throughout the entire western season. Its meager sustenance leaves it emaciated, and each day it is burdened with the heavy stone millstone, turning in circles until it is dizzy and its limbs numb. Yet Zhao Dasan, in his quest to win over Chunmei, pays no heed to its plight. At the slightest hint of laziness, he relentlessly cracks the whip. Despite Zhao Dashuan's affection for Chunmei, despite her constant declarations of devotion, he has failed to transform her into a true wife in every sense. She vehemently resists, threatening to hang herself should he attempt to take that step, rendering his efforts futile. Zhao Tianyao, often incensed by his son's lack of resolve, stomps his feet and slaps his thighs in frustration. Just take action. Do it first and worry about the rest later. If you don't act, she'll never be yours. Chunmei's threats of suicide are merely a scare tactic. After all, is it so easy for one to perish? In this day and age, how many women bought as brides have met their demise? Did not the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family also cause a ruckus, only to eventually settle down? Once she savors the sweetness of life and enjoys her comforts, you could let her die, and she wouldn't. If you refrain from taking action, she might even kick at you. She calls me uncle, and I find it difficult to take such a step. She is merely 12 years older than Xiaoyu, still a child. A child? In the old society, women bore children by 16. What are you afraid of? Even the smallest pot can hold your ladle, can it not? Is your endowment larger than a donkey's? Chunmei declares that once their home is sufficiently repaired, she will marry him. What nonsense is that? He retorts. What does sufficiently repaired even mean? A palace for her? A golden hall? If you had the means for that, would you still be buying a wife from a trafficker? Perhaps we should wait a little longer. I sense that she has been less resistant towards me these past few days. Very well, Zhao Tianyao concedes with a sigh. If you can endure, then wait. I pity you. Soon you'll be over 30 and still have yet to experience a woman. You haven't either, have you? Who says I haven't? Zhao Tianyao's eyes widen. In my youth, there was at least a place called a brothel. The women I've been with far exceed the number of newly recruited ones combined. Each day, Zhao Xiaoyu's task is to keep an eye on Yi Chunmei. His father warned him that if Chunmei were to escape, he would flay him alive. His grandfather was even more ruthless, threatening to bury him alive. One morning, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly found himself curious about that woman and brought a stool to stand at the door of the west room, peering in through the window. Although the west room had been tidied up somewhat, it still appeared quite disheveled, and the window was perpetually covered with plastic sheeting, casting a dim light. After searching for a while, Zhao Xiaoyu finally spotted Yi Chunmei in a corner where the grain was stored. She was curled up on her side, seemingly asleep. In truth, she was not asleep. Upon turning over, she noticed Zhao Xiaoyu. Initially startled, she approached him upon realizing he was just a child. Her hair, once cut to neck length, had grown considerably longer and now hung messily over her shoulders. She wore a red shirt. "What is your name?" she asked, looking up at Zhao Xiaoyu. "Zhao Xiaoyu. How old are you?" 7. "Where is your father?" "He went to work." "What about your grandfather?" "He went to the fields to spread manure." Yi Chunmei's vacant gaze suddenly sparkled with life as she swallowed hard and took a couple of steps closer. "Xiaoyu, what your grandfather and father are doing is wrong. It is against the law. Do not emulate them. Please let me go, and I promise I will repay you in the future." Zhao Xiaoyu stared intently at her, smacking his lips, yet remained silent. "My mother is gravely ill, on the brink of death. If I do not return soon, I will not even get to see her one last time. Xiaoyu, have mercy and release your sister. I will send money back to your family as soon as I return, not only to repay what they gave to the traffickers, but even more." Still, Zhao Xiaoyu did not utter a word. "Xiaoyu, your sister knows you are a good child." "I am not a good child. I am a bad child," Zhao Xiaoyu interrupted bitterly, leaping off the stool. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry, and tears streamed down his face, filled with sorrow. "You are indeed a good child. Do you not feel pity for your sister?" Yi Chunmei's voice resonated through the door. After a moment of weeping, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and dashed out of the room, racing towards the coal pile, where he seized the iron hammer used for breaking coal. Chapter 11. Rescue. Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the room, hammer in hand, hearing Yi Chunmei still pleading desperately. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and raised the hammer high above his head, bringing it down forcefully onto the iron lock of the western room door. His frail body nearly toppled from the effort, stumbling and colliding with the door, his nose stinging from the impact, though fortunately, it did not bleed. The lock remained unyielding. "Xiaoyu, do you want to save your sister?" Yi Chunmei called out excitedly from within. Her tears momentarily ceased. Zhao Xiaoyu, panting heavily, struck the lock a few more times. Though the lock did not break, the bolt detached from the door frame, taking with it a few splinters of wood. The door swung open inward. Yi Chunmei, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed out and wiped her tears, saying, "Xiaoyu, you are truly a good child. I will never forget your life-saving grace." "Wait a moment," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, returning to the eastern room. Beneath the windowsill in the eastern room sat a red chest of drawers, featuring 2 lids, one unlocked, containing everyday items, and the other locked, housing valuables. Yi Chunmei followed him in, puzzled by his actions. Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated briefly, then raised the hammer and struck the lock a few times. The lock fell away. He brought over a stool, climbed onto it, and with great effort, lifted the lid of the chest, supporting it with his shoulder while freeing one hand to delve inside, pulling out a handful of loose cash from a paper box. Closing the chest, he jumped down from the stool and handed the coins to Yi Chunmei. "Take this money and catch a ride to the commune." Touched, Yi Chunmei's hands trembled as she accepted the money, which was indeed what she needed most at that moment. Zhao Xiaoyu then opened the cupboard and discovered several steamed buns left over from the previous night's meal. Zhao Dashan often cooked enough for several meals at once, as if preparing for a year's worth of food. Zhao Xiaoyu found a piece of steaming cloth, wrapped the buns, and handed them to Yi Chunmei. "Take these to eat on the way." As she received them, he added, "Come with me." He gasped for breath, his expression resolute, a slight sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Leading Yi Chunmei out of the house, he said, "I shall escort you beyond the village. Otherwise, if others see you, they may force you back." The entire village was aware of Zhao Dashuan's acquisition of a wife, and many had come to see her, recognizing her instantly. Although the villagers were not particularly harmonious in their daily lives, they adhered to principles when it came to significant matters. Should a daughter-in-law attempt to flee, they would assist in detaining her or, at the very least, notify others. Of course, this only applied to wives who had been purchased. Yi Chunmei nodded tearfully in acknowledgement. The newly established families were few, and the distances between households were considerable, allowing the two to proceed unhindered. However, they encountered Wang Tsuaping, the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family, who was walking along the village path with a child a few months old in her arms. She had visited when Yi Chunmei had just been brought home. Zhao Xiaoyu, where are you headed? Wang Zuiping inquired, halting in her tracks. I'm taking my mother for a stroll, Zhao Xiaoyu fabricated a response. Yi Chunmei forced a faint smile, nodding in Wang Zuiping's direction. Wang Zuiping responded with an "oh." Her expression somewhat awkward. And I'm also delivering some food to my father, Zhao Xiaoyu added. Yi Chunmei obediently lifted the cloth covering the steamed buns, showing it to Wang Zuiping. The commune was situated to the south of the newly established families, yet Zhao Xiaoyu chose to head north, exiting the village before veering southward again. After walking 2 or 3 miles and traversing the forest farm, they arrived at the main road of the commune. Follow this road straight ahead without turning, and you will reach the commune, Zhao Xiaoyu instructed, pointing to the dirt road covered in a layer of yellow soil. There's a bus to the county town. Yi Chunmei clutched Zhao Xiaoyu's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. She choked back sobs, ultimately unable to utter a single word. Releasing Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, she sprinted down the dirt path. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at her forlorn figure, momentarily lost in thought, acutely aware that this misstep was far graver than any previous one. A wave of fear washed over him as memories of his father's and grandfather's ominous words about skinning and live burial surged into his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Just as Yi Chunmei was about to vanish from his sight, she suddenly halted, turned back, and lowered her body. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed 3 times toward Zhao Xiaoyu, waved her hand, then stood and walked away, quickly disappearing from his view. The sun had begun its descent in the west, and 7-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu's stomach growled with hunger, yet he dared not return home. In front of the forest farm lay a drainage river, where he strolled along the riverbed. When fatigue set in, he sat on the half-dry, half-wet earth for a moment. The river was deep, but at this time, only a shallow trickle of water lingered at the bottom. A stone arch bridge spanned the river, towering above, imposing and fearsome, casting a powerful sense of oppression over the diminutive Zhao Xiaoyu below. Gazing up at it, he felt as though it might collapse at any moment and crush him beneath its weight. Starving, he realized that it was the spring plowing season, and there was nothing edible in the fields. Climbing out of the riverbed, he resolved to return home, concocting a splendid excuse. Zhao Dasan had been working on the clay until noon and returned home, shovel in hand. He could endure hunger, but his wife must not go hungry. She was his heart and soul, worth more than the lives of 3 generations combined. Upon entering the house, he sensed something was amiss. The door to the western room was ajar, and the latch had come undone. Rushing into the western room, he found that Chunmei had vanished without a trace. He hurried to the eastern room, only to discover that the lock on the red cabinet had been smashed open. Lifting the lid, he found the money box empty. However, he did not immediately suspect Zhao Xiaoyu. Though the boy was wild, he had not yet descended to such depths. He would never dare commit such a grave error. Besides, he had always longed for a mother. Ever since Chunmei arrived, he had transformed into a more understanding and obedient child, no longer running amok in the world. It must be that the boy, unable to bear the solitude, had wandered off to play, leading to the misfortune of theft at home, where not only money was stolen, but also a person. At that time, the village often fell prey to thieves from afar, who stole grain, livestock, and anything they could lay their hands on. Zhao Dasan stumbled out of his home, exclaiming in distress, and spotted Zhao Tianyao returning home, shovel in hand, singing a mountain tune. "Stop singing," Zhao Dasan called, hastily approaching and grasping Zhao Tianyao's arm. "What hast lost?" Zhao Tianyao replied, bewildered. Chunmei is missing." A cacophony ensued, and the villagers gathered at the village entrance. The team leader briefed everyone on the situation, inquiring if anyone had seen Chunmei. Wang Zuiping recounted what she had observed. Zhao Dasan urgently asked, which direction did they head? Wang Zuiping pointed northward. "They went that way, claiming they were bringing you food." Oh no. I was to the south working on the clay. Why would they go north?" Zhao Dasan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "This woman must have abducted my son." The team leader rallied the entire team to search for Zhao Dasan's beloved child. But they were deceived by Zhao Xiaoyu's diversionary tactics, focusing solely on the north, and as night fell, they found nothing. As the crowd gathered at the village entrance to discuss the matter, they saw Zhao Xiaoyu approaching from the south, looking dejected. Upon seeing the crowd, he quickened his pace and ran to Zhao Dasan. "Dad," she ran away. "I tried to chase her, but couldn't catch up." Everyone was taken aback, turning their gaze towards Wang Zuiping, who was equally stunned. She had clearly seen Zhao Xiaoyu leave with Yi Chunmei, not as one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Zhao Dasan, understanding his son best, lunged forward and seized Zhao Xiaoyu, striking him. You let her go, and now you deny it? You worthless wastrel. Do you know how much I spent to buy her? This time, he struck with fervor. One hand gripped Zhao Xiaoyu's arm, while the other and his feet landed indiscriminately upon him, differing from his previous reprimands. He was utterly furious. To acquire Yi Chunmei, his family had sacrificed nearly all their grain, plunging them into a dire famine. He had not anticipated that it would ultimately prove true what Yi Chunmei had said. A bamboo basket fetching water is all in vain. Had he known this, he would not have shown her such leniency. Zhao Xiaoyu let out a couple of cries before being rendered silent, his mouth agape and face turning a deep shade of purple. After a prolonged struggle, he retorted, "She ran away on her own. I did not release her. Can you not admit it? She escaped, seized a hammer from the coal pile, smashed the door, freed herself, and broke the cabinet to take the money." Zhao Dasan continued his relentless tirade. "Someone saw you both heading north. Do you think you can fool me?" Zhao Tianyao joined the fray, rushing back inside to retrieve a feather duster, which he wielded mercilessly against Zhao Xiaoyu's legs. "Don't you constantly cry for your mother? After all the trouble I went through to bring one back for you, you simply let her go." With each strike, Zhao Xiaoyu's cries pierced the air, his body dancing erratically in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Unable to deny his actions, Zhao Xiaoyu began to plead for mercy. "Stop hitting me. I don't want a mother anymore. I truly don't." The crowd hurried to intervene, urging, "Little Yu is still so young. He cannot withstand such deception. Blame that woman instead. The heart of a cruel woman is the most venomous." Wang Tsuaping, with her southern accent, chimed in, "Zhao Diyi, Zhao Degu, please stop. I was just making things up. I didn't see them. I only fabricated a lie out of concern for your distress." Her father-in-law, Wu Shulin, shot her an admonishing glare. "Why indulge in lies? Return home at once." Wang Tsuaping clicked her tongue, hesitating before turning to leave the gathering. After having fled multiple times, she had endured her fair share of beatings from the Wu family. The crowd surged forward, pulling Zhao Tianyao and his son apart, while urging, "Little Yu, hurry and run." However, Zhao Xiaoyu did not flee. Instead, he continually rubbed his arms and legs, bouncing on the ground, weeping, "I don't want a mother anymore, truly not." Perhaps he was in urgent need, as he fumbled with his belt, trembling all over but unable to undo it. The crowd soon noticed a wet patch spreading in his trousers, a stark contrast to his pale neck, which quivered slightly. A little girl exclaimed, "Mother, he wet his pants." How pitiful. Darkness fell. The oil lamp inside flickered to life, and most of the onlookers had departed, leaving only the captain and a few elderly busybodies. Zhao Xiaoyu curled up in the corner of the Kong, tears welling in his eyes, hugging his chest, shivering in fear. Zhao Tianyao sat against the wall at the edge of the Kong, his face ashen, gasping for breath, his sparse white hair damp with sweat. Zhao Dasan squatted in the corner, chain-smoking, the ground before him strewn with cigarette butts. The room was thick with smoke, and shadows of several figures danced eerily on the walls, reminiscent of a hall of the underworld. "No more beating. You might injure him," the captain intoned meaningfully. "Everything is a trial. This is your Zhao family's trial. You cannot escape it. Once it passes, all will be well. The matter of finding a wife requires patience. Marriage cannot be rushed. When fate arrives, it cannot be denied. We shall take our leave. You two should calm down." Zhao Dasan merely grunted in acknowledgement. After the captain and the elderly departed, Zhao Dasan smoked 2 more cigarettes, stood up, and approached the edge of the Kong, glaring at Zhao Xiaoyu with fury. Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled in terror. Sighing deeply, Zhao Dasan beckoned to Zhao Xiaoyu, his voice low and serious. "Come here." Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously, his lips quivering, unable to produce a sound. "I won't strike you. Come here quickly." Zhao Dashuan's tone softened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyu struggled to crawl over. Zhao Dasan rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, revealing a myriad of scars adorning his arms and legs, clusters and lines, some red and others purple, a sight that was truly alarming. He gently traced his fingers over those wounds, causing Zhao Xiaoyu to tremble with pain, drawing in sharp breaths through clenched teeth. Zhao Dasan lifted his shirt, exposing several elongated scars on his back, swollen and ridged, resembling serpentine streaks of crimson, clearly inflicted by Zhao Tianyao's feather duster. Enough. Zhao Dasan could no longer endure the torment. "Must you be so ruthless? The back is connected to the heart. Do you not fear causing lasting harm? What? Zhao Tianyao, brimming with pent-up fury, leaped off the bed's edge, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Dasan. I sold everything to buy you a wife, and you haven't even touched her. Yet you let this brat go free, and you dare blame me for hitting him? Did I strike him as hard as you? Zhao Dasan retorted. He's barely a child. Can he withstand such punishment? You worthless wretch, you deserve to remain single for life. Zhao Tianyao huffed, his anger palpable. To be a man, one must be merciless. If you do not discipline him now, he will grow even more unruly. If he dares to let that woman go today, tomorrow he may very well set fire to the house. Had you heeded my advice and taken decisive action, securing her with your 5-inch meat skewer, she would not have dared to flee. Even if she ran to the ends of the earth, she would have returned obediently, having carried your seed. All that money wasted. Enough, enough. Zhao Dasan waved his hand dismissively. I shall not marry anyone, even if someone were to offer themselves at my door. I refuse to believe that a living person can be outdone by a mere chicken. I never intended to buy a wife. It was you who insisted. And now look, everything is in vain, not a feather left behind. Just as Zhao Tianyao was about to counter, the door creaked open, revealing a small head peering in. Qingyao, do you need something? Zhao Dasan recognized the girl. Her name was Su Qingyao, of the same age as Zhao Xiaoyu. And it was she who had once teased Zhao Xiaoyu about wetting his pants. She timidly stepped inside, hesitating momentarily before entering the east room. Dressed in a yellow checkered outfit with 2 small braids, she approached Zhao Dasan and handed him a glass square bottle. This is safflower oil. It can heal wounds. My mother asked me to bring it to you. For the rural folk of that time and place, safflower oil was a rare luxury, both costly and difficult to acquire. It was only during the autumn when the commune hosted a material exchange fair that wandering merchants would sell it, though few would purchase, as many believed it was a scam. In rural areas, injuries were commonplace, and people thought that with a few days of rest, they would heal naturally without the need to spend money. Zhao Dasan accepted the safflower oil, inquiring, how does one use this? Apply it where there are wounds. Su Qingyao explained, but do not ingest it. Zhao Dasan examined the bottle for a moment before returning it to Su Qingyao. No need. You may take it back. Chapter 13. Prohibition from school. Su Qingyao appeared somewhat troubled. After a moment's thought, she placed the safflower oil on the bed's edge. Then, she pulled several pieces of fruit candy from her pocket and set them down beside the oil. My mother says that eating candy can alleviate pain. Zhao Tianyao chuckled softly, pinching a piece of candy, unwrapping it with care before placing it delicately between his lips, savoring its sweetness. He affectionately ruffled Su Qingyao's hair, exclaiming, what a considerate child you are. Su Qingyao shivered slightly in fear, instinctively retreating a step. Zhao Tianyao chuckled again. This child, she is actually afraid of me. Aren't you the one who loves to laugh? Why do you wear such a serious expression today? Su Qingyao was renowned in the team for her infectious laughter. From a young age, she would giggle at the sight of others smiling, and even when witnessing tears, her laughter would bubble forth, leading some to mistakenly deem her simple-minded. As she grew older and gained a modicum of understanding, her propensity for laughter remained. It was not mere smiling, but rather an exuberant, hearty laughter, perhaps stemming from her low thresholds for amusement. A simple, mundane comment or action could send her into fits of giggles. Yet, at that moment, her face was drawn tight, a hint of trepidation clouding her countenance. Hearing Zhao Tianyao's words, she strained to muster a smile, revealing her pristine, well-aligned little teeth and rosy gums. Why are your teeth not white? Zhao Tianyao teased, playfully tapping her lips. Isn't Qingya? Oh, no, it's not just Qingya. Zhao Dasan interjected with mockery. Her name was bestowed by a feng shui master. She lacks water in her 5 elements. Hence both characters bear 3 water strokes each, totaling 6 strokes, more than the 5 elements themselves. Zhao Tianyao scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Dasan. Look at your limited intellect. Can't you tell I'm merely jesting with the child? 6 water strokes, more than the 5 elements. What sort of reckoning is that? You can't even recognize the most rudimentary characters, yet you pretend to be cultured. Observing this exchange, Su Qingyao muttered a hasty farewell and departed. As she reached the doorway, Zhao Dasan called after her. Qingyao, aren't you off to school soon? Su Qingyao turned back, replying, this autumn. The door creaked shut, and the sound of her light footsteps faded into the distance. Zhao Xiaoyu stared blankly at the door. Stop staring. Zhao Dasan snapped, whether you look or not. It won't change the fact that you can't attend school. You've burdened our family with enough hardships. From now on, you'll work hard to repay the debts. You're not a child anymore. You'll join me in the fields tomorrow." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded softly. Zhao Dasan unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth, saying, "You should have some too." Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then gingerly unwrapped a piece of candy, allowing it to melt in his mouth. The candy dissolved into a stream of honeyed sweetness, permeating his taste buds and flowing through his veins with an unusual exhilaration. He smiled. Indeed, candy could alleviate pain. The following day, Zhao Xiaoyu collected the wrappers of the 7 candies he had consumed, pressing them beneath a canvas-covered felt mat, where they would eventually flatten like leaves in a herbarium. This was a cherished pastime of his childhood. He salvaged a royal jelly tin from the rubbish, where he stored hundreds of perfectly flattened candy wrappers, vibrant and colorful. He often displayed them on the Kong, studying each one as if it were a masterpiece of world art. Zhao Dasan had extracted a large expanse of salt flat, as vast as an airport, but had only managed to cultivate a small patch of mud bricks. His wife ran away, leaving him devoid of motivation to continue, and that salt flat transformed into a playground for children. They engaged in games such as sandbag tossing, shuttlecock kicking, and mud fights, reveling in their youthful exuberance. However, Zhao Xiaoyu never ventured there, as if it had become a forbidden place for him. Instead, he began to assist his grandfather and father in the fields. During spring, he helped with sowing seeds. Leading the mule, which pulled the seed drill, he watched as Zhao Dasan operated the drill from behind, allowing seeds to be sown into the furrows plowed by the drill. "It's crooked. Where are you looking? Slow down, you're sowing too sparsely." Zhao Dashuan's reprimands frequently echoed across the fields. Following that, they would weed, irrigate, and apply fertilizers, the latter causing tears to stream down his face as he sneezed incessantly. In summer, they harvested wheat. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, and the wheat ears seemed to dance with fervor, their sharp edges pricking at him, leaving bloody trails across his skin, which stung and itched under the sweat. Zhao Xiaoyu, bare-chested, wielded a sickle, his skin darkened by the sun, glistening under its rays. His hair, unkempt and wild, made him appear like a little savage. Still too young, his pace was slow, and he often injured his hands and legs, bearing numerous scars. He struggled with bundling the wheat, as the bundles he tied often fell apart at the slightest touch of a pitchfork, inciting a torrent of scolding from Zhao Dasan. "How many times have I taught you? Tie it in 2 loops, one clockwise and one counterclockwise. Can't you understand plain words?" Afterward, they would thresh the wheat, winnow it, and store it. Their home lacked a granary. Instead, the grain was packed into burlap sacks and stacked in the west room. They would then harness the mule cart to transport the grain to the grain station for sale. This was a state obligation, with each household assigned a specific quota. Not only was the price dismally low, akin to giving it away, but they also had to contend with the scrutiny of the grain station staff, who always found various faults: too many impurities, moisture damage, or underdeveloped grains. Such flawed grain required further processing. Zhao Xiaoyu accompanied his father and the emaciated mule under the sun from dawn until dusk, ultimately having to offer the staff a couple of cigarettes to reluctantly sell the fruits of their labor at a meager price to the national granary. At that time, the prevailing policy proclaimed, "Pay the state's share, reserve enough for the collective, and the remainder belongs to you." Should they refrain from selling grain, monetary compensation was required. After the wheat was harvested, they would irrigate the vacant land, plow it, level it, and sow seeds of cabbage and turnips. Following this, there was a brief respite. With the school year commencing, Zhao Xiaoyu sat each day atop a dirt mound at the village entrance, his eyes eagerly watching the students return home. Among them, he spotted Su Qingya, who still wore her hair in 2 small braids and carried a floral backpack, patched together with colorful fabric scraps by her mother. She walked differently from the others. While they simply walked, she seemed to dance, her arms swinging side to side like wings fluttering, her small palms clapping against her thighs, causing her braids to bob up and down. Each time he saw her, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, muttering under his breath, like a fool. Yet Zhao Xiaoyu found his own joy in catching fish. In the streams and ditches, wherever there was water, he would roll up his trousers and wade in to feel around. He would gather some bitter beans, mugwort, and other plants, bundle them together, and push them from one end of the ditch to the other, filtering the water until the lively fish were driven onto the shore, their beautiful scales glimmering in the light. However, he preferred to catch fish with his bare hands, as it was far more exhilarating. He relished the sensation of the fish gliding past his fingers, which always brought him immense joy and hope. Sometimes he would stir the water with his feet, clouding it, forcing the fish to surface for air. With quick reflexes, he would snatch one and toss it onto the bank. Alternatively, he would dig a small pit by the water's edge, fill it with water, and temporarily keep the fish there. With his hands submerged, he would feel around, knowing that the clever fish would often hide in the deeper holes created by his footsteps. By probing one pit after another, he was sure to have some success. Finally, he would string the fish onto 2 reeds, one in each hand, parading back home. That evening, the 3 generations of the Zhao family would enjoy a hearty meal, and Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan would undoubtedly pop open a bottle of sorghum liquor to celebrate. One day after lunch, while Zhao Xiaoyu was fishing in a certain water area, he felt something bump against his knee. Caught off guard, he fell face first into the water, his head and face enveloped in muddy water. Chapter 14. 2 Red Carp. Zhao Xiaoyu struggled desperately to emerge from the murky depths, spitting out mud and wiping his face, cursing under his breath, yet he couldn't help but smile. For he had spotted 2 large fish, their sleek black backs visible above the filth, each measuring over a foot long. Although the fields here were watered by the Yellow River carp were rarely seen. Instead, there were plenty of crucian carp. These fish did not grow large, typically no longer than a palm, and although they were bony and delicate, making for a delicious fish soup, there was hardly any meat to be had. This was a small ditch, with locks at both upstream and downstream, effectively a stagnant pool. Even the largest fish would find themselves at a disadvantage here, either caught and cooked or left to perish as the water dried up. However, Zhao Xiaoyu underestimated the strength of these 2 fish. Time and again, when he tried to hold them down, they would flip him over in the water. With his strength, he could not compel them to surrender, yet he refused to give up. He wanted to call his father for assistance, but feared that in doing so, the fish might be snatched away by someone else, even though he was alone. Moreover, he was eager to catch them himself. He tried various methods, but could not secure the 2 fish. During his struggle with one of them, he accidentally sat down in the water, and that particular fish happened to be right beneath him. Although the fish was strong, Zhao Xiaoyu, weighing 50 kilograms, managed to pin it down. It wriggled incessantly, causing his buttocks and thighs to itch, and he chuckled uncontrollably. He suppressed the discomfort, competing in endurance with the fish. After a while, the fish's struggles began to wane, and it finally lay still. Zhao Xiaoyu cautiously extended his hands below, firmly grasping the fish's waist before tossing it onto the shore. He followed suit onto the bank, and the fish, seemingly indignant, glared at him with its round eyes, its mouth opening and closing as if to say, "You little rascal. This does not count as a victory. Dare to try again. Why aren't you jumping now?" Zhao Xiaoyu taunted, filled with a radiant joy akin to sunlight. After a brief rest, he employed the same technique to catch another large fish, 2 red carp, locally known as red waist fish. Rushing to the grassy area, he plucked a strand of reed to string the 2 fish together. The fish were too large to be combined, so he had to string them separately, each requiring its own blade of grass to support its weight. Estimating that the students would soon be returning from school, Zhao Xiaoyu washed himself in the muddy water, donned his clothes, and sprinted towards the village entrance. This time, he did not sit atop the dirt mound, but rather concealed himself within the trees. Before long, Su Qingya and several girls appeared along the path. Once they passed, Zhao Xiaoyu lagged behind at a distance. As Su Qingya and the girls parted ways to return home, he sprinted forward, clutching the 2 large carp in his hands, finally catching up just as Su Qingya was about to enter her yard. "Su Qingya, wait," he called out, his voice tinged with trepidation. Turning back, Su Qingya recognized him, paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over and cradling her head in her hands. Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled sheepishly, realizing it was the mud on his face and head that had amused her. He presented the 2 carp before her, saying, "Here, a fish for you." Typically indifferent to such gestures, he now felt a hint of shyness, barely completing his sentence. "Where did this come from? It's enormous." Su Qingya halted her laughter, standing up to examine one of the fish, scrutinizing it from various angles. "I caught it in the river," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, freeing one hand to gesture towards the distance, inadvertently brushing his head and dislodging a clump of hardened mud. No wonder she had laughed. He then extended the other fish towards her, saying, "This one is for you too. Take it home to eat." "Is it still alive?" Su Qingya hesitated. not accepting the second fish, instead poking the mouth of the first one with her finger. It's alive, I just caught it. They haven't had a chance to die yet. The fish obligingly opened its mouth, confirming its vitality. Su Qingyao exclaimed, it really is alive. Suddenly, she burst into laughter again. It hasn't even had a chance to die. You're killing me with laughter. Zhao Xiaoyu grinned foolishly and nudged the fish forward once more. I'm giving them all to you. Su Qingyao glanced at the fish in her hands, and then at the one still held by Zhao Xiaoyu. Seemingly reluctant, but ultimately handing her fish back to him. I can't keep it. My mom will surely scold me. Zhao Xiaoyu quickly reassured her. Your mom won't scold you. She asked you to bring me the red flower oil, which truly works wonders. The pain subsided immediately after I applied it. But I've run out of oil, so I'll trade you the fish. Su Qingyao responded with an "oh," shaking the fish in her hand. Then I'll take one. You can keep the other. Zhao Xiaoyu earnestly wished to present 2 fish to Su Qingyao, and seizing the moment when no one was around. He boasted extravagantly, my family eats fish every day. We're almost tired of it. Take them. In reality, his family indulged in fish only a few times a year, with such sizable specimens gracing their table only during the New Year celebrations. His father and grandfather would inevitably drink when they saw fish, a habit Zhao Xiaoyu despised. He added, I simply love catching fish, not eating them. This was indeed the truth, despite his perpetual lack of sustenance. The fishy odor that clung to him after a catch completely robbed him of his appetite. Su Qingyao waved her hands dismissively, saying, no need, I'll just take one. She then inquired, why aren't you in school? Zhao Xiaoyu's expression darkened. My dad won't let me go. Is school really interesting? It is. He replied, his eyes lighting up. When the bell rings, class begins. When it rings again, class ends. There are so many classmates. We share lessons and play together. It's so much fun. Is it just about classes and breaks? Su Qingyao asked. Yes, he affirmed. How tall is the class? Zhao Xiaoyu asked dreamily. Is it as high as the dirt mound at the village entrance? Is it tiring to go up and down? Su Qingyao was momentarily taken aback and then burst into laughter, her mirth so intense that she could hardly contain herself. After a while, she managed to say, you're killing me. Class isn't on a dirt mound. It's in a classroom, where you listen to the teacher. And recess isn't going down a mound. It's playing outside and having fun. Zhao Xiaoyu let out a soft "oh," his face reflecting wonder, which then shifted to disappointment. Suddenly, Su Qingyao proposed. Then I shall teach you. I want to be a teacher. You can call me Teacher Su. Really? Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. Yes, Su Qingyao nodded. You need to prepare a backpack, a notebook, a pen, and a classroom, which is just a room. You should also find a few students around your age. And I'll teach you to read and do arithmetic. Zhao Xiaoyu frowned. But I don't have a classroom. Su Qingyao pondered for a moment. Then we can just find a spot and draw a square on the ground to serve as our classroom. You handle the rest. All right. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Su Qingyao suddenly chuckled, pointing at the dirt on Zhao Xiaoyu's head. You're covered in mud. Quickly find a mirror to look at yourself. It's quite amusing. With that, she lifted the fish and skipped back to the yard. Just before entering the house, she turned back and waved at Zhao Xiaoyu. Chapter 15. Teacher Su's school. Zhao Xiaoyu did not take the remaining red carp home. Instead, he dashed to the entrance of Sun Guixiang's yard. As expected, 2 beams were stretched across the doorframe. While the beams posed no obstacle for Zhao Xiaoyu, he hesitated to enter. The black dog, perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps or the scent of fish, bounded out of the yard, barking fiercely at Zhao Xiaoyu. He called out. But the dog did not retreat. Instead, it barked even more ferociously, exposing its sharp teeth. Dogs possess an uncanny understanding of humans, regardless of who arrives. Even if they know the person, they will keep them at bay until their owner gives confirmation. Zhao Xiaoyu stepped back a few paces, and the dog pursued him. Fortunately, only barking and not attacking. This is the admirable quality of dogs. They do not rely on empty threats to scare off visitors, but will refrain from biting unless it truly serves to protect their owner from trouble. At that moment, upon hearing 2 chirps, the black dog received its command, immediately ceasing its raucous barking. It turned and returned to the entrance, crouching at the feet of Jin Hai, who stood behind 2 beams, whining affectionately and wagging its tail. Upon seeing Jin Hai, Zhao Xiaoyu smiled and ran over, inquiring, "Where's your mother?" Jin Hai turned his head and gestured with his lips, "At home." He noticed the fish in Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, and a glimmer of astonishment sparkled in his eyes. "Where did such a large fish come from?" "I caught it," Zhao Xiaoyu boasted proudly. using his free hand to brush off the dried mud from his hair, as if it were a badge of honor, akin to his grandfather's war wounds or a soldier's medal. He lifted the fish higher, saying, "This is for you. Take it home and have your mother cook it. It has few bones and plenty of meat." "Are you really giving it to me?" Jinhai asked, slightly incredulous. "Of course. Hurry, take it." Overjoyed, Jinhai accepted the fish, cradling it with both hands, admiring it closely as if it were a treasure. "Let us go to school together." Zhao Xiaoyu began to recruit students for Su Qingya. "My mother wants me to start next year," Jinhai replied. He was a year younger than Zhao Xiaoyu and Su Qingya, still not of school age. The village had a total of 11 small teams of children, assembling into a primary school located at the village center, about 7 or 8 miles from the newly established team, causing the local children to generally start school later. Due to the distance from home, the school could only implement a single dismissal policy: no returning home at noon, arriving at school in the morning, and releasing all students at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Lunch was resolved with self-provided dry rations, and those without food would go hungry. At that time, children possessed a remarkable ability to endure hunger. The concept of a nap was non-existent. Such a system also served the purpose of parents exploiting their children's labor after school. They were expected to work in the fields. "It's not about attending that school. It's about attending Su Qingya's classes," Zhao Xiaoyu elucidated. "Su Qingya is now a teacher and will teach us children who have not yet started school how to read and do arithmetic. There's no need to go to school. It will be right here in the village." "Su Qingya is a teacher?" Jinhai questioned, puzzled. "Wasn't she just starting school?" "Ah, it's complicated to explain. I'll come to find you tomorrow. We need to prepare a backpack, a notebook, and a pen." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu fell silent, noticing Sun Guixiang emerging from the main house, approaching them. "Jinhai, who is that?" she asked, and upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu, her expression darkened, and she approached the entrance with palpable hostility. "What are you doing here?" "Haven tea, I told you to stop bothering my Jinhai." "Mom, this fish was given to us by Zhao Xiaoyu," Jinhai said, lifting the fish with a pitiful expression, clearly eager to claim it for himself. Sun Guixiang glanced at the fish, her demeanor remaining unsoftened, and asked Zhao Xiaoyu, "Why are you bringing fish to our family?" Zhao Xiaoyu scratched his head. "The meat and rainbow beans you sent to my house were truly delicious, so I brought a fish back for you." After a moment's thought, he added, "This is the fish I caught. My father and grandfather don't know." Sun Guixiang raised her eyebrows slightly, then let them drop again, instructing Jinhai, "Give the fish to him." Reluctantly, Jinhai handed the fish over from between the beams, but Zhao Xiaoyu did not accept it. Instead, he turned and ran away. It remains uncertain whether the fish played a role, but Sun Guixiang surprisingly ceased to hinder the interactions between Jinhai and Zhao Xiaoyu, even permitting Zhao Xiaoyu to visit her home, albeit with an unfriendly demeanor each time they crossed paths. Su Qingya's school soon came to fruition within her family's courtyard. Unlike the villagers, her parents harbored no disdain for Zhao Xiaoyu and wholeheartedly supported her educational endeavors. The family comprised 3 children, with Su Qingya having 2 elder brothers. The eldest had already entered junior high and resided at the commune school, while the second brother was also in school, returning home daily to assist their parents in the fields. As the youngest child, Su Qingya was indulged by her parents, since she aspired to establish a school. They encouraged her pursuit. After all, she was a child, and they believed in allowing her to play. Her father even painted a small blackboard with ink for her, affixing it to a corner of the courtyard wall. Su Qingya drew a rectangular outline on the ground, symbolizing the classroom. Armed with chalk salvaged from school, she pretended to write on the blackboard, scribbling in 112. Her students were merely 2, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai. Lacking desks, they resorted to using mud bricks as seats, sitting upright with an air of seriousness that was rather commendable. Their backpacks were fashioned from plastic sheeting, and their notebooks were crafted from scrap paper. Poor Zhao Xiaoyu had no pen and instead sharpened a piece of charcoal to serve as his writing instrument, often staining both hands and the bedding with dark smudges by night. However, this charade did not last long, as complications arose with Su Qingya herself. Despite her repeated admonitions for Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai to adhere to classroom discipline, she often became distracted, losing interest mid-lesson, having not learned much herself. Primarily, her 2 students were exceedingly obedient, even more so than those at school. When she tasked them with arithmetic, both managed to solve the problems correctly, leaving her at a loss for any reason to reprimand them, thus depriving her of the joy of teaching. Jinhai, naturally timid, often found himself in tears from bullying by village girls, and thus dared not defy teacher Su. Zhao Xiaoyu, usually bold, transformed into a docile kitten in Su Qingyao's classroom. Su Qingyao frequently struck the blackboard with her ruler, desperately attempting to deliver a significant lecture, only to conclude with a lackluster class dismissed, or school's out, or even shall we play shuttlecock. After a few days of teaching, Su Qingyao ultimately realized that being a student was far more enjoyable. The bustling autumn harvest season arrived, and Zhao Xiaoyu became preoccupied, leading to the dissolution of Su Qingyao's school. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to address her as teacher Su. The labor in the countryside often converged into a frenzy of activity, harvesting sunflowers, picking corn, digging melons, and gathering cabbages, followed by the relentless tasks of shelling sunflowers, husking corn, and storing cabbages and turnips for winter. Amidst the crisp autumn winds, Zhao Xiaoyu languished through his childhood days. Chapter 16. Dandan yet, Zhao Xiaoyu still yearned for school. After the autumn rush, the weather turned colder, signaling the onset of winter. Grandfather and father resumed their wanderings to the west, indulging in drinking and gambling, activities they never lacked funds for. One sunny day, Zhao Xiaoyu arranged to meet Jin Hai, and together they ventured to the village primary school. Jin Hai was initially reluctant, yet the monotony of his home life and the enticing persuasion of Zhao Xiaoyu led him to acquiesce. The village primary school was situated at the village center, alongside a supply and marketing cooperative and a health clinic. After the transition from public to private, these establishments had been contracted by the eldest son of the newly established team, Qin Laohan. Thus the Qin family had become one of the first to prosper. This location was closest to the first and second teams and not too distant from the newly formed team, while the furthest were the sixth and eighth teams, approximately 10 li away. The village was named Jianxi, one of 5 natural villages in Hipu Township. Zhao Xiaoyu had accompanied his father to the cooperative there. Thus he was familiar with the route. Traveling by bicycle would require a detour of 3 li, whereas walking would bring them closer, albeit necessitating the crossing of a sandy hollow. The edges of the hollow were bordered by farmland, with an unclaimed graveyard nestled in its center, and further afield lay a wild jujube forest. As they traversed the farmland, Jin Hai began to have second thoughts, timidly expressing his fears. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, "What is there to fear? Even the girls are not afraid." Jin Hai insisted on returning home, but through Zhao Xiaoyu's encouragement, coaxing, taunting, and even intimidation, they managed to navigate past the sandy hollow. They arrived at a canal known as Jian Tuan Canal, a shared irrigation channel between Jianxi and Tuanjie villages. Measuring over 3 meters in width and, when full, deep enough to submerge an adult. Currently, it held only half its capacity, its surface shimmering with a green hue, still unencased in ice. Since only the children from the newly established team needed to cross the sandy hollow, no bridge had been constructed in this vicinity of the canal. Instead, a makeshift plank, known as a dan, had been assembled. This plank, akin to a single log bridge, was even more challenging to navigate. Being merely as thick as a bowl's rim, crooked and unstable at both ends, swaying precariously beneath one's weight, reminiscent of a tightrope act. In those rural times, such dan were commonplace, making the ability to traverse them an essential skill for everyone, regardless of age or gender. For the energetic Zhao Xiaoyu, this was a trivial feat. He did not need to extend his arms for balance. Instead, with hands clasped behind his back and head bobbing, he strolled across as if on solid ground. In stark contrast, Jin Hai hesitated, one foot perched on the plank, while the other remained firmly planted on the ground, his face a mask of panic. Zhao Xiaoyu stood on the opposite bank, encouraging him. "It's easy. Once you step on, you won't be scared. Don't look down. Keep your gaze forward." This was the secret to crossing the plank, relying solely on one's sense of balance. If one focused on the ground below, dizziness would ensue. If one stared too long, an illusion could take hold, making it seem as though the water was still and the plank was moving, leaving one suspended in midair, inevitably leading to a fall. Jin Hai remained paralyzed by fear, pleading, "Let's go back." Zhao Xiaoyu insisted, "You must learn how to cross the plank. Otherwise, how will you go to school? Even the girls can do it." Despite Zhao Xiaoyu's incessant encouragement and imparting of techniques, Jin Hai was still too frightened to proceed. Nearly in tears, Zhao Xiaoyu, exasperated, declared, "Then go back. I shall go alone." As he descended the canal embankment, unable to see Jin Hai, he tilted his head back and mimicked a wolf's howl. Although the village children had never seen a wolf, they often heard tales from the elders, who spoke of a time when wolves roamed freely in the area. Jinhai had always felt a certain trepidation towards the desolate sandy pit, and upon hearing the howl of a wolf, he was so frightened that he burst into tears. Zhao Xiaoyu, please don't leave me. I am scared. Zhao Xiaoyu climbed back onto the canal bank and urged, hurry over here. Jinhai still hesitated to step onto the narrow beam. After much effort, he finally managed to place both feet on it, but after only a few steps, feeling his body tilt, he retreated in fear. I can't do it. What will you do in the future? I'm so annoyed. I've never met anyone so cowardly. Zhao Xiaoyu complained, then took a few determined steps forward, squatting in front of Jinhai. Come on, I'll carry you over. And are common self-referential terms used by local rural men. Is neutral and lacks aggression, while carries a more derogatory connotation. Are you sure you can manage? Jinhai remained apprehensive. Hurry up, Zhao Xiaoyu urged. After a moment of reluctance, Jinhai climbed onto Zhao Xiaoyu's back. Zhao Xiaoyu stood up, steadied him with his hands, and stepped onto the beam. Although he was carrying a person, it felt almost no different than walking with an empty load, aside from the added weight, making the beam sway more vigorously. To tease Jinhai and add some amusement, Zhao Xiaoyu intentionally paused in the middle, rising on his toes, causing the beam to wobble and creak as if it might snap at any moment. I'm scared. Hurry. Jinhai, who had just stopped crying, began to weep again. Zhao Xiaoyu laughed heartily. After sufficiently teasing Jinhai, he leisurely made his way to the opposite side. After crossing the canal and passing 2 villages, they arrived at the primary school in Jianxi village. The school was quite rudimentary, lacking even a courtyard wall, comprising only a few hat-and-boot structures with peeling, mottled walls. The term hat-and-boot refers to a local architectural style, characterized by a stone foundation, 3 layers of bricks above, and a main body of adobe, capped with another 3 layers of bricks. Additionally, there was a western foot structure, where the western corner of the house was built with brick columns. Old Qin's house was constructed in this manner. The most luxurious type was the brick to the top, which, as the name suggests, was constructed entirely of bricks, though such houses were still a rarity in the rural areas at the time. Upon reaching these buildings, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai peered through the windows to observe the students in class. The students sat upright, hands behind their backs, eyes fixed ahead, with textbooks placed on their desks. The teacher wrote 2 lines of chalk on the blackboard, punctuating the air with a stick. Wherever the teacher struck, the students would chant in unison. The scene and the sound of their recitation enthralled Zhao Xiaoyu. After observing one classroom, they moved on to the next, where they spotted a few children from the newly established work team. During their spying, a teacher noticed them and came out to scold them. Jinhai, frightened, wanted to leave, but Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling unsatisfied, pulled him along to continue their observation. Finally, in one classroom, Zhao Xiaoyu spotted Su Qingya, who was engrossed in writing at her desk. A female teacher brandished her pointer, strutting back and forth in the aisle with an air of authority. As Su Qingya inadvertently turned her head, she caught sight of Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai. She paused for a moment, then silently smiled, taking advantage of the teacher's distraction to signal them with a gesture. Her motion captured the attention of other students, who turned to gaze out the window. The teacher followed suit, looking outside, yet paid no heed to the two. In a school devoid of walls, it was common for nearby children to peek in, as long as it did not disrupt the classes. Lenient teachers typically turned a blind eye. Boldly, Zhao Xiaoyu dashed to the classroom door and called out clearly, "Teacher Su." This exclamation drew the attention of all the students. Su Qingyao widened her eyes in surprise. The teacher approached the door and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "My surname is not Su, it is Gao." Zhao Xiaoyu pointed at Su Qingyao. "I'm looking for her. Is she Teacher Su?" "Yes, she is my teacher," he affirmed. The teacher couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to Su Qingya, "You are impressive. After just a few days of school, you've already become a teacher?" The classmates erupted in laughter. Su Qingya stood up, her head bowed, her face flushed with a blend of shyness and nervousness, yet her chin remained held high. She was stifling a laugh. The teacher shot a stern glance at Su Qingya and asked Zhao Xiaoyu, "What do you want with her?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied, "Nothing much. She is part of our team. We just came to take a look." "What are you looking at?" The teacher's annoyance surfaced as she struck the door panel with her pointer twice. "Do not linger around the campus without reason. Hurry along." Zhao Xiaoyu responded with a reluctant "oh" and turned to leave. As he did, he noticed Su Qingya still standing there, dressed in a red and black plaid top, seemingly fond of checkered attire. Her hair was styled into a thick braid, sectioned with several hair ties, resembling a dark lotus root. He also observed her covering her mouth with her hand, her body swaying slightly. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai departed from the classroom. Jinhai intended to return, but Zhao Xiaoyu was left wanting more. Spotting an iron bucket hanging from a large tree, he approached, noticing a hammer suspended in the center of the bucket, with a slender rope attached to the hammer's lower end hanging down to just above his head. "What is this?" he asked Jinhai. Jinhai shook his head, admitting ignorance. The rural boy, having never watched television, read books, or experienced the world, was unaware that it was a bell. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Xiaoyu, having seen buckets being pulled from wells with ropes, but never water being drawn from above, stood on tiptoe, barely reaching the end of the rope. He gave it a shake, producing a sharp sound from the iron bucket. "This is fun." He continued to shake the rope, striking the bucket in a rhythmic manner, increasing the tempo. "Stop hitting it," Jinhai suddenly exclaimed. "They are all coming out." Zhao Xiaoyu turned around to see several teachers and students emerging from the classrooms. Some paused to observe, while others gathered in lines in the open space in front of the classroom. At that moment, a male teacher rushed up to the two boys, snatched the rope from Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, and shouted, "What are you doing? Sounding the assembly bell?" "Assembly bell? I didn't know," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, bewildered, shaking his head. "Which class are you from?" The male teacher, in a fit of rage, shouted, "We are not students." Gasping for breath, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Xiaoyu's face. Turning around, he barked, "Everyone return to class. The two troublemakers are not an emergency assembly." Jinhai, retreating slightly, hurried to dissociate himself, exclaiming, "He hit him. I didn't hit him. I told him not to, but he insisted." Zhao Xiaoyu, covering his numbed face, looked fearfully at the teacher, acutely aware of his misstep. The students, chuckling, made their way back to the classroom, while the older students seized the moment to jeer. "Well done. Keep it up. Give it until school's out." At that moment, a female teacher called out, "Su Qingya, those are your two students, aren't they? Look at the trouble they've caused." Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to explain, the male teacher intercepted him, saying, "What are you going to do? It was I who struck him. It has nothing to do with Su Qingya. She doesn't even know we're here." Zhao Xiaoyu pointed towards the classroom. The teacher glanced back and shouted, "Get lost." Once the students had returned to class, Zhao Xiaoyu departed with Jinhai. Jinhai complained, "I told you not to hit him, yet you insisted. Now look at the trouble you've stirred." Zhao Xiaoyu, brooding in silence, suddenly halted and glared at Jinhai, fiercely retorting, "Get lost. If I don't carry you across the river later, you'll have to swim on your own." Jinhai immediately shrank back, grasping Zhao Xiaoyu's arm, pleading with a quavering voice, "I misspoke. I want to say it again. You can't leave me to cross the river alone. I can't swim. I'll drown, or even if I don't drown, I'll freeze. Please." Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged him off and kicked him twice with force. Jinhai burst into tears, but recognizing his dependence on Zhao Xiaoyu, he trailed behind, incessantly begging. As they neared the canal's edge, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly sprinted up the high dam, swiftly crossing the canal, cursing under his breath and sneering as he walked away without looking back. Behind him, Jinhai cried out in anguish. As Zhao Xiaoyu entered the jujube grove, he could still hear Jinhai's wailing. He picked up a stone and knocked down a dry jujube, munching on it as he turned back. Jinhai stood atop the dam, his face flushed from crying. And upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu appear on the opposite dam, he immediately stifled his sobs, his body still trembling, and pitifully asked, "Will you carry me across the canal?" Zhao Xiaoyu smirked, "I will carry you, but you must call me daddy." Jinhai hesitated, replying, "How about calling you brother?" "No." "Then uncle?" "No." "What about old master?" "No, it must be daddy. Even grandpa won't suffice." Zhao Xiaoyu proudly paced back and forth on the dam, measuring the distance with his foot. It takes 12 steps. You must call me daddy 12 times. One for each step." Jinhai pouted, torn between tears and restraint, and after a lengthy pause, finally managed to mutter, "Daddy," though it was barely audible. Zhao Xiaoyu responded, "That doesn't count. I didn't hear you clearly. Don't mumble like you have an egg in your mouth. It needs to be crisp and clear." Jinhai composed himself, cleared his throat, and after a moment's hesitation, distinctly called out, "Daddy." Zhao Xiaoyu elongated his tone in response, his hands caressing his chest, as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit on a sweltering summer day, feeling utterly at ease. "Call again. Father. Hey, call again." Father. Hey, continue. Father. Jin Hai called out 6 times in succession, then paused, saying, for the remaining 6 calls, you must carry me. Otherwise, what will happen if I finish calling? And you don't carry me? Zhao Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. But what if I carry you over, and you don't call? Jin Hai replied. If I don't call, you can still carry me. I can neither defeat you nor outrun you. Ah, good son, you possess some wit. Zhao Xiaoyu stroked his beardless chin. All right, I shall heed your words. He feigned an adult demeanor, puffed out his belly, and swaggered over from the shoulder pole. Squatting before Jin Hai. Come, dear son, hop on. He carried Jin Hai to the center of the shoulder pole, but suddenly halted, twisting his body, taking 2 steps forward. Then 2 steps back, swaying like a traditional dance, causing the shoulder pole to sway along. Jin Hai, frightened, cried out loudly. Hurry, call father. 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 Jin Hai called out an uncountable number of times, clinging tightly to Zhao Xiaoyu's neck, as if fearful that Zhao Xiaoyu might deny him as his son. Chapter 18. The fool. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoyu realized that having Jin Hai call him father not only yielded no advantage, but rather resulted in a misfortune. His wife would become a widow who brings misfortune and mismanagement. It would be more appropriate for him to call him grandfather. Pa. Zhao Xiaoyu spat several times. Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasun were, as usual, not at home, yet they had prepared a meal at noon. In the cupboard lay a half-dry pancake the size of a pot lid. Zhao Xiaoyu tore off a piece and fetched a ladle of cool water from the jar to eat with it. After sitting quietly on the edge of the Kong for a while, he ventured to the earthen mound at the village entrance. 3 boys approached, whistling at Zhao Xiaoyu, waving their hands, and calling out, Zhao Xiaoyu, you've got guts. Come ring the bell again tomorrow. The construction primary school welcomes you. Ha ha ha. Shortly after they passed, 6 girls approached, among them Su Qingya. She seemed unaffected by the bell-ringing incident, still bouncing as she walked, her arms flapping against her thighs. Compared to other girls, she truly appeared to be a carefree fool. One girl spotted Zhao Xiaoyu first and pointed at him, exclaiming, Su Qingya, your student is waiting for you. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu, Su Qingya did not appear angry. Instead, she laughed heartily, her body swaying in delight. She ran up the mound and asked, what made you think of ringing the bell? I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was a bell. I thought it was a water bucket, Zhao Xiaoyu replied apologetically. Is there a water bucket hanging from a tree? Does it dangle in midair? Su Qingya laughed so hard she nearly stomped her foot. When her laughter subsided, Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, did the teacher scold you? No. She just said, why are your team members so uncouth? How were they raised? I said he has no mother to teach him. Then the teacher punished me to write the pinyin 20 times, and I finished it all during the last self-study period. Su Qingya even bore a somewhat proud expression. Zhao Xiaoyu muttered to himself, isn't that a scolding? Truly a fool. Once again the question arose, when the bell tolls, must you all assemble? Su Qingya replied, the sound of the bell varies. 3 rings followed by 2 signify readiness, while the assembly bell rings incessantly, prompting one to sprint. What does it imply? Su Qingya gestured, mimicking the rhythm of the bell. Ding ding ding, ding ding. 3 consecutive rings denote the class bell. Ding ding. 2 rings indicate the end of class. Ding. A single ring signals preparation. Ding 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 ding. An unending chime represents the assembly bell. When the assembly bell sounds, regardless of one's location, one must rush to the designated gathering point. It's quite amusing. Zhao Xiaoyu envisioned such a scene in his mind. Indeed, it is rather delightful. Everyone relishes the sound of the assembly bell, for it means no more classes. My classmates are asking you to come and ring it again tomorrow, huh? They even call me Teacher Su. How embarrassing. Su Qingya chuckled once more. Zhao Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. Although Su Qingya had faced criticism over this matter, it seemed not too grave, as she still managed to smile. In the future, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to frequent the elementary school, albeit without Jin Hai. Following the incident with his father, the two ceased their interactions. Zhao Xiaoyu harbored resentment towards him for betraying him, while Jin Hai feared being compelled to call him father again. This time, Zhao Xiaoyu had learned his lesson. He refrained from spying on the students during class and no longer rang the bell. He simply sat there, waiting for Su Qingya to finish her class before engaging her in conversation. Whenever Su Qingya's classmates spotted Zhao Xiaoyu, they would tease her, "Your student is here again." Su Qingya would smile with pride. Indeed. Eventually, Zhao Xiaoyu mingled among the students, playing alongside them. The village primary school's facilities were rudimentary, and teaching resources were scarce. During physical education classes, the teacher would instruct the students to line up and run 2 laps before declaring the session over, allowing them to engage in free play while the teacher retreated to the office for a rest. At this juncture, the students would produce their prepared toys and play together. The girls typically played with shuttlecocks, beanbags, and games of tag, while the boys often engaged in marbles, spinning tops, and strides, occasionally indulging in martial arts games, playfully throwing punches and kicks. Whenever physical education classes were in session, Zhao Xiaoyu would join in the fun, when others did not recognize him. He would claim to be from another class, and no one would question him. When a player was needed, he was readily included. The Jianxi primary school only had 6 classes, 1 for each grade. As a result, many first-grade students became aware of a second grader named Zhao Xiaoyu, and vice versa. At that time, aside from the newly established team, most others were already electrified. Wealthier families had even acquired televisions, having watched Huangshui and Shenzhen, thus familiarizing themselves with various martial arts terminologies, which led them to praise Zhao Xiaoyu's agility. This fellow, surrounded by a throng, could carve a bloodied path and swiftly ascend a tree. Consequently, as a member of the newly established team, Zhao Xiaoyu was not well regarded by the villagers. Yet, as a non-student, he was quite popular among the pupils. Even some teachers mistakenly believed Zhao Xiaoyu to be a student of the school. Of course, many recognized him as the one who rang the assembly bell. The newcomers to the team were well aware that Zhao Xiaoyu frequently visited the school, and the compassionate women felt a twinge of pity for him. The child yearned for an education. However, the majority lacked empathy. Whenever they spotted Zhao Xiaoyu returning from the direction of the school, they would mock him with sarcastic remarks. Has Zhao Xiaoyu gone back to school again? Learned a few characters, has he? Zhao Xiaoyu would respond by playfully contorting his mouth and eyes, making a grimace and muttering. Upon turning away, he would softly add, "And your mother too." Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had slipped by. Zhao Xiaoyu had turned 8. As spring yielded to summer, the scattered crops in the fields began to ripen, prompting Zhao Xiaoyu to resume his petty thievery. This time, however, he did not indulge alone. He often concealed the pilfered tomatoes and cucumbers within his clothing and hurried to the primary school. After Su Qingyao finished class, the two would squat in the shade of a tree to feast. Su Qingyao would inquire, "Doesn't your family grow any crops?" Zhao Xiaoyu, hesitant to admit his theft, would fabricate a story about receiving them from someone else, and the naive Su Qingyao never suspected a thing. One morning, just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to set off for school, he had not yet exited the village when he heard someone calling his name. It was Wang Cuiping, the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaoyu had just stolen 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes from the Wu family's plot, cleverly hidden in his sleeves. Thanks to the generously oversized clothing his father had purchased for him, his family's tomato harvest had yielded only 2 ripe fruits, both of which he had pilfered. This marked Zhao Xiaoyu's first theft from the Wu family. Though audacious, he was somewhat intimidated by the formidable Wu clan. According to their own claims, the Wu ancestors had served as palace guards during the Qing dynasty, acting as personal bodyguards to the Empress Dowager, skilled in martial arts and impervious to harm. While there may have been an element of boasting involved, the villagers had witnessed the Wu family's ruthlessness firsthand. Their fights were fierce and relentless, and anyone who crossed them would surely face dire consequences. The Wu family was numerous. Apart from the elderly couple, they had 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls. The youngest was about Zhao Xiaoyu's age, while the eldest was roughly the same age as Zhao Dasan. Had it not been for the restrictions of family planning, Mrs. Wu likely would have continued giving birth indefinitely. The abundance of family members made their household lively enough, leading them to disdain interactions with the villagers, who, in turn, were reluctant to engage with the Wu family, as disagreements often escalated into violent confrontations, a risk most ordinary people preferred to avoid. The general impression was that this family was quite peculiar. Zhao Xiaoyu had no intention of stealing from them, yet the sight of that vividly red tomato, so brazenly displayed, was simply irresistible. Now, with Wang Cuiping calling his name, it was evident she intended to confront him. Chapter 19. Sending a letter. Zhao Xiaoyu halted instinctively, hiding his arms behind his back. Wang Cuiping approached, cradling a child, and pulled Zhao Xiaoyu's arms to the front, giving them a pinch. The child was quite slender, and the oversized clothing hung loosely on him. Zhao Xiaoyu's heart raced. He feared she had discovered the cucumbers and tomatoes hidden in his sleeves. Stammering a few incoherent sounds, He found himself unable to speak. Where are you headed? Wang Zuiping asked again. To school, Zhao Xiaoyu replied, intending to lie, but under the pressure of the moment. He inadvertently spoke the truth. Wang Zuiping glanced around and inquired, Are you familiar with that place? It's not bad. I go there often, Zhao Xiaoyu replied, uncertain of her intent. I've heard their essay supply and marketing cooperative there. Do you know about it? Yes. And their essay health clinic. Are you aware of that? Indeed, the health clinic and the supply cooperative are connected. Qin Fuzhong from our team oversees both, providing medical care and selling goods. Wang Zuiping adjusted the child in her arms, looked around once more, and whispered, I've heard their essay postman who delivers and collects mail at the supply cooperative every day. You know of him, don't you? Yes. I've seen him once, riding a bicycle with a large satchel strapped to his back. Zhao Xiaoyu gestured, discreetly concealing his arms behind him. There was only one post office in the entire township, located at the commune, with collection points for letters throughout the village, usually at the supply cooperative. Those needing to send letters would drop them there for the postman to collect. Letters to be delivered were handed to the students from various teams by the cooperative staff for them to take back. The postman only serviced the village center, not the smaller teams. Suddenly, Wang Zuiping's expression shifted to one of unease, her breath becoming labored, as if she were making a significant decision. After a moment, she reconfirmed her surroundings, adjusted her sun slightly, unbuttoned her blouse, and stealthily pulled out an envelope from within. Her hands trembled as she leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, could you help me send a letter? Her voice quavered. Zhao Xiaoyu found it strange. After all, sending a letter was simply a matter of dropping it at the cooperative's counter. Why did she appear so anxious? Sure, he replied, accepting the letter and noticing a few lines written on it. He exhaled in relief. She was not confronting him about anything. Quickly hide it, Wang Zuiping urged nervously. Zhao Xiaoyu complied, tucking the letter into his pocket. Wang Zuiping then fished out a crumpled 2-jiao bill from her pants pocket, saying, the letter isn't stamped yet. You can't just drop it at the cooperative. You must wait for the postman to arrive, buy a stamp from him, affix it to the envelope, and hand it directly to him. Do not give it to anyone else. This is 2-jiao. The stamp costs 8 fun. You can use the rest for candy. Zhao Xiaoyu, delighted at the sight of the money, accepted it with enthusiasm, oblivious to Wang Zuiping's odd behavior. Remember, she pressed a hand on Zhao Xiaoyu's head, her tone serious yet quiet. You must personally hand the letter to the postman. Do not give it to anyone else, and do not leave it at the cooperative. Okay, I'll remember, Zhao Xiaoyu assured her. Now go, and when you return, wait for me here. I'll come over when I see you. All right. With 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes hidden in his sleeves, a letter in his pocket, and 2 jiao in hand, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a rush of excitement as he sprinted toward the sandy mound, inspecting the money closely before kissing it. This was indeed his first earnings. More precisely, it was the first sum he could spend as he wished. Previously, he had found 50 cents, which he had hidden away, intending to buy toys when the traveling vendor came through the village. Before the vendor arrived, Zhao Dasan discovered the money and took it to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes. Zhao Xiaoyu hurried to school and entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Qin Fuzhong was seated behind the counter, busily calculating with an abacus. As a villager, Qin Fuzhong adhered to a routine akin to that of city dwellers, commuting daily on his 28-inch flying pigeon bicycle, managing both his cooperative and the local clinic. In truth, Qin Fuzhong was not a qualified doctor. He had never formally studied medicine nor possessed a license. He had merely perused medical texts and acquired some knowledge of pharmaceuticals, adept at administering injections and infusions. In an era marked by scarce medical resources, he thus became an unqualified yet indispensable healer. Initially, people mocked him, questioning how one could earn a living from treating the occasional patient, dismissing his efforts as mere idleness. However, when they finally recognized his success, Qin Fuzhong had already amassed considerable wealth, becoming the first villager to earn over 10,000 yuan. It seemed they overlooked that he also operated a supply and marketing cooperative, serving not just the residents of the new brigade but the entire Jianxi village, encompassing 12 small teams and thousands of individuals. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired at the door. Has the postman come? Qin Fuzhong looked up at Zhao Xiaoyu. Old Zhang is on leave these days. Do you need to send a letter? Hand it over to me. Do you have the money? Zhao Xiaoyu, unaware of the significance of Wang Zuiping's letter, replied honestly, I'm sending it for someone else. She didn't affix a stamp, so I need to see the postman. Qin Fuzhong reached into the counter and retrieved a large block of stamps. tossing them onto the counter. I have these, they're 8 cents each. Just stick them on and leave them here. When old Zhang returns tomorrow, I'll give them to him. Perhaps Wang Zuiping did not fully trust Zhao Xiaoyu, only vaguely instructing him, which left Zhao Xiaoyu unclear about her intentions. Or perhaps his eagerness to send the letter compelled him to spend his own small change. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the counter, retrieving the letter and the money, placing them down. That'll be 12 cents. In his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu believed that Wang Zuiping's insistence on handing the letter directly to the postman was due to the absence of a stamp. Now that he had it, there was no need to wait for the postman, especially since he was on leave today. Zhao Xiaoyu was known for his knack for seizing opportunities. Qin Fuzhong inspected the envelope, momentarily startled, then discreetly tore off a stamp, applied glue to its back, and casually tossed it beneath the glass counter before handing Zhao Xiaoyu the 12 cents. Zhao Xiaoyu reiterated, "Make sure to give it directly to the postman, don't forget." Qin Fuzhong chuckled, "How many letters do I send for others daily? Am I likely to forget yours?" Zhao Xiaoyu glanced at the counter and noticed several letters tucked beneath the glass, which eased his mind. He used the 12 cents to buy 3 pieces of sorghum candy before heading to school, settling beneath the shade of a tree opposite Su Qingya's classroom, waiting for her to finish her class. Chapter 20. Tensions rise. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students surged out in a flurry. Su Qingya spotted Zhao Xiaoyu sitting in the shade of a tree and joyfully skipped over to him, crouching down in front of him. "You're back again." Zhao Xiaoyu replied excitedly as he pulled out 3 pieces of sorghum candy. "I brought you some sweets. I sent a letter today, and they gave me an extra 12 cents, so I bought 3 pieces of candy." Su Qingya chuckled and shook his head. "I don't want any. I have plenty of candy at home. My mother says if I eat more, I'll lose all my teeth and become a toothless old lady. Go ahead and eat." Old ladies lose their teeth because they are old, not just because they eat candy. My grandfather never eats candy, and he now uses dentures. Zhao Xiaoyu pushed 2 pieces of candy into Su Qingya's hands while taking one for himself. He unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. "Is it sweet?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked. "I still think the candy from that day was sweeter." "Which day?" Su Qingya also placed a piece of candy in his mouth. "The 7 pieces you gave to my family. Was that sweet?" "That was because you were in pain at the time, so you thought the candy tasted sweet." Su Qingya chewed on the soft candy. It wasn't sweet at all, and it had a slight sourness, causing a pang in his teeth as he chewed. It was much better to eat this kind of candy, soft, sticky, and sweet. After enjoying the candy, Zhao Xiaoyu handed Su Qingya a tomato and a cucumber. "Class is starting." Su Qingya tucked the cucumber and tomato into his clothes and rushed back to the classroom. Zhao Xiaoyu, holding the cucumber in one hand and the tomato in the other, took a bite of the green one, then a bite of the red one, happily making his way back. Upon returning to the village, he saw Wang Zuiping standing at the spot where she had given Zhao Xiaoyu the letter earlier that morning, cradling a child. Zhao Xiaoyu approached her. "Did you send it?" "I did." "Did you hand it to the postman yourself?" "Yes." Zhao Xiaoyu didn't want to elaborate, believing that as long as the stamp was affixed, everything would be fine. "I saw him tear off a stamp, stick it on the back of the envelope, and then put it away." However, the him was not the postman, but Qin Fuzhong. Good, that's wonderful." Wang Zuiping's pale face flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled. She turned to leave, but after a few steps, she looked back and said, "Xiaoyu, you are truly a good child." Watching her slightly unsteady steps, Zhao Xiaoyu felt puzzled. Yi Chunmei called him a good child because he had released her. Why did Wang Zuiping say the same? Could it be that he truly was a good child? Remembering the brutal beating he had received, he instinctively shrank his neck. Perhaps it was better to remain a bad child. That night, the villagers surrounding the Wu family heard a woman wailing throughout the night, accompanied by the sounds of a man's beatings and curses. At dawn, the Zhao family of 3 generations had yet to rise when they heard heavy knocking on the door from outside. "Zhao Xiaoyu, get out here. Open the door, or I'll smash it down. Today, I'm going to chop you up, you little bastard." The 3 were startled awake, and Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dashun looked suspiciously at the groggy Zhao Xiaoyu, asking, "What trouble have you caused this time?" Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in confusion. "I haven't done anything wrong." Outside, the knocking intensified as tools were brought into play. Zhao Tianyao exclaimed, "Wait a moment, I am in the midst of dressing." He hastily donned his clothing and approached the door, only to find that a section of the door had been smashed and the glass above had shattered. Fortunately, in that era, doors were constructed from solid wood. Though not aesthetically pleasing, they were remarkably sturdy, with robust hinges and internal wooden bolts. At the threshold stood nearly 20 members of the Wu family, men and women alike, forming a dark and intimidating mass, each wielding various implements: butcher knives for slaughtering pigs and sheep, cleavers for chopping vegetables, hoes for tilling the earth, sickles for harvesting grain, and even scythes for cutting hay. They were all fierce and menacing, clamoring for the blood of Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Dasan, upon witnessing this formidable assembly, felt a surge of trepidation, his heart racing in fear. In the case of another family presenting such a display, it might have been mere bluster. However, the Wu family was known for their readiness to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Zhao Dasan had witnessed, in his youth, the Wu family engaging in a brawl with another household from a neighboring village. That family, unfamiliar with the Wu's temperament, had foolishly led their entire clan to confront them, only to be met with a savage response that sent them fleeing in terror, one individual suffering the grievous loss of an arm. Zhao Dasan inwardly lamented. What has this fool done to disturb their ancestral graves? Father and son stood resolutely at the entrance, inquiring about the commotion. Wu Yaozong, the younger of the Wu family, shouted, "Do you not know what your little rascal has done? Bring him out immediately. Justice must be served. You two step aside." Zhao Tianyao replied, "We truly do not know. Please, enlighten us as to the cause of your anger." At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu emerged, having hastily dressed, and peered through the gap between his grandfather and father, witnessing the tension outside. For the first time, he felt a pang of fear, realizing that there were individuals in the world far more formidable than his grandfather and father. His immediate thought was of the cucumbers and tomatoes he had pilfered from the Wu family's garden. Suddenly, someone spotted Zhao Xiaoyu and lunged to seize him. But Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan swiftly blocked the attack. In his fright, Zhao Dasan stumbled over his words. The child, he does not understand. If he has erred, let us address it accordingly. We can discuss compensation. Let us remain calm and find a resolution. He turned and shouted, "Retreat into the house and stay hidden." Only then did the Wu family members begin to recount the events that had transpired. It turned out that Wang Zuiping had written a letter to her family in the southern hometown, claiming she had been sold by human traffickers to the far northwest, providing a specific address for her family to come to her rescue. This letter had been dispatched by Zhao Xiaoyu. Fortunately, a well-meaning individual had intercepted the letter before it could be sent, averting a potentially catastrophic outcome. At this juncture, villagers began to gather, drawn by the commotion. The village leader and several elders attempted to intervene, but were repelled by Wu Yaozong, brandishing a butcher's knife. This is a matter between the Wu and Zhao families. It does not concern you. If you insist on meddling, we would not hesitate to take a few more. Wu Yaozong snarled. The villagers, well aware of the Wu family's reputation for ferocity, dared not intervene further, remaining silent in apprehension. Zhao Tianyao, with his hands clasped in apology, lamented, "I am deeply sorry. Regardless of the circumstances, my wife remains unharmed, which is a small mercy amid our misfortunes. That little rascal will be dealt with. Esteemed guests, let us not dwell on minor transgressions. I implore you to show mercy and grant us leniency. My son and I bow before you, and once the autumn harvest concludes, we shall procure a sheep to present as an offering of repentance to your family." Wu Yaozong, brandishing a cleaver, retorted, "The one at fault is Zhao Xiaoyu. We must take one of his limbs today. You may choose whether it be an arm or a leg. Will it be us who enact this, or will you do it yourselves?" With tears streaming down his face, Zhao Tianyao extended an arm and pleaded, "Take mine instead. The child is still so young. Losing even a single limb would ruin his life. If you must take my life, so be it. Spare the child. He does not comprehend. He surely knows not what was written in that letter. He is uneducated and illiterate." Yet, regardless of Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dashuan's desperate explanations and pleas, the Wu family remained unmoved, insisting that Zhao Xiaoyu must emerge, or they would forcibly take one of his limbs. The situation grew increasingly perilous, the standoff more intense, as the Zhao father and son realized they could no longer hold back the tide. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyao turned and rushed back into the house. "Father, where are you going?" Zhao Dasan called out. Zhao Tianyao did not reply, but hurried into the west room. The Wu family, driven by a sense of justice, focused solely on Zhao Xiaoyu and did not lay a hand on Zhao Dasan. Zhao Dasan continued to negotiate, escalating the compensation offer. Yet the Wu family showed no interest in any resolution apart from the fate of Zhao Xiaoyu's limbs. Then, a commanding shout erupted from within the house. Zhao Tianyao emerged. Clad in a military uniform devoid of insignia, a military cap perched upon his head, a large knife slung across his back, and a rifle in hand. Striding purposefully from the west room. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhao Dashun stared in disbelief, stepping aside. "Damn it, this is never-ending." Zhao Tianyao racked the rifle's bolt, raising it with both hands, aiming at the Wu family outside. "Come on, let us see who dares to pluck a single hair from my grandson today." The armed Wu family members, startled by the sight of Zhao Tianyao wielding a firearm, began to retreat. Zhao Tianyao had often boasted to the villagers about possessing a rifle, and they had dismissed it as mere bravado. Little did they know it was indeed a reality. As he approached the doorway, all remnants of his earlier submissiveness vanished. His mouth slightly agape, revealing a set of tightly clenched dentures, he glared fiercely, exuding an imposing presence. The rifle gleamed with polish, and the large knife on his shoulder was adorned with a red silk sash. His blind eye was covered by a dark patch, presenting an intimidating visage. The Wu family continued to back away, while bystanders hurriedly dispersed, wary of being caught in the crossfire. "Come on," he thundered, "damn it. I have fought for over a decade, taking the lives of no less than 800 foes. What difference do a few more make? I once defended my homeland. If I cannot protect my own grandson now, what use is this head of mine? I might as well feed it to the dogs. Come on." His final cry of "come here" suddenly escalated into a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the windows to rattle and making the onlookers shiver involuntarily. He stepped forward and continued, "What kind of adults are these, fussing over a child? Can't they manage their own women? What business is it of mine concerning my grandson? He cannot read. How could he possibly know what was written in that letter? What fault has he committed? Humanity has sunk so low that reason is no longer upheld. They are even less than animals." An instant silence followed, interrupted only by the arrival of a swallow from afar, which flew to the eaves to feed its young. After a flurry of chirps, it took flight once more. Yet it did not venture far. It descended just a few meters, landing amidst the crowd of onlookers, who scattered in alarm. A gunshot rang out. Blue smoke billowed from the barrel, as Zhao Tianyao pulled the trigger, sending an empty shell casing flying to the ground, bouncing at the feet of the Wu family, who recoiled several steps in unison. After the gunfire and the startled cries subsided, the atmosphere felt as though it had frozen. "Come here," Zhao Tianyao bellowed again. "Let me make it clear, my gun is loaded only with blanks. I won't kill your entire family, but I do possess a knife, and I will take a few of you down. Come here. I want to see if you descendants of old harlots are immune to knives and guns. It's not that old harlot. Who dares to bully us foreigners? A bunch of traitors, what a joke." The term old harlot referred to Empress Dowager Cixi, whom he mistakenly interpreted as the progenitor of the bodyguards surrounding her. The Wu family exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. They dared not advance. Yet retreating would mean losing the dignity of the imperial guards. Zhao Tianyao's cry had struck them to the core. They never anticipated that this old man, who usually engaged in gambling and boasting, possessed such formidable strength and presence. They believed that even if he expended all the bullets in his gun, that large knife could still sever several heads. Seizing the opportunity, the captain stepped forward to mediate. He could neither accuse the Wu family nor urge Zhao Tianyao to lower his weapon. He could only play the peacemaker. "It's merely a misunderstanding," he asserted. "We all know that Zhao Xiaoyu cannot read. He has never spent a day in school. How could he know what was written in that letter? Let us disperse. And Dashun, please educate your son. Yaozong, keep a close watch on your wife, and the villagers will help as well." Ultimately, the Wu family retreated, swaggering in with bravado but leaving in dejection. Zhao Tianyao swayed slightly, holstering his gun, and using his right hand for support. He drew forth his large knife with his left, holding it at an angle, its blade glinting in the sunlight. The remaining onlookers felt a chill run through them, despite having no grievances with Zhao Tianyao. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zhao Tianyao sheathed his knife and gun, returning indoors. He wrapped them once again in the burlap cloth he had used earlier and placed them back in the west room. Zhao Dashun inquired, "Do you still have bullets?" Zhao Tianyao replied, "Originally, there were 2 left, but I just fired one, so now there's only 1 bullet remaining." Father and son sat together on a small stool in the outer room, one lighting a pipe while the other ignited a cigarette. Zhao Dashun asked with concern, "Do you think they will come looking for trouble with Xiaoyu again?" "The Wu family is not to be trifled with," Zhao Tianyao declared, "not to be trifled with. Yet here I am. Come at me. As long as I draw breath, They shall not lay a finger on my grandson. Ever since being summoned back to the east room by his father, Zhao Xiaoyu had been huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, a warm surge coursed through him, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "Xiaoyu, come forth," Zhao Tianyao called out. Zhao Xiaoyu hurriedly slipped on his shoes and emerged from the room, standing before his grandfather and father. "Did you deliver the letter to the postman?" Zhao Tianyao inquired. "No," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, wiping his tears and swallowing hard. "The postman is on leave. I entrusted it to Qin Fuzhong." "That scoundrel!" Zhao Tianyao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. "All he cares about is making money and currying favor with the Wu family, devoid of any conscience. Even if he fears that the letter might reach Wang Zuiping's family and bring trouble from the Wu clan upon him, he need not deliver it to them. He could have torn it up, thrown it away, or buried it. Anything but this. He is truly despicable, reveling in chaos." Zhao Dashun sighed. "Indeed. I just heard that Wang Zuiping was beaten by the Wu family all night, screaming in agony. We don't even know if she is still alive. Qin Fuzhong has brought calamity upon us both." After chain-smoking 2 cigarettes, Zhao Tianyao suddenly said, "Let Xiaoyu go to school this autumn. Let him acquire some education. Perhaps he might escape this cursed place. Prolonged exposure to such an environment will turn one into a beast." The ancients were not mistaken when they said that poverty breeds treachery. Zhao Xiaoyu, despite his efforts to hold back his emotions, could no longer contain himself, and tears flowed freely like a spring. Zhao Dashun chuckled bitterly. "I never truly intended for him to forego school. It was merely a hasty remark made in anger. I later forgot about it, and by the time I remembered, it was already winter, past the enrollment period, and he hadn't mentioned it either." Zhao Tianyao, bemused, retorted, "If your backside were any larger, your heart would spill out. I hadn't forgotten. I thought you had decided against it. Well then, let him go. Our Zhao family must produce some talent. Otherwise, we will continue to be bullied." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu dashed out, running far before returning with a sickle in hand, and then sprinting off again. "Where are you going?" Zhao Dashun called after him. But Zhao Xiaoyu had already disappeared into the distance. During this period, there was little work in the fields. The sunflowers had just been cut, and the wheat had yet to ripen. Zhao Xiaoyu's task was to gather grass for the mule. However, he usually slacked off, merely ensuring that the mule did not starve. Today, he was determined to collect ample grass to satiate the animal. He ventured into the sunflower and corn fields, cutting grass wherever he found it, bundling one sheaf after another, seemingly tireless. The morning dew still clung to the ground, enveloping the tears of an 8-year-old boy. Chapter 22. The start of school. The tumult surrounding the letter had passed, yet its repercussions lingered. The villagers had witnessed the wrath of a prominent family and the fury of a seasoned veteran. Zhao Tianyao remained unchanged, reverting to his former cantankerous self, ambling through the village each day with his hands clasped behind his back. Whenever he spotted a gambling den, he would gravitate towards it, even if he had no money. He would borrow to partake in a few rounds. If unable to procure funds, he would simply watch, his frustration evident as he fumed and glared, as if his own money had been lost. When people saw him again, there was an added layer of reverence in their eyes. Joking about him required a careful balance, and no one dared to make jest about his lower body anymore, with the most they would do being to mention his blind eye. "Why aren't you wearing that black goggle anymore?" They would jest, that's just for show. The Marshall family remained true to their roots, despite their apparent failure. Their status in the villagers' hearts remained unscathed. Their unity, ferocity, strength, and unyielding spirit, one that would not hesitate to retaliate against any affront to their family, commanded deep respect from the villagers. The Marshall family, once merely a tale, had now transformed into a legend. They were no longer merely formidable. They had become utterly untouchable, unless one was willing to relinquish their very organs as if they were mere possessions. Zhao Xiaoyu, in a moment of confusion, had nearly brought upon himself a fatal calamity simply by delivering a letter for Wang Zuiping. Imagine the consequences had Zhao Tianyao not been a soldier. Had he not possessed a firearm, perhaps Zhao Xiaoyu would now have become a disabled individual, incapable of pilfering scraps from the villagers. Yet, there was indeed someone who had become disabled, and that was Wang Zuiping. Following the incident with the letter, the villagers had not seen Wang Zuiping for a prolonged period. They dared not inquire or speculate, only wondering in silence. Had Wang Zuiping perished? The Marshall family was not only formidable in combat, their intelligence network was equally robust. Otherwise, How could the letter Zhao Xiaoyu had sent find its way back to the Marshall family? Discussing matters concerning the Marshall family was akin to the peril of slandering the government in dark times. An ominous atmosphere loomed over the newly formed team. One day, 3 months later, the villagers finally caught sight of Huangshui Town. Born in the picturesque Jiangnan waterside, she had once possessed a petite, exquisite figure, tender skin, and a round, radiant face. However, upon their next encounter, she had undergone a drastic transformation. Her once delicate frame had become emaciated, her fair complexion had turned pallid, her full cheeks had sunken in, and her cheekbones jutted out sharply. Her hair was disheveled, and a scar marred the back of her hand, extending beneath her sleeve. The extent of this scar remained unknown, for even on a scorching summer day, she donned long sleeves, the cuffs tightly fastened. The most significant change was in one of her legs, which seemed devoid of a joint, rendering it incapable of bending and lending her gait an oddity. It wasn't until years later, when electricity was introduced to the team and they watched the television drama, The Wandering Son of the Border Town, that they realized Fu Hongxue was imitating Huangshui Town's walk. One leg would step forward, while the other would slowly drag behind, leaving a long, ribbon-like trace upon the ground. Yet Fu Hongxue wielded a knife and was highly skilled, able not only to protect himself, but to vanquish foes one after another. In contrast, Huangshui Town was utterly powerless. She no longer toiled in the fields and rarely appeared in the village, merely emerging a few times each day to enter and exit her yard, sometimes fetching firewood or feeding the pigs, her expression vacant and her eyes hollow. Zhao Xiaoyu had encountered her once. He had intended to hastily retreat, but his feet, unresponsive, remained rooted in place. He understood that her current state was linked to that letter, and consequently, to himself. He found it difficult to articulate his emotions, whether it was remorse, resentment, or perhaps pity. Meanwhile, she remained in a daze, oblivious to her own thoughts. Yet, she stood still, gazing at him, her eyes lingering on his silhouette even after he had walked a considerable distance away. September 1st, 1988, marked the first significant day in Zhao Xiaoyu's life. He was to commence his schooling. Zhao Dasan intended to ride his bicycle to accompany him, but Zhao Xiaoyu declined. He was more familiar with the construction primary school than his father. The campus, devoid of walls, was chaotic, teeming with students. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired about the new student classroom and hurriedly made his way there. He was exhilarated, for it was the very classroom of Su Qingya. The classroom was equally tumultuous, filled not only with students, but also with many parents gathered around the podium to pay fees and enroll. Zhao Xiaoyu scanned the room but did not see Su Qingya, so he squeezed to the front, where he spotted Su Qingya's homeroom teacher, Ms. Gao, a young woman in her 20s, registering students. Ms. Gao, Zhao Xiaoyu called out. Ms. Gao looked up and assessed him. You must be one of Su Qingya's students. Correct? The one who rang the assembly bell? Yes, that's me, Zhao Xiaoyu replied, scratching his head awkwardly. And where is she? Who? Su Qingya? She has been promoted to the 2nd grade. Ms. Gao waved her hand dismissively. Go on, no need to come back here. You can find her in the 2nd grade. But I want to enroll too. Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed. I want to be in the same class as her. Ms. Gao regarded him with interest and pointed to her own chest, saying, if you are a new student, you can only enroll here. If you wish to be in the same class as Su Qingya, then you must study diligently and strive to skip a grade. What does skipping a grade mean? It means if you perform well in your studies, you can advance from the 1st grade directly to the 3rd grade. And next year you will be in the same class as her. Oh, that's a whole year away, Zhao Xiaoyu said, disappointed. Then let us proceed with the enrollment. Once all the students had registered, Ms. Gao asked the parents to leave, and she distributed textbooks to the students before convening a class meeting. At that time, schools never held parent-teacher meetings. If a teacher wanted to know about a student's home situation, they would conduct home visits, though these were rare. When Zhao Xiaoyu settled into his seat, he noticed 2 new members of the young pioneers in the classroom. One was Jin Hai, and the other was Wu Failong, the 5th son of the Wu family. Zhao Xiaoyu muttered to himself, damn it, just when I thought I could avoid them. These 2 little rascals are in the same class. No way, I must skip a grade. After Ms. Gao outlined some important information for new students and explained the daily schedule. She suddenly called out, Zhao Xiaoyu, stand up. Startled, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly rose to his feet. Ms. Gao introduced him to the class. This is Zhao Xiaoyu, a member of the young pioneers, who is a year older than most of you. I am appointing him as our class monitor for the time being. Once everyone becomes acquainted, we will hold a re-election. Overjoyed, Zhao Xiaoyu never anticipated that he would assume such a position on his very first day of school. Although he was unsure of the magnitude of this role, a sense of pride welled within him. Listening to Su Qingya, it was said that aside from the teacher, the class monitor held the highest position in the class. Although she excelled in both character and academics, she merely served as the study committee member. After the class meeting, Zhao Xiaoyu hurried to the second-grade classroom, eager to share the delightful news of her appointment as class monitor with Su Qingya. However, Su Qingya had already left, leaving only a few duty students behind. Chapter 23. Danger. Beneath the large tree adorned with a clock stood two individuals, Sun Guixiang and Jin Hai. Sun Guixiang, with both hands resting on her bicycle, spotted Zhao Xiaoyu approaching with her backpack and called out to her. "What's the matter?" Zhao Xiaoyu felt a twinge of unease, fearing she might be questioned about having Jin Hai call her dad. Sun Guixiang explained, "Jin Hai cannot manage the burdens alone, and I cannot escort him every day. The detour he takes is too lengthy. Since you are in the same class and are the monitor, please extend your assistance to him." Zhao Xiaoyu sighed in relief, puffed out her chest, and confidently declared, "No problem, I've got this." After Sun Guixiang rode off with Jin Hai, Zhao Xiaoyu smugly muttered, "You little rascal. Just wait and see how I handle you." Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoyu announced to Zhao Dasun, "Dad, I've become the class monitor." Zhao Dasun scoffed. "What's there to be proud of, managing a bunch of unruly kids?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied, "Dad, please wake up early tomorrow and make breakfast for me." Zhao Dasun retorted, "How can I possibly wake up early? Just boil some hot water and eat the leftover food yourself." Zhao Xiaoyu insisted, "Then at least prepare some snacks for me. I'll need to eat at noon." Zhao Dasun advised, "Just hold on. Have a proper meal when you come home. Eating snacks is not good for your stomach." The following day, at the break of dawn, Zhao Dasun nudged Zhao Xiaoyu awake. "Hey, it's time for school," he said before snuggling back under the covers. After dressing, Zhao Xiaoyu washed up and intended to soak some dry pancakes in hot water, only to find the thermos empty. Her father had forgotten to boil water the previous night. Reluctantly, she had to use cold water instead. For an entire year, Zhao Xiaoyu had been drinking cold water. As she stepped outside with her backpack, she spotted Jin Hai waiting for her not far away. She approached and asked, "Did you bring any snacks?" Jin Hai patted the bag slung over his shoulder. "I brought 2 sweet pancakes. My mom said to give you one." Zhao Xiaoyu's heart leaped with joy as she eagerly extended her hand. "Hurry up and give it to me," Jin Hai replied. "My mom said we can only eat them at noon." "Come on, what's the difference?" Zhao Xiaoyu insisted, attempting to open Jin Hai's bag. Reluctantly, Jin Hai pulled out a sweet pancake and handed it over. It was a large, thin, round pancake glistening with a layer of golden oil and emanating a delightful aroma. Zhao Xiaoyu inhaled deeply and took a generous bite. The crust was both crispy and flaky, while the filling consisted of syrup made from home-cooked sugar vegetables, exuding a natural, plant-based sweetness. As she savored the delicious pancake, Zhao Xiaoyu found herself in a predicament. She had intended to deal with Jin Hai, but now she hesitated. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, Jin Hai had not betrayed her. It was the teacher who had informed on her after hearing the bell ring. "All right, I forgive you." Upon reaching the Huangshui Dam, before Jin Hai could voice his request, Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively crouched in front of him and affectionately said, "Come on, big brother will carry you." From that point onward, the two of them commuted to school together. Zhao Xiaoyu carried Jin Hai across the burdened path twice daily, exchanging his physical strength for sustenance. However, he often consumed the single sweet pancake first thing in the morning, leaving him to swallow his saliva during the lunchtime snack break, while his classmates feasted on their provisions. Zhao Xiaoyu pondered the inequity of his situation. Though he bore Jin Hai's weight twice each day, he was only rewarded with 1 pancake. It seemed only fair that he should demand another, at the very least to share one with Jin Hai. Before he could put this plan into action, a weekend class meeting was convened. Teacher Gao encouraged everyone to perform good deeds and urged them to recognize the benevolence of those around them. Jin Hai stood up and declared, "Zhao Xiaoyu from our team carries me over the burdened path every day. Does that count as a good deed?" "Indeed it does. Very commendable." Teacher Gao responded with satisfaction, emphasizing the importance of mutual assistance among classmates, deserving of praise. The class erupted in applause. Subsequently, she took colorful chalk and inscribed Zhao Xiaoyu's noble actions on the blackboard at the back of the classroom, encouraging others to emulate him. accompanied by a commendation emphasizing the virtues of helping others and prioritizing the needs of others before oneself. Although the students were still illiterate, they surely perceived the honor attached to such recognition. Suddenly elevated to the status of a good person, Zhao Xiaoyu felt embarrassed to voice his demands. Once back at school, Zhao Xiaoyu no longer felt isolated. Instead, he found himself drifting away from Su Qingya. The now second-grade Su Qingya had undergone some changes. She no longer skipped along the path nor flailed her arms, yet her laughter remained infectious. She would often laugh so heartily that she nearly toppled from her seat. Her academic performance was exceptional, ranking first in both subjects. At that time, the elementary school curriculum consisted solely of Chinese and mathematics. She even became a young pioneer, proudly donning the red scarf. It seemed that every elementary student was now a young pioneer. The red scarf had become a standard accessory, and those who did not wear one faced reprimand from teachers. However, in that era, becoming a young pioneer required selection, and Su Qingya was among the first batch from Jianxi Elementary, which comprised only 7 or 8 students. Understanding the distinctions between genders, Zhao Xiaoyu refrained from approaching Su Qingya directly. Nonetheless, he would secretly observe her on their daily journeys to and from school, watching her walk alongside the other girls. Her radiant smile and the red scarf billowing in the wind stirred a longing within him. He yearned for one himself, as it represented the most beautiful memories of his childhood. Jin Hai's academic performance was also commendable, and Zhao Xiaoyu had to concede that this timid individual possessed a remarkable intellect. In class, he was always the first to answer questions, inciting Zhao Xiaoyu's frustration to the point of wishing to sever his hand. During unit tests for both subjects, he achieved perfect scores. Yes, a flawless 100. Zhao Xiaoyu cursed under his breath. Damn it, this guy is relentless. While Zhao Xiaoyu's grades were decent, they were not exceptional, placing him in the middle tier with a faint presence. Yet, Jin Hai's timidity had not significantly improved. Perhaps it was simply his nature. Or perhaps Zhao Xiaoyu's desire for Jin Hai's sweet pancakes led him to coddle him, preventing him from gaining the independence to traverse the burdened path alone. Despite the school year progressing, each time they crossed the path, Jin Hai still relied on Zhao Xiaoyu's support. This marks the final autumn water flow of the year, designed to satisfy the irrigation needs of the farmers' autumn fields and to retain moisture in preparation for the spring plowing to come. The upstream sluice gates were fully opened, and the torrents surged through the Jiantuan Canal, swirling with mud and sediment, the water level rising perilously close to the canal's embankment, brushing against the stout shoulder pole. Although it required Zhao Xiaoyu to carry him, Jin Hai was nonetheless apprehensive. Let us take a detour. I am frightened, he implored. Fear is trivial. This is what makes it exhilarating, Zhao Xiaoyu retorted resolutely, hoisting Jin Hai onto the pole. To demonstrate the thrill, he purposefully paused midway, swaying his body, causing the pole to bend and dip into the water, his feet drenched by the canal's current, yet he remained unfazed. Jin Hai, terrified, cried out. But Zhao Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, increasing his movements instead. Suddenly, an unsettling sound caught Zhao Xiaoyu's attention. The creaking of the pole seemed different, louder and more prolonged, accompanied by ominous cracking noises. Just as he decided to hasten forward, the creak unified into a decisive crack, and the pole snapped, sending both of them tumbling into the water. The current was fierce, a wave crashing over them, pulling them beneath the surface. Chapter 24. A brush with death. Zhao Xiaoyu was an excellent swimmer. He adeptly maneuvered through the tumultuous waters, utilizing the force of the current to surface. However, with Jin Hai clinging tightly around his neck, his swimming prowess was severely hampered. Gulping a mouthful of water, Zhao Xiaoyu felt his strength waning, drifting helplessly downstream. At that moment, he resented Jin Hai deeply. If only Jin Hai would release him, he could regain his composure and save them both. If he could just adjust his position, he would not abandon Jin Hai. Yet, with no foothold in the water, he could not shake Jin Hai off. He struggled to maintain a position that would prevent them from sinking. Time lost its meaning as they floated, Zhao Xiaoyu's strength rapidly dissipating and his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to endure. On the embankment, 2 men with shovels caught sight of Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai. Jin Hai recognized them too, even able to hear their conversation, but he could not muster a cry for help. Look at those two. Even while playing in the water, they are still carrying each other, one chuckled. It's no surprise. Just look at the relationship between Zhao Dashun and Widow Sundeha. Typically, Zhao Dashun rides Widow Sun, But today her son rides his son. It's a fair exchange, neither loses out. Zhao Xiaoyu is quite the swimmer. It seems he intends to swim back all the way. Zhao Xiaoyu silently pleaded for help 72 times, but the two men remained oblivious to their peril. Their laughter faded as they walked further away, their voices becoming indistinct. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Xiaoyu caught sight of a bamboo raft leaning against the embankment. Summoning the last of his strength, he swam towards it, grasping a strand of bamboo, which finally halted his drifting. After catching his breath, he climbed onto the embankment. The autumn sun shone warmly. As the two wet figures reclined on the embankment, the water quickly saturating the earth beneath them. Reflecting on the recent peril, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a lingering trepidation, as if having narrowly escaped death. At this moment, having regained his composure, he directed all his fury towards Jin Hai. If it were not for Jin Hai's relentless grip on him, would he have found himself in such a predicament? With his swimming skills, traversing this modest expanse of water should have been a trivial task. Zhao Xiaoyu sat up and beheld Jin Hai gasping for breath, lying on his back. He felt an intensified loathing towards him. Abruptly, he lunged at Jin Hai, straddling him and raising his fist to strike his face. "Why won't you let go of me? You nearly drowned me. I will make you pay for this." In his blind rage, he completely overlooked the fact that it was his own prank that had caused the burden to snap, and he should have been the one facing Jin Hai's inquiries. Jin Hai, blood streaming from his nose, did not cry out nor resist or evade. Perhaps he lacked the strength to do so, allowing Zhao Xiaoyu to unleash his fury upon him. After delivering several punches, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief and dashed down the embankment with his drenched backpack. Upon returning home, Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasun, seeing his disheveled appearance, hurriedly inquired about the cause. Zhao Xiaoyu, still seething with anger, unleashed a tirade against Jin Hai. Unwilling to acknowledge his own faults, Zhao Tianyao remarked, "Did you see? That woman is truly toxic. Any man who gets involved with her is doomed. And even her son's offspring will suffer. What a stroke of luck it is that we must keep our distance from her." Zhao Xiaoyu's textbooks were all ruined, prompting Zhao Dasun to borrow an old set from a family in the village with school-aged children. With the burden broken, the children of the newly formed team now had to take a longer route to school, adding an unnecessary 5 li to their journey. The team leader summoned a carpenter who felled 2 trees to construct a rudimentary wooden bridge over the canal. Though the bridge was only 2 feet wide, it was quite level and significantly better than the burden, allowing bicycles to cross with ease. Jin Hai no longer relied on Zhao Xiaoyu to carry him across the canal, and with mutual disdain, they parted ways, their friendship irrevocably severed. Without the supply of sweet pancakes, Zhao Xiaoyu had to wait until the afternoon to eat after returning home. While it was indeed a loss and somewhat displeasing, for the sake of his safety, he resolved to steer clear of the calamity that was Jin Hai. A few days later, during the midterm examinations, Jin Hai scored full marks in both subjects, while Zhao Xiaoyu barely scraped 80 points, further fueling his animosity towards Jin Hai. He thought to himself that if the class monitor held the power of life and death over students, he would be the first to decree Jin Hai's execution. That day, after school, Mr. Gao summoned Zhao Xiaoyu to the office. Inside, several teachers and the principal awaited him, creating a rather solemn atmosphere. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his mind racing to recall any recent misdeeds, yet he could not identify a single one. However, he was self-aware enough to recognize that he often made mistakes without realizing it, such as calling the village women mother, accepting pork and rainbow beans from Sun Guixiang, or mailing letters for Huangshui Town in the team. His nerves heightened. After 2 months of school, without ever being reprimanded by a teacher, he sensed that today might be the day. He pondered whether they would revoke his position as class monitor after punishing him. Mr. Gao introduced him to the principal and the other teachers, saying, "This is Zhao Xiaoyu, our class monitor." The principal nodded, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaoyu before asking, "Do you know why you have been called here?" Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in confusion, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. It must be that Jin Hai had reported his misdeeds. He had damaged the bridge and nearly caused 2 people to drown. He had also given Jin Hai a beating. Indeed, Teacher Gao remarked that this matter was related to Jin Hai. Zhao Xiaoyu lowered his head, bracing himself for the impending onslaught of reprimands and physical reprimands from his mentors. Such a child, Teacher Gao gently caressed Zhao Xiaoyu's head, has accomplished such a noble deed, yet remains silent about it. Had Jin Hai not informed me today, I would have remained oblivious, fearing that Jin Hai might exaggerate. I also inquired with Su Qingya and several students from the newly established team. You truly saved Jin Hai's life. Jin Hai said that had it not been for you, he would have perished. Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jin Hai would say such a thing. A misdeed transformed into a good deed left him momentarily speechless. Pray tell, what exactly transpired? Teacher Gao inquired. I, Zhao Xiaoyu stammered, unsure of how to respond, as he did not know what Jin Hai had conveyed. Teacher Gao chuckled softly, sitting behind a desk and picking up a sheet of paper. Is it not thus? While you were carrying Jin Hai across the bridge, it suddenly broke, and both of you fell into the river. Although you could swim, you chose not to surface in order to save Jin Hai, and were swept far away by the current. Eventually, you grasped a bamboo pole on the embankment, managed to reach the shore, and pulled Jin Hai up as well. This indeed encapsulated the essence of the event, albeit in a different articulation. Zhao Xiaoyu had not intentionally remained submerged to save Jin Hai. Rather, it was Jin Hai who clung to him so tightly that they could not ascend to the surface. He could only nod in agreement. Excellent, excellent. The principal rose, approached Zhao Xiaoyu, and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, you are very brave. Our educational purpose is to cultivate goodness in individuals. However, I must also admonish you, in saving others, one must act within their own capabilities. One should not jeopardize oneself for another's sake. We do not advocate such actions. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded again, acknowledging the principal's words. The principal continued, regardless, such behavior is commendable. We have deliberated and decided to hold a commendation ceremony to encourage all students to emulate your example. Prepare yourself, for you will be required to speak on stage. Additionally, we will temporarily induct you into the Young Pioneers. Zhao Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. His head bowed even lower as he sought to conceal his tears from the teachers. Chapter 25. Brother emerging from Teacher Gao's office. Zhao Xiaoyu felt as though he had just awakened from a dream, his head swimming, tears streaming uncontrollably, his vision blurred. At that moment, he spotted Jin Hai sitting beneath a tree. Not wishing for Jin Hai to witness his tears, he hastily wiped his face with his sleeve and hurried past him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Zhao Xiaoyu did not turn back. The two walked in tandem, one ahead of the other. As they neared the construction site of the Youth League, Jin Hai quickened his pace, catching up to Zhao Xiaoyu while holding a sugar pancake. Here, have this, Jin Hai panted. The long-awaited sugar pancake, with its golden hue, immediately stirred Zhao Xiaoyu's appetite. Yet, he merely glanced at it before pushing it away, keeping his head down as he ascended the embankment and ran across the newly constructed wooden bridge. Zhao Xiaoyu, affectionately known as Xiaoyu Gu or brother, was approached by Jin Hai, who forcefully thrust a sugar pancake into Zhao Xiaoyu's hands. Please eat it. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to leave you behind that day. I was startled. I won't eat it. Zhao Xiaoyu replied coldly, not even glancing at Jin Hai, as he waved a hand dismissively to keep him at bay. There's a bridge now, so I won't have to carry you across the ditch anymore. Jin Hai persisted, presenting the sugar pancake before Zhao Xiaoyu. My mother said that even if you don't carry me across, I must bring 2 sugar pancakes every day, and one is for you. I want to eat. I refuse. Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly shouted in frustration, pushing Jin Hai back a few steps. Jin Hai felt the ground beneath him give way and fell into a deep hole. With a startled cry, he lost grip of the sugar pancake, which flew from his hands. It was a sluice hole. In those years, the Yellow River's waters were fierce, and when breaches occurred, it was necessary to construct a rudimentary dam using bamboo and soil to divert the flow, with wooden boards serving as sluice gates. When the gates blocked the water, additional soil was added for sealing. There were 2 gates, one in the front and one in the back, for safety. When both gates were sealed, a cavity over 2 meters deep was formed in between. Zhao Xiaoyu knew that the hole was dry and posed no danger. So he disregarded it and seized the opportunity to flee, hearing Jin Hai calling out for him from behind. Fearing that Jin Hai might catch up, he quickened his pace. Upon returning to the village, he noticed Sun Guixiang waiting at the village entrance. She asked Zhao Xiaoyu, have you seen Jin Hai? Jin Hai had been waiting for Zhao Xiaoyu due to a song and had not returned home, which likely made her a bit anxious. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced back, but saw no sign of Jin Hai and, not caring much, casually replied, I haven't seen him. After dinner, his father instructed him to cut grass in the irrigation ditch near the river. This was to clear the channel for better water flow and to prepare some dry hay for the mule to survive the winter. The ditch was deep and devoid of water, with the soil somewhat damp. The sides were overrun with lush grass, towering to half a person's height, dense and starting to yellow in the season. Zhao Xiaoyu swung his sickle, cutting the grass down, letting the blades fall and spread out in the ditch to dry and prevent mold. Livestock were just that, livestock. After a year of toil, while people indulged in hearty feasts during winter, they could only choke down dry, hard hay. Some families would chop it into 1-inch pieces, but in Zhao's household, such considerations were absent. They didn't even own a hay cutter. Being born into the Zhao family meant misfortune for both humans and animals alike. After cutting for a while, Zhao Xiaoyu stood up to stretch his back and noticed a woman hastily approaching. It was Sun Guixiang. What could she want? Was she here to thank me for saving her son? He pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt. He was unaware whether today's incident was instigated by Sun Guixiang or if Jin Hai had taken the initiative. It was likely the former, as Jin Hai was always obedient to Sun Guixiang, often saying, "My mom said." However, he soon sensed something amiss. Sun Guixiang appeared furious, as if she had come to confront him. She approached Zhao Xiaoyu, standing atop the irrigation bank to loom over him, glaring with a fierce intensity. Her eyes ablaze with anger. "Did you push Jin Hai into the sluice hole?" It was due to this that Zhao Xiaoyu had no choice but to concede. Why did you do this? Do you wish to harm him? Sun Guixiang descended into the drainage ditch, raising her fist to strike Zhao Xiaoyu fiercely on the shoulder blade. He staggered back a few steps, pondering whether this was truly necessary. "The sluice is leaking. Do you not realize? If I had not intervened, Jin Hai would have faced drowning." Sun Guixiang's face turned ashen as she rushed forward, delivering several more blows to Zhao Xiaoyu. Terrified, he was not frightened by her fists, but rather by the implications of her words. He had not anticipated that the boy had not yet escaped the sluice and was on the brink of drowning. He stood there dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Sun Guixiang struck him a few more times, cursing as she did so, her anger culminating in tears. "I considered that you saved Jin Hai's life, a monumental favor. Thus I arranged for him to bring you a sweet pancake daily. Yet, you disregard this and resort to such maliciousness? When I arrived, only his head remained above water. Had I delayed further, I would have had to retrieve his lifeless body. Zhao Xiaoyu, how could you be so cruel?" Zhao Xiaoyu had been labeled a bad child by the villagers since childhood, and he had never cared. Yet, hearing Sun Guixiang label him as such now, he felt a pang of sorrow. An image flashed in his mind, a drainage ditch over 2 meters deep, half filled with water. A small boy submerged with only his head above the surface, flailing in desperation while the water level continued to rise. I, he stammered. "It was not intentional. I had no idea there was water in the ditch. I thought he had already climbed out." "You did it on purpose." Sun Guixiang pushed Zhao Xiaoyu back relentlessly. "Because your mother is a widow who brings misfortune and waste, you look down on him. But what wrong has he committed? I allowed him to follow you, to call you brother, fearing he would be bullied, and you were supposed to look after him. Who knew this would be akin to a wolf guarding a sheep? Hey, you vile woman." A voice boomed as Zhao Dasan appeared at the sluice, shovel in hand. "How can a 10-year-old bully a child?" He thrust the shovel into the ground and descended into the ditch, positioning himself protectively before Zhao Xiaoyu. "Even if he has committed a grave error, he is still a child. I may discipline him, but you outsiders shall not bypass me to cause him trouble. Have you lived half your life without grasping such basic reasoning? There existed an unwritten rule in the village. When children had disputes, the aggrieved party could inform their parents, who would then address the matter with the other child's parents, ensuring proper guidance for their offspring without directly confronting the child. Of course, this did not apply to the formidable Wu family. Sun Guixiang was infuriated today, compounded by the earlier incident involving pork and rainbow beans. She had no desire to confront Zhao Dasan directly, thus she sought out Zhao Xiaoyu first. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoyu dropped his sickle and ran away. Chapter 26. Peace talks, you little rascal, do not run. Sun Guixiang shouted, attempting to chase after Zhao Xiaoyu, only to be halted by Zhao Dasan. "This is not over. I intend for it to be endless." Sun Guixiang replied defiantly, chest out, unafraid. "Is what your Zhao Xiaoyu did even human? If he is not made to suffer a little today, how will he ever learn not to bully my Jin Hai in the future? Step aside." Zhao Dasan did not step aside, and the two engaged in a playful scuffle. Sun Guixiang was genuinely fighting, while Zhao Dasan merely defended himself. As they wrestled, they both fell, rolling onto the hay that Zhao Xiaoyu had laid in the ditch. Zhao Dasan found himself atop Sun Guixiang. "Get off me!" Sun Guixiang exclaimed. her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Dasan did not move. At the age of 40, this lifelong bachelor experienced his first intimate contact with a soft female form. And all his frustration dissipated, replaced by a fervent flame igniting within him. Sun Guixiang struggled to breathe beneath him, her chest rising and falling, which only made Zhao Dasan more reluctant to move. As he studied her face, he suddenly realized that she was quite attractive. Her large ears were not unattractive, but rather endearing. His heart stirred, and he gently touched one of her ears. This ear was tender and pale, far more appealing than a pig's ear. What a pity it had gone to waste. I have heard that Liu Bei had big ears, and he ended up becoming an emperor. Don't touch me. Sun Guixiang was both flustered and angry, yet a strange current surged through her body. Let me go? If I let you go, you will just go find Xiaoyu. Zhao Dasan replied, leaning against her chest, attempting to negotiate. What exactly has Jinhai done? Children to children, adults to adults. Tell me, and I will deal with him. You're too grown to be quarreling with a child. It would be quite the joke. He wore a demeanor of pleasantness, as if he were welcoming an esteemed guest from afar. Your family has been a disgrace for 3 generations. What use is it to tell you? Sun Guixiang bit her lip. Hurry and let me go, or I will scream. The absence of an exclamation mark revealed her gentle tone, at least in a narrative sense, rather than in a fit of rage. In a moment of impulsiveness, Zhao Dasan leaned down and kissed her. Let me go quickly. Let me go? Hurry and let go. Quickly. Please. Zhao Xiaoyu ran breathlessly to Sun Guixiang's home, slipping into the yard beneath 2 beams. Upon entering, he found Jinhai crying, rummaging through his wet backpack to lay out his textbooks on the heated Kong to dry. Zhao Xiaoyu leaned over to take a look. The textbooks were drenched, the writing blurred into a dark smudge. Jinhai's books were borrowed and already quite worn, likely belonging to a diligent student who had filled the margins with notes, rendering the paper soft and thin, reminiscent of worn burlap. After soaking, they appeared even more battered. Zhao Xiaoyu attempted to turn a page, but ended up tearing half of it off. Don't touch that. Jinhai, no longer crying, shouted angrily, lunging to snatch the half page and carefully pressing it against the cement edge of the Kong. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling embarrassed, clicked his tongue and pondered for a moment before turning to run home. He returned, shouldered his own backpack, and dashed back to Sun Guixiang's residence. He glanced at the spot where he had just mowed the grass, noticing his father's shovel still embedded in the irrigation ditch, yet his father was nowhere to be found. Sun Guixiang had also vanished, while the grass in the ditch swayed gently. He then made his way to Sun Guixiang's house, extracted his textbook from his backpack, and placed it on the edge of the Kong, saying, "You can use mine. Just tear off the pages where I've written in the exercise book and change the name on the cover to yours." Jinhai, somewhat irritated, picked up Zhao Xiaoyu's textbook and began to peruse it, asking, "What will you use?" "I'll borrow another." Zhao Xiaoyu pointed at Jinhai's textbook resting on the Kang's edge, remarking, "These are dry enough to wipe with." He then picked up Jinhai's damp backpack, peering inside, and inquired, "What about the sugar pancakes? Are they completely soaked?" "Not a crumb left." Jinhai tossed aside Zhao Xiaoyu's textbook and went to the outer room to fetch 2 sugar pancakes, handing one to Zhao Xiaoyu with a huff. That one fell into the puddle. Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled, accepted the pancake, and perched himself on the edge of the Kong to indulge in it. "You have so many sugar pancakes at your house. My mother always makes several." When Sun Guixiang returned, she found Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai seated side by side on the Kong, each savoring a sugar pancake, which provoked both amusement and annoyance within her. She shot a glare at Zhao Xiaoyu, prompting him to jump down, his expression one of guilt. She then glared at Jinhai, admonishing, "Have you no memory? Do you wish to meet your demise once more?" Zhao Xiaoyu muttered, "I didn't mean to. It won't happen again." "Mother," Jinhai exclaimed, jumping down and pointing at Zhao Xiaoyu's textbook on the Kong. "He gave me his book." Sun Guixiang huffed and exited to the outer room. "I'll be off now." Zhao Xiaoyu quickly finished the remaining sugar pancake, brushed the crumbs from his hands, and whispered, "Come to my house tomorrow morning. We'll go to school together." He stealthily approached the outer room, where he spotted Sun Guixiang scrubbing a pot, ready to sneak away. But she seemed to have eyes in the back of her head as she called out, "Wait." Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaoyu halted. Sun Guixiang hung the pot scrubber on the wall, shook the water off her hands, opened the cupboard, and retrieved an enamel basin before stepping outside. Zhao Xiaoyu anxiously waited for a moment, and then Sun Guixiang returned, carrying a basin brimming with lard and pork. "Here," she curtly said, her tone quite displeased. Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated to accept it, replying, "My father doesn't allow me to take things from your house." "Now he does," Sun Guixiang softly said, pushing the basin into Zhao Xiaoyu's hands, her face slightly flushed. Before turning back to wash the pot, the sound of splashing water filling the air. Zhao Xiaoyu, inclined to trust her words, found it curious how she had quarreled with his father, yet his father's attitude toward her had shifted, and she seemed kinder to him. Adults were truly incomprehensible. Carrying the basin with both hands, Zhao Xiaoyu approached the door, and Sun Guixiang added, "Wake up a few minutes earlier tomorrow and come here for breakfast." Zhao Xiaoyu was increasingly puzzled. Her tone was clearly laced with irritation and hostility, yet her message contradicted that sentiment. Not daring to ask, he simply responded with a soft "oh." Upon returning home, he noticed something peculiar about the expressions of his grandfather and father as well. Zhao Dasan sat on the edge of the Kong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and his dark face bore a hint of rosy hue. A peculiar smile danced at the corners of his mouth, while his heels joyfully tapped against the Kong wall. Zhao Tianyao crouched on the ground, smoking a pipe, his face shrouded in gloom. "You are back?" Zhao Dasan exclaimed as he noticed Zhao Xiaoyu entering with a bowl of oily meat. Springing from the Kong in excitement to receive the bowl, reveling in the prospect of an improved supper, especially since the cabbage had just been harvested. Zhao Xiaoyu was puzzled further. "Aren't you going to ask who sent it?" In Chapter 27, Night Conversations, Zhao Dasan did not consume the oil and meat all at once as he had previously. Instead, he scooped a portion into the pot. Then, cradling the enamel bowl in both hands, he turned it around, murmuring, "Ah, still the same bowl." Zhao Xiaoyu had initially intended to confess to his grandfather and father, not wanting to wait until they finished eating to bear the brunt of their reproach, but upon hearing his father's remarks, which suggested he knew the source of the oil and meat, he refrained from speaking further. "Look at your pathetic demeanor," Zhao Tianyao scolded as he forcefully knocked his pipe against the brick floor, treating the bowl with disdain. "You might as well bite into it. As though you've never seen a woman in your life. Never dared to say it, but indeed, in this lifetime, I have never encountered one," Zhao Dasan retorted. Zhao Xiaoyu sensed that something unusual had transpired, though he remained unclear about the specifics. His father was neither angry for having pushed Jinhai into the ditch nor upset about his acceptance of the oil and meat from Sun Guixiang. Everything felt strangely abnormal, almost incredulous. At a loss, he instinctively squatted by the stove to tend the fire. "Xiaoyu," Zhao Dasan said, "didn't Jinhai's textbook get wet? I just borrowed a set for him. Take it over so he can complete his homework." Zhao Xiaoyu stood up and indeed spotted a stack of textbooks neatly arranged atop the red cabinet. "Is the sun rising from the west?" he pondered, relieved that his father had anticipated his dilemma. "I lent him my textbooks," he replied. "Excellent. Now you are behaving like a good child," Zhao Dasan expressed with satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity of his father's good mood, Zhao Xiaoyu said, "Father, Jinhai's mother asked me to wake up a bit earlier tomorrow to have breakfast at her home." "Very well, go ahead. I will call you tomorrow," Zhao Dasan replied without hesitation. "Isn't Jinhai your brother? You ought to start acting like an older brother and refrain from bullying him. Be more accommodating." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. After settling down to sleep, Zhao Xiaoyu was still unable to dispel the clouds of confusion clouding his mind regarding the occurrences. Suddenly, visions of his father's shovel lodged on the canal bank and the swaying grass in the ditch emerged in his thoughts. If the person is absent, why is the shovel present? Without wind, why does the grass sway? In a haze of drowsiness, he heard his grandfather and father conversing in hushed tones. "Have you truly decided on her?" "Yes." "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Having consumed the meat and mingled with her, death would be worth it. Without that, life would be meaningless. What a calamity, forsaking a pure maiden and clinging to a faded flower as though it were treasure. One must be cautious in purchasing mules. Only well-trained ones are useful. Can a person and a mule be the same? Hee. I still believe that Chunmei is too young, merely a child. If we were truly to be together in the future, should I regard her as my wife or as my daughter? Should Xiaoyu call her mother? Or should he refer to her as sister? Guixiang, on the other hand, is only 2 years my junior. Yet she already has a child. Do you not fear that she may treat Xiaoyu poorly? The heart of a stepmother is as fickle as a wasp's sting. It will not be so. This is all a matter of Xiaoyu's fortune." Guixiang said that ever since Xiaoyu released Chunmei, she has genuinely cherished this child. Later, when he sent a letter for Wang Zuiping, her affection for him deepened, though due to previous discord between the families, she found it difficult to approach Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu caught a large carp and presented it to her family, she could not bear to disregard the child's kind gesture, so she accepted it. What? He caught a large carp and did not honor his father and grandfather, but instead bestowed it upon an outsider? Enough. Let us not dwell on such matters. After all, a living person has been gifted to our family. Humph. A person may belong to you, but I too can enjoy the carp. Guixiang remarked that since the day Xiaoyu saved Jin Hai's life, she resolved that regardless of how the two families fared, she would become a mother to this unfortunate child. Thus, she instructed Jin Hai to bring 2 sweet pancakes each day, one for Xiaoyu. Humph. And you mention this again. It nearly cost my grandson his life. Guixiang said that while Xiaoyu may be somewhat wild, he possesses a good heart. However, she was genuinely angered by today's events. At the time, Jin Hai explained that Xiaoyu acted unintentionally, but she would not listen and sought to discipline him instead, which led me to witness the incident. Regardless, Guixiang asserted that Xiaoyu's act of saving Jin Hai was a monumental favor. Humph, you have benefited, and she has benefited from Xiaoyu as well, making it clear that I, this old fool, am but an outsider. Enough of such talk. Guixiang stated that when the Wu family caused a ruckus at our home, she was genuinely worried for us. Later, upon hearing that you scared off the Wu family with a shot, she admired you wholeheartedly, giving you a thumbs up, proclaiming you a hero. Humph. Do I need her admiration? I am a hero by nature. Back in the day, I single-handedly defended a hill, ensuring the enemy did not advance. Enough already. You have repeated this 72 times. Even if it is true, it sounds like mere boasting. Is it that she cannot marry anyone else but you? Or that you cannot marry anyone but her? Guixiang said that the situation has unfolded, and she does not blame me, nor will she hold me accountable. Yet there will certainly not be a second chance. I desire to establish a family, and I still hope for another opportunity. Worthless creature. Has she mentioned how this would come to be? Guixiang said she desires nothing, but it must be done, even if it merely means cycling around the village. It would suffice as an explanation for both her family and mine. I will first bring her home, and after a year and a half, our family will move into her courtyard. If we were to move now, it would clearly indicate that she is the one making sacrifices. When will this take place? Has she specified? She said it is up to me to decide. I believe it is better to do so sooner than later. Guixiang is not wearing a ring, so let us hope she does not become pregnant. Alas, I still worry about that notion. Do not fret, at the very least. We can live like humans before we depart this world. Very well, then you two can discuss it further. The following day, Zhao Xiaoyu was awoken by his father. He donned his clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and made his way to Sun Guixiang's home. Sun Guixiang had prepared a pot of thin rice porridge, boiled a few eggs, stir-fried some shredded potatoes, and sliced a plate of pickled vegetables. For the first time in his life, Zhao Xiaoyu savored eggs and experienced a true breakfast. After the meal, Sun Guixiang escorted Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai to the door, adjusting Zhao Xiaoyu's collar as she spoke. From now on, do not bully Jin Hai again. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Understood. I will come here for breakfast every day. You can have as many eggs as you wish. As winter approached, with long nights and short days, while the dawn had yet to break, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai stepped out of the courtyard. A figure of a man approached them, and upon noticing the two, he turned and slipped away discreetly. Zhao Xiaoyu, isn't that your father? Jin Hai inquired. Zhao Xiaoyu hastily quickened his pace to catch up with Zhao Dashan. Dad, where are you going? Zhao Dashan coughed awkwardly and stammered. I'm just taking a stroll, looking around. Before he could finish his sentence, he hurried off. A stroll? Looking around? Even during the busy farming season. You sleep in every day? Zhao Xiaoyu thought to himself. Once Zhao Dashan had gone far, Zhao Xiaoyu asked Jin Hai, what did you just call me? Zhao Xiaoyu, aren't you supposed to call me brother? Go on. Jin Hai hesitated for a moment before shyly calling out, brother. Zhao Xiaoyu burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Jin Hai's shoulders as they affectionately headed towards the sand pit. Observing the two depart, Zhao Dashan turned back towards Sun Guixiang's home. In his haste, he stumbled over a clod of earth and fell face first into the yellow dirt. Ah, damn it. Ugh. Chapter 28. Heroes. A few days later, a general assembly was convened at the construction primary school, themed around learning from student Zhao Xiaoyu. The school lacked a conference room, so the event took place in the open space in front of the classroom, with students bringing their own stools, seated neatly in formation by class. A row of desks and chairs served as the podium. There were no microphones or speakers, so speakers had to project their voices loudly. akin to chanting slogans or reciting texts, with fervor akin to being invigorated. During the meeting, Jinhai tearfully recounted the events, while the principal passionately praised Zhao Xiaoyu's bravery and selflessness. When it was Zhao Xiaoyu's turn to speak, he felt somewhat bashful, guilty, and awkward, offering a few brief reflections, which ultimately encapsulated the sentiment of a popular phrase among elementary students. This is what I should do. To his surprise, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao, seized the opportunity to elaborate further. Zhao Xiaoyu performs good deeds anonymously and remains humble despite receiving recognition. Such modesty is rare and worthy of emulation by his classmates. Overnight, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to transform into a star, radiating a golden glow and embodying the brilliance of humanity. Most thrilling for Zhao Xiaoyu was his official induction as a young pioneer, as he was presented with a red scarf by the distinguished captain, Su Qingya, who wore 3-stripe epaulets. An awkward scene unfolded next. Su Qingya had forgotten how to tie her red scarf. Despite several attempts, she was unsuccessful, causing her classmates to burst into laughter, and even she found herself laughing, stamping her foot in frustration. What was meant to be a solemn commendation ceremony had turned into a comedic affair. Fortunately, Teacher Gao stepped in to alleviate the situation, playfully chiding Su Qingya. "You're in the 2nd grade now. How can you still be so clumsy?" Su Qingya, who was both cheerful and somewhat foolish, took over a month to master the simple task of sharpening pencils, only to occasionally nick her fingers in the process. Thus, many believed her to be quite foolish. However, her academic performance was exceptional. Thanks to her diligence in studies, she became the class monitor, one of the first young pioneers at Jinjia Primary School, and even took on the role of team leader. Teacher Gao tied the red scarf around Zhao Xiaoyu's neck and led him in reciting the oath. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaoyu's commendable deeds were inscribed on the outdoor blackboard outside the classroom, where they were exposed to the scrutiny of his peers and the elements. Zhao Xiaoyu, who had been quite unruly, often running about during breaks, became much more subdued after his act of bravery. He now remained in the classroom after lessons and hurried home with Jinhai after school, for whenever he encountered others, especially the older students, they would call him a hero, which filled him with embarrassment. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he felt that the term hero was not entirely complimentary. Tinged with mockery and jest, he complained to Jinhai, "You could have just said a few words. Why make it sound so sentimental?" Jinhai replied, "Teacher Gao taught me to say it that way. I practiced for 2 days to memorize it." Following an autumn rain, the colorful chalk writing on the blackboard blurred into an indistinguishable smudge, and the halo above Zhao Xiaoyu's head faded, losing its brilliance as he returned to his identity as an ordinary student. However, another event soon stirred waves within the class and the school. One day after school, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai went to Teacher Gao's office. Each placed a leave request on her desk, and Zhao Xiaoyu said, "We would like to take a day off tomorrow." Teacher Gao looked at them quizzically, picking up the leave requests to read. Zhao Xiaoyu's reason for absence was, "My dad is getting married." Jinhai's reason was, "My mom is getting married." The school maintained strict control over students requesting leave for personal matters, requiring clear and specific reasons, unlike sick leave, which was more easily granted. Generally, trivial matters were not approved. Only pressing reasons warranted absence. To the teachers, it seemed unlikely that a group of young children would have significant matters for which to seek leave. Zhao Xiaoyu was without a mother, and Jinhai was without a father. This was no secret in the school. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Gao grasped the essence of the situation. "Surely, your dad and your mom aren't marrying each other?" "Indeed," Zhao Xiaoyu replied. At that moment, several other teachers were present in the office, and they turned their gazes toward the 2 boys, subsequently bursting into giggles, leaving both boys feeling utterly embarrassed, especially Jinhai, who dared not lift his head. Teacher Gao chuckled and said, "What a delightful situation approved." This incident quickly spread throughout the school. In those times, blended families were a hot topic, and the unique relationship between Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai only further piqued people's curiosity. 2 individuals are classmates. One serves as the class leader while the other is at the top of their academic achievements. One not only carries the burden of the other daily, but also saved his life, revealing a bond akin to that of brothers, which has now blossomed into a fraternal connection. The students of the newly established team are well aware of Sun Guixiang's romantic escapades, and seizing this opportunity, they naturally embellish the tales as they circulate. It was an era notoriously unfriendly to women, It seemed a woman could only marry once in her lifetime. Even if her husband passed away, she was expected to remain faithful for eternity to be deemed a virtuous woman. Remarrying was seen as a breach of propriety, and marrying thrice would render one a pariah in the eyes of society. What, then, could be said of Sun Guixiang, who was on her sixth marriage? Zhao Tianyao and his son had already cleared out the west wing, lacking a cool room and granary, leaving food piled up within the house. They merely tidied away some rags and miscellaneous items to create space for a simple heated platform, which would become the residence of Zhao Tianyao, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Jin Hai. Sun Guixiang's home was significantly better, being not only newer but also equipped with a courtyard wall, a cool room, a granary, and a restroom. However, Sun Guixiang was reluctant to move her entire family there for fear of gossip, as she was marrying, not inviting a suitor into her home. In the rural context of that time, inviting a suitor was not only a source of disgrace for the man, but also a profound shame for the woman. A woman who brought a suitor into her home was often deemed unmarriageable, either due to physical disabilities or mental deficiencies. The notion of inviting a son-in-law was ridiculed, seen as a farcical act. Her third husband, Jin Dachui, was indeed an invited son-in-law, and this drew considerable gossip within the village. They claimed she was so desperate that she hastily brought back any man wandering down the road. Sun Guixiang asked for nothing in return, simply requesting Zhao Dashun to craft new garments for her elder family members and her former in-laws, Jin Hai's grandparents, as a form of betrothal gift. Zhao Tianyao, however, put forth a condition. He wished for Jin Hai to adopt the Zhao surname. Sun Guixiang refused, asserting that while she could remarry, her son could not change his surname. The blood of the Jin family flowed through him, and he must remain a descendant of that lineage, despite her former in-laws' disdain for the two of them. Due to this contention, coupled with Sun Guixiang's reputed misfortune with men and finances, Zhao Tianyao harbored reservations about his daughter-in-law. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, the wedding proceeded as planned. Chapter 29. Listening to my son's room. The wedding was rather simple, bordering on austere. Neither Sun Guixiang's natal family nor her in-laws attended, feeling it would bring them shame. A few enthusiastic village aunties stepped in to play the role of her family, facilitating the marriage ceremony. 2 bicycles adorned with bright red flowers and several men and women wearing similar decorations merrily circled the village, leading Sun Guixiang to the Zhao family's heated platform. What followed was a cacophony of drinking, games, ribaldry, folk songs, and raucous celebrations. Zhao Xiaoyu, eagerly awaiting his mother's arrival, was thrilled. Despite Zhao Dashun repeatedly instructing him that his father was marrying and that he should not set off firecrackers. However, he sneaked a few and dragged Jin Hai to the fields to ignite them. Jin Hai appeared despondent, as if his mother marrying Zhao Dashun was a significant loss. As the night wore on and the east room continued their revelry, Zhao Xiaoyu beckoned Jin Hai to return to the west room to sleep. Suddenly thrust into a new environment, perhaps due to other reasons as well, Jin Hai found himself restless, tossing and turning, his feet rhythmically thumping against the bed frame. Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It has truly come to pass. My father will be spending the night with your mother." "Do not say that," Jin Hai exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, the blanket swirling around him. In the darkness, tears glistened in his eyes. "Oh, refrain from mentioning it," Zhao Xiaoyu said, gently pushing Jin Hai back down and tucking him in. "Let them sleep their sleep, and we shall have ours. It is cold. Cover yourself well. Your blanket reeks." Jin Hai choked out. "Oh, I'll have my father wash it tomorrow. Now, quickly sleep. I want to return to my home." "All right, I will accompany you back tomorrow." "No need for you. I wish to sleep alone at home." "With that cowardice of yours, do you dare stay home alone?" Zhao Xiaoyu teased, sliding his hand under the blanket and unexpectedly tickling Jin Hai's thigh. "What was that?" "Ah, do not touch me. You scared me half to death. I thought it was a snake." "Haha." As the night deepened, the revelers gradually finished their festivities. Zhao Tianyao, understanding the situation, left the east room. Yet he did not return to the west room to sleep. Instead, he stepped outside, taking a seat beneath a nearby tree, lighting his pipe and puffing away. Concern for his son weighed heavily on him. Sun Guixiang had already caused the demise of 3 men. Would his son escape unscathed? His thoughts drifted to Jin Hai's father, Jin Dachui. Jin Dachui's real name was Jin Gui, but he was known informally as Iron Hammer due to the impressive size of his endowment, likened to a blacksmith's hammer, earning him a notorious reputation throughout the region. Men from their village often remarked that any woman who married Jin Dachui would surely meet her end. A particularly vicious insult circulated in their community: "Let Jin Dachui have your mother." This insult eventually spread to other villages, where those unfamiliar with Jin Dachui believed him to be a formidable mythical figure, wielding a steel hammer capable of vanquishing women, invincible and unmatched. Due to his impoverished background and his own simplicity, combined with the fear he instilled, Jin Dachui remained unmarried well into his 30s. However, upon hearing tales of Sun Guixiang, he ventured from another village to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Two heroes meeting, strong souls recognizing one another, they fell in love at first sight, determined to wed. Of course, a primary reason was Sun Guixiang's affordability. Jin Dachui's parents, upon learning of Sun Guixiang's circumstances, vehemently opposed their union, yet Jin Dachui, resolute and undeterred, clashed with his parents, ultimately leaving home to marry into Sun Guixiang's family. The villagers watched with bated breath, eager to see whether Jin Dachui's prowess or Sun Guixiang's survival instincts would prevail. Ultimately, it was revealed that Jin Dachui was merely a legend, while Sun Guixiang was the true phenomenon. The man reputed to be lethal to women met his demise at her hands. The bond between Jin Dachui and Sun Guixiang was inseparable. They were rarely apart, and their conjugal relations were frequent and fervent. Whenever the mood struck, they paid no heed to time or place. Villagers often stumbled upon their intimate encounters, which were not confined to their home, as they frequently indulged in their passions in the fields or under the trees. The demise of Jin Dachui was closely intertwined with this matter. It was a summer afternoon when Sun Guixiang sat in the yard washing clothes. Jin Dachui rushed in from outside, casting aside his shovel, and pulled Sun Guixiang into the house. He threw her onto the kong, pounced on her, shook her a couple of times, and then became motionless. Initially, Sun Guixiang assumed he had finished and reproached him lightly before pushing him off and returning to her laundry. After a while, she called for Jin Dachui to fetch water, but received no response. When she went back inside, she found him in a state of unconsciousness, white foam trickling from his mouth. His trousers were still unbuttoned, and that once robust figure had collapsed into a soft mass. By the time she summoned help, Jin Dachui had already succumbed, his body contorted and unable to pull up his trousers. Ultimately, he was carried to Qin Fuzhong's house. Fortunately, Qin Fuzhong was home and, after conducting an examination, declared, "He's gone." Sun Guixiang inquired about the cause of death, to which Qin Fuzhong replied, "Heart disease, cerebral hemorrhage, perhaps an epileptic seizure. It's all possible. In any case, he was too vigorous." This incident rendered Sun Guixiang unable to hold her head high in the village. Her reputation as a woman of ill repute was once again solidified. The locals even composed a rhyme. Having laid with Sun Guixiang, one turns icy cold, touch the widow's son, and one cannot remain in this world. Zhao Tianyao, having smoked several cigarettes and feeling chilled to the bone, retreated indoors. He leaned against the east room door and listened, although the kong did not creak. He could discern the activities of the two within as their conversation ebbed and flowed. You've married before? I am experiencing this for the first time. I feel at a disadvantage. Disadvantage? What do you mean? I will make it up to you later, I promise. Zhao Tianyao returned to the west room and lay on the kong. Both children were fast asleep, yet he remained restless and anxious. After an indeterminate amount of time, his craving for tobacco resurfaced, prompting him to fetch his pipe and sit outside on the bench to smoke. He deliberately made the sounds of puffing and tapping ash quite loud, and after several puffs, he leaned against the east room door once more to listen. Good heavens! It seemed the activity had not ceased. The following day, Zhao Tianyao rose early to find the east room door still tightly shut, and he approached again to listen. Good grief, did they not stop all night? After the two children left for school, taking advantage of Sun Guixiang's absence, Zhao Tianyao adopted a stern demeanor and addressed Zhao Dashan. You two ought to take it easy. Take it easy? What do you mean? Zhao Dashan was perplexed. This is a matter of life and death. Moderation is key. Zhao Tianyao replied irritably. You've squandered over a decade. Do you think you can make up for it in a day? A steady stream is what sustains life. Take care of your health. Hee. Guixiang says that women lose interest after 50. We must seize the time. Chapter 32 Poems. One cannot deny that exceptional talents often emerge from the folk. A truth not to be taken lightly. In an era and region where knowledge and wealth were profoundly scarce, remarkable poets occasionally arose, crafting exquisite verses. Moreover, these authors sought neither fame nor fortune. They merely aimed to evoke a smile, completing their work and fading into obscurity, their contributions unacknowledged. The day after Zhao Dasan married Sun Guixiang, two poems appeared on the outdoor blackboard at the construction site of the elementary school. The very same blackboard that had once chronicled Zhao Xiaoyu's selfless act of heroism. A poem reads, "In the realm of construction, there exists a widow named Sun Guixiang, who annually seeks a new husband. The mighty hammer has departed to accompany the king of hell. When will the auspicious fate meet its demise?" Another poem states, "In the realm of construction, there is a widow named Sun, who, upon encountering a man, hastily sheds her trousers. As long as one ascends upon her belly, not even 9 out of 10 steeds can resist." Today, Jin Hai's mood was rather low, as he remained silent throughout his journey with Zhao Xiaoyu. Conversely, Zhao Xiaoyu was in high spirits, incessantly teasing Jin Hai, who scolded him, yet Zhao Xiaoyu remained unfazed. Upon arriving at the school, they discovered a throng of students gathered around a blackboard, prompting them to draw nearer. They found that the original writing had been erased and replaced with 2 poems, inscribed in a crooked manner. Their limited literacy prevented them from reading the entirety of the verses, but certain phrases resonated with them. A senior student stood with his hands behind his back, reciting the poems with exaggerated flair, inciting laughter from the surrounding students. As they laughed, they glanced at Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai. The female students, shy, covered their mouths and giggled, while some fled the scene. Jin Hai, overwhelmed, burst into tears and dashed away. Zhao Xiaoyu shouted, "Who the hell wrote this?" The students replied they were unaware, having found it there upon arrival. Zhao Xiaoyu hurried back to the classroom to fetch an eraser, intending to erase the offending words. Just as Teacher Gao and Jin Hai rushed toward him, Jin Hai was still sobbing. After reading the poems, Teacher Gao's face paled with anger, demanding to know who was responsible, but the students claimed ignorance, slipping away one by one. Teacher Gao instructed Zhao Xiaoyu not to erase it and to summon the principal. Upon the principal's arrival, his fury was palpable, insisting that the culprit must be identified and severely punished. Such crude and explicit content had no place in their esteemed campus. The principal immediately rang the assembly bell, summoning all students to the playground. With an authoritative tone, he declared, "I hope that individual will step forward voluntarily, as leniency will be shown to the honest, while those who resist will face strict consequences. If we uncover the identity of the perpetrator, there will be no mercy." He also urged any students with knowledge of the incident to report it, warning that failure to do so would also incur severe punishment. The first 2 periods were canceled as class teachers and subject instructors attempted to identify the handwriting, but to no avail. The poems were likely penned by older students, with the primary suspects being those from the newly established group. However, the handwriting did not match, suggesting it might have been written with the left hand. First-year students were quickly ruled out, as they lacked the capability to compose such verses and could not even recognize all the characters. The third period resumed normally, and Jin Hai's emotions finally settled. After Zhao Xiaoyu called for the class to stand, he sensed something amiss. Not only had Teacher Gao entered the classroom, but the principal and several male teachers also accompanied him. Teacher Gao strode to the podium, his demeanor far from the usual warmth, sweeping a commanding gaze across the classroom. He then seized a rod fashioned from red willow and struck the desk with great force, causing the rod to splinter and wood shavings to scatter. The students trembled in fear. Teacher Gao called out, "Wu Feilong, step forward." Wu Feilong was the 5th son of the Wu family from the newly established group. The Wujia family boasts 10 offspring, most of whom have reached adulthood. Among them, 2 are attending primary school, Wu Feilong, a 1st grader, and Wai Yifeng, a 6th grader and the 5th daughter of the Wu family. Wu Feilong sidesteps, positioning himself in the aisle. The principal inquires, "Are you Wu Feilong?" With a slight nod. Wu Feilong's expression betrays his anxiety. The principal commands, "Come here." After a moment's hesitation, Wu Feilong approaches. "What is your name?" The principal presses. "Wu Feilong," he replies. "And what of the phoenix?" The principal bellows, suddenly kicking Wu Feilong, sending him sprawling to the ground. The principal, a man in his late 30s, is a farmer by trade. With limited education and a brutish disposition, he shows no mercy when meting out punishment to students, treating them as though they were thieves. In those days, rural schools accepted corporal punishment as a matter of course. Parents rarely intervened, and sometimes even encouraged teachers, saying, "Discipline them well on my behalf." Students of that era, both physically and mentally, were not as fragile as today's youth. They would never dare to tell their parents about being struck by a teacher, for such admissions were deemed disgraceful. The classmates, trembling with fear, remained silent, too intimidated to speak. "Is this your writing?" the principal barked. Wu Feilong, rising from the ground, shook his head. "No." "Then who wrote it?" The principal stepped closer, seized Wu Feilong's arm, and delivered 2 resounding slaps that sent him reeling. Steadying himself, Wu Feilong continued to shake his head. "I don't know." "Is that so? You refuse to confess, do you? You are stubborn, aren't you? I'll beat the truth out of you until you relent." The principal kicked Wu Feilong once more, asserting, "Others witnessed this, and you still deny it." Several male teachers approached, cornering Wu Feilong against an empty space at the back of the classroom, their expressions fierce. Teacher Gao struck the desk with a cane. "Wu Feilong, confess honestly. You cannot evade this. To hide a deed, one must not engage in it." A male teacher added, "More punishment is necessary." At last, Wu Feilong capitulated. "I wrote it." "Who else wrote it with you?" the principal asked. "I wrote it alone." "It seems you require further persuasion." The principal kicked again, causing Wu Feilong to tumble against a pile of charcoal. Struggling to rise, he realized evasion was futile and finally implicated his accomplice. "I wrote it with my sister." The principal and others then sought out Yu Feng, the 6th grader. The siblings confessed that the 2 poems were a collective effort of the Wu family, with them merely transcribing it on the blackboard, motivated by their family's grievance against Zhao Xiaoyu. Teacher Gao, puzzled, remarked, "But Zhao Xiaoyu is so young. How could he offend your family?" The Wu siblings, lacking awareness of the gravity of their words, explained that their second sister-in-law was purchased from the south, and Zhao Xiaoyu had sent a letter on her behalf that nearly facilitated her escape. Teacher Gao, agitated, exclaimed, "This little fellow is quite formidable, accomplishing such a significant act at such a young age. Well done." Another teacher interjected, "Not only that. The students from the newly established team say that Zhao Xiaoyu's father bought a wife last year, and before they could wed, Zhao Xiaoyu helped her escape, taking money and provisions outside the village, which infuriated his father to the point of forbidding him from attending school. Otherwise, why would he only start school this year? Later, his father had no choice but to marry Jinhai's mother." Teacher Gao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "Good child. Truly a good child." Chapter 31. This is what life should be. Subsequently, the principal convened a meeting for all students, summoning the Wu siblings to stand before the assembly and delivering a stern reprimand. Wu Feilong, being young and naive, seemed unfazed, while Wu Yufeng, as a girl of considerable age, was left utterly humiliated, unable to lift her gaze throughout the ordeal. Zhao Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was elated. His joy stemmed not only from the spectacle of the reprimand, but also from the punishment Wu Feilong received. Reflecting on the Wu family's previous arrogance that had forced his grandfather and father to kneel in supplication, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the poetic justice finally served. On the way home after school, Zhao Xiaoyu remained exhilarated, enthusiastically praising the principal's authority and Teacher Gao's fairness to Jinhai. However, Jinhai's spirits remained low, tinged with resentment towards Zhao Xiaoyu, who, in frustration, released his grip. "Hey, you ungrateful creature!" Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Damn it, those words were not penned by me. Why are you taking it out on me? If you have a problem, go confront the Wu family." Jinhai ignored him, continuing on his way, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Xiaoyu shifted his tone. "I shouldn't act like your elder, nor should I curse. Your mother is my mother. And my father is yours too. Heh, where's the sweet pancake? Big brother is hungry." Yet, Jinhai continued to disregard him. Zhao Xiaoyu seized Jinhai's backpack, rummaging through it for what felt like an eternity, only to find no sweet pancakes. Suddenly, he recalled that when they left in the morning, his father and Sun Guixiang had yet to rise. The sweet pancakes that Sun Guixiang had prepared earlier remained at her home. Disappointed, Zhao Xiaoyu draped the backpack over Jinhai's shoulder, realizing at that moment that having a mother was less favorable than not having one at all. However, upon returning home, this sentiment transformed entirely. As soon as he stepped inside, a delightful aroma enveloped him. Steam wafted from the stove, and warm humidity filled the air. At this time of year, with farming duties completed, Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang were both at home. Upon seeing the 2 boys enter, Sun Guixiang called out, "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." A rosy hue adorned her cheeks as she lifted the pot lid, adding, "Now that winter is here, we have shifted our lunch to this time." allowing both children to enjoy a warm meal. Soon, the table was laden with dishes. The staple was steamed pancakes, accompanied by several dishes, including leftovers from yesterday's guest meal and a freshly made pork and cabbage stew. The 5 family members gathered around the heated table. Zhao Tianyao occupied the head of the table, embodying the authority and dignity of a parent. Zhao Dasan sat to one side, while Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai sat opposite. Sun Guixiang perched on the edge of the heated platform, ready to serve her family. For Zhao Xiaoyu, this was nothing short of a heavenly experience. In the past, regardless of the season, he would return home from school to a desolate house. With his grandfather and father rarely present, busy in the fields during farming season and engaged in drinking and gambling during the off-season. He had to rely on himself to salvage cold dishes and rice from the cupboard, consuming them with hot water. For him, the sole purpose of eating was merely to satiate his hunger. Zhao Dasan remarked to Zhao Xiaoyu, "In truth, the old dishes are more than sufficient. Your mother insists on preparing a new dish." This seemed like a complaint, yet it was but a display of pride. Sun Guixiang interjected, "There are far too many leftovers from yesterday. It would take several days to finish them. Consuming solely old food is detrimental to the stomach. We must blend the old with the new." She turned to Jin Hai and Zhao Xiaoyu, advising, "You two should try to avoid the old dishes. A considerable amount of wine was spilled over yesterday's meal, and it has lost its flavor." As she spoke, she placed a piece of lean meat from the freshly prepared dish into Zhao Xiaoyu's bowl. Zhao Xiaoyu, elated and at a loss for words, reciprocated by selecting a piece of meat for Jin Hai's bowl. However, Jin Hai showed no appreciation, pushing the meat aside without tasting it. Zhao Dasan, his face glowing with satisfaction, exclaimed, "Now, this is what life is all about." Sun Guixiang's blush deepened. Zhao Tianyao inquired, "Xiaoyu, what do you call her?" Gesturing towards Sun Guixiang, Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled, "I call her Mama." Zhao Tianyao then pointed at Zhao Dasan, asking Jin Hai, "Hi, what do you call him?" Jin Hai cast a glance at Zhao Tianyao, but remained silent. This exchange had occurred the previous day during the housewarming, where Zhao Xiaoyu had unhesitatingly called out Mama, while Jin Hai, under the encouragement of others, had reluctantly referred to him as uncle. The crowd insisted he must call him father, which nearly brought him to tears. Prompting them to relent, Zhao Tianyao muttered, "After all, pork can never be affixed to a sheep." Sun Guixiang halted her meal, glaring at Jin Hai, ready to reprimand him. But Zhao Dasan awkwardly interjected, "No need to rush. Take your time. Don't compare yourself to Xiaoyu. He calls every woman Mama." Zhao Xiaoyu huffed, "That's not true. I used to, but now I only call her." Sun Guixiang, initially vexed, found solace in his words, pondering why his grandfather and father felt the need to chastise him daily. "Xiaoyu, after dinner, you and Jin Hai should go over there and bring back the sugar pancakes. They will be handy for school." Zhao Xiaoyu understood where she meant and nodded in agreement. Sun Guixiang continued, "You must be quite hungry today, huh? Tomorrow, I'll rise early to prepare breakfast for you." In truth, she had awakened early today as well, but due to the noisy activities of Zhao Tianyao, who was smoking and coughing loudly, she had felt a bit shy and had hidden under the blankets for a while. After the meal, Zhao Xiaoyu requested her house key, eager to fetch the sugar pancakes, but Jin Hai hesitated to accompany him. Sun Guixiang urged, "Hurry and go with your brother." Jin Hai protested, "I don't call him brother." Sun Guixiang, puzzled, asked, "You used to call him that so well, why not now?" Jin Hai fell silent. Previously, he had addressed Zhao Xiaoyu as brother at Sun Guixiang's prompting, feeling a kinship with him, two lonely children sharing their joys and sorrows. Now, however, he sensed something unseemly in that title, reminiscent of certain poems. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, "Mama, where are the sugar pancakes kept? I can fetch them myself." Sun Guixiang replied, "They are in the cupboard in the outer room, on the middle shelf. Bring the basin over." Zhao Xiaoyu, however, had no such intricate thoughts, content as long as he found joy in the moment. He held the key to Sun Guixiang's home in one hand, while the other waved exuberantly, striding along the village path like a little ruffian. When asked where he was headed, he proudly replied, "I'm going to my mother's house to get some sweet pancakes." He paid no heed to the opinions or remarks of others. Previously, he had refrained from calling Sun Guixiang mother, as his father and grandfather had forbidden it. But now that Sun Guixiang had truly become his mother, why should he not? He longed to announce to the world, "I have a mother. My mother is Sun Guixiang. My younger brother is Jin Hai, and he excels in his studies, scoring a perfect 100 in every exam." Chapter 32. Home visit that evening. While doing his homework, Jinhai continued to resist Zhao Xiaoyu's presence. Zhao Xiaoyu sat at the Kong table, while Jinhai perched on a high stool at the edge of the Kong, using the cement edge as a makeshift table, necessitating the lighting of 2 candles simultaneously. Just as Sun Guixiang was about to lose her temper, Zhao Dasan intervened, saying, "It's nothing really. It's just a bit more wax." Once they settled down for the night, Jinhai deliberately distanced himself from Zhao Xiaoyu. Yet sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, the quilt rustling like a gentle breeze. Zhao Tianyao, too, could not find rest. He got up twice to listen at his son's door. The first time, all was quiet, leading him to believe the two had finally calmed down. However, at midnight, he checked again, only to hear a commotion even more intense than the previous night, with the sound of the Kong board thumping echoing through the room, leaving him perplexed about how they were making such noise. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he thought, "What a disaster. Can this continue every night? How will we manage?" Yet, when he awoke the next morning, he found Sun Guixiang rolling out dough in the outer room, the fire in the stove glowing brightly, and a pot simmering with golden meat filling, its aroma permeating the air. His thoughts shifted once more. Indeed, having a woman around was invaluable. It is almost laughable to admit that the Zhao family rarely indulged in noodles, considering them too troublesome. Instead, they preferred the simplicity of making large, flat pancakes. A local saying goes, "Noodles are frugal, but pancakes are costly. To enjoy pancakes, one must toil in the fields." This means that among wheat-based foods, noodles require the least amount of flour, as a small bowl can suffice for a family, while pancakes consume far more flour, with each person needing at least a bowl's worth to make their pancakes. Yet, the Zhao family would rather eat the more labor-intensive and dry pancakes than the easier and more delectable noodles, simply due to the effort involved in preparing them, kneading the dough, letting it rest, rolling it out, cutting it into strips, boiling it, and preparing the filling. This illustrates the wisdom and endurance of women. They possess the remarkable ability to create a high-quality life with minimal resources, subtly and quietly nurturing their surroundings. Zhao Tianyao entered the east room, where Zhao Dasan was still blissfully asleep. "Get up. Everyone else is already awake. You're the last one," Zhao Tianyao called out. Zhao Dasan mumbled something incoherent, pulling the quilt over his head, returning to his slumber. Life continued as usual. Zhao Xiaoyu learned that Wu Yufeng, the 5th daughter of the Wu family, had dropped out of school. The day after the poetry incident, she had left her studies. A few days later, teacher Gao planned to visit Zhao Xiaoyu's home, which she welcomed wholeheartedly. It was indeed a challenge for the young woman in her 20s, as on that day after school, she rode a 2/8 bicycle, with Jinhai perched on the crossbar and Zhao Xiaoyu seated on the rear, bumping along the canal's embankment for over 10 miles until they reached the newly established team. Just as it was time for dinner, teacher Gao was unpretentious, readily removing her shoes and sitting at the heated brick bed's table. Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan, however, felt somewhat embarrassed, not only because teacher Gao was young and beautiful, but also because she was their children's instructor. Unsure of the appropriate etiquette to extend towards her, they mostly left the conversation to Sun Guixiang and teacher Gao. Teacher Gao began by updating the 3 parents on Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai's academic performance. Both were doing well, one ranked first, while the other served as class monitor. One was studious, and the other was warm-hearted. "Parents, rest assured." She then inquired about their behavior at home. Zhao Dasan admitted, "Xiaoyu is quite lively, though not overly mischievous. He grew up without a mother and has become somewhat wild. I hope you, as his teacher, can be more forgiving." "How can that be considered bad?" Teacher Gao replied. "Zhao Xiaoyu is quite commendable. His academic performance may not be exceptional, but he is above average, unifying his classmates and cherishing the class collective. He is doing well in every aspect. I initially thought he was slightly older than his peers, which is why I appointed him as class monitor, planning to re-evaluate based on the students' actual performances later. Now it seems he is quite capable, and there is no need for re-election." As the conversation progressed, it turned to the incident where Zhao Xiaoyu had let Yi Chunmei go. Zhao Dasan sheepishly remarked, "How embarrassing." "Embarrassing?" Sun Guixiang shot him a disapproving glance. "Xiaoyu simply has a kind heart. He was concerned for that girl." Zhao Tianyao sighed. "What a waste of money." Teacher Gao interjected, "Sir, please do not say that." Xiaoyu acted rightly. Human trafficking is a crime that warrants imprisonment. Consider it from another perspective. If that were your daughter, sold off to a remote place, how would you feel? Money can be regained, but virtue lost is irretrievable. I believe Xiaoyu is remarkable, and I am proud of him for that. When discussing the Wu family's situation, Zhao Tianyao became agitated, tears welling in his eyes. Teacher Gao, you were not present then and did not witness the scene. The Wu family, dozens of people, blocked the entrance, some wielding heads, others with sickles, and even a 5-foot-long hay knife was brandished, threatening to sever Xiaoyu's arms and legs. They forced me and his father to kneel and bow in submission. Oh, Teacher Gao, I have served as a soldier for over a decade, and never once have I spoken softly to anyone. My head may be severed, blood may flow, but I cannot lose my integrity. Yet, despite my resistance, I had no choice but to draw my weapon and fire a shot before they retreated. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his clothing to reveal several scars on his body. These are from bullets. I have survived countless life-threatening encounters, driving the enemy away, yet now I cannot even protect my own grandson. Teacher Gao's expression turned somber. You have endured much, but I believe, dear sir, that times are changing. Goodness will proliferate while malevolence diminishes. One day, good people will be rewarded, and wrongdoers will face justice. After dinner and the home visit had concluded, Teacher Gao prepared to leave, saying, Zhao Xiaoyu, please take me to Wu Feilong's house. Zhao Dashun immediately became alert. What do you intend to do at his home? Teacher Gao responded, isn't Wu Feilong's sister, Wu Yufeng, the one who dropped out? Today, I express my intention to visit the family of Wu Yufeng in the newly established team. The head teacher of her class requested that I convey a message to Wu Yufeng, urging her to return to school. She has made a mistake and must face the consequences. However, education is her right, one that no one can take away from her. As she is about to enter junior high, withdrawing from school would be a regrettable decision, especially since I have heard her academic performance is commendable. It would be a pity if she allowed a momentary impulse to ruin her future. Zhao Dashun inquired, what mistake did Wu Yufeng make? Teacher Gao glanced at Zhao Xiaoyu. Noticing his silence and flickering expression, deducing that he had not shared the events at school with his family. Thus, she replied, it was nothing serious. The teacher merely scolded her a few times, and she decided to stop attending. Zhao Xiaoyu guided Teacher Gao along the village path, explaining the local circumstances. Understanding the deep-seated conflict between the Wu and Zhao families, Teacher Gao wisely suggested, you need only point out their home. There is no need for you to accompany me. After walking for a while, Zhao Xiaoyu indicated the Wu household to Teacher Gao and returned home. He was fearless in most respects. Yet he still harbored a fear of the Wu family. That afternoon, the specifics of Teacher Gao's visit to the Wu household remained unknown to Zhao Xiaoyu. He only became aware of the following day as tragic event. Wang Cuiping, the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family, was found hanging from a tree by the side of the road at their home. Chapter 33. A disturbance. That path is the essential route for the children of the newly established team to travel to school. In the winter, nights are long, and before dawn breaks, some families light candles to prepare breakfast for their school-bound children. A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning serenity. As Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai passed by the Wu family's doorstep, they noticed a group of students gathered, their faces drained of color. They recounted witnessing Wang Cuiping's lifeless body hanging from a tree by the roadside, her form elongated and thin, one leg visibly longer than the other. Zhao Xiaoyu did not fully grasp the implications of this incident. However, it immediately reminded him of Teacher Gao's visit the previous day. In rural areas where events are few, any significant occurrence swiftly spreads through the surrounding villages. The news of Wang Cuiping's hanging quickly became the talk of the construction elementary school. During morning self-study, Teacher Gao summoned Zhao Xiaoyu outside the classroom and inquired, is it true what happened at Wu Feilong's house? Zhao Xiaoyu nodded. His second sister-in-law has hanged herself. Teacher Gao gasped, her complexion turning pale as she stumbled away. In rural communities, people thrive on social interactions, and funerals often become occasions for gathering. When someone passes away, many flock to offer condolences, discuss the deceased's life, assess the quality of the paper offerings, admire the craftsmanship of the artisans, and partake in complimentary cigarettes and tea. Children also join the festivities, proudly sporting red cloth strips meant to ward off evil, akin to the joy of a celebration. However, this is typical for deaths deemed natural. In contrast, for untimely deaths, particularly those involving the young like Wang Cuiping, the atmosphere is far less festive, often tinged with fear. Elders share tales of those who die before their time, claiming they wander the mortal realm seeking a substitute. If one hears their name called while walking alone at night, it is advised to refrain from looking back or responding, lest they invite a fatal encounter with a restless spirit. In the countryside, there exists a saying, "Those who fear water from afar dread ghosts up close." Travelers from distant lands, unaware of the water's depths, hesitate to wade through. Much like the little horse in the fable, the little horse crosses the river. Meanwhile, locals, knowing the circumstances of the deceased, harbor fears of malevolent spirits. The spirit altar of the Wu family was erected at the entrance of their yard, a mere few paces from the dirt path. Beneath the black tarp lay a vividly red coffin, while white soul banners fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the sinister expressions of paper effigies of young boys and girls. The clamor of gongs and drums filled the air, as the mournful sound of the suona echoed, all of which instilled dread in the hearts of children passing by the Wu family's abode. Even the audacious Zhao Xiaoyu felt his scalp prickle with fear each time he walked past, while Jin Hai clung tightly to him, too frightened to utter a word. At last, the day came when the altar was dismantled, and everything returned to its former state. The children exhaled in relief, believing that Wang Zuiping had been buried. However, upon arriving at school, they discovered that the altar had been erected in the vacant lot before their classroom. The coffin, the paper offerings, the drummers, all remained unchanged. As the Wu family, clad in mourning attire, knelt before the altar, lamenting amidst the mournful sounds of the drummers, they wept, scattering paper money into the air, which fell like snowflakes, blanketing the ground in a white layer. They cried out a name, but it was not Wang Zuiping's. It was Gao Mei, their teacher. It was said that on that fateful day, Teacher Gao had visited the Xinjiang team, intending to persuade the Wu family to allow Wu Yufeng to return to school. After being rebuffed, she attempted to take Wang Zuiping with her, only to be thwarted by the Wu family, forcing her to flee in haste. That evening, Wang Zuiping hanged herself. The Wu family believed her death to be connected to Teacher Gao, demanding that the school surrender her. The principal, under duress, granted the students a day off, and upon their return, the Wu family's altar had vanished, leaving only the remnants of circular paper money scattered across the ground. During the morning self-study period, students recounted the events of the previous day. The principal had pleaded with the Wu family, but they remained obstinate, insisting on Teacher Gao's surrender to accompany the deceased Wang Zuiping to the afterlife, threatening unrest that would disrupt classes. The principal dispatched a male teacher on a bicycle along the rugged dirt road for over 10 miles to the nearest town, seeking assistance from the local police station. 3 officers mobilized, but found themselves powerless against the overwhelming numbers of the Wu family. After much negotiation, an agreement was reached. 1. Teacher Gao could no longer teach at the Jinjia Primary School. 2. The school would compensate the Wu family with 500 yuan. Zhao Xiaoyu, breathless, burst into the teacher's office, confronting Teacher Gao, who was packing her belongings, on the verge of departure. Words eluded him, and he merely stood there, tears streaming down his face. The office was empty, the morning light illuminating Gao's beautiful yet weary visage as she crouched before Zhao Xiaoyu, wiping his tears with tenderness. With tearful eyes and a smile, she reassured him, "Don't cry. I will be fine. You must study hard." Her words only intensified his sobs. On that wintry morning, amidst the resonant sounds of reading, an 8-year-old boy wept like a wounded wolf. Teacher Gao had departed, while Wu Feilong, the 5th son of the Wu family, remained at school, feeling no remorse for driving Teacher Gao away. Instead, he took pride in flaunting the prowess of his family to his classmates. A middle-aged teacher named Zhang had taken over the 1st grade class, and Zhao Xiaoyu continued to serve as class monitor. Seemingly nothing had changed. Yet, his classmates soon discerned that Zhao Xiaoyu had transformed. He was no longer the diligent student he once was. During lessons, he became indifferent, often clashing with Teacher Zhang, who had reprimanded him several times. Ultimately, during a class meeting, Teacher Zhang revoked his position as class monitor and elected Jin Hai in his stead. Zhao Xiaoyu was unconcerned, feeling liberated from the burdens of responsibility, and deemed his classmates to be rather juvenile, preferring to associate with a group of older school delinquents, discarding even his hard-earned red scarf. As the final exams approached, Jin Hai unsurprisingly achieved a perfect score, while Zhao Xiaoyu's grades plummeted, relegating him to the status of a mediocre student. Teacher Zhang summoned him to the front of the class and delivered a severe reprimand, but the words merely entered one ear and exited the other, as he silently chanted, "Not listening, not listening." A turtle reciting scriptures, "Not looking, not looking. A turtle laying eggs. Upon receiving the winter vacation notice, his delinquent friends urged him to join them in a fight. But he claimed to have pressing matters at home and swiftly departed. In that rural school setting, a unique method of resolving grievances had emerged among students, engaging in fights just before holidays or graduations. Vendettas were settled and resentments avenged. Typically, minor grievances were addressed during vacations, while major disputes were resolved at graduation. However, the term fight was somewhat misleading, as it generally involved the stronger party assaulting the weaker one, leaving the latter with little recourse, often reduced to mere cries of distress. After the altercation, grievances were considered settled, and each party would go their separate ways. By the time the holiday concluded, those who had been beaten would have forgotten their pain and ceased reporting to teachers. Zhao Xiaoyu had initially planned to confront Wu Feilong during the winter break. But upon considering their shared living quarters, he realized that while he could evade school discipline, he could not escape parental retribution, especially given the formidable power of the Wu family. Thus, he abandoned his plan and made his way towards the third team, where teacher Gao resided. Chapter 34. Moving house. The third team was located 5 miles west of the school. Zhao Xiaoyu hurriedly made his way there, soon arriving. After inquiring for directions from villagers, he found Gao Mei's home, which consisted of a humble earthen courtyard. The 2 beams at the entrance lay on the ground, indicating that someone was home. Yet Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated at the threshold, pondering whether or not to enter. He touched his backpack, which contained the winter vacation notice detailing his 2 subject grades and the teacher's comments. He wondered if teacher Gao would feel disheartened upon learning of his current circumstances. Hearing the door creak, a figure emerged. It was Gao Mei. She instantly recognized Zhao Xiaoyu and called out to him, "Zhao Xiaoyu." In response, he turned and fled, ignoring her call from behind. He dashed out of the village, running far until he found himself standing amidst the wild woods, glancing back at the diminishing village before finally slowing his pace. As he walked, he wiped his tears away, reminiscing about the words spoken by teacher Gao before his departure, filling his heart with profound sorrow. He had lost his class monitor, his academic performance was dismal, and his behavior left much to be desired. What face did he have to meet her again? The winter in the countryside was the epitome of winter itself. The fields lay barren, a scene of desolation. Unattended plastic film was tugged by the cold wind, hanging from the severed sunflower stalks, resembling the soul-guiding banners atop Wang Zuoping's spirit altar. The farmland, once flowing with autumn waters, had frozen into a sheet of ice, reflecting the sunlight with a blinding brilliance. Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a stone, shattered a piece of ice, and popped a chunk into his mouth, savoring it like candy, his cheeks going numb from the chill. Dejected, he returned home to find that his family, having waited for him, had already dined. Sun Guixiang had kept the leftover food warm in the pot. Grandfather and father sat on the heated kong, conversing. Ever since Sun Guixiang entered the household, both had settled down, their chatter more civilized, no longer resorting to foul language, behaving more like intellectuals. Jinhai had already begun his winter vacation homework, a boy with no other passion but for assignments. Sun Guixiang was busily running about, juggling the care of the entire family, while also returning to her former home to tend to the pigs and chickens. Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly felt like a burden, tears streaming down his face as he enjoyed the steaming, fragrant meal before him. Sun Guixiang inquired, "Xiaoyu, what troubles you?" Jinhai interjected. He didn't do well on his exam, and teacher Zhang scolded him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dasun immediately rummaged through Zhao Xiaoyu's backpack, pulling out the winter vacation notice. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "You wasteful child! How could you fail 2 subjects, get into fights, and dare to defy your teacher? It seems you're itching for a beating." He brandished a broom, intending to strike Zhao Xiaoyu. Sun Guixiang intervened, then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, saying, "It's all right to falter once. Life is long. As long as you apply yourself, there will surely be a time when you excel. What's concerning is if you don't put in the effort." Initially planning to stay at the Zhao family home for a year and a half before moving, Sun Guixiang ultimately decided, as the spring festival approached, to relocate to her previous residence due to the Zhao family's unsatisfactory living conditions, which disturbed the children's rest and study. With the family now fully integrated into the Zhao household, what was there to fear from the gossip of outsiders? Sun Guixiang's home was incomparable to the dilapidated 50-year-old Zhao residence. While it too was made of earth bricks, it was less than a decade old, its exterior coated with white lime, both aesthetically pleasing and durable. impervious to water. Inside, the decor was well organized, with pristine white walls adorned with vibrant red peonies on the blue-painted wainscoting, and the ceiling was neatly finished. Unlike the Zhao home, where exposed beams and fences were blackened by smoke and festooned with spider webs, the floor was laid with red bricks. The furniture was not only new in condition but also contemporary in style, featuring cabinets of various heights and combinations. Sun Guixiang mentioned her plans to invite a carpenter next year to craft a set of sofas, a rarity in rural areas at that time. In summary, moving from the Zhao family to the Sun family was akin to transitioning from a beggar's den to a grand palace. Thus, the so-called relocation merely involved transferring the entire family, a lean mule, and some provisions, while the remaining assortment of dilapidated belongings was left behind at the Zhao residence. Secured with a lock, Jinhai returned to his hometown, brimming with excitement, bouncing about with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, the Zhao family, comprising 3 generations, resembled rustic villagers entering the city, trembling with trepidation, utterly anxious and apprehensive, fearful of inadvertently damaging or soiling something. The eastern room featured a large Kong, while the western room housed a double bed, with Zhao Dasan and Sun Guixiang sleeping in the west, and Zhao Tianyao, Zhao Xiaoyu, and Jinhai in the east, separated by a communal kitchen in between. Sun Guixiang had been married twice before, and although neither wedding was grand, she adhered to the necessary customs and furnished her home with essential amenities. At the very least, with each marriage, she ensured new bedding, resulting in her cupboard being filled with pristine linens that had never been used. Her home even boasted a radio and a grandfather clock that chimed at the hour, introducing a novel charm that captivated Zhao Xiaoyu. Although he had frequently visited Sun Guixiang's home before, merely observing, now, the opportunity to physically engage with these items rendered the experience incomparable. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This mother is truly a wonderful mother." Throughout the day, he clutched the radio, despite Sun Guixiang's reminders that no programs aired until the scheduled time. Yet, he incessantly twisted the round dial in search of a station, relishing even the crackling sounds of static. Within just a few days, Zhao Xiaoyu, fulfilling expectations, inadvertently broke the radio. Previously, when he observed villagers listening to radios, he was often curious about whether a tiny person resided within, for how else could it speak and sing? Now that they owned one, he felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. Upon removing the back cover, he found no tiny person, but undeterred, he tinkered until several components fell out, rendering the radio mute, devoid of even the slightest crackle. Enraged, Zhao Dasan chased Zhao Xiaoyu around the yard, but Sun Guixiang intervened. Previously, it was just the two of us who bought this radio for entertainment. Now that we have the whole family together, what need do we have for a radio? This year marked the happiest one Zhao Xiaoyu had ever experienced. Throughout the entire 12th month, Sun Guixiang tirelessly worked at her sewing machine, the rhythmic sound of the pedal transforming the family's appearance inside and out. It must be said that Sun Guixiang was exceptionally skilled. When affluent women in the village flaunted their newly purchased clothes to others while leading their children, she would merely glance and discreetly commit the styles to memory. After 2 sleepless nights, her creations adorned Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai, even featuring enhancements that rendered them more appealing than the purchased garments. When Zhao Dasan prepared to procure New Year's goods, Sun Guixiang insisted on accompanying him, declaring there was no need to buy alcohol or meat, as their home was already stocked with chicken and pork. Zhao Dasan found himself in a quandary. With clothing and food taken care of, what else was left to buy? Sun Guixiang replied with a huff, "Firecrackers." Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed with exuberance, "Long live Mama." Chapter 35. New Year. Accompanying Sun Guixiang, Zhao Dasan indeed refrained from purchasing any wine or canned fish for the festivities. Instead, he brought home a plethora of vibrant New Year paintings, which adorned the white walls, showcasing both solitary figures and sequential illustrations, such as Yang Paifeng seeking a bride, Huiyanqing competing in the arena, and the mistaken identity in the flower fields, instantly enhancing the festive atmosphere. Moreover, he acquired a substantial quantity of firecrackers, much to the delight of the 2 children, who could hardly contain their excitement for the new year. Zhao Tianyao, fond of liquor, incessantly smacked his lips, swallowing hard with a look of disappointment. Yet, he dared not express his dissatisfaction, for all expenditures came from Sun Guixiang's purse, and the family was still entangled in debt from purchasing a bride for Zhao Dasan. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to make a point, eventually sputtering, "Without wine, No matter the feast, it feels lacking. With food but no wine, it's unworthy of even a dog. During this grand occasion, one must at least have some wine prepared, lest a relative arrives unexpectedly. Sun Guixiang merely smiled, pretending not to hear. Traditionally, the Zhao family would prepare nothing for the new year. On the day itself, the father and son would indulge in a hearty meal, becoming intoxicated and muddled, often forgetting to even post couplets. This year, however, under Sun Guixiang's guidance, the family busied themselves for over 10 days, cleaning, scrubbing, and preparing a variety of dishes including bean sprouts, pork skin jelly, chicken meatballs, steamed buns, oil cakes, twisted dough, scattered rice, and dumplings, creating an abundant feast. The father and son, accustomed to laziness, were frequently chastised by Sun Guixiang. She showed no mercy to her father-in-law. Whenever Zhao Tianyao slacked off, she would feign concern, asking, "Father, are you feeling unwell?" If he claimed to be unwell, she would insist on summoning Dr. Qin, leaving Zhao Tianyao with no choice but to join the fray. In truth, these tasks were not strenuous. They merely sought a vibrant and lively celebration, particularly for Zhao Xiaoyu. He found these activities even more delightful than the new year itself, as the joy of participation was irreplaceable. These tasks were the finest form of festive entertainment, subtly encapsulating wishes for a beautiful life. He enjoyed playing pranks, such as molding dough into cylindrical shapes resembling excrement, frying them until golden, and then sitting on the threshold relishing his creation, much to Jin Hai's chagrin and Sun Guixiang's hearty laughter, while provoking a scolding from Zhao Dasan. On New Year's Eve at noon, Sun Guixiang prepared a lavish spread, both hot and cold, comprising meat and vegetarian dishes alike: braised ribs, stir-fried intestines, pig ears, pork knuckles with garlic, and marinated bean sprouts, complemented by an array of sweets and sunflower seeds, forming a small mountain of delicacies. She turned to Zhao Dasan and exclaimed, "Isn't this far superior to canned fish?" Zhao Dasan grinned foolishly, replying, "Indeed, 100 times better, 1,000 times better." Yet, Zhao Tianyao remained fixated on the absence of wine, clicking his tongue and murmuring under his breath, "Such exquisite dishes, what a pity." Unable to openly voice his discontent, he resorted to subtle gestures, each mouthful of meat accompanied by a sip of plain water, slurping loudly and squinting his eyes in appreciation. Sun Guixiang couldn't contain her laughter, rising to fetch a bottle of Qingqing Laojiao, encased in a white porcelain vessel adorned with a red silk ribbon, from the cabinet. She placed it on the table and declared, "Well, there's only this one bottle for today. You two will finish it, and there will be none left by evening." Zhao Tianyao's face immediately brightened as he picked up the bottle and examined it. "I've tasted this wine before at Old Man Qin's house. It is indeed exquisite, the finest in our region." Sun Guixiang agreed. "Indeed, if we are to drink, let it be good wine, even if it means indulging in less." This year passed harmoniously, with Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan not drinking to the point of oblivion, while Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai set off countless firecrackers. As spring blossomed, the residents of the newly established team rushed to share delightful news. The village would soon have electricity. Just as doubts about the authenticity of this news began to surface, several large trucks arrived, delivering dozens of cement utility poles, which were arranged at measured intervals along the roadside. The team convened a mobilization meeting, assigning each household a specific number of holes to dig. Zhao Dasan was fortunate enough to be appointed as the foreman, bustling about each day, while the task of digging their own holes fell to Zhao Tianyao and his two children, with Sun Guixiang occasionally lending a hand. Zhao Tianyao, infuriated, exclaimed, "No meals provided, no wages. They treat you like a fool and still manage to make you happy." At school, Zhao Xiaoyu also heard uplifting news. Teacher Gao had married, joining the commune, and her husband was a formal teacher at the commune's primary school, where she too would now teach. Zhao Xiaoyu pondered the importance of diligent study. Otherwise, how would he face Teacher Gao when he eventually attended junior high at the commune? He learned that the junior high and the primary school were in close proximity. He returned to his role as a diligent student, attentively listening and completing his homework, distancing himself from unruly companions. Yet, he harbored concerns about the Wu family possibly causing trouble at the primary school again. One early summer day after school, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai were walking through Shishawa when they encountered Wu Yaozong, the second son of the Wu family. Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively pulled Jin Hai aside, fearing he was the target. However, Wu Yaozong disregarded them and passed by. They turned to see Wu Yaozong confront several girls behind them, grabbing one by the collar without a word, delivering 2 sharp slaps to her face, followed by a heavy punch to her stomach before turning to leave. The girl doubled over in pain, and the others looked on in horror, too terrified to speak. Zhao Xiaoyu recognized the girl who had been struck as Su Qingya and rushed over to inquire about her condition. Su Qingya, clutching her stomach with one hand and propping herself up with the other, wore an anguished expression, tears welling in her eyes, unable to articulate her distress. Wu Yaozong, now in his 30s, inflicted the weight of his blows upon a 9-year-old girl, the extent of damage evident, even drawing tears from Su Qingya, who was known for her cheerful disposition. Furious, Zhao Xiaoyu shouted and raised his fist, pursuing Wu Yaozong. Yet, he was still too small. Before his fist could even approach, Wu Yaozong kicked him to the ground, cursing, seeking death. Zhao Xiaoyu, enduring the pain, charged once more, only to be kicked away again by Wu Yaozong. He was filled with a blend of rage and hatred, glancing around until he spotted a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm, lying on the ground not far away. He rushed over, picked it up, and clutched it tightly, chasing after Wu Yaozong with reckless abandon. Swinging the stick, he cried out, "Wu Yaozong, damn you! Wu Shulin, damn you! May you and your entire family perish." Wu Shulin, the patriarch of the Wu family, was Wu Yaozong's father. Although Zhao Xiaoyu was merely a child, he fought fiercely, and despite his youth, Wu Yaozong found him no easy opponent. He received several heavy blows to his back. Yet he seemed wary of Zhao Tianyao, who was armed, and chose not to engage further with Zhao Xiaoyu. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked Zhao Xiaoyu aside and fled. Zhao Xiaoyu scrambled to his feet, raising the stick to continue his pursuit. "Wu Yaozong, I will annihilate your entire family." His voice was tinged with tears, yet it resonated with unbridled fury. Chapter 36. Revenge. Hearing Su Qingya's voice calling from behind, "Zhao Xiaoyu, come back." At that moment, Wu Yaozong had already fled too far to catch up. Filled with resentment, Zhao Xiaoyu hurled the stick aside and returned to Su Qingya's side. Su Qingya still could not rise, but her expression had softened, and the pain on her face was less severe. Her cheeks were swollen, marked with vivid red fingerprints. As Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed her stomach, he vented his frustration with unabashed curses, sobbing as if he had encountered his father's murderer, yet felt powerless to exact revenge. After a brief respite, Su Qingya finally regained her composure. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, "Why did he strike you?" Su Qingya shook her head. "I do not know." "Have you offended him in any way?" "No," she replied, but then seemed to recollect something. "Last year, when Wu Failong and Wu Yufeng wrote those poems on the blackboard, I saw it and reported them to the teacher. It appeared that this was the source of their grievance. The Wu family certainly held grudges, as they sought retribution even after more than half a year had passed. Prior to this, Zhao Xiaoyu had been unaware of the identity of the witnesses, as the principal had merely stated that someone had seen it. Eventually, the Wu siblings could no longer deny their involvement and had to confess. Su Qingya was finally able to stand, and with the support of Zhao Xiaoyu, Jin Hai, and several other girls, she made her way home. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Xiaoyu rushed into the storage room, frantically searching. He remembered that during their move, his grandfather had stored the gun and knife in there. Frustrated and furious, he found himself unable to lift the heavier items, scouring every nook and cranny, while smaller objects were carelessly tossed outside, clattering noisily as if a bandit were ransacking the place. Sun Guixiang stood at the doorway, asking, "Xiaoyu, what are you looking for?" Zhao Xiaoyu remained silent, absorbed in his search. The storage room had no tiled floor, and dust covered every object, filling the cramped space with a haze that made Sun Guixiang cough incessantly. At this moment, Zhao Tianyao, Zhao Dashan, and Jin Hai arrived, standing at the entrance to watch. Zhao Xiaoyu ignored them, continuing his frantic rummaging. Zhao Dashan entered and pulled Zhao Xiaoyu out, scolding, "What is wrong with you? Why are you rummaging around in here instead of eating at home?" Zhao Xiaoyu struggled and shouted, "I need a gun. Let me go?" Zhao Tianyao was taken aback. "What do you need a gun for, you little thing?" "I want to kill." Zhao Xiaoyu declared fiercely, "I will slaughter the entire Wu family." Escaping the grasp of Zhao Dashan and attempting to flee to the cool room, Zhao Tianyao seized him. "Ah, though small in stature, your temper is quite formidable. What have the Wu family done to you? Did you engage in a scuffle with Wu Failong?" "Wu Yazong struck Su Qingya," Jin Hai explained. Zhao Tianyao exclaimed, "Wu Yazong is already 10 years old. How could he possibly strike a young girl like Su Qingya?" Jinhai continued. Wu Feilong and Wu Yufeng wrote poems on the blackboard, insulting my mother and our family. Su Qingyao witnessed this and reported it to the teacher, leading to a school assembly where they were reprimanded. Consequently, Wu Yazong retaliated against Su Qingyao. What a despicable family, Zhao Tianyao lamented. For years, it has been understood, boys fight boys, girls fight girls, adults contend with adults, and children with children. Yet this grown man dares to assault a little girl. Damn it, last year he drove away such a fine female teacher. Wang Suiping likely could not withstand the abuse from his family, leading to her tragic end. Sighing, he turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, saying, he struck Su Qingyao. Her father will seek retribution. Do not complicate matters further. No, I must kill him. Zhao Xiaoyu shouted, suddenly bursting into tears, his tears streaming down. He beat Su Qingyao so badly she could not stand. I will surely kill him, and his entire family. Zhao Tianyao chuckled, this lad values loyalty. He is distressed for his little wife. Zhao Xiaoyu cried even more fiercely, pushing Zhao Tianyao back. Do not speak like a rogue. You are a bad person. Sun Guixiang felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow, her eyes stinging. She approached Zhao Xiaoyu, wiping his tears, and gently comforted him. Let us return home for a meal. I shall check on Su Qingyao. Zhao Xiaoyu temporarily abandoned his plans for vengeance and went inside to eat. Sun Guixiang gathered a dozen eggs and visited the Su family, returning to report that Su Qingyao was fine. Her stomach no longer hurt, though her face was slightly swollen and numb. The Su family decided against escalating matters with the Wu family, reasoning that conflict would only lead to loss. They would simply exercise caution in the future. If they could not provoke them, they would avoid confrontation. Sun Guixiang then advised Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai, study diligently. Once you have developed your wings, no one will dare to bully you. However, Zhao Xiaoyu harbored lingering resentment towards the Wu family. Throughout the semester, he devoted himself to his studies, significantly improving his midterm exam scores and achieving an average performance by the end of the term. His limits seemed to have been reached, yet fortunately, Teacher Zhang removed him from the list of troubled students, appointing him as the physical education monitor. Each day during recess, he whistled while directing the lineup. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Jinhai continued to excel, consistently achieving perfect scores in both unit tests and formal examinations, never receiving anything less than full marks. After the conclusion of the final exams, the school conducted a thorough evaluation, allowing Jinhai to advance a grade, entering the 3rd grade alongside Su Qingyao. In late July and early August, the wheat harvesting season commenced, with summer vacation upon him. Zhao Xiaoyu rose early each day to join his grandfather and father in the fields to cut wheat. Sun Guixiang provided logistical support, preparing a variety of delicious meals for the family each day. She initially intended for Jinhai to assist in harvesting the wheat, but Zhao Dasan, eager to please his wife, insisted that he should not go, asserting that Jinhai was destined for greater things as a university student, and should focus solely on his studies, for he was bound to become an esteemed official in the future. After enduring several arduous days, the wheat was finally transported back to the yard, stacked high into round mounds resembling burial mounds, awaiting complete drying before being spread out in the yard, either drawn by mules or loaded onto the newly acquired wheeled carts, accompanied by grinding stones. By that time, the village boasted several such wheeled carts, puffing out black smoke, parading through the streets with a sense of grandeur. The newly established team had 2 designated areas. One was a communal space for collective use, where individuals had to queue to grind the wheat, while the other belonged to the Wu family, who, with their numerous members and ample land, had constructed their own area for convenience, allowing them to utilize it whenever they pleased. In the days following the wheat harvest, Zhao Xiaoyu stood at the entrance of the yard each night, grasping a handful of soil to gauge the wind direction. At long last, one fateful night, the wind favored his intentions. In the stillness of the night, he quietly donned his clothes, took a box of matches, tore a few sheets from his notebooks, and stealthily crept into the Wu family's area, igniting the mounds of wheat. He then returned home to sleep undisturbed. When the fire was eventually noticed, it had already spiraled out of control, casting a crimson glow across the sky above the entire new construction team. The Wu family, standing helplessly outside, cried out in despair, yet found themselves powerless to act. Chapter 37. Someone saw it. The blaze awakened everyone in the team. People rushed towards the scene, realizing that the fire was consuming the Wu family's area. The 2 areas were merely separated by a few dozen meters. and panic ensued as the crowd congested in the space between, attempting to use their own bodies to shield the flames and protect the fruits of their labor from the past year. The Wu family's area was home to over a dozen towering mounds of wheat, with flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the stars and moon. Wheat straw ignites with alarming ease, and such a vast expanse of mounds, once ignited, was beyond extinguishment. And there was no time to douse the flames. A wave of heat washed over the crowd, enveloping them in an atmosphere of despair. Yet, the crowd quickly regained their composure. Fortune smiled upon them that night, as the wind direction favored the Wu family's area, causing the flames to lean towards the fields. Leaving the communal space untouched, a stroke of luck amidst calamity. The Wu family, consisting of men, women, and children, gathered outside, leaping and shouting, yet dared not approach too closely, for the searing air posed a threat of burns to their skin. Over 70-year-old Wu Shulin fell to his knees, crying out to the heavens, "Is this the end for the Wu family?" Everyone in the team was aware that the Wu family had cultivated nearly 50 acres of wheat this year, and this devastating fire would likely consume at least 20,000 pounds of grain. People approached the Wu family with a mix of relief, regret, pity, and a certain sense of superiority, feigning comfort in their time of distress. Suddenly, Wu Yaozong charged towards Wu Shulin, kicking him over and cursing, "Wu Shulin, damn you. Just days ago, I urged you to grind the wheat while it was still dry, yet you insisted on waiting. Look what has happened now. Heaven has taken its toll." Although the Wu family is united and charges into battle together, their words are often unrestrained, and conversations among family members can be quite indiscreet, with crude language flying about. For instance, there was a time when someone in the team asked Wu Yaozong what he planned to plant in the field by the river. Wu Yaozong replied, "I intended to sow sunflowers, but that wretched grandson of mine insisted on planting melons instead." On another occasion, when Wu Yaozong was a child, he quarreled with his brother, and they exchanged affectionate insults about each other's mothers. Wu Shulin, overhearing this, was furious and approached them, delivering a kick to each son while exclaiming, "How can brothers speak to each other in such a manner? Who is your mother? Who is his mother? I curse your grandmother." This incident quickly became a widely shared tale, spreading to neighboring villages and beyond, transforming into a popular anecdote of the time. Thus, when Wu Yaozong faced such a catastrophe, it was somewhat understandable that he would curse at his father. In the midst of slumber, Zhao Xiaoyu was awakened by Zhao Dasan, and the entire family, carrying buckets and basins, rushed to the scene, initially intending to extinguish the fire. However, upon witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle, they could only stand by and observe. Zhao Xiaoyu clenched his fist and struck his palm, softly yet fiercely uttering, "What a thrill!" The conflagration raged until dawn before finally extinguishing, as the Wu family had given up on fighting the flames, helplessly watching the castle-like stacks of wheat turn into a blackened heap of ash. It was only then that the team fetched water from the canal to completely douse the remaining embers. The Wu family attempted to salvage any unburned wheat grains from the ashes, but those that remained on the ears had all been charred into glistening black pearls. Aesthetically pleasing yet utterly useless, as a mere rub between fingers reduced them to dust. The Wu family believed the fire had been deliberately set, but at that time, rural folk had a scant awareness of legal matters. Even in the face of intentional harm, they often resorted to private resolutions rather than reporting to authorities. Consequently, the Wu family merely stood amidst the ashes, shouting and threatening with the loudest voices they could muster, yet the matter remained unresolved. Nevertheless, this incident served as a cautionary tale for the team, prompting them to hasten their wheat threshing while dispatching individuals to keep watch over the area during the night. The fire made the already sweltering summer even hotter, turning the environment into a veritable steam chamber. Dressed in oversized floral shorts sewn by Sun Guixiang and sporting a bare, glistening torso, Zhao Xiaoyu swaggered into Su Qingya's courtyard. The Su family was gathered for lunch around a foldable round table made of iron legs and shavings. Su Qingya had two older brothers. The eldest, Su Qinghai, was in junior high school at the commune, now in his second year. The second brother, Su Qinghe, was in elementary school, both enjoying their summer vacation. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu, Su Qingya squinted with a smile and teased, "Aren't you ashamed, parading about like that?" Zhao Xiaoyu bashfully wiped the sweat from his chest, replying, "It's hot. What with the fire burning?" Su Qingya's father, Su Guixiang, inquired, "Zhao Xiaoyu, do you need something?" Zhao Xiaoyu cleared his throat and responded, "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that the Wu family's wheat stack caught fire last night." "Who doesn't know that? Is that why you've come?" Indeed. Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at the Su family with the intention of sharing the joy of a delightful occasion. Yet upon witnessing Sun Guixiang's demeanor, it became apparent that he had no desire to celebrate, leaving Zhao feeling somewhat awkward. Su Qinghai cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaoyu, a sly smile playing upon his lips. "You set the fire, didn't you?" Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. Could it be that he had been seen? "No, it wasn't me." Yet his countenance betrayed him. "Do not speak nonsense." Su Guixiang glared fiercely at his eldest son. "Such baseless claims." "Baseless? I saw it with my own eyes." Su Qinghai muttered. "I told you. I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom." And Zhao Xiaoyu was running home as the Wu family's premises caught fire. Zhao Xiaoyu inwardly lamented. Indeed, he had been spotted. "You saw a ghost." Su Guixiang retorted as he chewed his food. "It was pitch black. How could you possibly recognize anyone? Speak another word, and I shall break your legs." Su Qinghai recoiled slightly. "I am not speaking out of turn. I merely mentioned it to Qin Hongfeng." Qin Hongfeng, the eldest son of Qin Fuzhong, was a classmate of Su Qinghai at the local middle school. "You are not to speak of this to anyone." Su Guixiang slammed his hand on the table, sweat glistening on his brow. "If you continue to spread such rumors, I will send you to the Wu family and accuse you of being the arsonist, letting them flay you alive." Su Qinghai fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. "Zhao Xiaoyu." Su Guixiang swallowed his food with difficulty. "From now on, keep your distance from my family, Qinghai. We are not children anymore. Such childish antics are unacceptable." Zhao Xiaoyu let out a soft acknowledgement and, disheartened, departed from the Su household. Zhao Tianyao, Zhao Dashun, Sun Guixiang, and Jinhai were engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions grim. Upon Zhao Xiaoyu's entrance, they all fell silent, turning to him with peculiar gazes, as if they no longer recognized him. "What is wrong with you all?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired. You prodigal son. You will not rest until you ruin this family." Zhao Dashun suddenly lunged at him, delivering a kick that struck Zhao Xiaoyu's shin, causing him to collapse to one knee, gritting his teeth in pain. Chapter 38. Blocking the door. Su Qinghai was merely a child of 15, devoid of any malice. When the Wu family premises caught fire the previous night, he had spotted his classmate Qin Hongfeng amongst the crowd and approached him to exchange a few words. He discreetly informed Qin Hongfeng that during the onset of the fire, he had seemingly seen Zhao Xiaoyu running home, which led him to suspect that Zhao Xiaoyu was the arsonist. At this tender age, secrets among friends are hard to keep. Su Qinghai harbored a deep disdain for the Wu family, particularly after Wu Yaozong had assaulted his sister, yet he felt powerless to express his anger. Thus, when he confided in Qin Hongfeng, it was not an act of betrayal, but rather an attempt to share the exhilarating news with a good friend. Aside from confiding in Qin Hongfeng, he had only mentioned it to his family, but for reasons unknown. Both his father and mother dismissed his claims and forbade him from speaking further. When Zhao Xiaoyu visited their home, he attempted to gauge Zhao Xiaoyu's reaction, only to be reprimanded by his father. He was aware that the Wu family was not to be trifled with. Yet what harm was there in merely discussing matters among his own kin? After Zhao Xiaoyu's departure, Su Qinghai expressed his discontent. "I am not spreading rumors everywhere. I am merely speaking at home. If even at home I am forbidden to speak, then there is truly no such incident." Su Guixiang interrupted him. Old man Qin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, pushed the door open. Su Guixiang invited him to dine, but Qin waved his hand and seated himself by the stove, stating, "You all eat. I have already had my fill. Have you heard? The fire at the Wu family's place was set by Zhao Xiaoyu." Su Guixiang was taken aback. Surely that cannot be true. How could someone so young accomplish such a monumental act? Old man Qin clicked his tongue. "I too find it hard to believe, but that's what the folks in the team are saying. I thought your Qinghai was a classmate of Zhao Xiaoyu. Perhaps he knows something." "We are not aware," Su Guixiang promptly denied. "My Qinghai is a year above Zhao Xiaoyu." After exchanging a few more trivial remarks, old man Qin took his leave. Once he was a distance away, Su Guixiang delivered a sharp slap to Su Qinghai, exclaiming, "You've brought calamity upon us. The Qin family is no better than the Wu family. You are sending Zhao Xiaoyu into the den of wolves. Does he harbor any grudge against you?" Hearing a commotion from outside, Su Guixiang rushed out, returning shortly thereafter to announce, "It's over. The Wu family has cornered Widow Sun in her courtyard, demanding she hand over Zhao Xiaoyu. Everyone has gone to watch the spectacle." Su Qinghai inquired, Will they harm Zhao Xiaoyu? Harm him? Su Guixiang swallowed hard. If that fire was indeed set by Zhao Xiaoyu, the Wu family might very well kill him. Su Qinghai turned pale with fear. Su Guixiang pointed at Su Qinghai, saying, "Stay at home obediently and do not go anywhere. If the Wu family questions you, just say you never spoke those words. It was all fabricated by Qin Hongfeng. Otherwise, I shall declare that the fire was your doing." After saying this, he exited the house, pushing the light motorcycle that was leaning against the wall, kicking it a few times until it roared to life, exhaling a plume of blue smoke from the rear. His wife, Jiang Xinlian, rushed out to inquire where he was headed, and he simply replied that he was going to the commune, then hurriedly rode away. Zhao Xiaoyu never admitted to having set the fire. Enduring punches and kicks from Zhao Dasan, he understood the gravity of his transgression. It was likely that even his heroic grandfather could not shield him from the consequences. Yet, he felt no remorse. Sun Guixiang managed, after much persuasion, to pull Zhao Dasan away. Zhao Dasan asked Zhao Tianyao, "Elder brother, what shall we do? The Wu family has caught wind of the situation and will surely come to cause a ruckus." Zhao Tianyao gritted his teeth. Let them create a disturbance. After all, it was not Xiaoyu who set the fire. As long as this old bone of mine is still standing, they shall not set foot in the Zhao family home. When the Wu family, a dozen strong, came knocking, Zhao Tianyao boldly stood at the entrance, donned in military attire, one hand resting on his gun, the other holding a knife, a black eye patch covering his blind eye. He instructed his family to remain hidden indoors. Perhaps the Wu family feared Zhao Tianyao's firearm, for they arrived unarmed and adopted a relatively civilized approach, merely blocking the entrance to the courtyard, demanding that the Zhao family compensate them with 30,000 jin of wheat, or they would remain there indefinitely. Zhao Tianyao initially spoke with kind words. "Wu Shulin, I nearly caused Zhao Xiaoyu's demise, yet he has not confessed to starting the fire. This indicates that he indeed did not ignite it. Moreover, last night, Zhao Xiaoyu was at home, sleeping as soundly as a log, unable to be roused even by shouts. How could he possibly have fled to set a fire? It is understandable that you are upset about the grain that was lost in your household. But we cannot accept your claims without reason. We must adhere to logic, mustn't we?" Wu Yaozong retorted. "Someone witnessed Zhao Xiaoyu setting the fire. Do not attempt to deny it." Zhao Tianyao inquired, "Who made such an assertion?" "Someone indeed said it. If we had not caught wind of this, we would not have sought you out." "Who said it? Step forward." Zhao Tianyao's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd, and he thundered, "I will blow his head off with a single shot, scoop out his brains to accompany my drink, and feed his tongue to the dogs." Wu Yaozong interjected Zhao Tianyao. "Do not play tricks. With such threats, who would dare to confess? One must own their actions. Dare to speak, dare to bear the consequences," Zhao Tianyao asserted, forcefully striking the ground with his gun. The crowd instinctively recoiled. Turning to the Wu family, Zhao Tianyao continued, "It is evident that someone is deliberately sowing discord. Knowing our families are at odds, do not fall into the trap of these malicious individuals. I suspect the one who first made this claim is the true culprit. A thief shouting to catch a thief." However, the Wu family seemed to trust the slanderer, disregarding Zhao Tianyao's argument, and insisted on a compensation of 30,000 pounds of grain from the Zhao family. Village Chief Qin Futsong stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to mediate. Both parties should make concessions. Zhao, you cannot stubbornly refuse to offer any compensation. That is unreasonable. And Wu family, do not demand excessively. Your land yields at most 20,000 pounds of wheat, and considering this is merely a child involved, killing him would not spill much blood. Let the Zhao family compensate you with 10,000 pounds, payable in installments. Your total land is only about 10 acres, yielding a maximum of 1,000 pounds of wheat annually. How can you expect to pay such a large sum in one go? Let us not be unreasonable. It is essential to distinguish the roles here. The village chief oversees the entire village, while the team leader manages only a small group, with all team leaders being his subordinates. The village chief, residing in the newly established team, is Qin Futsong, the third son of Old Man Qin. Over the years, Old Man Qin has enjoyed great success. His eldest son, Qin Fuzhong, is the wealthiest in the village, while the youngest, Qin Futsong, has just become village chief. The Qin family wields both money and power, engaging in business and governance alike. Only the second son, Qin Fugang, seems a bit aimless, neglecting the family land. Often absent from home, yet he is well-meaning and has a good rapport with Zhao Dasan. Village Chief Qin, your words are misaligned, Zhao Tianyao chuckled. That fire was not set by Zhao Xiaoyu. So why should we compensate for the losses incurred by the Wu family? What justification do they have in this matter? Let me be clear, I will not part with even a single grain of wheat. Chapter 39. Lower the gun. Qin Futsong laughed lightly. I am merely attempting to resolve your issues. I harbor no ulterior motives. You may choose to heed my words or disregard them as mere noise. The decision is yours to make. As dusk fell, the parties remained locked in a standoff, with dust swirling around them. A few motorcycles approached, and from them disembarked two uniformed police officers, accompanied by two middle-aged men and a young man. Qin Futsong recognized one of them as the village head, Lu. This group had been summoned by Sun Guixiang, who, having heard that the Wu family had blocked the Zhao family's entrance, feared that the situation could turn dire. He reported the matter to Lu, who initially dismissed it, stating that such issues should be resolved by the team leader, and if he failed, then the village head could be consulted. After all, as a prominent village head, he could not be expected to deal with trifling matters daily. However, Sun Guixiang exaggerated the severity of the situation, claiming that both sides had gathered their forces, armed with knives and guns, and that bloodshed was imminent, suggesting that neither the team leader nor the village head would dare intervene. Only then did Lu contact the nearby police station, requesting two officers to accompany him, along with two local staff members, to the newly established team in Jinchi village. Sun Guixiang was originally from the south, but due to insufficient arable land in his hometown, he moved with his family to the remote northwest. The team had allocated a few acres to his family, most of which were unfit for crops, consisting of saline alkali land and drought-prone fields that could not receive water from the Yellow River. Life was scarcely better than in his southern homeland. In recent years, Sun Guixiang had ventured into the trade of agricultural products, and his circumstances had improved to a respectable standing within the new team. Having spent many years traveling, he possessed more experience than most. He anticipated that the Wu family would not relent easily. After all, when Zhao Xiaoyu had merely delivered a letter for Huangshui Town, the Wu family had nearly devoured him whole. Now, with over 20,000 pounds of grain destroyed, he knew the stakes were higher. He suspected that if Zhao Xiaoyu had set that fire, he might have been acting on behalf of Su Qingya, and while he believed the boy had gone too far, he hoped the Wu family would not harm him. In desperation, he considered seeking Lu's assistance. Although he did not know Lu personally, he felt confident that Lu would not remain indifferent upon learning of the situation and would at least make a call to the police station. The journey to the station was too far for him, and even upon arrival, he might not find the officers available. Upon first encountering Lu and the police officers, the Wu family exhibited a hint of trepidation. However, after a few tests of their resolve, they soon concluded that the officials were not as formidable as feared, leading them to grow increasingly brazen, drowning out the attempts of Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dashun to intervene. The Wu family, clearly emboldened, shifted their aggression from the Zhao family to Lu and his companions, suggesting that unless Lu compelled the Zhao family to compensate for the damages, his position could be jeopardized. Furious, Lu bellowed, "Are you rebelling?" One of the police officers, in a show of authority, fired a shot into the air, which finally silenced the Wu family's uproar. After assessing the situation, Lu issued the following directives. 1. The police would identify the arsonist, ensuring appropriate punishment and compensation. 2. The Wu family was prohibited from causing further disturbances, with the threat of arrest looming if they did. Once his directives were given, Lu approached Zhao Tianyao. Scrutinizing his military uniform and gesturing toward the rifle, he leaned against the ground, and with a gentle smile inquired, "What type of weapon is that, old man?" Zhao Tianyao plunged his large knife into the ground, and, with both hands firmly grasping a rifle, proclaimed with pride, "This is a Type 38 from 1940. I was 25 when I seized it from the enemy." Village Chief L immediately stood in reverence. "So, you were a soldier, sir?" "Indeed, a genuine soldier. Though I have long since retired. I even served as a militia instructor for several years afterward," Zhao Tianyao replied. "How wonderful." Village Chief L maintained a warm smile and extended his hands. "May I take a look?" "Certainly." Zhao Tianyao handed the rifle to him. Clearly unfamiliar with firearms, L awkwardly lifted it, mimicking a shooting stance, yet hesitated to place his finger on the trigger. He imitated the sound of gunfire a couple of times before passing the rifle to a subordinate behind him, saying to Zhao Tianyao, "Sir, we are in an era of peace. Private possession of firearms is not permitted. This weapon must be surrendered." "What?" Zhao Tianyao's single eye widened in disbelief. "You wish to confiscate my rifle?" Sir, you misunderstand, El clarified. It is not your weapon being taken. Rather, it will be retrieved for safekeeping by the state. Zhao Tianyao was momentarily stunned, watching helplessly as his rifle was taken away, feeling an urge to snatch it back, but restraining himself, swallowing hard. I needed to protect my grandson. Rest assured, the state will safeguard the populace, sir. It is time for you to take a break, interjected Wu Yaozong. It was high time to confiscate that weapon. He brandishes it to intimidate the villagers. Indeed, seize his rifle. The Wu family members eagerly echoed. Zhao Tianyao continued to fixate on his rifle, tears welling in his eyes, as his facial muscles twitched in a tumult of emotions, his arms stiffening with tension. Concerned that Zhao might provoke village chief L, Zhao Dashan approached him, urging, let them have it. We must obey our leaders. Village chief L patted Zhao Tianyao on the shoulder and, accompanied by 2 policemen and 2 aides, departed on their motorcycles. The sound of their engines faded into the distance, stirring up dust that gradually settled as night fell. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyao erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. No one could truly empathize with him. That rifle was not merely a weapon to him. His very essence had intertwined with it. Without it, he felt as though he were missing an arm or a leg. The following day, the local police returned to investigate the chaotic scene of the fire that had been ravaged, interviewing several villagers throughout the day, yet ultimately failing to identify the arsonist, and the matter was left unresolved. Previously, rumors circulated among the team that Zhao Xiaoyu had set the fire. But when the police formally inquired, everyone claimed ignorance. For an entire day, without his rifle, Zhao Tianyao carried his gleaming large knife on his shoulder, clad in military attire, exuding an aura of menace as he strode along the village paths. The children, frightened, scurried back into their homes, and even the dogs dared not bark loudly. However, after this incident, Zhao Tianyao was no longer the boisterous, foul-mouthed elder brimming with life and vigor, his body hunched, his eyes vacant. As if the passing of 70 years had not aged him, yet in a single night, something had stripped away all his brilliance and charm. The enmity between the Wu and Zhao families deepened, yet heeding the warning from Director L, the Wu family refrained from troubling the Zhao family, who, in turn, did not compensate the Wus with grain. Chapter 40. Sister. One morning, a few days after the fire at the Wu family, the piercing cries of a newborn reverberated throughout the modest courtyard inhabited by 3 surnames. 2 middle-aged men, just exiting the courtyard, halted in astonishment at the sound. Is this the child born to Sun Guixiang? Has she given birth already? Not even a hen lays eggs this swiftly. Sun Guixiang truly deserves her reputation as a warrior among women. Her childbirth was remarkably swift and efficient. Before marrying Zhao Dashan, she had been a recluse, nearly forgotten by the villagers. However, after her marriage, she became a frequent presence in the outside world, remaining active even during her pregnancy. She abandoned household chores to toil in the fields, to the extent that both her family and the villagers seemed to forget that she was with child. In the days leading up to her labor, she still sported a prominent belly, wrapped in a red scarf, grinding wheat alongside her family. Some elderly women advised her, Guixiang, you're about to give birth. Why aren't you resting at home? Working so hard. Aren't you afraid something might happen? Sun Guixiang replied, I've heard that the more a pregnant woman works, the easier her delivery will be. Those who take too much care are often the ones who struggle. Whether she had heard this from someone credible or it was merely a folk belief, it mattered little, for indeed, her second childbirth was remarkably smooth. That morning, 2 men from the village came to borrow a pitchfork and, while there, engaged in casual conversation with the Zhao father and son. It was at this moment that Sun Guixiang sensed her labor was beginning. One of the men, continuously puffing on a cigarette, filled the room with smoke. Yet Sun Guixiang dared not cough, for she felt that with the slightest exertion, the child would make its entrance. Unable to step outside due to the heaviness and pain in her abdomen, she silently pleaded for the 2 men to depart swiftly. Her face flushed crimson, enveloped in a haze of warmth. One man noticed her discomfort and inquired about her well-being. She managed a smile, assuring him she was fine. After indulging in their smoke and tea, the men finally took their leave. In a state of urgency, Sun Guixiang turned to Zhao Tianyao, saying, Quick, you need to step outside. Zhao Tianyao sensed something was amiss with Sun Guixiang, yet being utterly clueless about childbirth, he assumed she was unwell and asked with concern, Guixiang, what's wrong? Instead of exiting, he approached her, scrutinizing her expression. Sun Guixiang felt warm liquid trickling down her legs, but was at a loss for words to convey to Zhao Tianyao that she was in labor. Women of that era were exceedingly modest about such matters, especially in front of their fathers-in-law. She could only plead with Zhao Dasan, "Dasan, please let Tianyao step outside." As she spoke, she lay back on the bed, loosening her belt. Zhao Dasan, equally perplexed, stared at her in confusion. "Hurry, you must let Tianyao go," Sun Guixiang urged, beads of sweat forming on her brow. In a state of bewilderment, Zhao Dasan pushed his equally perplexed brother Zhao Tianyao outside and returned to the bedside to check on his wife. Sun Guixiang's trousers had not yet been fully removed when the sound of a newborn's cries pierced through the door that had been left ajar, resonating into the courtyard and throughout the village, infusing the summer air with the vigor of life. After 10 months of anticipation, Sun Guixiang had given birth unexpectedly. Even before her father-in-law and husband could comprehend the situation, she delivered a daughter right there in her trousers. Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Dasan exhibited contrasting reactions to the child. Zhao Tianyao felt a tinge of disappointment. After much effort to continue the Zhao lineage, the newborn was a girl, a perceived misfortune. His preconceived notions about Sun Guixiang, whom he believed to be a harbinger of misfortune, lingered until he overheard the village's elderly women declare that, upon seeing her rounded belly, a son was surely on the way. This notion slightly alleviated his biases, as he reasoned that at least the Zhao name would persist, which was no small feat, however. He was ultimately left with mere empty hopes. He planned to encourage Sun Guixiang to conceive again once her health was restored, with the aim of having a son. Although family planning was beginning to be advocated, enforcement was lax, especially in remote rural areas. Zhao Dasan, on the other hand, was unperturbed by these considerations, joyfully traversing the village in search of a name for his daughter. He had initially intended to name her after the legendary figures Yao, Shun, and Yu. But after consulting the village's wise men, none could recall who came after Yu. Consequently, he resorted to naming her based on the zodiac, as the year was that of the snake, thus introducing Zhao Xiaoyu into a world fraught with challenges and hopes. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai displayed differing attitudes towards their new sister. Jinhai regarded her with a hint of disdain, irritated by her midnight cries that disrupted his sleep, her milky odor and urine scent that unsettled his appetite. But more so, he felt a vague unease about her mysterious origins. She bore the Zhao surname, and the villagers often shared jokes he barely understood, despite her being his biological sibling. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, was captivated by Zhao Xiaoyu, frequently leaning close to her, fixated on her cherubic face, much like he had once gazed at the wondrous sight of fiery clouds from their rooftop as a small child. As he watched, a grin spread across his face, exclaiming, "Big ball," a local expression equivalent to tiny little thing. At this, Sun Guixiang would shoot him a disapproving glare, admonishing, "What are you saying? That is your sister." At that time, Zhao Xiaoyu had no understanding of reproduction. Yet he instinctively felt a deeper bond with this little sister than with Jinhai, as they shared the Zhao surname. Unlike Jinhai, who bore the surname Jin and did not follow Sun Guixiang's name either, it seemed as though she was uniquely his sister. Despite not being the biological offspring of Zhao Dasan, Zhao Xiaoyu sensed that ever since Sun Guixiang entered their lives, the household had transformed. With the arrival of a sister, it had shifted even more profoundly, evoking feelings he had never before experienced. Previously, the children in the village had shunned him, leaving him to feel isolated. Now, even when they sought his company, he found little interest and would eagerly rush home to see his sister. To him, it was an extraordinary marvel. So diminutive yet possessing arms and legs, a nose and eyes, capable of crying with a wail and laughing with glee. The scent of milk and the faint odor of urine were intoxicating, leaving him yearning for more. The softness of its tender skin felt so comforting. The more he touched, the more he wished to caress. Curiously, he inquired of Sun Guixiang, "Mother, was Jinhai like this when he was young?" Sun Guixiang chuckled softly. "Indeed. He was just the same." He further asked, "Will I also be like this when I was young?" Sun Guixiang replied, "Everyone is like this in their childhood." Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but ponder how endearing human beings could be, irrespective of their goodness or malice. This implied that even the bullies from the Wu family were once as adorable, leaving him to wonder why they had transformed into such wicked individuals. Chapter 41. An unexpected turn. As summer vacation came to an end, Zhao Xiaoyu advanced to the 2nd grade, while Jinhai was promoted to the 3rd grade. Nevertheless, they continued to attend school together daily. The electrification project in their village was nearing completion. From spring to summer, electric poles were erected, wires strung, and household connections laid out. Only one final task remained: the connection to the power source. This delay was attributed to a river located to the east of the newly established village, known as the Wujiao River. Originally part of the Yellow River, it had become a backwater due to sedimentation that elevated its bed and diverted the main flow southward. The nearest point for drawing electricity was across the river in a neighboring village, necessitating the installation of wires across the expanse of the water. 2 poles needed to be planted in the river's center for support. All construction was to be executed by the villagers, who devised a plan to create 2 large concrete pipes, transport them by boat to the river's center, drop them in the water to partition the area, drain the water in between, plant the poles, and fill them with sand and cement, all while working from the boat. Since being elected as the supervisor, Zhao Dasan seemed to have discovered a sense of purpose in life. Whenever it came to matters concerning the electrification project, he was always at the forefront, undeterred by day or night, rain or shine. In truth, his role as a supervisor held no real authority. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen. Thus, to command others, one must first labor alongside them. From September to October, there was a brief period of respite. The wheat had been harvested and stored, while the sunflowers and other crops had yet to ripen. The village decided to utilize this time to complete the final connection work, aiming for the new village to shine brightly like the city during the upcoming new year. One morning, a wooden boat carrying several villagers and 2 large pipes ventured toward the center of the river. This was the only boat in the village, old and dilapidated, having suffered from years of neglect and lack of maintenance. Left stranded on a sandbank, severely weathered, with porous wood and a surface marred by cracks and pits. Some areas had been charred black by fires from winter bonfires. As the boat navigated the waters, it swayed precariously, creaking under its burden. After a short distance, it began to deform, tilting to one side as water flooded into the cabin, causing the villagers, most of whom could not swim, to panic, stomping and beating their chests, calling for help, thereby exacerbating the boat's instability. Zhao Dasan commanded the crowd to push the pipes overboard to lighten the vessel. However, chaos had already ensued, and no one heeded his orders. Only 2 or 3 individuals joined him in the effort. Unfortunately, the 2 cylindrical pipes were wedged tightly in the hold, rendering them immovable from the front and difficult to manipulate from the sides. Just as the wooden boat was on the verge of capsizing, Zhao Dasan resolutely leaped into the water, alleviating the weight of the vessel. With the last remnants of his strength, he struggled to right the boat, only to succumb to the depths below. The wooden craft, laboriously making its way back to shore, brought the others back safely, albeit leaving them drenched in cold sweat and soiled with fear. Zhao Dasan, unable to swim, did not resurface after sinking. When retrieved, he was already lifeless. The autumn heat seemed even more oppressive than summer, as the scorching sun beat down upon the earth. The Zhao family's courtyard was crowded with people, while Zhao Dashuan's body lay in the center, surrounded by damp earth. Sun Guixiang wept inconsolably over the corpse, comforted by several women, while the men whispered among themselves, recounting the day's perils and extolling Zhao Dashuan's heroism. Zhao Tianyao sat motionless beside his son's body, his gaze fixed on the sky, his face ashen and devoid of expression, lacking any semblance of vitality. Above, 2 crows circled, cawing raucously. When someone tossed a stone into the air, they reluctantly departed, fading into the vast horizon. Suddenly, the piercing wail of an infant broke the silence, sharp and jarring, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The little girl, scarcely a month old, seemed to mourn her father as well. On his way home from school, Zhao Xiaoyu was restless. Upon reaching the village entrance with Jin Hai, a group of older children approached him, proclaiming, "Zhao Xiaoyu, your father has died." Under normal circumstances, Zhao Xiaoyu would have retorted with a sharp insult, but today, he stood frozen, speechless. The older children chattered animatedly about the events that transpired, yet Zhao Xiaoyu remained motionless, his eyes glazed as if he had not heard a word. After a long pause, he finally stirred, sprinting towards home. From a distance, he spotted a group of people outside his courtyard and halted, gazing at them. Jin Hai caught up to him but dared not speak, his concern evident in his expression. Zhao Xiaoyu's vision blurred, yet no tears came to his eyes. It was as if his ears had failed him, rendering the world silent. He swallowed hard, straightened his clothes, adjusted his backpack, and stepped forward. The crowd approached, speaking to him, but their words were indistinct, a mere buzzing. He could hardly discern them, seeing only a vague blur. Entering the courtyard, he was engulfed by a similar haze, reminiscent of an unshakable nightmare. He stared ahead at the door, which appeared clear amidst the obscurity. The blue-painted door bore signs of wear, and the glass in the window was clean and bright. He walked purposefully towards it, pushed the door open, entered the room, and sat at the desk. From his backpack, he retrieved his textbooks and began to tackle his assignments. He does not usually complete his homework with the same diligence and enthusiasm as Jin Hai, often requiring supervision from Sun Guixiang and Zhao Dasan. However, today, an inexplicable desire to tackle his assignments surged within him, stronger than ever before. Yet, his mind was engulfed in a haze. The square Chinese characters in the textbook, though familiar, eluded his understanding. A few individuals entered the room, Jin Hai among them, forming a semicircle behind him. A stream of tears cascaded down, dampening his workbook and producing a soft pattering sound. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and bolted out of the room, his small frame moving with a frantic urgency that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. Zhao Xiaoyu dashed out, rushing to the side of Zhao Dashuan's lifeless body, throwing himself upon it, tightly embracing the cold, rigid form that made him shiver uncontrollably. Yet, he could not utter a sound, his vocal cords paralyzed. When his voice finally returned, 3 days had elapsed, and Zhao Dashuan's coffin lay flat in a rectangular grave. As people began to fill the earth, the clods of dirt striking the coffin lid echoed with a dull thud. Clad in mourning garments, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry, leaping into the pit and collapsing upon the coffin. As a shovel of soil was cast down, darkness enveloped him. In that moment, the drumbeats of the mourners resonated at an accelerated pace and deafening volume, drowning out the boy's anguished cries. Chapter 42. The division of the family. Zhao Dashuan's funeral was conducted with great solemnity, attended by the entire team, all bowing before his spirit altar. The team leader spoke, as did the village chief, both heralding Zhao Dasan as a hero, one who lived grandly and died honorably. A swift autumn breeze swept through, abruptly cooling the air. The grass and trees withered, and at Zhao Dashuan's grave, the paper offerings fluttered wildly, the white strips of the spirit banners scattered by the wind, evoking a sense of desolation and solitude. Zhao Xiaoyu knelt before the grave, holding a piece of coarse paper, adjusting its angle with the changing wind to ensure it burned completely. Sun Guixiang knelt beside him, similarly burning paper while reassuring him, "Xiaoyu, do not worry. This family will not fall apart. As long as I live, you will never go hungry. Focus on your studies, excel in university, and you need not worry about tuition." After burning the last piece of paper, Zhao Xiaoyu stood up and shouted at Sun Guixiang, "Leave. It's your fault my father died. I never want to see you again." Sun Guixiang, filled with sorrow, responded, "Xiaoyu, please don't say that." Zhao Xiaoyu had already run off into the distance. He sprinted back to his home, where he found his grandfather preparing the mule cart, loading it with their belongings. Zhao Xiaoyu asked, "Grandfather, are we moving?" Zhao Tianyao affirmed with a grunt. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded heavily and assisted his grandfather in loading what little they had onto the cart. Their possessions were meager, merely a collection of odds and ends, making the task relatively effortless. However, there was a newly crafted cupboard, the one Zhao Xiaoyu had dismantled to make a sled, which had been moved here last year. That coffin-like red cabinet, too antiquated and cumbersome to transport easily, remained at the old house, as Sun Guixiang's family had no need for it. The cupboard, though modest in size, had been entirely emptied of its contents. Yet, one person was too old and the other too young. After great effort, they managed to shift the cupboard outside, but could not lift it onto the cart. Zhao Tianyao, once robust and vigorous, had been rendered feeble by 2 recent blows, his body now unsteady and frail. The mule grew increasingly impatient, persistently kicking at the ground. Jin Hai stood helplessly to the side, uncertain whether to intervene or assist. Sun Guixiang rushed into the courtyard, breathless. Upon witnessing the scene, she paused momentarily and inquired, "What are you doing?" Zhao Tianyao remained silent, his backside raised as he attempted to hoist the cupboard with Zhao Xiaoyu. With a surge of effort, Zhao Xiaoyu managed to lift one side slightly, but Zhao Tianyao's end remained motionless, and he lost his grip, landing abruptly on the ground. His current strength was less than that of his 9-year-old grandson. Sun Guixiang approached to help him up and urged, "Even if Dashuan's demise was my doing, he is already gone. Your struggles will not revive him. Xiaoyu is still young and cannot bear much weight. Besides, he needs to attend school. Your health is deteriorating daily. Who will tend to the fields? She continued, please, listen to me. Let us stick together, do not separate. Although I am a woman, my strength remains adequate. I can work for another 20 years. By then, Xiaoyu and Jin Hai will have grown into adults. Get away. Zhao Tianyao angrily shoved Sun Guixiang aside. Assessing the cupboard and recognizing that neither he nor his underage grandson could lift it onto the cart, he went to the vehicle and retrieved a hammer. Striking the cupboard forcefully, tears streamed down Sun Guixiang's face as she pleaded, if you truly wish to move it, I will help you. It need not come to this. Zhao Xiaoyu, confused, asked, Grandpa, what are you doing? If we cannot move it, we will just break it. It cannot remain here. Zhao Tianyao, speaking as he handed the hammer to Zhao Xiaoyu, insisted, you do it. He had struck the cupboard a few times, but rather than breaking it, he felt as if his arm might snap. Age had rendered his bones fragile and unwilling to accept their decline. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded, grasping the hammer and gazing at the cupboard, memories flooding his mind. This very cupboard had once yielded a handle and a plank, which he had fashioned into a sled, winning numerous races against his friends, much to the chagrin of his father, who had subsequently punished him. The hammer had once shattered the door of the west room to free Yi Chunmei. It had also broken the lock on the red cabinet to provide her with travel money, for which he had again faced his father's wrath. That same day, Su Qingya had gifted him 7 milk candies, a sweetness that lingered in his heart. Now, with the world transformed and the pain of the past long forgotten, the cherished memories remained vivid. He longed to feel the warmth of his father's embrace once more. Tears brimming in his eyes, he raised the hammer, focused on a spot, and amidst Sun Guixiang's desperate cries, struck with a resounding crack, separating a side panel from the main body of the cupboard. With renewed fervor, he struck vehemently, and the once nearly new cupboard was reduced to a pile of rubble. He resembled a soldier invigorated by battle, his eyes ablaze and breath coming in heavy gasps. Zhao Tianyao pointed at the heap of ruins and instructed, load these onto the cart. Upon our return, I shall prepare an ice cart for you. The Zhao grandfather and grandson departed in their mule cart, while Sun Guixiang and Jin Hai stood at the courtyard entrance, watching their figures jolt along the desolate Lus road amidst the autumn wind's melancholic whispers. Through nearly a year of close companionship, Jin Hai had developed an affection for Zhao Xiaoyu, this elder brother by a year, who introduced him to a familial bond beyond that of his mother. A sense of sorrow enveloped him as he pondered whether he and Zhao Xiaoyu would remain friends in the future. Zhao Tianyao sat at the left side of the cart's yoke, guiding the vehicle with his hand resting on the mule's hindquarters. Ever since this mule had entered Sun Guixiang's household, its diet had notably improved. Within less than a year, it had grown plump and round, shedding the scruffy hair that malnutrition had caused. At that moment, Zhao Tianyao was filled with trepidation, uncertain if he could raise Zhao Xiaoyu into adulthood with this mule and his own frail, aging body, or if he could afford to see him through university, allowing him to experience the vibrant world of the city. Sun Guixiang's words held truth, and she was a good person, yet her fate had tragically claimed her son, making her presence a constant reminder of his grief, akin to a knife carving away at his flesh. Although Zhao Dashan had been found by him, he had nurtured him through the trials of life for a decade, sharing laughter and tears. That bond had long transcended mere blood ties. The agony of a white-haired person bidding farewell to a black-haired one was a torment more profound than death itself. The last time he had felt such anguish was on the battlefield, when an explosion had sent his sworn brother crashing onto him, while he himself was left bloodied and broken. He recalled his granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxi, the little one who, though not yet a month old, had already become an endearing presence. With her round, rosy face and sparkling eyes, she bore no resemblance to her mother's high cheekbones and prominent ears. She was clearly destined for a life of fortune. She was the flesh and blood of his son. He had intended to take her along, but felt utterly powerless to do so. He wondered if Sun Guixiang would change her name, whether she would take the surname Sun or follow Jin Dachui's surname of Jin. Chapter 43. Injured upon returning to the old house, which lacked a courtyard, Zhao Tianyao and his grandson unloaded the cart's contents. Exhausted, Zhao Tianyao climbed onto the Kong, spread out the rolled-up felt, and lay down, instructing Zhao Xiaoyu, I shall rest for a while. You tidy up the house and prepare some food. Zhao Xiaoyu stood there momentarily lost in thought. Logically, The distance from that home to this one was merely a few hundred meters. Yet it felt as though he had been transported to a desolate ancient city, far removed from the warmth of human existence. Although this had been his home for 8 years, it now felt utterly alien. He fetched a broom, but was at a loss as to where to begin. As the room was in utter disarray, clutter strewn across the floor like a refused dump, he wandered from one room to another, his solitary footsteps echoing mournfully in the vast emptiness. Grandfather soon succumbed to slumber, his faint snores occasionally punctuated by weary groans, revealing the swift passage of time that had transformed him from the once indomitable hero, the stalwart defender, into a frail figure. The sun dipped low in the west, its rays filtering through the grimy glass, lending an air of melancholy to the room. Zhao Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning to lie down and rest. Much like his grandfather, perhaps, upon awakening, he would hear his father's hearty laughter, reminiscent of days gone by. As he playfully tucked his icy hands into Zhao's clothes for warmth, Golden Sea would be diligently immersed in his homework or reciting texts with animated gestures. And his mother would either be cooking or tidying the house, causing various utensils to clatter melodically. Yet, such blissful moments seemed irrevocably lost. Summoning his spirits, Zhao Xiaoyu commenced sweeping the floor, stirring up dust that elicited a series of coughs. As in his dazed state, he neglected to dampen the ground beforehand. After tidying up, he turned to cooking. Though he had often assisted his father in the kitchen, merely tending the fire and fetching ingredients, he now found himself in the daunting position of independent culinary creation, which proved somewhat overwhelming. The fire crackled to life, yet the dough remained unprepared, and the empty iron pot exuded a heat tinged with the scent of rust. With a bowl and a handful of flour, he added water and kneaded. But the mixture was either as hard as stone or too runny to hold shape. It dawned on him that his father, whom he often criticized for his lack of culinary skill, was not so easily replaced. Frustration mounting, he incessantly adjusted the consistency of the dough by adding more flour or water, beads of perspiration falling into the bowl, uncertain whether they were sweat or tears. After much toil, Zhao Xiaoyu finally managed to cook a large flatbread. One side charred black, while the other remained slightly sticky, suggesting it was undercooked. He sliced a sour turnip and placed it on the Kong table, rousing his grandfather and explaining, the fire was too fierce, and the bread burned a little. Zhao Tianyao smiled with approval. What is to fear in burning? As long as it's cooked. The duo savored the dry flatbread with sour turnip and sipped cool water, swallowing the bitter fruits of life. The dry, coarse bread dislodged Zhao Tianyao's dentures, prompting Zhao Xiaoyu to crumble the bread, soak it in water, and transform it into a soup-like dish for him. Zhao Xiaoyu resumed his school routine, though he no longer walked alongside Golden Sea. In the initial days, Golden Sea brought him a sweet flatbread daily, but Zhao Xiaoyu declined to eat it, and soon, the gifts ceased. The pair of stepbrothers had once again become strangers. During the 11-day holiday, which coincided with the busy farming season, rural elementary and junior high school teachers were often not full-time educators. Many were local villagers who taught while also tending their fields, relying primarily on agriculture for their livelihood. Consequently, during the extensive autumn harvest, schools would close for a period, commonly referred to as the farming holiday. Each day, Zhao Xiaoyu accompanied his grandfather to harvest sunflowers, wielding a sickle at the front, while Zhao Tianyao followed behind with a pole. Although the stalks could also be cut, doing so would leave roots in the soil, adversely affecting the following year's planting. At that time, the sunflowers had not yet been improved, towering at nearly 2 meters in height, far beyond Zhao Xiaoyu's reach. He often had to leap to grasp the sunflower heads, which he would then cut off, a method fraught with danger. The elasticity of the sunflower stalks could cause the sickle to slip, and severed stalks would rebound, inevitably striking his face. After several days of harvesting sunflowers, Zhao Xiaoyu bore numerous bruises, with several cuts bleeding from his face and hands. The most severe injury nearly cost him his left thumb. Within the wound, a tendon was distinctly visible, severed in two. Blood flowed profusely, causing him to crouch down, gripping his thumb tightly with his right hand. Yet blood continued to seep through his fingers, dripping onto the earth. Noticing something amiss, Zhao Tianyao inquired about his condition. Zhao Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and replied that he was fine, tearing a piece of cloth from his pocket to bind the wound before resuming his work. Although the injury eventually healed, it left an unsightly scar that would throb painfully on damp days, causing extreme discomfort. On this particular day, While Zhao Xiaoyu was immersed in the sunflower grove, diligently cutting the heads, he heard Zhao Tianyao exclaim in pain. Rushing out, he found Zhao Tianyao on the ground, clutching his shins, his trousers stained crimson with blood. It turned out he had accidentally struck his lower leg while digging out the stalks, injuring the bone. This injury deprived Zhao Tianyao of the ability to work. He had hoped that a bit of bandaging and rest would allow him to return to the fields the following day, but upon awakening, he discovered that his leg lacked strength, making walking laborious, let alone working. Time is relentless, and the years of vigor had slipped away. He could only summon Zhao Xiaoyu to his side and solemnly express, "Xiaoyu, since you arrived in this family, you have endured much suffering. Yet this is beyond your grandfather's control. Now, I have become a burden. You must toil to harvest this year's crops alone. They cannot be left to rot in the fields. When winter arrives and the holiday comes, I shall send you back to your biological parents. For I fear I may not live to see you grow." With tears in his eyes, Zhao Xiaoyu cried, "I will not return to that home, never. I shall remain here, forever. Grandfather, rest assured, I will surely bring in the harvest, and you will see me grow up." From that day forth, the 9-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu began to harvest the crops alone, venturing out before dawn and returning under the moonlight. Subsisting on meager rations of dry food and cool water at noon, thankful that Zhao Tianyao could still manage a semblance of cooking. Zhao Xiaoyu was resolute in not wanting to return to that unfamiliar home or leave his beloved grandfather. Thus he labored tirelessly. Each evening upon returning home, his body ached unbearably, his arms numb and heavy, coated with the dry, coarse remnants of sunflowers, an uncomfortable burden. Yet after a night's rest, his energy restored. He would again take up his sickle and head towards the fields. Chapter 44. Collective harvesting. That afternoon, while Zhao Xiaoyu was cutting sunflower heads in the field, he heard a rustling sound. Peering through the gaps in the sunflower stalks, he saw another individual wielding a sickle, also harvesting sunflower heads, which were being tossed onto the ground in piles. Startled, Zhao Xiaoyu wondered if someone was pilfering from his family's sunflowers, recalling that such incidents had occurred within the team before. Upon careful scrutiny, one can discern that the figure before him was a woman, her head adorned with a yellow scarf, none other than Sun Guixiang. Zhao Xiaoyu, wielding a sickle, approached her with several words brewing in his mind. Thoughts such as urging her to leave, expressing his desire never to see her again. However, upon confronting Sun Guixiang's visage, all words faltered, replaced by a dryness in his eyes, as if dust had invaded them. She glanced at him and said, "First, focus on harvesting the heads, otherwise, all the seeds will scatter. I can slowly dig up the stalks later. As long as I finish before the frost sets in, it won't hinder next year's planting." Zhao Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Sun Guixiang for a moment before abruptly turning away, for the sensation in his eyes was not merely dust but tears, on the verge of spilling forth. He did not wish for her to witness his tears. She was not his mother, but the architect of his father's demise. He walked a distance away, discreetly wiping his tears with his sleeve. He heard Sun Guixiang's voice again. "You needn't rise so early. Rest well, and come out by mid-morning. It won't impede your work. You are still growing, and excessive toil may hinder your height." The sickles danced amidst the sunflower grove, producing a crisp sound. Sun Guixiang continued, "Also, refrain from eating dry pancakes every day. During this period, I shall prepare meals for you and your grandfather. I will bring them to the field, and afterward, you can return the leftovers to him, warm and ready to eat. Your family still has a pig that hasn't been brought back. I will feed it for now. When winter arrives, I will deliver the meat to your home." The sunflower grove swayed gently, the silhouettes of a tall figure and a smaller one flickering in and out of view. Sun Guixiang added, "Moreover, return home early each day. Your homework cannot be neglected. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to support you. As long as the school remains open, you must diligently attend." Although it was the busy season for farming, the school assigned homework to prevent students from forgetting what they had learned. Zhao Xiaoyu, preoccupied with work, had not penned even a single word. Before the sun had fully set, Sun Guixiang urged Zhao Xiaoyu to head home, pulling him out of the sunflower grove and picking up a bamboo basket placed on the ridge. "This is your dinner for today. Take it home and warm it up. Remember to complete your homework tonight, and do not rise too early tomorrow morning." The basket was covered with a steaming cloth, from which a fragrant aroma wafted. Zhao Xiaoyu swallowed hard, intending to refuse vehemently, yet ultimately accepted the basket, silently making his way homeward. After walking a short distance, he paused to glance back. seeing Sun Guixiang once again disappear into the sunflower grove, and tears, unbidden, streamed from his eyes. Upon returning home, Zhao Tianyao noticed the bamboo basket in Zhao Xiaoyu's hands, his expression shifting as he inquired, "What have you brought? Food?" From her? "Yes," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, standing obediently, awaiting his grandfather's admonishment. Zhao Tianyao's lips twitched, and suddenly, tears streamed down his face. "What is this? What sin have we committed? Then shall I return it to her?" Zhao Xiaoyu suggested. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Tianyao called him back. "Eat." That evening, the grandfather and grandson shared a proper meal, consisting of steamed pancakes and buns, accompanied by braised pickled pork with bok choy, as well as vermicelli. The vermicelli was meticulously crafted by Sun Guixiang. Each day, she would soak the potatoes in water for an hour or so, allowing the starch to dissolve and clarify. After draining the water and drying the starch, she would accumulate a sufficient quantity, combine it with water, and press it into strips using a noodle machine before cooking it for consumption. Although Sun Guixiang's family was not affluent, they managed to enjoy nearly everything that others could, relying on her own culinary skills rather than purchasing from elsewhere. After dinner, having washed the pot, Zhao Xiaoyu opened his backpack for the first time during the holiday, took a few deep breaths, and began to write. He recalled Sun Guixiang's words, "As long as the school remains open, one must diligently attend." He heeded her advice, sleeping in late the following morning, which indeed left him feeling refreshed. After having a piece of steamed bun, he headed out to the fields, where Sun Guixiang was already working. Judging by the sunflower field, she must have returned late the previous night and risen early that day. They exchanged glances without speaking, each absorbed in their tasks. Before noon, Sun Guixiang sent Zhao Xiaoyu home, bringing him a meal and encouraging him to rest before returning. In the afternoon, as they were resting on the ridge, the sound of clattering announced the arrival of a wheeled cart. Approximately 10 individuals, both men and women, climbed on or stood within the cart, all members of their community. The cart stopped nearby, and the passengers leapt down, some wielding sickles, others carrying heads, hastily approaching them. As they drew closer, Sun Guixiang, leading the group, addressed Sun Guixiang. "Sister-in-law, take a break. We've come to help." He then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, saying, "You should step aside. A university student shouldn't be doing this kind of labor. Go home and do your homework." Both Zhao Xiaoyu and Sun Guixiang were momentarily taken aback. The individuals, armed with their tools, entered Zhao Xiaoyu's sunflower field, cutting heads and digging stems. The scene was akin to a large harvesting machine, methodically sweeping across the field, leaving the sunflower stalks neatly laid down and the heads stacked in organized heaps. They returned in a similar fashion, and in what seemed like a magical transformation. The entire field was harvested. Sun Guixiang explained to Sun Guixiang that these individuals were either fellow passengers with Zhao Dasan or their family members. They had witnessed Zhao Xiaoyu toiling tirelessly from dawn till dusk and felt a deep compassion. After a discussion, each family decided to contribute one member to assist Zhao Xiaoyu in bringing in the harvest, honoring Zhao Dashuan's legacy. In the days that followed, these individuals helped Zhao Xiaoyu harvest sunflowers, corn, melons, sugar beets, potatoes, turnips, and cabbages. They arrived early each day and returned late, using the headlights of the cart to illuminate their work as darkness fell. Where they passed, the fields became bare and the homes filled with produce. Sun Guixiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, wished to prepare a feast for them and buy wine to express her appreciation, but they all jumped back into the cart, which clattered away, belching a plume of black smoke from its chimney. Throughout these days, Sun Guixiang aided the Zhao family with their autumn harvest, only pausing to return home to nurse her daughter. It was only after the completion of the Zhao family's harvest that she began to gather her own crops. In the fields, where the autumn wind rustles, a solitary woman toils diligently. Each time Zhao Xiaoyu witnesses this scene, a wave of sorrow washes over him. He has attempted to offer assistance several times. On one occasion, he even approached her, only to retreat suddenly. Chapter 45. Sweeping the courtyard with the harvest season concluded, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to campus. He maintained his silence towards Jin Hai and refrained from indulging in his sweet pancakes. Yet, as he walked along the path, he found himself unable to resist glancing back, and upon catching a glimpse of Jin Hai, an indescribable feeling stirred within him. He questioned the righteousness of his actions. For the day spent at Sun Guixiang's home constituted the happiest moments of his life. Moreover, there was a little girl named Zhao Xiaoxi, whose veins coursed with the blood of the Zhao family. Despite the village chief, Qin Fuzong, repeatedly cautioning the villagers against spreading rumors about Zhao Dasan, the township head, Lu, learned of the matter and erupted in fury. He summoned Qin Fuzong to the commune and chastised him sternly, asserting that stringing wires across such a wide river was sheer folly. The consequences of a broken wire falling into the river were unthinkable. Qin Fuzong explained that tapping electricity from the opposite bank of the Wujiao River was the shortest and most economical option. Ultimately, the township allocated additional funds to the village, hiring a professional construction team to modify the power lines. Within a few days, electricity flowed continuously from the county power plant to the newly established team. Every household illuminated their homes with the lights of a new era. Wealthier families even acquired tape recorders and televisions, while the youth swayed to the rhythm of popular songs. At the village entrance, the elderly gathered, discussing the plots of television dramas. The villagers learned a plethora of polite expressions, such as "thank you," "you're welcome," "I'm sorry," and "it's all right," as if, overnight, this once backward village had caught up with the times. The Zhao family and the Sun family maintained a delicate relationship. The Zhao grandfather and grandson continued to ignore Sun Guixiang and her son, yet she frequently appeared at the Zhao household. She came silently, departed quietly, washed clothes, tidied up the home, and every few days brought a pot of meat to enhance their meals. In winter, after slaughtering pigs, she would haul the pork to the Zhao family via horse cart, keeping some for immediate consumption and preserving the rest in jars. Each time she visited, she would carry her daughter, placing her on the Kong before immersing herself in her tasks. Zhao Tianyao would seize these moments of her busyness to sneak glances at his granddaughter, playfully teasing her, which would elicit a rare smile from his face. Since Zhao Dashuan's passing, Zhao Tianyao had scarcely smiled, speaking little and exhibiting signs of senility, as if he had lost interest in everything. Occasionally, when someone greeted him, he would take a long time to respond, only realizing the encounter after the person had walked away. His leg injury rendered his gait a painful limp, preventing him from wandering as he once did. Instead, he often sat on a stool in front of the door, basking in the sun, his gaze fixed on the red willow trees by the irrigation ditch, where Zhao Dasan lay buried. Sun Guixiang had undergone significant transformation. Once a timid widow, she rarely ventured beyond her door, living in near isolation. Now, as she walked along the road, her head held low and her steps hurried, she reflected a newfound determination. Since marrying Zhao Dasan, Sun Guixiang has developed a passion for adornment, dressing impeccably and grooming herself with care. She carries herself with poise, her face always radiating the glow of happiness, greeting others with a beaming smile. Zhao Dasan once boasted to Zhao Tianyao, "Guixiang claims she has discovered love." However, after Zhao Dashuan's passing, Sun Guixiang ceased her efforts to beautify herself. Her hair often appeared disheveled, and the luster had vanished from her face. A closer inspection would reveal the many wrinkles that had formed, indicating the toll of time. As the year drew to a close, Sun Guixiang, much like the previous year, prepared an array of delicacies for the Zhao family. Yet Zhao Tianyao's demeanor remained one of acceptance of her offerings and labor, but not of her presence. Perhaps it was less about acceptance and more a resignation to the compromises life demands in the face of tragedy. The Spring Festival of 1990 held monumental significance for the newly established team, as the advent of electricity, an unseen yet palpable force, ushered in not only illumination but also sound. The loudspeaker within the team began to play celebratory songs early in the morning, and the captain articulated a few grandiloquent auspicious phrases. Zhao Xiaoyu recalled the previous year's festivities. Although devoid of electricity, they were filled with joy and hope. While electricity introduced the team to a vibrant new world, it had also taken away Zhao Xiaoyu's dearest companion. This year, the Zhao family did not purchase firecrackers, nor did they prepare any festive goods, even neglecting to hang couplets. Procuring festive items required a trip to the commune, and Zhao Tianyao's mobility was limited, while Zhao Xiaoyu was yet unable to ride the large bicycle. Although he knew how to ride, his small stature prevented him from reaching the seat, forcing him to awkwardly extend his legs through the triangular gaps between the frame, making the endeavor laborious and precarious. Early in the day, Zhao Tianyao took Zhao Xiaoyu to the southern Red Willow Grove to pay respects at Zhao Dashuan's grave. Upon their return, Zhao Tianyao climbed onto the Kong to rest. During this period, he often took long naps during the day yet stayed awake late into the night, sometimes spending the entire night in the yard smoking. Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a broom and began to sweep the yard. Lacking walls, they had no true yard, and he had never before felt the urge to sweep. Today, however, he commenced at the entrance, gradually expanding his efforts, dust settling on his clothes and face. He recalled his father's words, "Outside the house, every place is the yard. It can be as vast as you wish." He aimed to sweep all the way to the Red Willow Grove, inviting his father into the yard, transforming the entire world into his family's domain. Zhao Xiaoyu wandered far, leaving behind heaps of refuse, which he ignited, the flames flickering weakly and releasing tendrils of blue smoke. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling him, a youthful, melodic voice. Confused, Zhao Xiaoyu glanced around, detecting no one and wondering if he was imagining things, so he resumed his sweeping. The voice called out again, clear and emphatic, each word infused with vigor, almost singing as it curved gracefully. This time, Zhao Xiaoyu discerned the source and spotted a girl standing at the door of his home. Her face aglow in the midday sun, it was Su Qingya. He hoisted the broom and approached her. From a distance, Su Qingya shouted, "Why are you sweeping so far? Are you going to clean the entire earth?" She donned a vibrant yellow top adorned with purple checkered lines and black trousers. Two sleek train tracks extending from her waist to the shoes. Her hair was casually draped, not braided, with the ends curling slightly. She held aloft a large enamel plate, upon which lay a stewed fish exceeding a foot in length, garnished with green scallions, devoid of warmth and already cooled. "Quick, help me carry this. I can hardly manage." She chuckled. Zhao Xiaoyu skeptically accepted the plate from her hands, while Su Qingya unfastened a white cloth bag from her wrist, opening it to reveal, "And dumplings. What is this?" Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingya explained, "My father stewed this fish early this morning. He insists that we must eat fish during the new year for abundance in the coming year. Remember, we must not finish this fish today. Some must remain for tomorrow. For that is true abundance. The dumplings are filled with pork and cabbage, prepared well before the new year." As she spoke, she suddenly waved in a particular direction. "Jinhai." Zhao Xiaoyu turned to see Jinhai, clad in new clothes, sprinting towards them with a nylon-woven bag slung over his shoulder. He approached Zhao Xiaoyu and Su Qingya, glancing at Su Qingya, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm bringing Zhao Xiaoyu some food." Su Qingya shook the white bag in her hand, gesturing to the plate Zhao Xiaoyu held. Jinhai set the woven bag down and pulled out a bottle of Qingsheng Laojiao, placing it on the windowsill. "This is for your grandfather." Jinhai was somewhat aloof, despite having lived with the Zhao family for nearly a year. He only referred to Zhao Xiaoyu as brother and never addressed Zhao Dasan as father or Zhao Tianyao as grandfather. When mentioning them, he would always add you before their names, and when speaking of Sun Guixiang, he would refer to her as my mother. Even when calling Zhao Xiaoyu brother, it was conditional upon his mood and the occasion. He then retrieved a roll of green paper from the bag. "This is a couplet. My mother said we should use green for the first year, yellow for the second, pink for the third, and thereafter, we may use red." After placing the couplet on the windowsill, he opened the woven bag wider for Zhao Xiaoyu to see, panting slightly, and proudly declared, "The rest are firecrackers." Zhao Xiaoyu glanced into the bag, observing a kaleidoscope of colors, blue electric firecrackers, red earth-hued ones, and various other colorful fireworks. He looked at Jinhai and then at Su Qingya, quickly turning his head as tears threatened to well in his eyes. Su Qingya, bubbling with enthusiasm, suggested, "Then let's put up the couplets." The three returned indoors, where they boiled a pot of paste over the charcoal stove, fetched a ladder, and hung the couplets. Su Qingya and Jinhai soon departed. Before leaving, Su Qingya invited Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai to her home that evening to watch the Spring Festival Gala, boasting of her family's newly acquired 17-inch black and white television, claiming they had the highest antenna, the best signal, and the clearest picture. As Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the bounty of food brought by Su Qingya and Jinhai, along with the various dishes prepared by Sun Guixiang, an indescribable feeling settled in his heart. Undoubtedly, this was the most sumptuous New Year he had ever experienced. In the evening, Zhao Xiaoyu refrained from visiting Su Qingya's home to watch television, uncertain whether Jinhai had gone. He placed the braised fish that Su Qingya had sent on the steamer to warm it up and boiled some dumplings. The grandfather and grandson sat cross-legged on the kong, eating in silence. Zhao Xiaoyu donned a new outfit, identical to the one Jinhai wore, sewn for him by Sun Guixiang the previous year. Sun Guixiang had also crafted a new garment for Zhao Tianyao, yet he chose not to wear it. Zhao Xiaoyu retrieved the Qingsheng Laojiao gifted by Jin Hai. And although Zhao Tianyao held it for a long while, he did not open it, stating, "Take this with you to pay your respects to your parents tomorrow." "I won't go?" Zhao Xiaoyu immediately protested. "You must, my child." Zhao Tianyao gently caressed his grandson's head. "After all, they are your biological parents, connected by blood. Grandfather does not have many years left. It is time for you to acknowledge your roots. They sold me, and I would rather die than recognize them." Zhao Xiaoyu retorted angrily. "They did not sell you, nor did I buy you. That 2,000 jin of wheat was a gesture of goodwill, a token of gratitude. It was no easy feat for them to bring you into this world. Regardless, I refuse to acknowledge them. I do not want to leave you. I have not asked you to leave me, but one day, I shall depart from you. You will never die?" Zhao Xiaoyu shouted, tears welling in his eyes. Nevertheless, on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Xiaoyu followed his grandfather to the Tianjin West team, the village of his biological parents. The newly established team was roughly 10 miles from Tianjin West team, yet Zhao Tianyao's leg injury had not healed, requiring a cane for support. His stamina was insufficient, resulting in a slow journey that took until noon to reach their destination. Tianjin West team was more affluent than the new construction team. Electricity had been introduced in the 1980s, and many red brick houses had been built, with a denser population compared to the new construction team. However, Zhao Xiaoyu's biological parents' home was not significantly better than the Zhao family's. It was likely the poorest in the team, consisting of a dilapidated courtyard, a rundown house, several unmaintained rooms, and a grain storage shed, all aged and peeling, revealing the earthen bricks beneath. A large yellow dog barked aggressively as it ran out, prompting Zhao Xiaoyu to pick up a stick to shield his grandfather. The door to the house opened, and about 10 people emerged. Aside from a couple in their 50s and a girl of similar age to Zhao Xiaoyu, the rest were young men, ranging from their teens to early 20s. They appeared not to recognize Zhao Tianyao, driving the dog away and regarding the two with puzzled expressions. Zhao Tianyao chuckled heartily. "Young one, you do not recognize me? I am Zhao Tianyao from the new construction team." He then placed a hand on Zhao Xiaoyu's shoulder, introducing, "This is my grandson Xiaoyu, your son. Come to pay you a New Year visit." Zhao Xiaoyu sensed the family's lack of warmth towards him. Upon learning of his identity, they did not exhibit any overt friendliness, merely offering an awkward smile, their expressions tinged with suspicion and wariness. The family bore the surname Chun, with the patriarch named Chun Yongwan, who was Zhao Xiaoyu's biological father. Though in his 40s, poverty and hard labor had aged him considerably, giving him a tall, lean figure, a long face, and short hair that was already graying close to the scalp. Chen Yongwen and his wife Ding Junxian wed over 20 years ago, originally intending to have 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. However, plans often yield to the unpredictable nature of life. His wife's belly seemed to possess a mystical charm, producing one son after another, yet never a daughter. The more elusive the desire, the stronger the yearning. Thus, the couple exhibited remarkable tenacity, embodying the spirit of boundless ambition, ultimately welcoming 8 sons into their world, sometimes a child a year, sometimes one every 2 years. Upon discovering they were expecting their 9th child, they agreed, should the infant be a girl, she would stay. If a boy, he would be given away. By that time, the household had transitioned to a system of individual responsibility, where each child had to be cared for by their own parents, a burden too heavy to bear. As fate would have it, this pregnancy resulted in a pair of twins, a son, Zhao Xiaoyu, who was given to the Zhao family, and a daughter, named Qinhui, affectionately called Jiumei, who was the same age as Zhao Xiaoyu. Raising children proved far more challenging than birthing them, especially for a family like the Chens, with 8 sons and 1 daughter. With children ranging from elementary to high school, all depended on their parents for sustenance, leaving Chen Yongwen and his wife exhausted. As their quality of life dwindled day by day, and hunger became ever more prevalent, Chen Yongwen invited the elderly couple into their home, serving them fried pastries and engaging in superficial conversation. But upon learning of Zhao Dashuan's passing, he felt increasingly uneasy. Zhao Xiaoyu harbored no fondness for the Chen family. He disliked both the individuals and the environment, feeling a sense of repulsion. He even questioned whether that middle-aged couple were truly his biological parents and doubted that those 8 young boys were his brothers, while the shy little girl could not possibly be his twin sister. He believed there had been a mistake, insisting that he was the biological child of Zhao Dasan, unrelated to anyone else. He bore the surname Zhao, not Chun. Chapter 47. Disdain. The Chun family prepared a meal at noon on the first day of the Lunar New Year, which, while plentiful, consisted mainly of stewed meat and dumplings. Zhao Tianyao and Chen Yongwen, who had abstained from alcohol for half a year, shared a few drinks. Chen Yongwen stored the Qingcheng Laojiao liquor brought by Zhao Tianyao in the cupboard and opened a bottle of sorghum liquor. The gathering felt disjointed. The two elderly men, one lamenting poverty and the other recounting misfortune, forced tears from their dry eyes as they sighed incessantly, transforming the reunion into a lamentation. Zhao Tianyao remarked, "With my health, I have at most 3 to 5 more years, and at least half a year. Once I am gone, no one will care for Xiaoyu." Chen Yongwen replied, "Alas, we are all unfortunate souls. I have endured such hardship. I am considering giving away my 8th son without asking for money, merely in exchange for a meal." This frightened the 8th son, who rushed to his mother Ding Junxian to inquire about the truth. Zhao Xiaoyu, sensing the Chun family's disdain for him, resolved to amplify their contempt. The meal, ostensibly centered around stewed meat, contained little meat. Given that a pig would scarcely suffice for more than a few meals for over 10 people, with most of the dish comprising sauerkraut, potatoes, and vermicelli. Zhao Xiaoyu wielded a pair of chopsticks like a hen scratching for food, carelessly rummaging through the dish, leaving what was once a wholesome bowl of pork bone stew with sauerkraut looking like a heap of refuse. As he scraped the meat from the dish, he unhesitatingly transferred several pieces to his bowl, continuing until it was overflowing before he began to eat. He rolled up his sleeves like a rogue, devouring the food with grease dripping from his mouth, exaggeratedly smacking his lips, and carelessly spitting out bits of bone onto the floor, swaying his head in delight. When he picked up the vegetables, he exhibited his ruffian demeanor to the fullest, clumsily scooping a large portion with his chopsticks, intentionally failing to grip them tightly, resulting in a mess scattered across the table. The Chun family, indeed, regarded him with disdain. Even his biological mother, Ding Junxian, could not refrain from rolling her eyes at him. His twin sister, Chun Hui, angrily slammed her chopsticks down on the table and stormed out in frustration. At that moment, Zhao Tianyao, who had been lamenting to Chen Yongwen, noticed Zhao Xiaoyu's impoliteness and shot him a disapproving glare, asking, "Is this how one eats? Are you itching for trouble again?" Zhao Xiaoyu merely stuck out his tongue, took a bite from each piece of meat in his bowl, and then stood up to leave. Outside the Chun family's courtyard stood a makeshift toilet, and upon seeing Chun Hui, clad in a red cotton jacket, enter, Zhao Xiaoyu followed her, leaping abruptly at the door to make a frightful face and yell, startling Chun Hui, who was squatting inside. She fell back in shock. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and fled. Chun Hui emerged from the toilet in tears, with some unsightly matter on her legs. Hearing her cries, Ding Junxian hurried out to inquire, and Chun Hui pointed accusingly at Zhao Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "He jumped into the toilet to scare me, making me sit down and get urine on myself." Boo-hoo. Ding Junxian gritted her teeth in anger, but refrained from reprimanding him in the presence of Zhao Tianyao. Others in the house also came out, and Chun Hui recounted her grievance once more. Zhao Xiaoyu defended himself, saying, "I didn't scare her. I needed to use the toilet too. When I saw her, I just yelled out in fright. I'm timid, and she looked just like a ghost in that red outfit." Zhao Tianyao, leaning on his cane, approached him with the intent to strike, but Zhao Xiaoyu darted away. Chen Yongwen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You all should leave. It's clear you're not from the same family. The Chen family does not raise such wild children. Let us keep our paths separate from now on." Once the grandfather and grandson exited the village, Zhao Tianyao ordered Zhao Xiaoyu to halt and raised his cane, striking him on the backside. Zhao Xiaoyu stood still, allowing the blows to land. His grandfather's strength had waned considerably, and what seemed like full force to Zhao Tianyao was trifling to Zhao Xiaoyu, who was accustomed to punishment. Moreover, he noticed that today's reprimanding was markedly different. His grandfather's face bore not anger, but deep sorrow, tears welling in his eyes, which tugged at Zhao Xiaoyu's heartstrings. Zhao Tianyao eventually ceased his strikes, tears streaming down his face as he leaned on his cane and pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Xiaoyu, scolding, "You are already 10 years old. Why can't you understand anything? I am trying to pave a path for you, and you insist on driving me to my grave. Look at my body. I can barely walk. How much longer can I live? Who will take care of you then?" No matter how hard Chen Yongwen struggles, he is still your biological father, and you cannot disregard him. Seeing his grandfather so enraged, Zhao Xiaoyu feared that it might lead to adverse consequences for him. Therefore, he he resorted to a more indirect approach. Supporting Zhao Tianyao as he said, "Grandfather, when the time comes, I will stubbornly remain at their home. They won't be able to drive me away. Right now, however, I wish to stay by your side." Zhao Tianyao's anger subsided slightly. "Well, I shall do that. I made a mistake today, but I will return and assist their family in the future." "Really?" "Indeed. Given your poor health, you need not accompany me. I will remember the way." Zhao Xiaoyu sighed in relief. "Let us return home," Su Qingyao remarked, "for we must eat that fish today. That is what we call abundance year after year." Zhao Tianyao scoffed. "You are just like your good-for-nothing father, at your tender age, already thinking of young ladies." "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Zhao Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. "Did you not also say the fish was well prepared?" "That is true. Those from the south certainly know how to enjoy food better than we northerners. Even excrement turns into sweet pastries in their hands." "Oh dear, are you praising or insulting them?" "Of course, I am praising them. Would I dare to insult your little wife?" The spring chill lingered in the air, casting a desolate ambience over the northern countryside, where patches of ice glimmered in the slanting sunlight across the fields. A few slender, withered trees stood alone against the biting wind, with small villages scattered in the distance. While the distant Wolf Mountain rolled beneath a canopy of gray clouds, a large and a small figure traversed the winding country path, supporting each other and occasionally bursting into laughter. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Tianyao instructed Zhao Xiaoyu to chop over 10 pounds of meat, bones included, and pack it into a woven bag to deliver to the Chun family in the west team of Tianjin as an apology. He advised him not to hurry back and to assist their family with some chores, even if it meant staying for a few days. Zhao Xiaoyu, wishing to avoid his grandfather's company, complied, but upon exiting the village with the bag, he turned back. He had no intention of giving his good offerings to someone he disliked. They were better suited for Su Qingyao. With this thought, he felt an inexplicable rush of warmth and excitement. Chapter 48. Selling meat. Zhao Xiaoyu, carrying the bag of pork, approached Su Qingyao's home, where 2 beams lay across the entrance, blocking the way. He called out a few times for Su Qingyao, but received no reply. He dared not raise his voice too loudly, feeling somewhat furtive, as Su Guixiang had previously advised him to keep his distance from Su Qingyao. However, if he did not call out loudly enough, Su Qingyao might not hear him. Striking a balance between being audible to Su Qingyao yet inaudible to Su Guixiang proved to be a challenge. He recalled the New Year's Day when Su Qingyao had delivered a fish and half a bag of dumplings to his home, stating it was her father's request, indicating a change in her father's attitude towards him. Mustering his courage, he raised his voice a bit more and called out again, yet still received no response. Just then, a neighbor from the Su family passed by and remarked, "Their whole family has gone south." Zhao Xiaoyu gasped, "When will they return?" "I don't know," the neighbor replied before continuing on. Zhao Xiaoyu silently lamented. He knew that Su Qingyao's family typically traveled south every year during the new year, sometimes departing before, sometimes after, and generally staying for around 10 days. Yet, this meat could not wait that long. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Crawling out from beneath the eaves, he made his way to the front door of the main house, where indeed, a brass lock hung heavily. With no other choice, he resolved to seek a different avenue. The second option was naturally Jinhai, yet Zhao Xiaoyu had no desire to curry favor with the Sun family. As for Sun Guixiang's attempts to win over the Zhao family, that was her concern, not his. If he were to stealthily bring the meat home, his grandfather would surely erupt in fury upon discovering his actions. After much contemplation, Zhao Xiaoyu made a groundbreaking decision. He would sell the 10-odd pounds of pork at the commune, claiming it was a gift for the Qin family. This would not only align with his grandfather's wishes, but also yield a sum of money, allowing him to purchase a few toys at the commune store. He had long coveted a revolver cap gun that produced authentic sounds and flashes, having seen it at a previous gathering. However, he had always lacked pocket money, merely able to admire from afar. There were also an array of comic books such as the Shui family generals, the Yang family generals, and the Hu family generals, along with a variety of snacks like corn sticks, sour plum powder, and fruit leather. Yet the commune was quite distant. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for his grandfather had said there was no need to rush back, so he would seize this opportunity to enjoy himself. If only he could bring a little companion along. Zhao Xiaoyu briefly entertained the thought before dismissing it. With determination, Zhao Xiaoyu set off, carrying the pork on his back. Although the weight was manageable, the prolonged strain was uncomfortable. The meat remained frozen solid, akin to stone, and the bones pressed painfully against his shoulder as if they might break. Yet he cared not, and continued his brisk pace forward. Less than halfway into his journey, he encountered a truck, which stopped upon his signal. It happened they were headed in the same direction, so Zhao Xiaoyu climbed into the truck bed, gripping the front railing as he stood. The cold wind struck his face, causing it to sting, yet he sang heartily, "The glossy black wild boar, and your smiling face. How could I ever forget your grandfather's transformation?" His family lacked a television or a tape recorder. The song was one he had heard from others, and he misremembered the lyrics, turning wild boar into grandfather. Upon arrival at the commune, still before noon, he jumped down from the truck bed and was suddenly struck by the realization that selling pork at the commune had been a grave miscalculation. The main street lay desolate, almost devoid of life. The so-called street was merely a gravel road flanked by a few single-story houses. Some were residences, while others served as shops, most of which were shuttered. Those few that remained open saw scant patronage. It was not the location that was amiss, but rather the timing. Aside from the few days when gatherings were held and the end-of-year shopping, the place was typically deserted, particularly during the Lunar New Year, when people rarely ventured outside. Zhao Xiaoyu entered various shops, attempting to peddle his pork. More often than not, after just a couple of sentences, he was met with dismissive waves, urged to leave. Dejected, he wandered the street for a while, ultimately selecting a spot to stand still, placing the bag of pork at his feet. Whenever someone passed by, he would inquire, "Would you like some pork?" A man opened the bag to inspect its contents and asked for the price. Zhao Xiaoyu raised a hand. 5 yuan per pound. The man scoffed, "That's more expensive than human flesh." Zhao Xiaoyu was unsure of the going rate for pork, so when another inquirer approached, he lowered his price, 3 yuan per pound. Yet the man still found it too dear, prompting him to continue reducing the price. A pound of pork has fallen to merely 50 cents, yet people began to suspect its quality. Finally, someone requested 2 pounds, but Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had neither a knife to cut the meat nor a scale to weigh it. Instead, he blurted out, "If you wish to buy, then take it all, 15 pounds in total." This figure of 15 pounds was merely an estimate based on Zhao Xiaoyu's strength, as his family lacked a scale. The man let out a bitter laugh, shook his head, and walked away. As the sun dipped towards the west, and his stomach rumbled with hunger, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself unable to sell the pork. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from a shop, and his heart raced with excitement. It seemed to be Teacher Gao. He called out to her, but whether she did not hear or was not indeed Teacher Gao, she did not respond and continued walking away. Zhao Xiaoyu followed her. She turned off onto a gravel road, traversing a dirt path until she reached the gate of a home enclosed by a red brick wall. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around and recognized Zhao Xiaoyu. "Zhao Xiaoyu," she exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it was Gao Mei. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion, his eyes brimming with tears, his throat constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gao Mei approached him and asked, "What brings you here?" He stammered, I came to wish you a happy new year, Teacher Gao." "Happy New Year," she replied with a bright smile. "How thoughtful of you." She ushered Zhao Xiaoyu into the courtyard, which was a small yet exquisite red brick space, clean and tidy, with a red brick floor. The house was a traditional structure with a tiled roof, its steel-framed windows sparkling with cleanliness, adorned with vibrant red couplets that radiated festivity. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wave of joy and comfort. He realized that Teacher Gao had married into a good family. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by a handsome, stylish young man dressed in a tan suit and trousers, sporting a trendy side-part hairstyle. His fair complexion and broad forehead exuded confidence, reminiscent of only the likes of the village chief, Lu. Gao Mei introduced him as her husband, Mr. Wang, who, like her, taught at the local primary school and was a bona fide university graduate. At that time, university graduates were a rarity. Most primary school teachers were junior high school graduates, while junior high teachers were often high school graduates, with many being private instructors earning meager wages of only 20 or 30 yuan. In contrast, Mr. Wang was a formally appointed teacher with a salary exceeding 100 yuan, and he was set to become the director at the township middle school after the semester commenced, with Gao Mei likely accompanying him. Zhao Xiaoyu was thrilled. This meant that by the time he entered junior high, Teacher Gao would once again be his instructor. Gao Mei pointed to the door, saying, "That wall at the entrance is the boundary of the middle school. It's even closer to my home." Zhao Xiaoyu opened his woven bag and said, "Teacher Gao, I brought you some pork." Gao Mei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "So much pork? That would cost me a month's salary." Chapter 49. An unexpected situation during the new year. Meals were prepared at irregular times, as every household readied various dishes to entertain relatives and friends. Teacher Gao warmed steamed buns, fried cakes, and stewed pork ribs for Zhao Xiaoyu, inquiring about his family's circumstances. When she learned of Zhao Dashuan's passing, she was left speechless for quite some time. She inquired once more about Jin Hai. "Are you still living together?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied indifferently that they were no longer together, offering no further explanation. After finishing dinner at Teacher Gao's home, Zhao Xiaoyu strolled along the bustling street of the commune, his spirits remarkably uplifted, despite not having sold the pork nor acquired the cherished toys, snacks, and comic books. However, when he inadvertently pulled 3 large notes from his pocket, his mood soured instantly. The pork he had failed to sell had been purchased at a high price by Teacher Gao. 30 yuan was, without a doubt, a substantial sum for Zhao Xiaoyu. He had never imagined that in his lifetime he would possess so much money. His heart was a tumult of emotions: warmth, bitterness, gratitude, and regret. Tears mingled with the dust in his eyes. This money could easily procure the toys, snacks, and comic books he desired, yet he felt no inclination. The 3 banknotes weighed upon him like unfinished homework, heavier than the over 10 pounds of pork, rendering his steps laborious. The smiling faces of the diverse populace depicted on the currency seemed to mock him. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaoyu raced back to Teacher Gao's courtyard, placed the money on the windowsill, tapped on the glass, and disregarded the astonished gazes of Teacher Gao and Teacher Wang behind the window as he turned and dashed away. By the time Teacher Gao chased after him, he had already vanished. Leaving behind that money felt akin to shedding an immense burden. Zhao Xiaoyu felt as if the wind propelled him forward, leaving Teacher Gao's calls far behind in the crisp air of the new year. He sprinted up the gravel road of the commune, then onto the dirt path leading home, finally stopping only when he was utterly exhausted, catching his breath before sauntering slowly and humming the song of the wild boar. Upon returning home, darkness had descended. Zhao Tianyao asked, "Have your parents forgiven you?" "Yes. They were very happy and made me stew." That's good. A smile of relief spread across Zhao Tianyao's face. Su Guixiang found himself in a predicament. His previous supplier had absconded with the funds. In that time and place, farmers sold their produce primarily to itinerant middlemen, seldom receiving cash up front. Typically, the middlemen would sell the goods and then pay the farmers afterward, a long-established custom. Generally, by year-end, all accounts were settled. Su Guixiang had a reliable supplier with whom he had collaborated for many years without issue. However, last year, the supplier's offer was too low for him to make a profit, and with various associated costs, he risked incurring a loss. It was then he met another supplier who proposed a considerably higher price, prompting Su Guixiang to sell all his produce to him. When he sought to settle accounts at year-end, the supplier claimed the goods had not yet been sold, which did not concern Su Guixiang much, as such situations were common. After all, in those days of limited information, discerning a good market was no simple task. As long as the person was present, he feared no deceit. At worst, he would need to sweet-talk the farmers demanding payment. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, Su Guixiang's family returned from the south to the northwest. He went to collect his payment, only to find that man was nowhere to be found. Upon visiting the warehouse, he discovered it was already deserted. Inquiring with a fellow trader, he learned that the trader was also searching for the same person, having sold his goods to him as well. Sensing impending misfortune, the 2 individuals reported the matter to the police station, where the officers instructed them to await further information. However, no news arrived, and the creditors, unwilling to wait any longer, began to visit their home to demand repayment as soon as the New Year festivities concluded. Though Su Guixiang had managed to earn some money over the years and lived a relatively comfortable life, it was merely a modest improvement compared to others in his village. His meals were somewhat better, his clothing slightly finer, and his labor less demanding. Yet his savings paled in comparison to his debts, appearing as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Given his current earning pace, it seemed unlikely he would ever be able to settle his obligations. Su Guixiang found himself in the precarious position of soothing his creditors while simultaneously searching for the whereabouts of the elusive debtor. While most creditors were manageable, the Wu family posed the greatest challenge. Last year, they suffered a loss of over 20,000 pounds of wheat due to a fire, and the remaining agricultural produce, such as sunflower seeds and melon seeds, had been sold to Su Guixiang. The Wu family had previously visited to press for payment several times before the new year, and their demands intensified afterward. Unlike others who might inquire and then leave, the Wu family would arrive in groups of 3 to 5, brimming with aggression, cursing, and shouting, and would stay for the entire day, only departing late at night when the Su family needed rest. Their visits were alarmingly frequent, occurring every few days. Eventually, furniture was used to settle debts. Newly purchased items such as a 17-inch television, a tape recorder, and a second-hand motorcycle were successively taken from Su's home to the Wu's. In theory, these possessions held considerable value, nearly balancing out the debt, yet the Wu family did not calculate in such a manner. They devalued everything severely. The television, originally bought for over 600, was reduced to a mere 300 after just a year, while the motorcycle fetched only 200. Ultimately, whatever price the Wu family declared was accepted as law, rendering their actions akin to robbery. As a result, the Su home was nearly stripped bare. Yet they still owed a substantial amount to the Wu family. Sun Guixiang had reported the situation to the police, but the officers informed him that unless he was free from debt, they could not intervene, advising him to negotiate on his own. Thus, he was left helplessly watching as the Wu family carried away his belongings. During these distressing moments, onlookers from the village would gather to witness the spectacle, offering sympathetic murmurs for the Su family and lamenting the decline of societal morals. Yet none dared to challenge or impede the Wu family's actions. Only Zhao Xiaoyu, a mere child, would voice his discontent, but his protests went largely ignored. Observing the usually cheerful Su Qingya, now devoid of her smile and gazing longingly at her possessions being taken away, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a profound sadness. He rushed home to his grandfather, Zhao Tianyao, who was basking in the sun at the door, and urged, "Grandfather, you must intervene. The Wu family is bullying Su Qingya's family terribly." Zhao Tianyao, taken aback for a moment, replied vacantly, "But didn't Sun Guixiang owe us for the sunflower seeds?" Realizing his grandfather was not a source of help, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the Su home and, with determination, declared to the dazed Su Qingya, "When I earn money in the future, I will buy back all of these things for you." A moment of surprise passed over Su Qingya's face before it broke into a joyful smile. Chapter 50. A stealthy escape. The Su family cultivated merely 6 or 7 acres of land, predominantly sown with wheat. As summer approached, they had just harvested, milled, and bagged their wheat. Yet before they could store it away, they were forcefully compelled by the enraged Wu family to forfeit their yield as payment for debts. Sun Guixiang, a stranger in this land, devoid of kinship or support, found himself at the mercy of the predatory Wu family, compelled to endure their bullying in silence. Sun Guixiang had once shared with his comrades that the people from his hometown were not prone to physical confrontation. They would merely argue. If a dispute remained unresolved in the morning, they would pause for lunch, only to resume their quarrel in the afternoon. If matters were still unsettled by nightfall, they would sleep on it and continue the next day, believing that clarity would eventually emerge. Clearly, his rhetorical skills were of no use against the Wu family, who were accustomed to resolving disputes through violence. Not only did the Wu family torment the Zus, but Wu Failong also took pleasure in harassing Su Qingya every day. In the autumn, as Su Qingya's elder brother, Su Qinghe, transitioned to junior high school at the commune, Wu Failong's audacity escalated. Daily, on the route home from school, he unleashed a barrage of insults upon Su Qingya. Typically in the company of several girls, Su Qingya found Wu Failong mingling among them, hurling disparaging remarks that were shockingly crude, such as insinuating that she should settle debts on behalf of her mother. For the girls, such words stung more than a few slaps. Even the carefree Su Qingya could not withstand the emotional toll, often reduced to tears. Unable to bear the incessant torment, Su Qingya reported the matter to her teacher. The teacher chastised Wu Failong, compelling him to promise not to harass Su Qingya again. Yet, the harassment persisted, even intensifying. Wu Failong shadowed Su Qingya relentlessly, using words that would evoke shame and fury in even the most mature women. Whenever Su Qingya attempted to flee, he followed. When she halted, he too would stop, leaving her trapped in a relentless cycle of torment. Su Qingya dared not retaliate. On one occasion, she pushed him away, which only served to fulfill Wu Failong's provocation, as he sought to incite her into striking first. In an instant, he retaliated with a slap. Zhao Xiaoyu, a boy walking alongside the other boys, witnessed this scene unfold. With a curse directed at Wu Failong, he sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wu Failong tumbling. He then mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, drawing blood from Wu Failong's nose before ultimately throwing him into a deep ditch, where he pelted him with clumps of dirt. The following day, as Zhao Xiaoyu and a few boys crossed the Jintuan Canal and entered Shishawa, they were intercepted by Wu Failong and his older brother, Wu Yaozong. Wu Yaozong inquired, "Why did you strike Wu Failong?" Zhao Xiaoyu retorted, "He attacked Su Qingya first. What does his assault on Su Qingya concern you? Moreover, it was Su Qingya who struck him first. What a foolish child." With that, Wu Yaozong lunged at Zhao Xiaoyu, sending the other boys scattering in fear. However, Zhao Xiaoyu stood his ground, unperturbed. During those years, the commune often hosted film screenings, utilizing a generator for power. They would erect 2 poles and hang a white cloth as a screen, and the entire community, men, women, and children, would bring their small stools to watch. While Zhao Xiaoyu felt indifferent towards most films, one martial arts feature entitled The Hero of the Yellow River left a profound impression on him. He fantasized about becoming a martial arts master akin to Ma Yi, the character from The Hero of the Yellow River, striving to eradicate evil and assist those in distress. Frequently, he would mimic Ma Yi's moves from memory, practicing with a playful hum. In those days, as a primary school student with few amusements, martial arts games were among the few pleasures, and Zhao Xiaoyu had already achieved invincibility in his class. Thus, he felt confident that he could defeat Wu Yaozong. After all, the last time Wu Yaozong had attacked Su Qingya, he had been sent fleeing, overwhelmed by a mere wooden stick. However, it soon became evident that the film had deceived him, or perhaps his previous encounter had misled him. Or maybe the Wu family truly had an ancestor who once served as an imperial bodyguard to Empress Dowager Cixi. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could unleash his unparalleled skills, Wu Yaozong seized him and brought him crashing down. With a few kicks, he was rendered powerless. It was at that moment he realized that the beatings from his grandfather and father had merely been playful nudges. This was a true beating that instilled genuine fear within him. His father had once resignedly remarked, "This boy simply cannot be intimidated." But this time, Zhao Xiaoyu succumbed. His insides twisted in agony, his consciousness blurred, and all traces of anger and hatred evaporated into a singular, vague plea, "Save me." Yet he could not vocalize it. For every blow from Wu Yaozong robbed him of his voice. After finishing with Zhao Xiaoyu, Wu Yaozong departed with Wu Failong. It took Zhao Xiaoyu a considerable time to muster the strength to sit up, his body feeling as if it had been shattered, each inch aching, his limbs unresponsive. His face was numb and burning. Upon touching it, he found it swollen, resembling a thick layer of pigskin. A strong metallic taste of blood surged in his mouth. And when he spat, it was crimson. At that moment, the few boys who had previously scattered gathered around to assess his injuries, their faces reflecting shock and pity. Yet even in the absence of Wu Yaozong, they dared not chastise him. Su Qingya and several girls passed by, and Su Qingya approached to inquire about what had transpired. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, brushed her off vehemently, exclaiming, "Mind your own business." He then clutched his belly and limped away. Zhao Xiaoyu sustained severe injuries that required several days of rest at home. When he eventually returned to school and passed by Su's residence, he discovered it was deserted. Rushing into the yard, he found the doors of the main house and the lounge wide open, both eerily vacant. On that autumn morning, a 10-year-old boy stood bewildered in the cold wind, weeping inconsolably, as if he had lost a precious treasure. The Su family had vanished overnight, and no one knew their new whereabouts. All that was known was that a fierce wind had blown the previous night, snapping power lines and cloaking the stars and moon in a veil of dust, rendering the night pitch black. Everyone in the team was aware that the Su family had been forced to leave by the Wu family, yet they dared not blame the Wus. Instead, they could only vent their frustration at Sun Guixiang, who had taken away a year's worth of harvest from the entire team. Had they anticipated his flight, they should have compelled him to stay as the Wus had done. Consequently, the Su family was expelled from the newly formed team. Yet Sun Guixiang remained indelibly etched in the minds of the people. Whenever life became burdensome, they would curse, "It's all Sun Guixiang's fault, that scoundrel, who swindled us out of so much money." The vacant courtyard of the Su family had been seized by the Wu clan, and none dared to contest their claim. The Wu family held their ground with an air of entitlement. Following a tempest, the temperature plummeted, heralding the onset of autumn harvest in the countryside. This year, without Sun Guixiang at the helm, no one was willing to assist the Zhao family. Zhao Tianyao's health had deteriorated further, rendering him incapable of labor. and the family's crops were primarily harvested by Zhao Xiaoyu and Sun Guixiang. As the two toiled in the fields, a petite girl, barely a year old, stumbled about, frequently falling and wailing for her mother. Sun Guixiang paid her no heed, and expletives echoed from the sunflower patch or the corn thicket. Serves her right. If she won't sit still, she deserves to fall and hurt herself. Chapter 51. Heavy snow that year, Sun Guixiang found herself inundated with work, single-handedly managing the labor of two households. From sowing, weeding, irrigating, fertilizing, pinching, to harvesting, each task followed in relentless succession, all while caring for two families and their mules, pigs, and sheep, leaving her time utterly consumed. Although Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai could alleviate some of the burden, they too had to attend school, and being children, their time and energy were limited. In contrast to other families who would gather to complete a task, such as harvesting wheat when it was ripe, Sun Guixiang could not afford to wait until the wheat was fully matured, for that would be too late. Thus, whenever she spotted a patch ready for harvest, she would seize her sickle and bring it down, ensuring that the grain did not fall to the ground once it ripened. Her work always commenced earlier than others and concluded later. Therefore, when the team was busy, she was the busiest of all, and when they were idle, she remained occupied. The most troublesome aspect was her daughter. Ever since Zhao Tianyao and his grandson had moved out, Sun Guixiang had allowed Jin Hai to sleep in the eastern room, while she and her daughter occupied the western room's Kong, aiming to provide her daughter with ample space to move. Nevertheless, nearly every time Sun Guixiang returned from the fields, she would find her daughter rolling in filth, her face ashen from crying. When her daughter learned to crawl at 7 months, she often tumbled from the Kong to the ground, sustaining bruises. In response, Sun Guixiang affixed a post to the Kong and tethered her daughter with a cloth strap. Perhaps due to her frequent struggles against the strap, her daughter learned to walk by 10 months, and by her first birthday, she was already quite steady on her feet, yet that brought about new challenges. She was incredibly active, prone to mischief, and got into everything. On one occasion, she even ignited Jin Hai's discarded workbook with matches, setting ablaze the bedding in the corner of the Kong. Fortunately, Sun Guixiang had returned home early that day. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Despite her timely intervention, 2 bedding sets were nearly ruined, the ceiling blackened with soot, and her daughter was left choking and fainting, only revived after dousing her with cold water. From that day onward, Sun Guixiang dared not confine her daughter indoors. She took her along while working. Over the course of that year, Sun Guixiang was worn down, her appearance aging prematurely. Her cheekbones became more pronounced, and her ears appeared larger. She had little time to attend to her appearance, often appearing disheveled and unkempt, resembling a madwoman. However, she was not as carefree and untroubled as a madwoman. She had an abundance of responsibilities. She could not burden Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai with the family's difficulties, nor could she allow these troubles to impede their studies. She was determined to ensure they were well-fed and to provide them with the best possible conditions for learning. Although Zhao Xiaoyu still refrained from speaking to Sun Guixiang, his attitude towards her had notably shifted. When she assisted him in harvesting his family's crops and subsequently began to tend to her own, Zhao Xiaoyu quietly entered her field, wielding a sickle or other agricultural tools. When she urged him to return home to complete his homework, he remained silent and did not leave. Zhao Xiaoyu's academic performance began to decline once more. In addition to the upheaval at home, the departure of the Su family members brought subtle changes to his nascent worldview. Even the exemplary Su Qingyao ultimately could not triumph over malevolence. Zhao Xiaoyu went astray, reverting to his former mischief, associating again with a group of unruly companions. However, he overestimated their courage. Although he had participated in a few instances of bullying, they were too timid to confront Wu Yaozong alongside him. On the eve of New Year's Day in 1991, an unprecedented snowfall began early in the morning, escalating from light flurries to a heavy snowfall, blanketing everything in sight. School officials, concerned that students might not return home, decided to dismiss classes early. Xisha was transformed into a snowbound wilderness, rendering fields, graves, and distant sand jujube groves indistinguishable as the sky and earth fused into one entity. Battling through the blizzard, Zhao Xiaoyu struggled to reach home, where the snow had piled nearly to the window sills. He exerted tremendous effort to carve a path through the thick accumulation before entering the dimly lit room, where he found his grandfather lost in thought at the edge of the Kong. Zhao Xiaoyu pulled the lamp's cord, but it failed to illuminate. likely due to yet another electrical issue. Since the power had been restored, the wiring had frequently malfunctioned, particularly during inclement weather, as if it were too frail to withstand the elements. "What is it, Grandpa?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, placing his backpack on the Kong. Zhao Tianyao murmured, "I had a dream at noon, in which I saw your father. He said he was suffocating beneath the heavy snow. After the death of Zhao Dashan, Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Xiaoyu had moved back to the East Room, while the West Room was used as a cooling space, but today, Zhao Tianyao insisted on relocating to the West Room. "Xiaoyu, let us move to the West Room and clear the East Room. We shall light 3 candles. I have a feeling your father will return tonight. If we stay in the East Room, he may not dare to come back for fear of frightening us. We cannot let him freeze outside." "Grandpa," Zhao Xiaoyu protested, "that is mere superstition. Besides, the West Room hasn't been heated all winter. It's as cold as an ice cellar. How can we stay there?" However, Zhao Tianyao was resolute in his decision, and Zhao Xiaoyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Throughout the afternoon, the two of them moved the clutter from the Kong in the West Room to the floor, stoked the Kong stove, and lit a charcoal stove. They tidied up the Kong, laid down felt and oilcloth, moved the bedding over, and lit 3 candles in the East Room, retiring early to bed as darkness fell. Zhao Xiaoyu was startled awake by a thunderous noise. Initially, it was the sound of walls collapsing, followed by the cracking of roof beams. He felt the ground tremble beneath him, as if something immense bore down from above, accompanied by a fierce wind. Objects fell upon him, striking painfully. He sprang up in alarm, confronted by an impenetrable darkness. In his frantic search for matches to light a candle, he instead grasped a hefty beam. "Grandfather, the house has collapsed," he cried out. At that moment, he heard Zhao Tianyao beside him groaning in agony. Reaching out, he encountered another beam, and then, by chance, his hand found his grandfather's leg, pinned beneath the rubble. He strained to lift the beam, but it was futile. His head collided with another beam instead. "Grandfather, what shall we do?" he shouted in despair, feeling the air grow stifling. He attempted to widen his search, yet the space was filled with broken beams and woven willow fences. "Do not move," Zhao Tianyao gasped. "Any movement may cause the house to collapse completely, and we would be left with no hope. Then what should we do?" Zhao Xiaoyu began to weep. "When dawn breaks, someone will come to rescue us." "But your leg, are you hurt?" Zhao Xiaoyu was uninjured, yet he felt an unprecedented terror. He continued to seek an exit, but the space was too confined. Even the slightest shift brought him into contact with the beams. Ultimately, he found the back wall and curled up there, waiting for the light of day. Chapter 52, where it is better the members of the team were unaware when the heavy snowfall ceased. The following day, they awoke from their cozy beds, only to find a towering wall of snow greeting them at the door, with playful children wielding shovels, digging tunnels into it. Some ventured outside to tread upon the snow, reveling in the picturesque winter landscape, where the dawn light revealed a world sculpted in delicate beauty. The northern Wolf Mountain was nowhere to be seen, as if it had vanished into thin air. Upon closer inspection, one could discern its undulating outline at the horizon where sky met earth. Spirits were high, for a bountiful year was foretold by the auspicious snow. This precipitation was the most effective remedy for the spring drought, a divine blessing. The snow, accumulating throughout the winter, would allow moisture to seep deeply into the soil, ensuring better conditions for the spring plowing and a higher germination rate for the crops. Snow brings a 3-layered blanket. Next year, we shall dream of buns. However, when the villagers beheld the ancient willow tree at the village entrance, its branches burdened by the weight of snow, now broken in two, a slight discontent flickered within them. It appeared that the power lines had also suffered damage from the snowfall. They hoped repairs could be completed before the arrival of the spring festival, lest they endure another year of darkness. Ultimately, their attention was drawn to a house, Zhao's residence. Unlike the other square-shaped homes, it had collapsed into a heap, leaving only a triangular silhouette crowned with a white cap. The Zhao family's 50-year-old adobe house had succumbed to the weight of the snow, the eastern wall entirely toppled, and several other walls reduced by more than half. The villagers had long since given up hope for the survival of the two Zhao men. But as they began to unearth beams from the snow and remove pieces of fencing, they discovered Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Xiaoyu, unconscious in the corner of the West Room, still clinging to life. Yesterday, Zhao Tianyao's impulsive decision saved both his and his grandson's lives. Amidst the ruins, they found a solitary refuge that allowed them to endure the frigid night. Had they not collapsed in the West Room to sleep, They would have been buried alive by the heavy snowfall. Sun Guixiang, having heard the news, rushed to summon villagers to carry the grandfather and grandson to her home, where the barefoot doctor, Qin Fuzhong, administered intravenous fluids to them. On the warm Kong, the two gradually regained consciousness. The frail Zhao Xiaoyu was in tears, unable to articulate the reasons for his weeping. Whether it was from fear or a celebration of their survival, he could not express his emotions, only wishing to release the anguish that had crushed him in despair the night before. Sitting by the edge of the Kong, Sun Guixiang tenderly wiped his tears. As soon as one wave was cleared, another surged forth, like an unceasing mountain spring. Jinhai stood on the ground, his face a mask of panic, while Zhao Xiaoyu scurried around the Kong, uttering indistinct sounds. Zhao Xiaoyu bore no serious injuries, only minor abrasions on his face and arms, and after resting for a day, he was able to return to school. Zhao Tianyao, however, lay incapacitated due to a severe leg injury, remaining silent since his awakening, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. People from the team visited one after another, eager to hear the harrowing details of their ordeal. Yet, regardless of their inquiries or gentle coaxing, Zhao Tianyao remained mute. As if rendered speechless, Zhao Xiaoyu's responses were haphazard, failing to satisfy their thirst for knowledge. As the New Year's holiday concluded, Jinhai returned to school, followed by Zhao Xiaoyu, who rested for another 2 days before resuming his studies. The household was left with only Sun Guixiang and her daughter, along with Zhao Tianyao. As the villagers ceased their visits, Sun Guixiang stoked the charcoal stove, which roared like a locomotive, and brought warm water to wash Zhao Tianyao's face. He displayed a hint of resistance, but did not refuse her care. While tending to him, she spoke. The village chief and the team leader have discussed the possibility of me taking you both in. What are your thoughts on this? Finally breaking his silence, Zhao Tianyao weakly yet resolutely uttered a single word. No. Sighing, Sun Guixiang replied, your house is gone. Rebuilding will require money and manpower. Do you think you and Xiaoyu can manage that? The team might lend a hand, but their assistance is temporary. They cannot support you for a lifetime. They can help with a fraction, but the rest must rely on you. I have said before, as long as I am alive, I will not let you both starve. Zhao Tianyao struggled to swallow and countered, our Zhao family was once just fine. Ever since we became entangled with you, misfortune has followed us like a shadow. Even if we must beg for scraps, we do not need your shelter. Once just fine? Sun Guixiang replied with a bitter smile. That is merely your perspective. How can you call that fine? Spending decades in a dilapidated house, this is what you deem good? If you and Dasun had channeled your energies away from drinking and gambling into repairing your home, reinforcing the crumbling foundation, and patching the damaged walls, would you have been crushed by a mere snowfall? What kind of house collapses so easily? I know you will say this is my fault, but reflect on your conscience. Can this truly be blamed on me? Can I obstruct you, or can I control whether the heavens choose to let it snow? Are you not aware of the dilapidated state of your own house? The roof leaks like a sieve. When it rains heavily outside, it drizzles inside. Plaster falls away piece by piece, and one can see the outside through the walls. Not to mention a heavy snowfall. Even a strong wind could topple it. I recall when little you was 6 or 7 years old, running about like a ragged urchin, bare-bottomed, rolling in the mud during summer and in winter. His cotton jacket revealing dark cotton stuffing, his hands and feet frostbitten and cracked. During festivals, he could not enjoy good food or new clothes. And he was often beaten by the two of you like a thief, forcing him to roam the village in search of his mother, while also denying him an education. Do you truly believe that was as it should be? You attribute Dashuan's death to me, which I do not deny. Yet I feel it was more a reflection of his intrinsic virtues. He was a hero, saving the lives of more than 10 people. It is precisely because of a father like him that a child like little you emerged. Enough, Zhao Tianyao said, tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured. In any case, I do not eat your food, nor do I reside in your house. Have you not consumed enough? Sun Guixiang retorted. During the past 2 years since Dashuan's passing, who tended to your crops, who harvested them, who prepared the meals that little you brought home every day? We must speak with conscience. How can you call yourself a soldier? Zhao Tianyao felt somewhat guilty yet remained obstinate. I won't eat here any longer. I will take little you to beg. He struggled to sit up, attempting to rise, but after much effort, he found himself unable to do so. His leg was grievously injured. Go wherever you wish, just leave little you with me. He is still a child, and should live as one, not be made to beg. After Sun Guixiang finished speaking, she ignored Zhao Tianyao. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai returned home from school. Zhao Tianyao told Zhao Xiaoyu, "Grandfather cannot take care of you anymore. I plan to go out for a walk to see if I can find any old comrades. You should head to the Forward West team to find your parents. Have they not accepted you already?" Zhao Xiaoyu did not respond. Upon reaching the outer room, he pulled out a stack of crumpled bills from his backpack and handed them to Sun Guixiang. "This is for you. Where did you get this money?" "My teachers and classmates donated it to me. It totals over 80 yuan. Chapter 53. Rumors the Zhao family and the Sun family had once again merged into one, adhering to the historical principle that what has been divided will ultimately unite. However, the relationship between the two families remained rather strained. Zhao Tianyao dined on the meals prepared by Sun Guixiang, resided in her home, and enjoyed her attentive care, yet he could not mentally accept her. He chose to feign deafness and silence, ignoring the words of others, and speaking not a single word himself. His presence barely felt. After a period of recuperation, he was able to walk again, perhaps not wishing to confront Sun Guixiang. He spent most days away from home, no longer wandering the village drinking and gambling as he once did. Instead, he carried a shovel, meandering through his own fields, tending to any irregularities he encountered. When he saw a clogged ditch, he would repair it. In the summer, he would venture into the fields to cut grass and gather bitter herbs. Feeding them to the mules and sheep, the bitter herbs would be chopped and mixed with cornmeal to feed the pigs and chickens. Occasionally, if he came across particularly good bitter herbs, he would sit at the gate to pick and clean them, blanch them in hot water, and prepare them as a cold dish. He had also cultivated a small patch of land outside Sun Guixiang's yard, fencing it with sunflower stalks. Sun Guixiang chuckled inwardly, bemused by his ineptitude at farming. How could he possibly water the crops planted there? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, allowing him to pursue his whims as long as he did not trouble her. She had evidently underestimated Zhao Tianyao, this nearly octogenarian man, who, despite his 2 crippled legs, wielded a battered iron shovel to excavate a channel over 200 meters long, directing water from the fields to nourish his meager plot. The crops thrived, yielding an abundance of produce. Dried beans, dried eggplants, and dried gourds sprawled across the yard, ensuring that winter would not be limited to just pickled vegetables and potatoes. After Zhao Dashuan's death, Zhao Tianyao had succumbed to despair, appearing as though he were merely dragging out his existence. The villagers presumed he had only a few years left. Yet after enduring a calamity, he emerged revitalized. Some claimed that surviving such adversity would inevitably bring blessings, heralding the beginning of Zhao Tianyao's better days. Others attributed his newfound vitality to the presence of a woman in his household. However, Zhao Tianyao was still unable to perform heavy labor. He could not keep pace with the mule while plowing. Bending down to harvest wheat for extended periods proved arduous, and he struggled with the sunflower stalks, rendering him unsuitable for vigorous activities. He could only tackle tasks at a leisurely pace that were within his capabilities. The merging of their two families lightened Sun Guixiang's load significantly. Although she remained the mainstay of the household, she no longer had to shuttle between 2 homes, allowing her to manage the entirety of their combined land more efficiently. Zhao Tianyao, too, was less of a burden than before. In this household, Zhao Tianyao assumed a more feminine role, while Sun Guixiang took on a masculine one. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai had become partners again. Though their bond no longer resembled that of brothers, Jinhai no longer referred to Zhao Xiaoyu as brother, instead calling him by name. Yet he relied heavily on him, trailing behind him to and from school each day. Unbeknownst to them, whispers began circulating within the village and school, suggesting that Zhao Tianyao indulged in infidelity. As he often climbed into Sun Guixiang's bed after Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai left for school, the rumors were detailed and vivid, recounting the time, place, characters, dialogues, and actions with striking clarity. Some speculated that Zhao Dashan had drowned due to the depletion of his vitality from such encounters, while others claimed that Zhao Tianyao's newfound vigor was a result of Sun Guixiang's nurturing, suggesting that they were well matched in their respective abilities. There were even murmurs questioning how Zhao Tianyao could still possess such capabilities after losing them in battle. However, these were mere rumors, as no one had witnessed the truth. Zhao Tianyao remained oblivious to these discussions. Although his firearm had been confiscated by the village head, his large knife remained, and no one dared to gossip in his presence. Sun Guixiang was also unaware, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with the villagers. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, had caught wind of it. The elementary students in that area were notoriously loose-lipped, often making adult jokes. One boy, jesting with Zhao Xiaoyu, brought up this matter. In a fit of rage, Zhao Xiaoyu knocked the boy to the ground and gave him a thorough beating, demanding to know who had spread the rumor. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the boy divulged a name, prompting Zhao Xiaoyu to seek out that individual and deliver a similar punishment. However, he ultimately failed to uncover the instigator of the matter. He speculated it might be Wu Feilong or others from the Wu family who spread it among the team. The students, upon hearing it, relayed the information to the school. Yet no one dared to identify the source. Jin Hai, an exemplary student who consistently ranked first, was psychologically fragile. During a break one day, a boy mockingly constructed a sentence using the terms both and. Jin Hai and Zhao Xiaoyu are both brothers and uncles. Jin Hai's immediate reaction was to run into the teacher's office in tears to report the incident, prompting the teacher to reprimand the boy. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu from the 6th grade sought out Jin Hai in the 5th grade classroom, but Jin Hai angrily told him to leave and pushed past him to escape. Upon returning home, Jin Hai tearfully implored Sun Guixiang to expel Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Xiaoyu from their home. Sun Guixiang inquired about the matter, and Jin Hai replied, "The classmates are saying that you and that old man." He trailed off, but Sun Guixiang understood, sighing, "Let them talk. You cannot silence the voices of the world. Just treat it as an idle breeze. A person of integrity has no fear of shadows." She was already overwhelmed with her responsibilities and could hardly manage these sensational rumors. "No," Jin Hai exclaimed vehemently, "you must drive them away, or I will jump into the river." As he attempted to leave, Sun Guixiang seized him, brandishing a broom to strike him. At that moment, Zhao Tianyao returned, and Jin Hai broke free from Sun Guixiang's grasp, rushing to confront Zhao Tianyao, pushing him while shouting, "Get out! Hurry back to your Zhao family." Zhao Tianyao looked at Sun Guixiang for clarification, who, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Ignore him. He's just being mischievous." Just then, Zhao Xiaoyu entered, and Zhao Tianyao asked him, "What happened with Jin Hai?" Although Zhao Xiaoyu often spoke crudely, he felt embarrassed to voice the rumors in front of his grandfather and Sun Guixiang. After hesitating for a long while, he could not articulate the issue. Zhao Tianyao, eyes wide, shouted, "I'm asking you, what is going on? Did you bully Jin Hai?" "I didn't bully him. It was others who bullied him," Zhao Xiaoyu stammered. "They said you and her," pointing at Sun Guixiang, "and her," in that manner. Zhao Tianyao's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he turned to leave the room, heading to the storage room to retrieve a large knife. He unsheathed it with a flourish, resting it ominously on his shoulder as he limped out of the courtyard. Through the glass, Sun Guixiang saw this and called out, "Xiaoyu, quickly stop your grandfather." Zhao Xiaoyu dashed out, catching up with Zhao Tianyao, urging him to return home, but was shoved aside as the knife was brandished threateningly, causing him to hesitate in his pleas. Meanwhile, the captain's family was having dinner when suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Zhao Tianyao entered with a fierce demeanor, slamming the large knife onto the table with a resounding thud. Chapter 54. The captain and his family jumped back in fright as Zhao Tianyao pointed the knife at him, commanding, "You are to summon everyone from the team to assemble at the scene immediately. All must attend." The captain timidly inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhao Tianyao struck the table with the knife again. "Just do as I say. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Intimidated by Zhao Tianyao's ferocity, the captain had no choice but to comply. A loudspeaker broadcast the announcement 3 times, stating that there was an urgent matter requiring discussion. Soon, a crowd gathered, asking one another what had transpired. The captain and Zhao Tianyao, wielding a large sword, approached. The captain, with a troubled expression, remarked, "It is not I who is in trouble, it is old Zhao, and I do not know what his issue is." Zhao Tianyao, standing firmly before the crowd with his sword, surveyed each individual before he spoke. "Rumors have been circulating about my family, and today I shall demonstrate whether I am still capable of such matters." As the crowd pondered in confusion, Zhao Tianyao plunged the sword into the ground and, unexpectedly, loosened his belt, pulling his trousers down to his knees. The women gasped in shock and hurriedly covered their eyes, while the children erupted into laughter. "Open your eyes wide and behold clearly. I demand you see." Zhao Tianyao's voice, strained from his exertion, carried a palpable sense of sorrow and indignation. The crowd, albeit hesitantly, caught sight of the stark reality. Zhao Tianyao was entirely devoid of hair, and shockingly, he bore no male organ, only a few unsightly scars. He had never divulged his affliction to anyone. However, his comrades had noticed that he never urinated. Some idle onlookers speculated that he simply squatted like a woman. While many had surmised he had lost his masculine function, they still preferred to believe in the authenticity of his relationship with Sun Guixiang. Life, steeped in monotony, left everyone yearning for tales of intrigue, particularly those that defied logic and ethical norms. Zhao Tianyao fastened his trousers, tears welling in his eyes, and spoke softly. In the year of the West Zero, our unit achieved 3 victories, and it was during that time that I lost my manhood by the banks of the Yellow River. I once had a fiancée, quite beautiful, with whom I grew up. After I enlisted, she remained in the village. Following those victories, she wished to marry me. But I declined. I did not wish for her to endure a life of widowhood. You think I, Zhao, am devoid of warmth, capable of any base act? He then recounted the harrowing battle, where he led a small squad of 30 men to repel wave after wave of enemy attacks, ultimately becoming the sole survivor. It was in that fierce conflict that his organ was severed, and he fainted in the trench. At dawn, when the main force arrived to rescue him, he awoke, mistaking them for enemies, and opened fire, tragically killing a senior officer from his own side. The organization did not hold him accountable, nor did they commend him. Neither reward nor punishment was administered, and he was subsequently discharged, albeit taking with him a rifle and a sword, continuing to engage in resistance efforts among the people. The audience listened, captivated and filled with compassion and respect, sighing in unison as they proclaimed they had never spread rumors about Zhao Tianyao, vowing never to do so in the future. The village chief and the captain offered words of comfort, advising the villagers to refrain from believing or spreading rumors. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyao drew his sword from the ground, raising it high as he declared loudly, "Should I hear further gossip, whether you are male or female, young or old, I shall strike you down, one and all." The crowd instinctively recoiled, their necks instinctively retracting in fear. After this incident, no one in the team spoke of Zhao Tianyao's indiscretion. The students shared the story of his exoneration throughout the school, and the rumors eventually subsided. However, this event left a significant psychological shadow on Jinhai, who could not shake the feeling that Zhao Tianyao's public display was an act of impropriety. And living with an old rogue at home left him feeling quite uneasy. One autumn afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai encountered a traveling merchant on their way home from school. That day, Jinhai had been detained by a teacher to discuss the mathematics competition, leaving Zhao Xiaoyu to wait for him. By the time they departed the campus, it was already quite late. As they approached the canal bank, the sun hung low in the west, and they spotted a man seated atop the embankment, with a burden beside him. Zhao Xiaoyu excitedly pointed and exclaimed, "Look, it's a merchant." The rural children, unaccustomed to the world, were particularly enamored by traveling vendors, whose loads were always filled with an endless array of curiosities. Even without money to purchase anything, merely gazing upon the wares was a form of enjoyment, akin to how women linger in front of shop windows, admiring the vibrant garments on display. As they climbed onto the embankment, they observed that the man appeared to be in his late 30s, clad in tattered clothing with rough patches sewn onto it. His long, unkempt hair framed a weathered, dark red face, marked by fatigue, and he cradled a girl of about 5 or 6 in his arms. The child's face bore signs of illness. With a delicate complexion showing traces of dehydration, her purplish lips cracked and dry, and her eyes tightly shut, indicating she was sound asleep. The merchant's burden consisted of a Western-style wooden box, painted yellow, with some areas having lost their lacquer, and a bamboo basket covered by a stained white cloth. This setup resembled a small shop, with the wooden box serving as a display and the bamboo basket as the stockroom, replenishing the items on display as they were sold. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai gazed longingly at the wooden box, yet the man seemed disinterested in peddling his goods. He merely glanced at them before lowering his gaze back to the girl in his arms, gently rocking her. Although traveling merchants typically targeted women and children as their primary clientele, they held a certain disdain for children, especially those wandering the streets without a single coin to their name, who would stop the merchants to inspect every item, only to purchase nothing in the end, thus wasting precious time and sometimes causing damage to the merchandise. Noticing the merchant's lack of enthusiasm for business, Jinhai tugged at Zhao Xiaoyu, urging him to leave. However, Zhao Xiaoyu, unwilling to walk away empty-handed, summoned his courage and pointed at the wooden box, asking, "May we take a look?" "Go ahead," the merchant replied weakly, his accent revealing he was from another region. Overjoyed, Zhao Xiaoyu hurriedly crouched in front of the wooden box, unfastened the lock, and lifted the lid, revealing a dazzling array of trinkets, nothing more than sewing supplies and children's toys. Jinhai also knelt down, picking up one item after another, seemingly enamored with each, even pausing to admire a red hair tie meant for girls. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu's heart was set on a particular revolver toy, which he fondled with delight, inquiring, "How much is this?" In truth, his inquiry was futile, as he had no money. But his curiosity about the price of his beloved item compelled him to ask whenever he encountered such a toy. 70 cents, the merchant replied. In comparison to the prices at the exchange meeting, this gun was initially priced at 6 dimes, but now it has escalated to over a yuan. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a twinge of regret for having given all the donations he received from the school to Sun Guixiang without retaining a single penny for himself. He held the gun aloft, aiming at the distant woods, mimicking the sound of gunfire. In his imagination, members of the Wu family fell one after another: Wu Shulin, Wu Yaozong, Wu Feilong, Wu Yufeng. He decided to spare the women. Caught up in the moment, he inadvertently pulled the trigger. A loud bang erupted, startling Jinhai and the merchant, while the girl in the merchant's arms stirred awake, shivering momentarily before bursting into tears. Zhao Xiaoyu inwardly lamented, cursing his luck for causing yet another mishap. Chapter 55. Labor as payment. The bullets for the explosive gun were merely discs adorned with 6 spherical capsules filled with gunpowder that would detonate upon impact, producing sound and light, but posing no real threat. The crux of the matter was that Zhao Xiaoyu had fired the gun, wasting a bullet, and thus, he would have no choice but to purchase the weapon, at the very least acquiring the ammunition. How could you have actually fired it? Jinhai exclaimed in panic. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling uneasy, glanced at the merchant and said, "Uncle, I didn't mean to." You see, previously, he had spoken without any titles, appearing rather impolite. But under Sun Guixiang's guidance, he had become quite adept at using proper forms of address, calling everyone from uncles to aunts as if they were family. The girl cried a couple of times, but was soon pacified by the merchant, who heard her weakly say, "Daddy, I'm hungry." The merchant seemed rather unconcerned about Zhao Xiaoyu's accidental gunfire. He reached to lift the cover of his goods and pulled out a package of biscuits, only to find it empty. He tossed the wrapper to the ground and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai, asking, "Do you have anything to eat?" Both Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai had brought along some sweet pancakes, but they had consumed them by noon. Jinhai shook his head, while Zhao Xiaoyu said, "Wait a moment," placed the gun into a wooden box, and dashed down the embankment to a nearby field, where he pulled up a few turnips and returned. He washed one in the canal water, bit off the pointed end, and meticulously peeled it with his nails before offering it to the merchant, saying, "Let her eat this. It's very sweet." The merchant took the turnip and held it to the girl's mouth. She took a bite, chewing laboriously. Zhao Xiaoyu washed another turnip, this time not peeling it by hand, but using a pencil sharpener from his backpack to remove the skin. He then cut the turnip into thin strips resembling potato shreds and presented it to the merchant, saying, "This way, it's even sweeter." This was a unique method for rural children to eat raw turnips. Cutting them into fine shreds made them easier to chew. If one dipped them in cool water, the moisture would seep into the shreds, enhancing both texture and flavor. The merchant accepted it and passed it to the girl, who took a bite and smiled sweetly. "Daddy, it's delicious." Both the merchant and the girl each enjoyed a turnip, after which the merchant asked Zhao Xiaoyu, "Where are you headed?" "To the newly established team." "Is it far from here?" "Not far. Just cross the bridge and over the sand pit. Then I shall accompany you there." The peddler gently set the girl down and then crouched before her. The girl instinctively climbed onto his back. The peddler took a red cloth strap, preparing to bind her to him, when Zhao Xiaoyu interjected, "Is she not old enough to walk by herself?" The peddler replied with a sorrowful smile, "She is unwell." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xiaoyu offered, "Allow me to carry her. Since I shot your gun, may I compensate by carrying her?" The peddler scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyu. "Can you manage that?" With a sense of pride, Zhao Xiaoyu patted his chest and pointed to Jinhai. "I can carry him easily. In the past, there was no bridge over this canal, just a plank. I could even dance the disco on it while carrying him." He then pointed to the girl. "I could carry 2 of her kind and run 10 miles without breaking a sweat." Perhaps exhausted or realizing he could not sell the gun to Zhao Xiaoyu, the peddler hesitated before conceding, "Very well." Zhao Xiaoyu removed his backpack and handed it to Jinhai, then squatted before the girl. "Come on, little sister." The girl glanced at her father, and with his approval, climbed onto Zhao Xiaoyu's back, her small hands wrapping around his neck. Zhao Xiaoyu steadied her by lifting her beneath her bottom, and with a few firm strides, they crossed the bridge. He turned back, asking, "Is everything all right?" The peddler smiled faintly, adjusting his load and hastening to keep up. The girl was indeed burning with fever, even through several layers of clothing. Zhao Xiaoyu could feel her body radiating heat, her breath warm as well. He inquired, "Uncle, has she been given any medicine?" The peddler sighed, "She has. But her condition fluctuates. Some days she feels better, others worse. Such is the life of a wanderer, exposed to the elements, alternating between hunger and fullness. A slight illness clings to one and is hard to shake off." As they walked through the sandy hollow, the peddler suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed vacantly in one direction. His body swaying slightly as he pressed a hand to his forehead, his eyes clouded. Following his line of sight, Zhao Xiaoyu noticed a grave not far off and remarked, "That is the tomb of the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family. She has been dead for over 2 years, having hanged herself." The peddler acknowledged with a sound of understanding and continued on. Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "The Wu family is the worst. They drove her to her death. She was purchased from human traffickers and attempted to escape several times. Eventually, our teacher Gao tried to help her, but the Wu family discovered it, locked her up, and beat her all night. The next day, she hanged herself, and our teacher was forced to leave the school. However, he later found work teaching at the commune's elementary school and is reportedly being transferred to a secondary school. I visited him last New Year. His family is doing well." As he rambled on, the peddler was taken aback, suddenly interrupting with fervor, "You mentioned she was bought from human traffickers?" "Indeed," Zhao Xiaoyu replied. "How old was she?" "She claimed to be in her 30s, but southern women have delicate features and seem much younger." "She is from the south?" The peddler gasped, standing still, trembling slightly, his complexion turning ashen. "Yes," Zhao Xiaoyu confirmed. "Which part of the south?" "I'm not certain." "What was her name?" The peddler's agitation grew more pronounced as he turned back to gaze at the grave. "Wang Tzuaping," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, perplexed by the peddler's reaction. "Uncle, what is the matter with you?" Upon hearing that name, the peddler's demeanor returned to normal, and he exhaled with relief. "It's nothing. Perhaps I have merely caught a cold." Feeling a bit lightheaded, he then inquired, "Does your group still have any purchased brides?" Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling guilty, shook his head. "No, we don't." Unexpectedly, Jin Hai, who had been silent, exposed him. "How can that be? Didn't your father buy a bride?" The peddler gazed at Jin Hai in confusion, then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu. Embarrassed, Zhao Xiaoyu confessed, "Yes, there was one, but I set her free, and my father and grandfather nearly beat me to death for it." He gestured toward Jin Hai. "Later, my father married his mother, but alas, less than a year later, my father passed away." Frustrated at Jin Hai for revealing his secret, he retaliated with a jab of his own. Chapter 56. The explosive gun. The peddler immediately asked, "How old is she? Where is she from? What is her name?" Zhao Xiaoyu had no choice but to respond candidly. 19 years old. I'm not sure where she is from. I believe her name is Yi Chunmei." Upon receiving this information, the peddler's taut face relaxed, and he questioned, "You mentioned you set her free. What happened?" Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated but recounted the story of rescuing Yi Chunmei, while Jin Hai added, he even gave her travel expenses and food, and escorted her outside the village. His father and grandfather were furious. They had incurred great distress to purchase that woman, and it was only with my mother's help that they managed to repay it. The peddler's eyes glistened with moisture as he reached out to pat Zhao Xiaoyu's head. "Good boy, you did the right thing." After crossing Shishawa and returning to the newly established team, Zhao Xiaoyu set down the little girl he had been carrying on his back and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Uncle, I truly cannot afford that gun." The peddler laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it. You have worked hard all the way. I cannot take advantage of you." Zhao Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude, and, as he reached for Jin Hai to leave, the peddler called out to him again. He set down his load and retrieved an explosive gun from his bamboo basket, handing it to Zhao Xiaoyu. "It is clear you have a fondness for it. Consider it a gift. No cost." "A gift? Really?" Zhao Xiaoyu could hardly believe his ears. "Indeed," the peddler replied with a smile, placing the gun in Zhao Xiaoyu's hands. "A single life saved is worth more than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. You shall be rewarded." Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words. The gun, with its silver-gray casing and metallic texture, was longer than the typical revolver, both beautiful and imposing. He had coveted it since childhood, believing it unattainable. Yet today, someone was offering it freely. Jinhai gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu with envy, extending his hand. Brother, let me have a look. We'll take turns. I go first. No, I'll go first, Zhao Xiaoyu insisted. The peddler pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and retrieved another identical gun from the bamboo basket. Handing it to Jinhai. Here is another for you. You are good friends, after all. Zhao Xiaoyu affectionately draped his arm around Jinhai's shoulders, declaring, We are brothers. I am the older brother, and he is the younger. Jinhai bashfully accepted the gun, breaking into a silly grin. It had been a long time since he and Zhao Xiaoyu had been this close, and he felt a bit shy. The peddler generously provided both boys with 2 clips of ammunition, each containing 10 rounds, totaling 120 shots. 2 children hopped away, leaving behind the rhythmic sound of a rattle and the distinctive calls of a vendor. The merchant is here. The merchant is here. Sun Guixiang made dumplings today. In an era marked by extreme scarcity, she always found ways to infuse life with flavor. In those rural communities, dumplings were typically a winter delicacy, prepared only after pigs were slaughtered. In their understanding, pickled pork was not suitable for dumpling filling, primarily due to the hassle, as families were large and meals were prepared by a single individual, making it nearly impossible to enjoy a meal of dumplings without dedicating half a day to it. Sun Guixiang was industrious and inventive. Lacking specific ingredients, she would substitute with whatever was available. For instance, while every household consumed sour turnips as pickles, which left them feeling bloated and lacking in nutrition, she frequently crafted dishes using sour turnips, transforming cold dishes into hot ones and elevating vegetarian options to savory delights. Where others fed bran to pigs, she ingeniously created delectable sweet pancakes from it. Even in the absence of vegetables, she could slice steamed bread into fine strips and stir-fry a dish. Sun Guixiang scooped a bowl of pork fat mixture from the oil jar and melted it in a hot pan. The oil returned to the jar, while the meat was minced and mixed with finely chopped cabbage to create a filling, resulting in dumplings that surpassed even those made with fresh meat in aroma. With the autumn harvest season approaching, she seized the opportunity to nourish her family. After preparing the dumplings, she awaited the return of Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai to cook them. Zhao Tianyao played with his granddaughter in the west room, filling the air with the sound of childish laughter. Zhao Tianyao had finally found a confidant. Within this household, he had harbored a strong aversion towards Sun Guixiang, particularly after he had to publicly assert their innocence to the collective, which led to an even colder demeanor towards her. He spoke little and avoided her presence, choosing to retreat to the west room with his meals rather than dining at the table. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai, occupied with school, had little time for him, and Jinhai had developed a strong dislike for him. As for the others in the collective, he felt no inclination to engage. Following the incident involving his trousers, he regarded them with deep-seated animosity or, perhaps, contempt. Uncertain whether it was due to loneliness, familial bonds, or a desire to alleviate Sun Guixiang's burdens, Zhao Tianyao began to cultivate a close relationship with his granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxi. Apart from sleeping at night, they were nearly inseparable throughout the day, with him bringing her along during chores. When he cut grass, he would bundle small sheaves for her to carry home. When mixing pig feed, he provided her with a small bowl to help. When digging ditches, he handed her a shovel to excavate tiny channels beside him. In essence, whatever task he undertook, he ensured she had a part in it for play. He indulged this granddaughter, despite their lack of blood relation, often allowing her to ride on his shoulders, guiding him by tugging at his ears, and he never grew angry, even when she relieved herself on him. He borrowed a saw to construct a unicycle, wheeling her around each day, despite his limp. Within the house, the yard, and the fields, the sound of Zhao Xiaoxi's laughter echoed, and a long-lost smile graced Zhao Tianyao's face. Today, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai returned home approximately 2 hours later than usual. As dusk approached, Sun Guixiang grew anxious and was about to inquire at the homes of students in the brigade when the 2 children joyfully ran back, each wielding a toy gun. Upon questioning, it was revealed that these guns were acquired by Zhao Xiaoyu through a trade of labor. Sun Guixiang remarked, "As long as they weren't stolen, that's fine." As the family enjoyed their boiled dumplings, they heard the distant sounds of a rattle drum and the cries of a peddler. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu set down his chopsticks and gazed intently at Sun Guixiang. "What is it?" she asked. Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated and inquired, "If I don't eat this portion of dumplings, can I give it to someone else?" "Who do you wish to give it to?" Sun Guixiang inquired, puzzled. The peddler's child is ill and has a high fever. Zhao Xiaoyu explained. They haven't eaten anything, just 2 turnips. He gave us these 2 guns, and I want to share my dumplings with them. Sun Guixiang paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Your portion? Who do you think you are eating for? Zhao Xiaoyu let out a soft "oh" and lowered his head in disappointment. Sun Guixiang chuckled, got up, and fetched an aluminum square lunchbox, dishing some dumplings into it. She gently tapped Zhao Xiaoyu on the head with a pair of chopsticks, saying, Off you go. Remember to bring back the lunchbox once they're done. I'm saving the dumplings for you. Chapter 57. 1,000 miles in search of a wife. The peddler set down his goods by the roadside, surrounded by several women and children. Yet, the spectators were numerous while the buyers were few. With the passage of time, his business had become increasingly challenging. His daughter sat listlessly on the ground, her eyes dull and nearly succumbing to slumber, her face a dry pallor, continuously licking her lips and swallowing. After selling a few feet of rope, some elastic bands, and a wind-up frog toy, the crowd dispersed. As the peddler prepared to lift his daughter, Zhao Xiaoyu hurried over. Breathless, carrying the lunchbox. Here, dumplings for you, hot ones. The peddler was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply to Zhao Xiaoyu. Receiving the lunchbox with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect, he opened the lid, crouched before his daughter, took the chopsticks from Zhao Xiaoyu, picked up a dumpling, and fed it to her. He then looked up at Zhao Xiaoyu, expressing, Thank you. You're welcome. Zhao Xiaoyu replied awkwardly, scratching his head, You should eat too. She can't manage all of this alone. Yes, I will eat after she is full. The peddler nodded, gesturing towards a wooden box. Take a look and see if there's anything else you like. Zhao Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands. No, I only wanted that gun, and now I have it. The peddler fed his daughter 2 dumplings, but suddenly, she stopped eating, her eyes wide with terror, as if she had seen something frightful. Then, her eyes rolled back, and her body collapsed onto the ground, convulsing, the dumplings she had just consumed spilling out. What is wrong with her? Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, horrified. It seems the fever has become too severe, causing convulsions. The peddler frantically cradled his daughter. Is your home far from here? Not far, just a few steps. Zhao Xiaoyu replied. Hurry, let us get to your house. The peddler, still anxious about his goods, clutched his daughter tightly. Without a second thought, Zhao Xiaoyu declared, I will carry her, you take the goods. Although he was merely an 11-year-old child, years of labor in the fields had rendered him robust and strong. He carried the little girl with remarkable agility, while the peddler followed closely behind, balancing his load on one shoulder and clutching a lunchbox in the other hand. Within mere minutes, Zhao Xiaoyu had returned home, cradling the unconscious girl. He called out to Sun Guixiang, his voice filled with urgency. Mother, please help. This marked the first time he addressed her as mother since Zhao Dashuan's death. The little girl had already slipped into unconsciousness, leaving Sun Guixiang at a loss. The peddler abandoned his load and rushed inside, repeatedly calling his daughter's name while inquiring, Is there a doctor in the village? Zhao Tianyao emerged from the west room, stating, There is no time to summon a doctor. She is experiencing a high fever convulsion, which is perilous. Having served in the military for many years, he remained composed and instructed everyone to place the girl on the Kong, using warm water to moisten towels that they would use to wipe her head, face, and hands. He then applied pressure to her philtrum with his thumb. Before long, the girl awakened, appearing to be out of immediate danger, though her complexion was frighteningly pale. Sun Guixiang called for Qin Fuzhong to examine her, administering antipyretics before she fell into a deep slumber. As night descended, the electric lights illuminated the room. The peddler implored Sun Guixiang, Sister, the child's condition is not yet stable. I cannot leave tonight. May I stay at your home? I will pay you for the lodging. Sun Guixiang hesitated. Her compassion was not lacking, but the unknown origins of this father and daughter raised concerns. As a widow without a reliable man in the house, she felt uneasy about their presence. Perhaps I should take you to find the team leader, she suggested. Zhao Tianyao, with his military background and a hint of streetwise demeanor, took charge. Let them stay. There is no need for payment. Who among us hasn't faced hardship? With his words, Sun Guixiang felt compelled to acquiesce. The peddler introduced himself as Hu Mingle, aged 34, and his daughter as Hu Fangfang, aged 6. They hailed from the south, where Hu Mingle once ran a small shop in an urban-rural fringe area. Thanks to the winds of reform and opening up, his business flourished, providing a comfortable life. However, 5 years prior, his wife vanished without a trace during a visit to relatives in the northwest. After reporting her disappearance to the police, he learned that the authorities suspected she may have fallen victim to human traffickers. Consequently, he sold the shop, took up the burden of a peddler, and, accompanied by his daughter, ventured into the vast northwestern region in search of her. For over 2 years, they had roamed remote villages, selling goods while desperately seeking his wife. After making sales, he would find a place to rest, earning enough to sustain both himself and his daughter while still having some surplus. Yet, he had failed to uncover any leads regarding his wife's whereabouts. Throughout these 2 years, they had endured immense hardship, experiencing the harsh realities of life. In the sparsely populated northwestern region, they sometimes found themselves without sight of any village, forced to brave the elements and sleep in the wilderness. Their differing accents made them targets for bullying and disdain. Recently, his daughter had caught a cold, although she seemed to be recovering after taking medicine. He had pushed her to travel all day while still unwell, and after being caught in an autumn rain, she had fallen ill once more. If only I had closed the shop for a few days and traveled with her, none of this would have happened. If she were to be purchased by a good family, she could enjoy a life of comfort, which would indeed be her fortune. However, I often dream of her being beaten, bloodied, and maimed, and Hu Mingle could not continue, overwhelmed with tears. Zhao Tianyao reassured him, "It's all fate. Heaven is testing you. With your earnest search, you will surely find her. A wild wolf does not carry a loyal man, and yellow sands do not bury a woman of affection." Sun Guixiang, wiping her tears, shifted her attitude towards this pitiable man. Initially intending to save the remaining dumplings for breakfast the next day, she instead heated them and brought them to the table for Hu Mingle to eat. Hu Fangfang, after a nap, had sweated out her fever but still felt weak. She barely managed to eat a few dumplings before falling asleep again. Hu Mingle inquired, "Are there any brides bought from the nearby villages?" Zhao Tianyao, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, replied, "In my family, Das Hun once bought a wife, but before he could even touch her, Xiaoyu set her free. However, that girl was only 19. She cannot be your wife." Sighing, he added, "Back then, I punished Xiaoyu for this, but reflecting on it now, it was a grave mistake. Every child is the cherished heart's desire of their parents. No one wants their offspring to be treated like livestock. My actions might have earned me some merit. For had I harmed that young girl, my reputation would have been irreparably tarnished." Sun Guixiang encouraged, "Do not speak so harshly. It was merely a moment of confusion. The Zhao family consists of good people. You are a noble hero. Das Hun is a great hero. And Xiaoyu is not lacking either. It's a legacy of virtue from your lineage." Hu Mingle shook his head. "I heard from Xiaoyu that she is not my wife. My wife is named Liang Lan, and she is 33 years old this year. Oh, by the way, I have a photograph." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his clothing and retrieved a black and white photograph, handing it to Zhao Tianyao. Squinting for a moment, Zhao Tianyao inhaled sharply. Why does she seem so familiar? Indeed. Sun Guixiang leaned closer, feeling as though she had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 58. A transaction. It was an old 2-inch photograph, its edges cut in a wavy pattern, depicting a girl with 2 long braids, charming and lovely. However, due to its age, the surface had wrinkled and lost its luster, making it hard to discern clearly. Hu Mingle gasped, "Is this real? Where is she?" Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang scrutinized it for a while longer before shaking their heads, stating that while she looked familiar, they could not identify her. Hu Mingle sighed in disappointment. Sun Guixiang asked, "Do you have any other photographs?" Hu Mingle dejectedly shook his head. "This is the closest resemblance to her. It was taken before we married, and several years have passed since. She has likely changed by now. Uncle Zhao's sister. Please think carefully about where you might have seen this woman who resembles her. Are there any women named Liang Lan nearby?" After pondering for a while, both shook their heads in confusion. That night, Hu Mingle and his daughter stayed at Sun Guixiang's home, sharing the large Kong in the west room with Zhao Tianyao and his grandson, Jin Hai. The Kong was spacious, occupying half of the room's area, and was not cramped at all. Sun Guixiang had plenty of new bedding, allowing the father and daughter to sleep quite comfortably. Sun Guixiang, however, had a restless night, securing the door with a bolt and propping a rolling pin against it, even placing a kitchen knife beneath her pillow. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The following day, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai set off for school, while Hu Fangfang remained in deep slumber. Hu Mingle addressed Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang, saying, "Uncle Zhao, elder sister, Fangfang is still not fully recovered. I would like her to rest at your home for a few days while I go out to sell goods and inquire about Liang Lan's whereabouts in the nearby villages. I will give you 10 yuan each day, which should cover our food and lodging." As he spoke, he produced a 10 yuan note and placed it on the Kang's edge. For the rural folk of that time and place, 10 yuan was a considerable sum, especially as a daily allowance. This temptation was indeed significant, as it was known that elementary and middle school teachers earned barely 30 yuan for a month of arduous work. Author's note: regional differences must be considered. One cannot use the average income of that time as a standard. The addition of 2 more mouths to feed would not require much grain nor disrupt much work. It seemed a convenient arrangement. Yet, Sun Guixiang expressed her hesitation. It is not merely a matter of money. If you leave your child in my care while you go out selling goods, and something unfortunate were to happen, I could not bear the consequences. Elder sister, rest assured. Hu Minglei replied, patting his chest. I am not one to act without reason. I can see that your family is kind-hearted and would never intentionally harm Fangfang. If anything were to happen to her, I would not hold you accountable. That would be her fate. She is still quite weak, and I cannot disregard her well-being. Sun Guixiang held the 10 yuan note in her hands, gently rubbing it, and deep down, she truly desired to earn that money. For the past 2 years, she had been solely responsible for 2 households, forcing herself to adopt a man's resilience. The years of hardship had taken their toll, aging her prematurely, and only she understood the depth of her suffering. With Jin Hai and Zhao Xiaoyu approaching middle school, the expenses would inevitably rise, especially with 2 fewer laborers at home. With an increasingly frail father-in-law and a daughter in need, financial support was desperately required. If Hu Minglei stayed with them for 10 days or half a month, it would indeed amount to a significant income. Yet, she harbored numerous concerns about keeping Hu Minglei and his daughter. Firstly, being a widow often invites unnecessary gossip. Setting aside the possibility of Hu Minglei harboring ill intentions towards her, the whispers from the community would be burdensome. She was indifferent to such chatter, her years of suffering having toughened her skin against petty rumors. But Jin Hai was too sensitive and could not withstand such vicious attacks. Secondly, a mother is always protective of her child. Even if she cared for Hu Fangfang exceptionally well, Hu Minglei might not be satisfied. If the child were to stumble or get hurt, demands for compensation could lead to significant losses. Furthermore, the busy farming season was approaching, and she could barely manage her own affairs, let alone take on the care of another child. Lastly, Zhao Tianyao's tendency to meddle was a concern. With no money and little contribution, he loved to play the hero. If Hu Minglei and his daughter stayed with them, he might refuse their payment, seeking to be the good Samaritan and earn their praise, all while she bore the burden. "Brother, what do you think?" she inquired, glancing toward Zhao Tianyao. He took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, tapped the pipe on the Kang's edge, and replied to Hu Minglei, "All right, let us speak candidly from the outset. We, the rural folk, do not raise our children with meticulous care, akin to the manner in which we tend to pigs, prioritizing mere sustenance. If you find this agreeable, then stay. If not, take your leave. I, old Zhao, have spent half my life as a soldier. My weapon may have been relinquished, yet my spirit remains unyielded. I hold little patience for incessant complaints." "Very well." Hu Minglei readily acquiesced, believing that as long as she is fed, it would be preferable to traversing the world by my side. Fangfang has endured hardship. She is not as delicate as one might presume. I have taken a liking to your family. Then what about the money? This was the foremost concern of Sun Guixiang. Zhao Tianyao replied, "Keep it. Our family members are human too. Their toil cannot be in vain." Sun Guixiang nodded, warmth blossoming in her heart. Though her husband often appeared to harbor resentment towards her, he indeed cared for her deeply. Previously, he had been harsh in speech but tender in action, alleviating many of her burdens. Today, he finally uttered a heartfelt remark, albeit still wrapped in a frosty demeanor. When Hu Fangfang awoke, Hu Minglei conveyed a few instructions, leaving behind several toys. This 6-year-old girl had evidently grown weary of the nomadic lifestyle. Upon hearing that her father would not be taking her away, she did not protest but seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. As Hu Minglei prepared to depart with his load, Sun Guixiang called out to him, producing 2 sugar pancakes wrapped in a steaming cloth, saying, "Take these to eat on the road." She also fetched a 5-pound plastic jug, filling it with hot water and placing it in Hu Minglei's bamboo basket. As he stepped out of Sun's courtyard, the oppressive clouds that had loomed overhead began to lift, becoming less dense and suffocating. He felt as though he could discern the sun's rays piercing through the heavy fog, as if it were on the verge of breaking forth. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He sensed that Liang Lan was nearby, not merely because Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang recognized her photograph, but because he too felt an inexplicable familiarity with this place, as if he had visited it in a dream, as though Liang Lan had imparted some kind of revelation to him. Thus, he resolved to linger here for a while longer, allowing his daughter the time to recover from her illness. With the discerning eye honed over years of encountering countless individuals, he deemed this amiable family trustworthy and felt at ease in trusting his daughter to their care. As he walked along, burden in tow, he heard someone calling for the peddler. Huangshui halted, turning to see a 15-year-old girl leading a 3-year-old. Setting down his load, he lifted the lid of his wooden box. The two girls approached. Squatting before the box, selecting items, Huangshui gazed intently at the 3-year-old girl, suddenly struck by a curious sensation. Though this was their first encounter, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, prompting him to ask, "Little one, what is your name?" The little girl looked up, her large eyes sparkling as she responded with a question of her own. "What is your name?" Huangshui chuckled. "I am called Huangshui. And you?" "I am called Fong Fong," the little girl replied. A stirring within him arose. Her name mirrored that of his daughter. Yet, Fong Fong was a common name, and such coincidences were not unusual. He inquired further, "What is your surname?" The little girl turned to the older girl beside her, asking, "Wugu, what is my surname?" The large girl cast a glance at her, selected several pairs of colorful hair ties, paid, and pulled her away. Huangshui watched the two of them enter a courtyard before shouldering his burden and walking towards the village outskirts. On this day, Sun Guixiang devoted all her energy to Hu Fongfong. Caring for her own child was manageable, but tending to someone else's required utmost caution, as money was hard-earned. Fortunately, the child was easy to manage, quiet and unassuming, and by day's end, she had grown quite close to Sun Guixiang, albeit somewhat listless. Zhao Xiaoyu spent the day inquiring about a woman named Liang Lan. The previous night, while Huangshui showed photographs to Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang, he was in the West Room doing homework and missed the pictures. However, after retiring for the night, Huangshui conversed with Zhao Tianyao until the early hours, and Zhao Xiaoyu learned that Huangshui's wife was named Liang Lan. Now in the upper grades, Zhao Xiaoyu, as the elder brother, had a wide social circle. Knowing several people from each class, he refrained from detailing the situation to his classmates, fearing it might raise suspicions and lead to Liang Lan being hidden away. Thwarting Huangshui's efforts, he merely mentioned a distant relative named Liang Lan residing in Jianxi village, though they had lost contact over the years and he was unaware of her exact location. Eventually, a third-grade boy informed Zhao Xiaoyu that there was a woman named Liang Lan in their Team 5, who had married in from a neighboring village. Elated, Zhao Xiaoyu took Jin Hai to Team 5 after school to gather information about Liang Lan's house, and then stealthily slipped away. Jin Hai, being an exemplary student, was naturally eager to assist, albeit somewhat timid. However, playing the supportive role was not an issue for him. Upon returning home, they waited until nightfall when Huangshui returned, and conveyed the news to him. Huangshui anxiously inquired, "How old is she? What does she look like?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied, "We didn't see her. We only learned her address. She also married in from elsewhere. Better to be mistaken than miss the mark." Huangshui exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, "I shall go now." Zhao Xiaoyu cautioned, "You won't find her house. If word gets out, her family will hide her away. It would be wiser for you to come to school tomorrow afternoon. I will lead you there after classes, catching her unawares." Huangshui found this reasoning sound. However, Sun Guixiang expressed concern. "Brother Hu, you should search alone, as an outsider. Taking your wife and leaving could provoke trouble, and we would suffer the consequences for a lifetime." Our team's second daughter-in-law was also bought, just for sending a letter home. Xiaoyu almost faced dire repercussions from the Wu family, who threatened to dismember him. Now the two families are at odds, and whenever something goes awry, they blame it on Xiaoyu. With a sigh, Huangshui acquiesced. The next day after school, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai, while on their way home, encountered Huangshui carrying his burden. Huangshui asked them to guide him to Team 5, merely pointing out Liang Lan's residence without revealing their involvement, ensuring that if a conflict arose, no one would trace it back to them. Zhao Xiaoyu was willing, but Jin Hai, being a dutiful child who always heeded his mother's advice, resolutely refused to go. At last, Zhao Xiaoyu said, "You may return first. Inform your mother that the teacher has detained me, and I shall be home later." After Jin Hai departed, Zhao Xiaoyu guided Huangshui to the 5th team. It was not far, they arrived in half an hour. Zhao Xiaoyu strode confidently ahead, while Hu Mingle followed at a distance. Upon reaching the entrance of Lianglan's yard, Zhao Xiaoyu halted, gestured towards the courtyard, and turned back to silently indicate, "This is the place." Seeing Hu Mingle nod, he discreetly circled around. Zhao Xiaoyu waited at the village entrance for quite a while until Hu Mingle, dejectedly carrying a burden, approached, shaking his head and saying, "I did not see her." He did not initially inquire whether Lianglan was present. Instead, he wandered around the yard, but upon failing to spot her, he was promptly shooed away. After a brief consultation, Zhao Xiaoyu decided to take the risk himself, reasoning that the fifth team's members did not recognize him. And as long as he was not seen by the students there, Hu Mingle could escort his wife away without the in-laws discovering his involvement. At that time, elementary schools lacked uniforms, and children absent from classes were plentiful, making it unlikely for them to locate the school. Zhao Xiaoyu removed his backpack, entrusted it to Hu Mingle, and proceeded alone to Lianglan's home. In the courtyard, a robust woman was feeding chickens. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, "Is this Lianglan's residence?" "I am Lianglan," the woman replied, regarding Zhao Xiaoyu with curiosity. "Who are you? What do you want?" Hearing her speak with a regional accent and estimating her age to be around 30, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of hope and leaned in to whisper, "Your family is waiting for you at the village entrance. You must come with me." "My family? Who?" The woman became increasingly perplexed. Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "I do not know them. I am from the 8th team and happened to pass by. That person asked me to relay a message. Why doesn't he come himself?" she questioned. Zhao Xiaoyu fabricated a tale, saying, "He seems to be injured. His leg is not functioning well, and he is carrying a bag of pork." The woman gasped, "It must be my father. Hurry, take me to him." Zhao Xiaoyu led the woman to the village entrance, pointing to Hu Mingle standing there, exclaiming, "It is him." The woman froze. "Aren't you the peddler from earlier?" Suddenly realizing, she shouted angrily, "You little rascal. So, you're a human trafficker." Grabbing a wooden stick from the roadside, she charged at him, relying on her strength to strike. Zhao Xiaoyu ducked behind Hu Mingle, urging, "Your wife does not recognize you. Quickly say something to her." "That is not her," Hu Mingle exclaimed, but as he spoke, he was struck on the shoulder. He hastily explained, "I apologize, we mistook you for someone else. My wife is also named Lianglan." Yet, the woman paid no heed. Swinging the stick and yelling, "Help! There are human traffickers here." Hu Mingle endured several more blows. Wise men avoid immediate danger, and he shouted, "Shall you run?" Shouldering his backpack, he lifted his burden and fled. The two ran a considerable distance, still able to hear the woman shouting behind them. "These human traffickers are becoming increasingly brazen, daring to come to our door." It was evident that this Lianglan was not the same as the one they sought. Although she had married from afar, she was not a victim of abduction. Exhausted from their escape, the two paused to rest, relieved to find no one pursuing them. The woman was not only swift in her movements, but also possessed considerable strength. Unaware, Hu Mingle found himself receiving several solid blows, resulting in an injured arm and a gash on his face. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling distressed, lamented, "It is all my fault. You have been hurt because of my foolishness." Hu Mingle, with one hand pressed against his face and the other draped over Zhao Xiaoyu's shoulder, reassured her, "Do not blame yourself. Knowing you, my dear friend, makes this beating worthwhile." Chapter 60. Harmonious coexistence. Upon their return home, Sun Guixiang wore a clouded expression. She had learned from Jin Haikao that Zhao Xiaoyu had taken Hu Mingle to the 5th Brigade and was worried about their safety. Upon seeing the long cut on Hu Mingle's face, her apprehensions were confirmed. She hurriedly pulled Zhao Xiaoyu close and examined her for injuries. "I am unscathed. It is Uncle Hu who is hurt," Zhao Xiaoyu replied. After reprimanding Zhao Xiaoyu, Sun Guixiang regarded Hu Mingle with visible hostility. "Brother Hu, you should leave. We are merely ordinary people and cannot save your wife nor uphold world peace." Hu Mingle quickly apologized. "Sister, I acted rashly today and caused trouble for Xiaoyu. I promise it will not happen again. Please allow us to stay a few more days. We will leave once Fangfang fully recovers, and I will be eternally grateful." Sun Guixiang softened her stance, no longer insisting on his departure. However, during dinner that evening, she scarcely spoke to him, and the following day, she did not bring him any sweet pancakes. By the 3rd day, her anger had mostly dissipated. She offered Hu Mingle 2 sweet pancakes and tended to the wound on his face. They were both unfortunate souls, able to empathize with each other's suffering. In the days that followed, Hu Mingle diligently left home early and returned late to sell goods. always leaving behind 10 yuan each time. Sun Guixiang devoted herself to caring for Hu Fangfang, who, with a small appetite, required several meals a day. Sun Guixiang prepared a variety of delicious dishes: egg drop soup, noodle soup, dumplings, and various types of noodles, ensuring that every meal was abundant. Day by day, Hu Fangfang's health improved, the weathered marks on her face gradually fading, becoming rosy and vibrant. After 2 years of enduring hardships, Hu Fangfang displayed remarkable maturity, more resilient than most children. A minor scrape would elicit little more than a few tears. She adored Zhao Xiaoyu, despite being a child herself. She often exhibited the generosity and grace of an older sister, sharing her toys and the snacks her father brought home. When Zhao Xiaoyu cried, she comforted her like an adult, gently patting her back and saying, "Do not cry, little sister, your big sister is here." At times, when Sun Guixiang saw her daughter eating Hu Fangfang's snacks, she would scold her, to which Hu Fangfang would respond, "Annie, do not scold. I gave them to my little sister." For a 6-year-old, Hu Fangfang perhaps found greater joy in this stable life. Though her father was absent during the day, she had a caring aunt, an adorable little sister, a respectable grandfather, and 2 older brothers, all creating a harmonious family atmosphere. In the evenings, she could once again be cradled in her father's embrace. She harbored a particular fondness for Zhao Xiaoyu, who, in return, exhibited remarkable patience towards her. Every day after school, he would take the time to amuse her. While he was sprawled on the edge of the Kong, diligently completing his homework, she would sit beside him, captivated by the magical pen that danced across the blank pages, weaving lines akin to tiny spiders. Occasionally, Zhao Xiaoyu would produce a blank sketchbook and a set of colorful crayons, guiding her in the art of drawing: bicycles, houses, flowers, birds, insects, and fish, as well as valiant warriors wielding swords and angels adorned with wings, albeit her creations bore little resemblance to their intended subjects. Jinhai, however, regarded her with a hint of disdain, never allowing her to encroach upon his study time. Nonetheless, her utmost affection was reserved for Sun Guixiang, the warm-hearted middle-aged woman who cared for her with meticulous attention. Whenever she dozed off, Sun Guixiang would cradle her gently until she fell asleep. Upon waking, a mere call would summon Sun Guixiang to her side in an instant. Sun Guixiang even procured a large basin for laundry, boiling water to give her a bath, leaving her impeccably clean and dusted with talcum powder. Hu Mingle was a magnanimous individual who never reproached Sun Guixiang for the minor scrapes and bruises their daughter incurred, often reassuring her, "Children inevitably have their tumbles. Dear sister, do not take it too much to heart. You have already cared for her splendidly." He would add, "Sister, tend to your own tasks. Take her with you to the fields, but do not let it hinder your essential work." The essential work, of course, was the harvest. Though the large-scale harvest season had yet to arrive, the crops had begun to ripen. According to custom, Sun Guixiang should have commenced harvesting by this time. However, in pursuit of Hu Mingle's daily 10 yuan, she had to postpone the task, fearing the dire consequences of losing Hu Fangfang in the fields. When the time for the substantial harvest arrived, Hu Mingle and his daughter would have to depart, working tirelessly, day and night, to ensure the crops did not spoil in the fields. That morning, Sun Guixiang observed Zhao Tianyao exiting the courtyard, wielding a sickle and pushing a unicycle he had crafted for Zhao Xiaoxi. She inquired, "Where are you headed?" But Zhao Tianyao offered no reply. By noon, he returned, the unicycle laden with several filled bags. He emptied the contents onto the ground, revealing sunflowers and corn. He had indeed gone to harvest crops. Although Zhao Tianyao was incapable of performing strenuous labor, he managed lighter tasks with ease. Each day, he roamed the fields with his sickle, effortlessly harvesting sunflowers and corn, filling his bags and pushing them back on the unicycle to dry in the sun. Unfazed by the slow pace, he persevered, relying on his 2 crooked legs and a sickle, transforming the yard into a vibrant tapestry of golden sunflowers and corn. Sun Guixiang, carrying her daughter on her back and leading Hu Fangfang through the fields, observed that the ripe crops had largely been gathered. Here a patch was cleared, there another, encompassing not only the Zhao family's land but her own as well, filling her heart with satisfaction. Her husband had finally accepted the union of their 2 families. Upon learning that Sun Guixiang had taken in Hu Mingle and his daughter, the villagers ceased their gossip, deterred by Zhao Tianyao's imposing presence. Moreover, Zhao Tianyao, who once risked his life and even sacrificed his manhood, has contributed significantly to the peace we enjoy today. Zhao Dasan lost his life to save a dozen others, thereby preserving numerous families. It is one thing for the community to withhold assistance from his family, but how can they tarnish his reputation? Certainly, there will always be those who revel in the misfortunes of others, and those who harbor jealousy. Such individuals refuse to believe that Sun Guixiang could earn 10 yuan a day merely by taking care of a child, assuming she must be engaged in other activities. On one occasion, while Zhao Tianyao was harvesting sunflowers in the field, a villager approached him with a knowing smile and inquired, "I heard that Guixiang earns 10 yuan a day for looking after that vendor's child. Is it true?" Zhao Tianyao cast a stern glance at the man and retorted, "What business is it of yours? What tale are you attempting to weave?" The man, stammering in response, quickly retreated in embarrassment. Thus, while Zhao Tianyao toiled in the fields, he not only worked diligently, but also served to quell the spread of rumors. Even if people wished to gossip, they dared not speak out. Of course, Zhao Tianyao was not one to be unreasonable. When approached with genuine inquiries, he was more than willing to respond amiably. Chapter 61. Parting by day. Zhao Tianyao toiled in the fields, and by night, he remained industrious, illuminated by the courtyard lamp as he sat in the yard husking sunflowers or shelling corn. Huangshui, upon returning from his errands, lent a hand. The rhythmic sounds of their labor, accompanied by their lively conversations and hearty laughter, infused the tranquil farmhouse with a vibrant energy. Through their time spent together, these two men, both imbued with a sense of the unconventional, had become fast friends across generations. Huangshui admired Zhao Tianyao as a hero, while Zhao Tianyao respected Huangshui for his loyalty and integrity. They shared countless stories. One recounted the blood-soaked realities of the battlefield, while the other spoke of the bittersweet experiences of life on the streets. At such moments, Zhao Xiaoyu would chime in, "My grandpa is boasting again," to which Sun Guixiang would respond, "It's not boasting, it's all true. Your grandpa is indeed a hero." After a period of abstinence, Zhao Tianyao resumed raising his glass, and each evening during dinner, he would share a few drinks with Huangshui. Unlike the past, he no longer drank to excess. A couple of liang per meal was sufficient to induce a pleasant buzz. With this state of mild inebriation, he would boast a bit, husk some sunflowers, shell some corn, and then recline on the warm kong, soon drifting into dreams of grandeur. Huangshui also shared a close bond with Zhao Xiaoyu, finding great fondness for this passionate and spirited child. Having experienced the anguish of his wife's abduction, he deeply empathized with Zhao Xiaoyu's efforts to rescue Yi Chunmei and deliver letters on behalf of the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family. He was particularly grateful for Zhao Xiaoyu's relentless pursuit in helping him search for his family. One day, he jested with Zhao Tianyao, saying, "If it weren't for our generational differences, I would gladly form a brotherhood with you and Xiaoyu." To his surprise, Zhao Tianyao replied, "Then let us do it. You can become my sworn brother and also form a brotherhood with Xiaoyu. We can each regard it as our own, irrespective of age." As the busy farming season approached, Huangshui and his daughter had already been staying at Sun Guixiang's home for 17 days. Noticing their reluctance to leave, Sun Guixiang felt compelled to address the matter directly. During dinner, Sun Guixiang mentioned that Fangfang's illness had completely healed, and her health had significantly improved. As the autumn harvest approached, she expressed concern that they would be too busy to take care of her any longer, urging them to leave the next day. Huangshui's purpose in being a peddler was to seek out his family, and after nearly 3 years of wandering, he finally felt that his wife, Liang Lan, was nearby. Naturally, he was reluctant to depart. He could find lodging elsewhere, as many would gladly offer a place for a fee of 10 yuan a day. In fact, during previous stays with others, he often paid little, leaving behind a couple of items as a token of gratitude upon departure. His income as a peddler was quite unstable. He could not earn 10 yuan every day, with greater earnings coming from setting up stalls while in the city to procure goods. Yet, he was still unwilling to leave. For here he experienced the warmth of home, the care of family, the steaming dumplings, the delicious sugar pancakes, the hearty cups of liquor, and the comforting words shared. What moved him most was witnessing his once frail and sickly daughter now thriving, her face glowing with health. He genuinely sensed her happiness, perhaps a feeling she had never known before. These cherished moments were invaluable, not something he could find elsewhere. He was willing to pay a premium to continue residing in this home. Spending money elsewhere pained him, while spending it here brought him joy. "Big sister," Huangshui said, "I have already mentioned that you should focus on your own affairs. You can work in the fields and leave Fangfang with us." She is quite well-behaved and never runs off. However, Sun Guixiang's stance was resolute. Brother, you truly cannot stay any longer. I simply cannot manage. You might want to inquire with others. There are many idle folks in the team. The Qins and the Wus are both prominent families, and they can spare someone easily. She had her reasons. The autumn harvest was the busiest time for farmers, with nearly all crops maturing simultaneously. This was not just a busy time, but an overwhelming chaos. With elders aging and children young, there was no capable labor at hand. During this period, she could hardly care for her own children, let alone those of others. The fields posed dangers for a 6-year-old. Sickles, sharp corn, and sunflower stubble could injure a child gravely. While such accidents were rare, rural children typically grew up in such environments, yet the fear of misfortune loomed large. Despite Hu Mingle's repeated assurances that she would not be held responsible for any accidents, he knew that this confidence would wane the moment something did happen. With a heavy heart, Hu Mingle nodded, very well. On that evening, Hu Mingle and Zhao Tianyao consumed double the amount of alcohol they usually did, yet neither uttered a word. This unexpected camaraderie and the abrupt farewell weighed heavily on their hearts, but they both understood that this is life. Serendipitous encounters are mere coincidences, while parting ways is an inevitable fate. The following morning, after breakfast, Sun Guixiang packed a dozen sweet pancakes and several boiled eggs into Hu Mingle's bamboo basket. She took the time to braid Hu Fangfang's hair into 2 lovely pigtails, while Hu Mingle left a few toys for his 3 children. It was only then that Hu Fangfang realized the impending separation, and she burst into tears, clinging to Sun Guixiang's legs, refusing to let go. Hu Mingle comforted her, promising he would return in the evening. She was half convinced, trailing behind her father with hesitant glances back. The entire family stood at the entrance, gazing at the father and daughter as they made their way towards the village's edge. The burden they carried trembled, resonating in the hearts of all present. A motorcycle roared past, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the figures of the father and daughter. As the dust settled, a wailing sound pierced the air. The little girl ran back, the morning sun glistening on her tear-streaked face. Hu Fangfang returned to the gate, wrapping her arms around Sun Guixiang's legs, looking up with tearful eyes and declaring, "You deceived me. I will surely never return." Sun Guixiang, overwhelmed with emotion, felt the sadness of parting from this thoughtful child she had spent nearly 20 days with. Yet, what could she do? She affectionately stroked Hu Fangfang's hair, smiling through her tears. "You will come back. Return whenever you wish." "But I won't leave," Hu Fangfang insisted, shaking her head vigorously. "I will stay right here, going nowhere." She turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and added, "Brother Xiaoyu, I want to go. You must convince my father to stay." Hu Mingle, having returned with the burden, stood helplessly, watching his daughter sob uncontrollably. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyao spoke. "Mingle, would you like to be my son?" Hu Mingle was taken aback, as were all those present. Zhao Tianyao continued, "A household cannot thrive without women, nor can it without men. You are half a family, and we are half a family. Why not merge our families together?" Hu Mingle unconsciously glanced at Sun Guixiang, seemingly grasping Zhao Tianyao's intentions. Sun Guixiang looked at Zhao Tianyao anxiously, wanting to say something but holding back. Hu Fangfang, surprisingly, stopped crying, as if she too understood Zhao Tianyao's words. Zhao Tianyao reassured them, "Do not overthink this. Guixiang was my daughter-in-law. With my son gone, she has become like a daughter to me. I am asking you to be my son, not my son-in-law." Seeing Hu Mingle's bewildered expression, he added, "Since Fangfang does not wish to leave, and I see you do not either, then stay. However, it will not be as before. You need not pay for food and lodging, but you must contribute to our livelihood. You can sell your goods and travel wherever you please, while we will take care of Fangfang, ensuring she is well fed and clothed and protected from harm. But during the busy farming season, you must return to help. Once the work is done, you may leave again, which will allow Guixiang time to care for the family, and Fangfang will not have to endure hardships alongside you. This child does not wish to leave because the outside world is filled with suffering." Casting a glance at Sun Guixiang, "I cannot help but recognize the tireless efforts she has devoted over the past 2 years, bearing the weight of our family's burdens. Humanity is inherently compassionate. I can no longer treat her as a mere beast of burden. If you are willing to shoulder this responsibility alongside her, we would gladly welcome you and your daughter into our fold, merging our fractured families into one. I am your elder, Guixiang is your sister, and Xiaoyu and Jinhai are your nephews. It is not my intention to impose all tasks upon you. Rather, It would amount to a few days of plowing in spring, some days of sowing seeds, a handful of days of harvesting wheat in summer, and a few days of gathering crops in autumn. We shall manage the rest ourselves, and it would scarcely demand more than 3 months of your time. We require no formal contract. Our agreement is rooted in mutual goodwill. Should you find a wife and wish to venture far and wide, we shall not hinder you. Whether you choose to maintain connections with us is entirely at your discretion. After a brief pause, taking a breath, I gazed earnestly at Huangshui. If you find this agreeable, then set down your burdens and join us in the fields as a farmer today. Once the harvest is complete, you may resume your trade as a peddler, traversing the world and seeking your bride. If you return daily, we shall keep a meal prepared for you. If you come back every 10 days or 2 weeks, the door will always be open. You may leave Fangfang with us, and I trust you shall feel at ease. For you have witnessed how Guixiang cares for her. Sun Guixiang let out a soft sigh, her voice trembling. Since her marriage into the Zhao family, this was the first time her father-in-law had truly acknowledged her, and his heartfelt words were sufficient to alleviate all her sorrows. Zhao Tianyao sighed. As for the gossip among the villagers, let them speak. Eventually, their chatter will fade into silence. I have come to understand that one must endure their own challenges. For idle gossip holds no value. If mere words could vanquish foes, we would have no need for arms. We could simply talk our adversaries away. Besides, I doubt they possess the courage to voice their opinions aloud. With tears in her eyes, Sun Guixiang nodded, aware that her father-in-law's intentions stemmed from compassion. It was akin to employing a laborer with the funds she saved from caring for the children, relieving her of the dual burdens of home and field. The past 2 years had been overwhelmingly exhausting, and she felt on the brink of collapsing. Very well, Huangshui mused for a moment before consenting. Both my father and mother have passed. I am willing to accept you as my father. He set down his burdens, bowing to Zhao Tianyao while addressing him as father, and then bowing to Sun Guixiang, calling her sister. Sun Guixiang blushed slightly, brushing her hair back, and suggested, "Let us rest today. Tomorrow we shall commence the autumn harvest. Regardless of our busyness, we should enjoy a good meal." Huangshui replied enthusiastically, "Why wait for tomorrow? I eat well every day living in your home." Turning to Zhao Tianyao, he declared, "Father, you give the orders, and I shall carry them out. While I may not possess many skills, I am more than capable of handling physical labor." He then patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the shoulder, expressing affection, "My dear nephew, you are the one I shall miss the most." Zhao Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Throughout his life, he has always feared solitude and cherished the vibrancy of companionship, wishing for the warmth of many gathered around the hearth. Although Fangfang did not fully comprehend the adult's plans, she relished the fact that she wouldn't have to leave, clapping her hands and laughing joyously. Among them, only Jinhai appeared discontent. During this period, Huangshui and his daughter resided at his home, which he found quite inconvenient. He constantly felt as though he were being watched, even going so far as to stifle his own flatulence to maintain silence. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Tianyao's incessant chatter compelled them to remain. This old man truly meddled in affairs. Did he not realize that he was not a member of this household? What right did he have to assert dominance here? In the days that followed, Huangshui, Zhao Tianyao, and Zhao Xiaoyu busied themselves in the fields, while Sun Guixiang tended to the 2 children, also managing the family's logistical needs. Jinhai focused intently on his studies at home. At 34, Huangshui was in the prime of his physical and mental vigor, and his 2 years of arduous travel had instilled in him a remarkable resilience. His efficiency and stamina in agricultural tasks far surpassed that of Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang. He worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk without needing rest, often encouraging Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Xiaoyu to take breaks. "Father, your legs are not well. Do not overexert yourself. Rest before resuming," he would say. "Xiaoyu, take it easy. Do not wear yourself out. You are young and should not strain your body." For him, carrying his daughter while traversing mountains and rivers was no less demanding than farming. He preferred this way of life. After a long day, he would return home to a warm meal, fiery spirits, and cheerful greetings, free from the scrutiny of others, liberated from the anxiety of where to sleep at night. Feeling satiated and refreshed after washing his face and soaking his feet, he would sink into a clean and comfortable bed, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. Most importantly, his daughter no longer had to endure hardships that were not meant for her. She was no longer hungry or forced to bear exhaustion while walking through the dimly lit wilderness. She was no longer roused early from sleep, drowsily clinging to his back as they navigated the uneven dirt paths. She no longer had to suppress her tears while pretending to be happy. The happiness they now shared was genuine. Previously, his daughter had always worn a frown. Now, her face was continually lit with joy. Huangshui suddenly realized that this was what it meant to truly live. To exist in such a manner was to be truly human. Chapter 63. A model Sun Guixiang's sewing machine whirred back to life. With the harvest completed, she had finished making 2 new outfits for Huangshui, a blue Zhongshan suit and a gray suit. As the latter began to gain popularity despite being rare in rural areas. As winter approached, Huangshui resumed his role as a traveling merchant, leaving early and returning late. Sometimes he would come back daily. Other times he would be away for several days, having traversed nearby villages. He needed to expand his reach, making it impractical to return home each day. Wherever he found himself at night, that was where he would sleep. On New Year's Day in 1992, Huangshui returned briefly, but after departing the next day, he did not come back for a long while. The sun rose as usual, and life continued. After a few light snowfalls, the northern plains took on a mottled appearance. Upon receiving his winter break notification, Zhao Xiaoyu felt disheartened. He recalled that during the Lunar New Year visit to the commune to pay respects to teacher Gao, when asked about his studies, he had timidly replied, "It's fine." However, his recent exam results were dismal, a mere 78 in Chinese and a woeful 43 in mathematics, failing to meet the passing mark. How would he explain this to teacher Gao when he entered middle school? Upon receiving the notification letter, the sun was still high in the sky, casting its warm rays. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling a surge of irritation, made his way to the 5th grade to find Jin Hai. The door to their classroom stood ajar, the teacher still present. Commanding the attention of the room from the podium with a stern demeanor, as if reprimanding someone. The students sat attentively, yet Jin Hai and another boy stood, heads bowed. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a rush of delight. He thought, today is your turn. His heart felt considerably lighter. However, as he observed the scene, a sense of unease began to creep in. After delivering a scathing critique, the teacher shifted the focus. Look at Jin Hai. In the same classroom, with the same teacher. How is it that he excels so remarkably? Moreover, he is a student who jumped a grade, having missed an entire year in 2nd grade, while you, a student who has struggled, have managed to produce such astonishing results. It became clear that Jin Hai had stood up merely as an exemplar, bowing his head to signify humility. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of Jin Hai's mouth. Dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit, with a grayish-white scarf wrapped around his neck, Jin Hai resembled the dashing protagonists from the popular Hong Kong and Taiwanese dramas of the time, who often donned flowing robes and elegantly draped scarves that cascaded over their chests and backs, exuding a sense of grace and sophistication, an attire typically reserved for leading male characters. In rural areas, parents aspired to transform their sons into these heroic figures, purchasing scarves regardless of their outfits to foster an air of elegance and charm. On one occasion, Huangshui returned and gifted a scarf to both Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai. Jin Hai would wear his like a drama hero, while Zhao Xiaoyu opted to use his to cover his face and ears, stowing it in his backpack when the weather was mild or fashioning it like a belt around his waist, feeling empowered with each step. He found wrapping it around his neck to be rather unbecoming, likening it to a bridle for a mule or a horse, while the name itself had the potential for misunderstanding, often sounding like scarf for a donkey. Zhao Xiaoyu frequently seized the opportunity for mischief, playfully tugging on the scarf rather than the arms or hands, referring to it as a reins. Once Jin Hai had fulfilled his role as an exemplar, the teacher allowed him to sit down. After another round of admonishment directed at the underperforming student, the teacher announced the commencement of the holiday and exited the classroom, prompting a cacophony of students rushing outside. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a sense of equilibrium restored, for the one receiving accolades was Jin Hai, his younger brother, and not someone else. The honor belonged to their family. As a popular song from a few years back proclaimed, "In the harvest, there's your sweetness and my sweetness too. The merit is shared. Half for you and half for me." Therefore, Jin Hai's commendable achievements ought to be partially attributed to Zhao Xiaoyu as well, ideally splitting the accolades evenly. Approaching Jin Hai, Zhao Xiaoyu seized his scarf and congratulated him. "You did well on your exam again, didn't you?" "What did I do well on?" Jin Hai retorted, flinging Zhao Xiaoyu's hand away in frustration. "I only scored 99 in Chinese." "It's infuriating. I lost points on the essay. He even stomped his foot in distress. Appearing utterly heartbroken, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a pang of jealousy, wishing to pin him down and deliver a good thrashing. However, after a moment of grinding his teeth, he broke into a smile. Come on, let's head to the supply store and buy something delicious. With your money, Jinhai replied. What nonsense. When have I ever spent your money? Hu Mingle is in the business of selling goods, not snacks. Each time he departs from home, he discreetly slips a few dimes into the hands of Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai, urging them to purchase some treats. The supply and marketing cooperative has long been privatized. It can no longer be deemed a cooperative, but rather a shop. Yet, the words Construction Village Supply and Marketing Cooperative, etched into the concrete sign, remain. And no new sign has been hung, so people still refer to it as the cooperative. Inside, the atmosphere is rather desolate, with only a handful of students present, incessantly pleading with Qin Fuzhong to retrieve toys from the counter, merely to gaze at them without any intention of making a purchase. Upon Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai's entrance, Qin Fuzhong immediately fixates his attention on them, as Zhao Xiaoyu clutches several bills in his hand. These impoverished students cannot conceal their intentions. Should they wish to buy something, they eagerly produce their money. The other students, noticing that Qin Fuzhong has disregarded them, depart, as they were merely there to browse. After a moment of comparison, Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai each purchase a bottle of Beibingjiang soda. In winter, it is a rare delight to sip soda, particularly at such a low price, 30 cents for a large bottle, filling their bellies more affordably than food would. The two take their sodas and pull up chairs beside the local charcoal stove, sipping their drinks while basking in the warmth. An elderly man with a scruffy beard enters and takes a seat on a stool in front of the counter, saying, "Wealthy man, do share a fine cigarette with this old fellow. My craving is strong." Qin Fuzhong, seated behind the counter, feigns a search of his pockets and shrugs, replying, "I'm out. Why not buy a pack instead? You can't always be so stingy." The old man scoffs, "If I were not stingy, I wouldn't be in this predicament, unlike you, who earns yet spends nothing." Qin Fuzhong's stinginess is well known. Those familiar with him are aware that he typically carries 2 packs of cigarettes, one of good quality for others, and one of inferior quality for himself. However, the number of individuals permitted to enjoy his fine cigarettes is exceedingly limited. The old man, resigned, rummages through his belongings for a tobacco pouch to roll himself a cigarette, but finds he lacks paper. He asks, "Could I borrow a bit of paper?" Qin Fuzhong produces a sheet of letter paper from below the counter, which the old man tears into a strip, rolls the tobacco, lights it, and begins to smoke. He then moves closer to the charcoal stove, sitting beside Zhao Xiaoyu, and after taking a couple of puffs, gestures towards the soda in Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, saying, "Child, would you be so kind as to let this old man have a sip of that soda? I am quite parched." Zhao Xiaoyu, reluctant, hesitates, but ultimately hands the soda to the old man. In those days, rural folk had yet to cultivate good hygiene habits. It was perfectly normal to share a cup or drink from the same beer bottle. The old man takes the soda and, tilting the bottle towards his mouth, drinks greedily. Zhao Xiaoyu winces, thinking, "What do you mean by just a sip?" as he watches half the soda vanish. He is about to speak up when his gaze inadvertently falls on the cigarette held between the old man's fingers. Clearly inscribed upon it were the characters that read, "Zhao Xiaoyu." The final character, meant to be good, was half burned away. The handwriting was familiar. Upon reflection, he realized it belonged to Su Qingya, as he had seen it on the class bulletin board. Chapter 64. A letter from Su Qingya. Zhao Xiaoyu, momentarily oblivious to his grief over the soda, snatched the cigarette roll from the old man's hand, cast it to the ground, and extinguished it with a firm stomp. He unfolded the remnants, shaking off the tobacco leaves, only to find that the character had been charred away, leaving behind a solitary fragment of Zhao Xiaoyu's name, with other scorched inscriptions rendered indecipherable. The old man sprang to his feet, grumbling, "You little brat, is it necessary to be so angry just because I took a sip of your soda?" Zhao Xiaoyu ignored him, his gaze fixated on the single character on the paper, as the visage of Su Qingya surfaced in his mind. He had not seen her for over a year. "You ruined my cigarette, so this bottle of soda belongs to me," the old man retorted before hastily retreating. Jinhai watched helplessly as the old man absconded with the soda. He pursued him to the doorway, but lacked the courage to demand it back. Turning around, he found Zhao Xiaoyu standing in a daze, and hurried over to snatch the paper. A glance was all it took for him to recognize it. "This is Su Qingya's handwriting. She has written to you." Having been classmates with Su Qingya since the 3rd grade, both were top students, and he was thoroughly familiar with her script. Zhao Xiaoyu regained his senses and rushed to the counter, seizing the letter. It was filled with her writing, and indeed, at the bottom, it bore Su Qingya's name. Dated November 17, 1991. This letter had been left at the supply and marketing cooperative for a full 2 months, yet Qin Fuzhong had failed to deliver it to him. Even having opened it, realizing the blunder, Qin Fuzhong reached for the letter in Zhao Xiaoyu's grasp, but Zhao Xiaoyu, quick-witted and nimble, retreated just in time to prevent its seizure. "This is not your letter," Qin Fuzhong said, his eyes evasive. "This is my letter. It was sent to me by Su Qingya," Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. "This is merely something I hastily scrawled. I suddenly thought of that girl Su Qingya and jotted down her name." Qin Fuzhong attempted to defend himself, treating Zhao Xiaoyu as if he were a fool. "You are deceiving me. This is indeed Su Qingya's handwriting." "Fine, even if it is her writing, it was not sent to you." "Then to whom was it addressed?" "I forget. Once the recipient read it, they carelessly left it here." "It is addressed to me," Zhao Xiaoyu asserted, taking the half-sheet of paper from Jin Hai and slapping it against the glass of the counter. "Open your eyes and see if it doesn't say Zhao Xiaoyu on it. Who else could it be if not me? Am I your father? Am I an ancestor of the Qin family? You despicable old fool. Hey, you uncouth little brat. Watch your language." Qin Fuzhong's face flushed crimson. Wiping away his tears, Zhao Xiaoyu cleared his throat and began to read the letter aloud. "We are doing quite well here. Winters are not harsh, and we can enjoy fresh vegetables all year round. The most common dish is amaranth, which you do not have there, but it is delicious, whether tossed in a salad, stir-fried, or simmered in soup. However, summers are exceedingly hot. The girls wear skirts while the boys don short pants, complemented by plastic sandals. We reside in the countryside, yet it is in close proximity to the city. Our yard and its surroundings are adorned with vibrant vegetables, lush and green. In front of our home lies a pond, filled with lotus flowers, white, pink, red, and yellow. We often carry a basket to the stream to catch fish, which come in various types, along with small shrimp. Surely, you do not partake in shrimp, but they are quite delightful, with tender flesh. However, I have yet to catch a red carp as large as the one you gifted to my family. My father is currently engaged in the porcelain business and is quite busy each day. He mentioned that your father saved him, a kindness he will always remember, and asked that you convey his regards when you visit the gravesite. He also stated that he would repay the debts owed to the team, although he is not in a position to do so at present. By the way, I made a specimen of a maple leaf, the largest and reddest one I could find after wandering through the woods for 2 days. It is truly beautiful, and I have sent it to you. Additionally, I painted a picture of our yard. It may not resemble it closely, but I hope you accept it without disappointment. There is also a remittance slip, which pertains to the sunflower money from 2 years ago, sent by my father and addressed to your grandfather. Please have your grandfather take the remittance slip and his ID to the post office in the village to collect it. My father said that since your family is facing difficulties, he would settle this for you first. How are you? I assume you are in the midst of autumn harvest now. I shall conclude my letter here, as many characters require consultation with the dictionary. Wishing you progress in your studies. Sincerely, with no formal salutation, Su Qingya. November 17, 1991. With tear-filled eyes, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to envision, beneath the radiant sun, a girl in a white dress standing in the lotus-filled pond, a bamboo basket slung over her shoulder. A small fish leaped from the basket, splashing into the water with a plop. She waved at him, and he could distinctly hear her elongated, rhythmic, enthusiastic call, "Zhao Xiaoyu." Jin Hai, standing nearby, had also read the letter and, in disappointment, remarked, "Why was I not mentioned? We are classmates." He added indignantly, "Her father repaid your sunflower money, but did not return ours. It was my mother who helped your family harvest the sunflowers. That was 2 years prior, when Zhao Dasan had just passed away, and the Sun and Zhao families had separated. Sun Guixiang assisted Zhao Xiaoyu in harvesting sunflowers for a few days, after which Sun Guixiang rallied a dozen individuals whom Zhao Dasan had once saved to lend a hand. Zhao Xiaoyu, uninterested in these matters, neatly folded the letter and placed it in her backpack, glaring at Qin Fuzhong, who was standing behind the counter and extending her hand, demanded, "Where is the envelope? And the red maple leaf specimen, the painting, and the remittance slip? Give them to me." Seeing that his deceit had been uncovered, Qin Fuzhong obstinately denied any knowledge. "The envelope was taken by someone else. There is no red maple leaf. No painting, no remittance slip. None of it. Give it to me. The envelope has an address. I need to respond to her. Zhao Xiaoyu leaned over the counter, searching through several letters visible below the glass. No, hurry up. Qin Fuzhong pushed Zhao Xiaoyu away. Discarding her backpack, she grasped the edge of the counter, exerted her feet, and leaped into the counter area. Crouching down to sift through the letters. Finding nothing she desired, she moved to the next tier of the counter, where various goods were piled. To facilitate her search, she began tossing the items to the ground, one by one. Qin Fuzhong hastily seized him, only to be thrown off, shouting a curse. Get the hell out. The lower counter yielded no sign of that red maple leaf, nor the painting and remittance slip. Zhao Xiaoyu, in a state of agitation, rushed to the adjacent counter to search, amidst a chaotic scattering of goods. Qin Fuzhong lifted him in a bear hug, but Zhao Xiaoyu yelled and kicked out wildly, using his back to propel himself and topple a section of the counter. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as various items tumbled to the ground. You little bandit, are you trying to ransack my place? Qin Fuzhong cursed while retreating with Zhao Xiaoyu in his grasp, yet the cluttered shelves behind them offered little room. The very shelves provided Zhao Xiaoyu with leverage, and soon another section of the counter was overturned. Jin Hai stood petrified in fear. Amidst their struggle, a resounding crash echoed as a towering shelf threatened to collapse. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Fuzhong released Zhao Xiaoyu and leaped aside. But Zhao Xiaoyu was caught off guard and found himself pinned beneath the shelving. Chapter 65. Compensation. Zhao Xiaoyu suffered an injury to his back, though it was not grave. The shelf did not entirely collapse, but was held up by the counter in front, forming a triangular space that allowed Zhao Xiaoyu to evade the brunt of the impact. Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang, upon learning the details and reading the letter penned by Su Qingya, were filled with righteous indignation. Although Zhao Xiaoyu had acted impulsively, Qin Fuzhong's actions were even more detestable, openly tampering with others' correspondence and misappropriating remittance slips, behaving worse than a bandit, more despicable than a rogue. Indeed, the very definition of a scoundrel. Zhao Tianyao exclaimed, Qin Fuzhong is not but a dog of the Wu family. When the land was divided, he leveraged their influence to acquire prime plots. The last time Xiaoyu attempted to send a letter for Wang Cuiping, it was him who sabotaged it, ultimately leading to Wang Cuiping's tragic fate. Such a man, in days of old, would have been a quintessential traitor. After venting his outrage at Qin Fuzhong, Sun Guixiang treated Zhao Xiaoyu's back with ointment, and the family turned their attention to the matter discussed in Su Qingya's letter. Zhao Xiaoyu was concerned with the red maple leaf specimen and the painting, while Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang were fixated on the remittance slip. According to Su Qingya, Su Guixiang had settled the sunflower payment to the Zhao family via the remittance slip, yet this sum had been embezzled by Qin Fuzhong. It was no trifling amount, and it could not simply be overlooked, but Qin Fuzhong would likely deny any wrongdoing, with the village head being his brother and the Wu family shielding him. The impoverished and ailing Zhao family felt powerless against him. Zhao Tianyao, incensed, was ready to take up arms, but Sun Guixiang dissuaded him. Ultimately, they resolved to report the matter to the authorities. Since the advent of electricity, television had broadened the horizons of the rural populace. They had once believed that officers of the law were indifferent to the plight of common folk, but television dramas revealed that police could indeed be summoned at will. Sun Guixiang planned to ride her bicycle to the town's police station to file a report the following morning. Before the dawn arrived, however, 3 motorcycles entered the courtyard of Sun Guixiang's home, dismounting 2 police officers and Qin Fuzhong. It turned out Qin Fuzhong had preemptively reported the incident, claiming that Zhao Xiaoyu had damaged his supply and marketing cooperative, demanding compensation of 2,000 yuan. 2 police officers have already conducted an on-site investigation and are now interrogating the principal suspect, Zhao Xiaoyu. Following a spirited exchange of words, the officers concluded that Zhao Xiaoyu's claims regarding Qin Fuzhong's unauthorized opening of his letters and misappropriation of his family's remittance slip are mere conjectures lacking substantiation, as the letter in question does not mention Zhao Xiaoyu's name. The small piece of paper, which had been previously handled by the old man, was lost during the scuffle between Zhao Xiaoyu and Qin Fuzhong, making it impossible to prove that the letter was addressed to Zhao Xiaoyu or even that it was a letter at all, given the absence of an envelope. It is conceivable that it was simply a note hastily penned by Su Qingya, or perhaps not even authored by her, rendering a journey of 3,000 miles southward to verify such trivial matters unnecessary. Furthermore, The southern region is vast, with a population of hundreds of millions. It would be absurd to search for the obscure Zhao Tianyao among countless individuals, unless you were a universally recognized celebrity. Even if the letter were indeed penned by Zhao Tianyao, it would not necessarily implicate Qin Fuzhong in its unauthorized opening. And even if it were confirmed that Qin Fuzhong had opened the letter, such an act would hardly constitute a grave offense, as it was merely an ordinary correspondence with no military secrets involved. At that time, rural inhabitants had yet to grasp the concept of privacy, and even law enforcement officials might not fully understand the law. Regarding the remittance slip, Qin Fuzhong asserted that he had never received it, a claim that is untraceable. It may have been lost, stolen, or perhaps Sun Guixiang never sent it in the first place, as postal carriers did not keep records of deliveries. However, the fact remains that Zhao Xiaoyu did indeed damage the counters, shelves, and goods of the supply and marketing cooperative, which necessitates compensation. Zhao Tianyao, indignant, exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyao said her father sent me money, but Qin Fuzhong claims he didn't take it. Who am I supposed to ask for my sunflower funds from this past year? How can both parties absolve themselves so effortlessly?" At this juncture, the police, exhibiting a knowledge that surpassed that of the ordinary populace, reassured him, "Uncle Zhao, you need not worry. Regardless of who took the remittance slip, they cannot withdraw the funds. The money is designated for you and can only be claimed by you in person with your identification. The remittance slip has an expiration date, after which it will be returned to the sender, so you must pursue Sun Guixiang for it." In summary, Qin Fuzhong bears no responsibility for the letter or the remittance slip, while Zhao Xiaoyu must account for the damages incurred. Zhao Tianyao objected vehemently, "I will not pay. 2,000 yuan? You might as well kill me and sell my flesh. Qin Fuzhong is no good. He has a history of opening others' letters. He must have pilfered that remittance slip, which is why he dared not deliver the letter to Xiaoyu." The fact that Qin Fuzhong has a penchant for tampering with others' correspondence is no longer a secret. Many are aware that he would open letters out of boredom while sitting at the cooperative, only to hand them over to the intended recipients afterward. The recipients seldom took issue with this. Those who were illiterate often asked him to read the contents aloud. At that time, the general literacy level was quite low, and writing letters was a rare occurrence, typically consisting of just a few words without any significant secrets. Even if one harbored resentment towards him, it was often expressed only in private, as open discontent was frowned upon. A brief scolding might provide momentary relief, but it could also result in the permanent loss of the next letter. Zhao Tianyao's disrespectful remarks greatly displeased the two policemen, who felt their authority was being challenged. However, having heard tales of Zhao's formidable reputation, they were wary of provoking the old man, fearing that he might unleash his wrath upon them. They suppressed their anger and attempted to mediate between the two parties, telling Qin Fuzhong that his merchandise display had merely toppled and could still be salvaged. Only a few pieces of glass were broken, which could easily be replaced. The goods could still be sold, and the losses were minimal. Asking for 2,000 yuan was rather excessive. Thus, they proposed a compensation of 500 from his family. Qin Fuzhong was adamant, arguing that some items, like canned goods, soda, beer, and liquor, were completely shattered and unsellable. The policeman, growing frustrated, insisted that 500 was sufficient and that they needed to finalize this arrangement immediately, otherwise, they would wash their hands of the matter. Reluctantly, Qin Fuzhong conceded, but he demanded that payment be made forthwith. Zhao Tianyao, however, refused to acquiesce, asserting that the incident was instigated by Qin Fuzhong and that Zhao Xiaoyu's actions, burning down his supply cooperative, were deserved consequences. The policemen, unwilling to confront Zhao Tianyao directly, turned their focus to Zhao Xiaoyu. One officer retrieved a pair of handcuffs from his belt, declaring that they would take Zhao Xiaoyu away and let him serve a few years in prison. Chapter 66. Small business during those years, particularly in rural areas. The police often exhibited a low level of professionalism and a limited understanding of the law. When handling cases, especially ordinary civil disputes, they relied heavily on personal relationships, human nature, and assumptions. For minor cases with a hint of criminality, they typically followed a three-step approach: intimidate, arrest, and if necessary, physically reprimand. Disobedience would elicit threats, and if that failed, they would resort to arrest. If the arrested party remained uncooperative, they would resort to violence. In those times and places, rural inhabitants both respected and feared the police, with the latter sentiment predominating. The fear of imprisonment was almost as profound as the fear of death in their understanding. Once someone had served time, even briefly, their reputation was irrevocably tarnished, and the shame would linger for a lifetime. Such individuals were deemed irreparably damaged, creating a stark divide between them and those who had never been incarcerated. Generally speaking, the mere display of handcuffs was enough to compel compliance, resolving many disputes with ease. The two policemen were well aware that the underage Zhao Xiaoyu could not be sentenced to prison, nor could he even enter a juvenile detention center. But they found that intimidating him was still a viable option. Upon seeing the gleaming handcuffs, Zhao Xiaoyu panicked and looked to his grandfather for help. Zhao Tianyao stepped in front of Zhao Xiaoyu, extending his hands and boldly challenging, "Come on, put those on me. Damn it, I can't fight a tiger. So why should I cower before some pathetic police officer? When I bore arms, you weren't even around." With a click, the handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. The officer, adopting an air of righteous authority, proclaimed, "Do you think I hesitate to cuff you? You are obstructing official duties and insulting law enforcement." This was a lesson learned by the policemen during their practice. Every family has its strong and weak members, and by subduing the most formidable, the remainder would capitulate. As expected, Sun Guixiang relented, exclaiming, all right, we will pay. Just let my son go." She retrieved a cloth bag from the cupboard, untied it, and counted out 500 yuan from a stack of bills, handing it over to the policeman. Qin Fuzhong, having received the money, expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Two policemen taught Zhao Xiaoyu a lesson and then left as well. The sound of the motorcycle's engine roared and then faded away, leaving the family in a state of bewilderment, as if awakening from a dream. They could not fathom why, despite suffering a loss themselves, they were compelled to compensate another family. Zhao Tianyao sighed deeply, lamenting, "You should not have given them the money. Let them take me away. I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world." Regardless of his beliefs, the money had been paid and could not be reclaimed. This incident did not significantly impact the team, but it had a profound effect on Sun Guixiang's household. The most immediate consequence was the abandonment of their plan to purchase a television, with agricultural products yet to be sold completely, and the payments for those already sold still pending. The loss of 500 yuan left the family with little financial cushion. Most families in the team had already acquired televisions. For instance, Qin Fuzhong's family had even purchased a color TV. Watching vibrant images was a delight, even without engaging in captivating dramas. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai had long clamored for a television. After earning nearly 200 yuan from Huangshui, Sun Guixiang, through gritted teeth, finally resolved to buy one by the end of the year. However, the prospect of purchasing a television had now dissipated. Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang were indifferent, as they were adults. Hu Fangfang and Zhao Xiaoxi were too young to concern themselves, but Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling guilty for causing trouble, relinquished any hopes. Jin Hai, however, was displeased and began to resent Sun Guixiang for her broken promise. Upon learning that the funds were insufficient, he also grew resentful towards Zhao Xiaoyu for stirring up trouble. With no obligations during the winter break, Zhao Xiaoyu visited the school daily, patiently waiting in front of the supply and marketing cooperative to inquire with the postman about any letters for him. One sunny morning, Sun Guixiang prepared to make steamed noodles, washing the dough wrapped in cloth in a basin. Upon noticing, Zhao Tianyao asked, "Are you making nyangpi?" Sun Guixiang resolutely replied, "No, I intend to sell it." Nyangpi is a delicacy favored in the northwest region, beloved by rural folk, yet its complex preparation deters most from attempting it. Consequently, when they crave it, they typically visit the cooperative's nyangpi restaurant. "Will you be able to sell it?" Zhao Tianyao expressed skepticism. "Let us give it a try. The cooperative sells it for 1 yuan 50 per bowl, but I'll sell it for 1 yuan, with home delivery included. There are only a few days in a year to make money. Let us not waste the opportunity. Perhaps I can earn enough for a television." By mid-afternoon, Sun Guixiang had successfully prepared over 30 servings of nyangpi, each cut into bowl-sized portions and neatly placed in a bucket. She also prepared a plastic jug of broth and a bowl of shredded pickled radish, seasoned with chili and green onions, along with a scale, which she placed in a basket. The nyangpi restaurant did not weigh the nyangpi, but priced it by the bowl, lacking enough bowls at home. Sun Guixiang could only pre-weigh the nyangpi, so when customers came, they would bring their own bowls or containers, and she would weigh it and serve the broth on the spot. After giving Zhao Tianyao a few instructions to look after Hu Fangfang and Zhao Xiaoxi, she grabbed a carrying pole with a bucket on one end and a basket on the other and set off. Initially, business was slow. She traversed from house to house, bearing her burden, and called out, Would you like to buy some liangpi? Upon seeing her, the residents harbored doubts about her delicacy. Perhaps it was not mere suspicion, but rather a momentary inability to fathom the notion that a group of individuals could indulge in food and drink, yet still incur expenses. Consequently, a plethora of knowing smiles and teasing remarks ensued. The most frequently uttered phrase was, "Your family members are exceptionally astute. The men earn money outside while the women profit from the team. Are you attempting to amass all the wealth in the world?" What was originally a sibling bond was misconstrued as a romantic connection, leaving Sun Guixiang feeling profoundly uncomfortable, yet she could only muster a brave face to endure the situation. Not only did they refrain from making purchases, but they also incessantly posed questions, thereby squandering Sun Guixiang's time. After visiting several households as dusk approached, she had yet to sell a single bowl of liangpi. Just as she was on the verge of surrender, a family of 5 unexpectedly purchased 5 bowls, which invigorated her spirit, prompting her to set off once more with her load. That evening, Sun Guixiang returned home late, having sold a total of 10 bowls of liangpi, 3 of which her family consumed, leaving her with a dozen. She resolved to seek fortune in another team the following day. The pristine white flour must not go to waste. In the new construction team, the limited population meant that those inclined to buy had already done so, while those uninterested would remain so the next day. Moreover, Sun Guixiang found herself wearied by the seemingly amiable and friendly smiles, along with the ostensibly caring and complimentary inquiries. Chapter 67. The television The new construction team, as its name suggests, is a newly established group, and as such, it ranks among the most backward and impoverished in the entire village, also boasting the smallest population. Sun Guixiang mused that other teams might provide better sales opportunities. However, a dilemma arose. Although liangpi does not spoil easily, remaining viable for 2 to 3 days when submerged in cold water, the winter temperatures plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius, rendering the delicacies frozen solid by the time she reached other teams. Therefore, maintaining warmth and riding a bicycle became paramount. The following day, Sun Guixiang enlisted the help of Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai to wrap 2 water buckets in cotton quilts, securing them with nylon rope and fastening them to the rear rack of her bicycle. She packed the remaining liangpi, along with broth and condiments, and filled several intravenous glucose bottles with hot water to keep them warm. Initially, she planned to sell the remaining liangpi and then rest, yet the sales exceeded her expectations. Upon reaching the nearest team and calling out with gusto, she sold out without even needing to relocate, leaving subsequent customers disappointed and inquiring when she would return. With determination, she replied, "I will come every day." It was already the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with less than 10 days until the new year. The prospect of earning enough for a television remained distant, but accumulating some festive money was still feasible. That night, she prepared over 30 sheets of liangpi and cycled to another team to sell them, managing to sell out by evening. In the days that followed, Sun Guixiang consistently sold over 30 sheets daily, netting a profit of around 20 after deducting costs. What began as a whimsical venture had unexpectedly blossomed into a thriving endeavor. However, on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Sun Guixiang decided to close her business. With the new year approaching and no preparations made, she busied herself with her family, sweeping the house, cleaning, preparing various delicacies, and arranging for the festive goods. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a sense of unease crept over her. Huangshui had not returned since the day after New Year's, and she feared he might never come back. If that were the case, Zhao Tianyao's plans would be dashed. Not only would he not benefit from Huangshui's free labor, but he would also have an additional burden in Hufangfang. After all, she was a living person who would need to attend school, grow up, and eventually marry, such a lifelong commitment. On the eve of the new year, as dusk fell, the sound of a western wheel cart clattered along the dirt road beside their landlord's property. Following the sound, a man's voice rang out, calling, "Father, Guixiang, Xiaoyu, Jinhai. I'm back. Come help me with my things." The entire family rushed out of the courtyard to see a figure standing by the roadside. Clad in a yellow military coat and a cotton hat with 2 brims, one atop his head and the other flapping over his ears. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and although his face was frostbitten and purple, he could not conceal his excitement. Beside him lay a burden rack, 2 woven nylon bags, and a Western-style cardboard box. Oh, it was Mingle who had returned. Zhao Tianyao recognized him first and hobbled over, followed closely by the others. Zhao Tianyao grasped Mingle's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. I thought you had forgotten us. How could I? We are a family, and no matter how far we may wander, we shall never forget our roots, Hu Mingle replied, managing a smile despite his frozen lips. He surveyed each family member before finally resting his gaze on Sun Guixiang's face. Sister, don't you agree? Sun Guixiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. As a wandering soul, where else would I go during the new year? Had I not strayed so far, I would have returned much sooner. I truly missed you all. Though he referred to you all, his eyes lingered on Sun Guixiang. She felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks and lowered her head, brushing her hair aside. Ah, is this a television? Jinhai exclaimed, rushing toward the cardboard box and eagerly exploring its contents. Hu Mingle patted the box, 17 inches, black and white. I bought it from the commune. You didn't buy one, did you? Sun Guixiang replied. No, we didn't. Why did you buy this? We have no money to repay you. Well, it's fortunate you didn't buy one. There's no need to mention repayment among family, Hu Mingle reassured her. I bought it, but I regretted it a bit. Thinking if you had also purchased one, it would have been redundant. I wanted to return it, but the shop had already closed. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head. I had originally intended to buy a color television, but I didn't have enough money. Besides, the commune doesn't sell color TVs. I would have had to go to the county to buy one. Carrying the burden, I couldn't take the bus back. Fortunately, I caught a ride with a passing Western wool cart, or I wouldn't have made it back at all. He gestured to the 2 woven bags. These are for the new year, everything you need to eat, drink, and use. Hu Mingle's sudden return brought both surprise and joy to the entire family. Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang initially believed that Hu Mingle would not return until the spring plowing of next year. If he had not returned by then, it was likely he would never come back. To their surprise, he arrived during this time of family reunion, bringing with him such a precious gift. Sun Guixiang felt embarrassed to accept Hu Mingle's offering, saying, Brother Hu, perhaps you should return the television. We do not plan to buy one at this moment. However, Zhao Tianyao was less courteous. A gift from my son is not something to be returned. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jinhai had already extracted the television from its cardboard box and placed it atop the cabinet, eagerly perusing the instruction manual while fiddling with it. The children, lively and clever, managed to turn on the television, but it displayed only static, a screen full of snow. They then assembled the outdoor antenna for all channels. Yet without a pole, they could not achieve their goal. Frustrated, they contemplated fetching an axe to chop down a tree, but Sun Guixiang stopped them, warning that in the dark, one could easily injure themselves. Let us wait until tomorrow, she advised. Nevertheless, the two did not give up. They continuously adjusted the angle of the indoor antenna, twisting the fine-tuning knob, though their efforts were in vain. Yet for them, it was not toil, but rather a source of joy. On the next day, New Year's Eve, as dawn broke, the two set out with axes into the wilderness to chop wood. Zhao Tianyao played with the children on the Kong in the West Room, while Sun Guixiang organized clothes for the new year in the East Room. Suddenly, Hu Mingle entered quietly, startling Sun Guixiang, who was taken aback to see him holding a striking red garment. It was a grand overcoat with a large collar, subtly adorned with golden threads, and 3 shiny faux metal buttons gleamed brightly. Brother Hu, what is this? Sun Guixiang exclaimed in surprise. A gift for you, try it on. Hu Mingle said with a gentle smile. I cannot accept this, it is too expensive. Not at all, it costs 80. 80 isn't inexpensive. I cannot take it. It has already been purchased. Then give it to someone else. Who could I give it to? It will be at least 20 years before Fong Fong can wear this. Regardless, I cannot accept it. Did you not also gift me 2 garments? Those were made of inexpensive fabric. Together, they barely cost 30. Does your craftsmanship not hold value? That is worth more than anything. Just try it on, sister. Hu Mingle insisted, unfurling the coat and preparing to drape it over her shoulders. Chapter 68. Visiting the grave. Sun Guixiang had sewn those 2 garments for Hu Mingle with the notion that the small sum of nearly 200 was earned with such ease, hoping to provide him with some compensation. She did not expect him to reciprocate with such an extravagant gift, leaving her feeling unworthy. Besides, donning such high-end attire made her feel ill-equipped to work. Yet Hu Mingle was determined to place the coat on her, and sensing the intimacy of the gesture, she took it from him, saying, all right, I will wear it myself. After a moment of hesitation, she slipped into the red overcoat and gazed into the mirror of the wardrobe. Indeed, as the saying goes, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by fine clothing. The vibrant red instantly brightened her slightly darkened complexion. Sister, you look truly beautiful. Hu Minggle complimented. Sun Guixiang smiled shyly, thinking to herself that she merely appeared a bit less unappealing than before. To be called beautiful felt far from the truth. Hu Minggle called out to wait a moment, stepped outside briefly, and returned with a white porcelain bottle in hand, filled with cosmetics. Sister, if you use this every day, your complexion will improve significantly. Sun Guixiang was no stranger to cosmetics, yet she had never utilized them. In her youth, such products were not in vogue. By the time they gained popularity, she had grown older, toiling tirelessly each day, her face pale and weary. What good would cosmetics do her? It would be a waste of fine products, and besides, who would she be beautifying herself for? As she contemplated her excuses for refusal, a commotion outside caught her attention. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai entered the courtyard, each carrying a couple of wooden beams. Hu Minggle placed the 2 porcelain bottles on the top of the cabinet and stepped out again. Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai had chopped down 2 young poplar trees, each approximately 5 to 6 meters long and as thick as an arm. Zhao Xiaoyu announced that they intended to join these 2 trees together to create the tallest antenna pole for their newly established team. As for whether his family's television would display the clearest image, Zhao Xiaoyu could not say. He had not compared it with others. But he felt that this was the happiest year of his life. For the first time, he had watched the Spring Festival Gala and had been thoroughly amused by the comedic performances. In the countryside, televisions were not connected to cable. Only a few local channels were available, and programs were not aired throughout the day. Typically, they only started at 6:30 in the evening. The initial broadcast featured a circular emblem, followed by a few songs, a rudimentary animation, and the channel name displayed on screen. The scene would then shift to a host who previewed the evening's programming. At 7 o'clock, after the news and weather forecasts, along with several advertisements, dramas would commence, often running 5 consecutive episodes late into the night. The host would then return to announce the following day's schedule, the screen displaying the words "good night," ultimately fading into static, signaling the end of the day's broadcasts. However, from the 1st to the 7th day of the new year, daytime programming was abundant, free from news and advertisements, consisting solely of continuous dramas that typically aired several episodes back-to-back without any interlude. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Zhao Tianyao asked Zhao Xiaoyu to carry some pork to his parents as a New Year's greeting. Yet, the county television station had begun airing Huangshui, a series Zhao Xiaoyu had longed to see. His classmates had watched it years ago, and this was his first opportunity. How could he let it slip away? He made excuses to avoid going. Sun Guixiang remarked, "Let him indulge in his television cravings for now. We can visit in a few days. After all, the new year lasts until the 15th. The county television station exhibited a blatant disregard for broadcasting ethics. Originally a 20-episode series, Huangshui was scheduled to air 5 episodes daily, concluding on the 5th day of the new year. However, when the 16th episode ended, instead of transitioning to static, the screen displayed vertical stripes. The 3 adults rose to leave, yet Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai remained transfixed by the stripes, speculating that the plot had reached a critical juncture, and the broadcaster likely wished to continue. Indeed, moments later, the screen changed, and the stirring theme song began to play. The great wall shall never fall, the yellow river flows ever strong. The 2 were so overwhelmed with emotion that they nearly cried, prompting the 3 departing adults to return to their seats upon hearing the music. Hu Minggle remarked, "Is the television station being mischievous as well?" Afterward, the previous segment was replayed, and the opening was fast-forwarded. The subsequent subtitles were abruptly cut off, and the broadcast continued until the grand finale. By the time it concluded, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, yet Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wave of discontent wash over him, even experiencing a twinge of regret for watching this particular show. The formidable Huangshui had been so effortlessly betrayed and met his demise, and although he had previously heard this ending recounted by classmates, witnessing it firsthand left him feeling unsettled. He had heard that there was a continuation featuring Chunjun, who also ultimately perished. Must heroes invariably meet a tragic end? Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly recalled his father. In the past few days, he had been so engrossed in watching television that he had neglected to pay respects at his father's grave. After dinner, he took a broom and a shovel, along with various intricately crafted hemp paper offerings from the previous year, and made his way towards the distant red willow grove by the canal. The air of the new year was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as every household's entrance was piled high with the remnants of festive fires and firecrackers. Suddenly, the sounds of laughter from a drinking gathering erupted and then abruptly ceased. while a few drunken revelers swayed along the road, linking arms and calling each other brothers. Upon reaching the Red Willow Grove, Zhao Xiaoyu discovered that fresh earth had been heaped upon his father's grave, forming a pointed mound. And the surrounding area had been tidied up, with scattered black remnants of burnt hemp paper suggesting that Sun Guixiang had visited. He added a few more shovels of earth atop the grave, then knelt before it, bowing 3 times while pouring out his heart amidst the swirling smoke of the festivities. "Father, Happy New Year. I have brought you some money. Please accept it." "Father, Grandpa asked me to pay New Year's greetings to the family of the Tianjin West team, but I do not wish to go, as they are rather unpleasant." "Father, our family has gained 2 new members, Uncle Hu and Sister Fong Fong. Grandpa has acknowledged Uncle Hu as a son. Uncle Hu is a wonderful person. He often gives me pocket money and even bought a television for the family." "Father, can you see the television from where you are?" "Father, Hui Yuanjia has died. He was a hero just like you." "Father, Su Qingya has written to me. Her father sends his regards and says he will always remember your life-saving grace. He also sent money to Grandpa, but it was embezzled by Qin Fuzhong. That scoundrel is worse than the martial arts families. Father, please take him away." Su Qingya also sent me a painting she created and a pressed red maple leaf, but I have not seen them. I long to see them. "Father, I miss her so much. Father, I wish to cry. Father, sob sob sob." Chapter 69. Encounter with a thief. Another reason for Zhao Xiaoyu's discontent stemmed from his grandfather's insistence that he pay New Year's respects to the Tianjin West team. He could not refuse, yet he also could not genuinely go. The dilemma was how to dispose of the pork. Should he give it to teacher Gao? After scoring only 43 points, he felt no shame in facing her. Who else could he possibly give it to? Su Qingya was no longer around, and Jinhai had become part of another family. Was he to abandon it on the roadside to feed stray dogs? The following day, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Xiaoyu rode his bicycle, carrying the pork to pay New Year's respects to his biological parents at the Tianjin West team. Over the past 2 years, he had grown significantly taller, now able to ride a bicycle faster than many adults. Since he was cycling, Zhao Tianyao had sent him with even more meat, weighing it precisely to 30 pounds. Zhao Tianyao remarked, "Your parents have many children. Sending pork is the most practical gesture." Zhao Xiaoyu, of course, would not venture towards the West team. Upon exiting the village and crossing the Linchong Bridge, he paused for a moment before ultimately deciding to head to the commune. As before, the streets of the commune, known as Hepu Commune, were desolate and sparsely populated. To be precise, it should be referred to as Hepu Township, as it is situated near the Wujia River, which is abundant in cattails, thus earning its name. Zhao Xiaoyu contemplated making another trip to Huangshui Town, located about 30 miles away. It was the same town that housed a police station and featured a lake by the name of Mu. After inquiring about directions at an open shop, he set off on his bicycle. The route was easily identifiable. Hepu Commune had only 2 main roads leading outward, one heading west towards the city over 100 miles away, and the other east towards the county town, also around 100 miles distant, passing through Huangshui Town, although both were dirt roads. The route to the county town was wider and better maintained due to the daily bus service, making it more solid than the village paths. The weather was exceptionally fine, with the sun radiating warmth. The surrounding fields were speckled with patches of snow resembling psoriasis, while the road bore no snow, only traces of thawing moisture, resembling splotches of half-dried urine. Zhao Xiaoyu gripped the handlebars with bare hands. His knuckles felt a chill, yet his palms were slightly sweaty, and beads of perspiration formed on his back. He pedaled vigorously, the front wheel occasionally bouncing over bumps in the road. Elevated by the 30 pounds of pork strapped to the rear, yet he adeptly leaned forward, compressing the handlebars to regain balance. As he pedaled, he sang breathlessly, reflecting on the vastness of life and the fleeting nature of existence. Arriving in Huangshui Town around 10 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a sense of disappointment. The town was not significantly better than Hepu Commune. It was equally deserted, though the houses were more orderly, and there was a cement road nearly buried under yellow earth. After inquiring at several open shops, he found no one interested in purchasing his pork. He then resolved to continue on to the county town. Upon learning that the journey would still require nearly 50 miles, he gritted his teeth in determination. He had seen images of the county town in advertisements and news broadcasts from the county television station over the past few days, and his curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding the tall buildings stacked together and how one ascended them. A classmate had once penned an essay about visiting her aunt's house in the city. describing the structures known as apartment buildings, which had been read aloud by Mr. Zhang as a model essay, yet Zhao Xiaoyu still found it perplexing. After squatting by the roadside to eat a couple of sweet pancakes, he resumed his journey. Having set out early, he had already covered over 50 miles from the village to the commune, and then to Huangshui Town without feeling fatigued. However, he did not anticipate that the remaining 50 miles would exhaust him to the point where his legs felt too weak to lift. At one moment, he considered turning back, but realizing the return trip to the village was even longer and that he still had not found a buyer for the pork, he resolutely continued pedaling. He alternated between riding and pushing the bicycle, occasionally resting by the roadside. What should have been a 2-hour journey extended to over 3 hours. Upon reaching the county town, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The county town is not as prosperous as depicted on television. Perhaps it is due to the Lunar New Year, for the streets are equally desolate. Occasionally, a solitary pedestrian may be spotted, and the roads are nearly devoid of vehicles, echoing with silence. The buildings are not as numerous as one might expect. Rather, single-story houses predominate, predominantly constructed of brick and tile, much like the residence of Teacher Gao, with no signs of mud brick houses. The few multi-story buildings are modest, mostly 2 stories high, with the occasional 3-story structure, some equipped with external staircases while others lack them entirely. Zhao Xiaoyu secured his bicycle and locked it, spending a considerable amount of time examining a 3-story building devoid of an external staircase. Eventually, he made a discovery. Upon entering through a door, he found the staircase concealed within. Elated, akin to Columbus discovering a new world, Zhao Xiaoyu raced up to the 3rd floor, initially intending to explore the interiors of the apartments, but found all the doors firmly shut. After ascending and descending the stairs several times, his interest waned. Upon exiting the building, he caught sight of his bicycle toppled by the roadside, and the bag of pork he had secured to the rear rack was nowhere to be found. It had been stolen. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced around, finding no sign of life. The nearby shops were shuttered. Damn it, city folks are so wicked, he cursed, riding his bicycle, unlocking it, and trudging down the street, disheartened. Well, I might as well consider it dog food. It's certainly better than giving it to that family. He consoled himself with this thought. Yet, a sense of resentment lingered as he pedaled aimlessly through the streets, hoping to encounter the thief, though he knew such hope was futile. A thief would not brazenly parade about in public. Having set out with only 2 sugar pancakes, he had consumed them all in Huangshui Town, and after cycling for over 3 hours, he was now quite hungry, his stomach growling. He paused to rummage through his pockets, pulling out a handful of small bills and counting. He had 1 yuan and 2 coins of 2 fen each. I'll buy a loaf of bread and then head home. He returned to the city again. After walking for a while, he noticed a shop with its door ajar and stepped inside. I'll have a loaf of bread, he said, shaking the money in his hand. Which type would you like? The proprietor, a dapper young man in his 20s, spoke Mandarin fluently, dressed in a suit, sporting a stylish hairstyle reminiscent of a Hong Kong star, and possessing an attractive visage. He gestured towards the shelves behind him. Which is the cheapest? The shopkeeper retrieved a loaf wrapped in yellow paper. This one is 20 cents. All right, I'll take 2. No, make it 3. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to pay, he caught sight of a white nylon bag out of the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it bore the words ammonium bicarbonate, which were identical to those on his bag of pork. It was a bag made from used fertilizer. The contents appeared to be bulging, and they resembled pork. He instinctively knew it was indeed his bag. Shopkeeper, Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing at the bag. That's my pork. You stole it. Hey, you're talking nonsense, kid, retorted the handsome shopkeeper, slamming the bread onto the counter. That's pork I just bought. When did I steal yours? Are you trying to frame me? I don't even know you. Do you recognize me? That is indeed my pork, Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed. He approached the bag, which had been untied, and opened it to reveal his pork. Chapter 70. Reporting to the police at that moment, a beautiful woman in her 20s emerged from behind the shelves and inquired, "What is the matter?" She spoke Mandarin and wore loose clothing, her slightly protruding belly suggesting she was pregnant. "This pork we just bought is claimed by this kid to be his," the handsome shop owner replied indignantly. The woman, with her rounded belly, circled around the counter and stated, "Child, this pork is indeed ours, purchased from someone we know. You must be mistaken, such fertilizer bags are quite common." Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a piece of pork, insisting, "This is mine. I chopped it with my grandfather, and I can recognize it." The shop owner sneered. "Did you carve your name on it? Isn't all pork similar? But this is mine. Zhao Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This pork is from a pig that died from pesticide. Aren't you afraid to eat it? Both individuals paused, exchanging glances. The shop owner responded, "What is there to fear? His pork is from a poisoned pig. Ours is not." He approached the bag, extracted a piece of pork, scrutinized it, and sniffed it. "This is pork from a normally slaughtered pig. The poisoned one hasn't been cut, it hasn't bled, and the color isn't like this." The pregnant woman nodded reassuringly and said to Zhao Xiaoyu, "You may leave now. Young child, rather than learning good things. How have you come to master the art of extortion?" Zhao Xiaoyu, filled with fury, thought of all the hardships his grandfather endured to feed the pigs, the struggles his mother faced, and the cornmeal they sacrificed. His own family could hardly afford to indulge, yet these two thieves audaciously laid claim to what was rightfully his. At a loss for how to prove ownership of the pork, tears streamed down his face. "You're all thieves," Zhao Xiaoyu shouted, pointing at the pair. "Thieving man, thieving woman, and you bear a thieving child in your womb, conceived from stolen seeds. Your ancestors are all thieves." The pregnant woman turned pale with rage, trembling all over. The shop owner, equally furious, turned green with anger, cursed, and was about to strike Zhao Xiaoyu when he noticed the woman swaying and rushed to support her. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoyu attempted to take the bag and escape. However, a 12-year-old child carrying 30 pounds of weight could not move quickly. Just as he took a few steps, the shop owner lunged at him, snatching the bag and pushing him against the wall. "Don't hit him. If you do, we'll be in trouble," the pregnant woman quickly intervened. "The police station is right across the street. You should report this." Upon hearing report to the police, Zhao Xiaoyu recalled the incident with Qin Fuzhong, where the latter had reported first and received 500 yuan from his family. This instilled in him a simple understanding. The one who complains first is in the right. He shouted, "I'll report it too," and scrambled to his feet, rushing out of the store. Indeed, there was a police station across the street. A few minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the shop, accompanied by 2 police officers. The 2 individuals were unafraid, steadfastly insisting that the meat was theirs. The police inquired, "How much does it cost per pound? How many pounds are there in total?" The proprietor declared, $2 a pound, totaling 10 pounds, which offsets an $80 debt. Zhao Xiaoyu interjected, "It is not 10 pounds, it is 30 pounds. My grandfather has weighed it." The officer inquired, "Do you have a scale?" The owner retrieved a balance scale from beneath the counter. This scale featured a hook for weighing items that could not fit into the weighing tray. He hung the bag of meat from the hook, and upon weighing it, it precisely registered 30 pounds, causing his expression to stiffen abruptly. "What does this mean? Where did those 10 pounds go?" the officer sternly questioned. The owner inhaled deeply. "Could it be that he misinformed me?" The pregnant woman appeared slightly anxious. "Is it possible he deceived us? Did he truly steal this meat? What is truly happening here?" One officer barked, slapping the counter twice. The proprietor introduced himself as Li Jiangguo, originally from another region. After marrying last year, he relocated to this county with his wife, utilizing wedding gifts and family support to establish this shop. A man named Feng Yi, in his 30s, frequently patronized their establishment, and over time, familiarity blossomed. Eventually, Feng Yi began to purchase on credit, accruing a debt of over $200. Recently, he entered the store with half a bag of pork, claiming it was from his family's farm, totaling 10 pounds, intending to settle the $80 debt. The couple, having not raised pigs themselves, found the price appealing and accepted it. After all, Feng Yi had consistently claimed he had no money when it came time to settle his debts. Before departing, he also requested credit for a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. "You mean Feng Yi?" "Feng San," one officer queried. Yes. He is affectionately known as Feng San," Li Jiangguo responded. The officer grunted, "You certainly have audacity, daring to extend credit to Feng San." Li Jiangguo was taken aback. The officer continued, "Feng Yi is nothing more than an ne'er-do-well, indulging in vices such as drinking, gambling, and deceit. He has faced law enforcement's scrutiny numerous times, yet he remains unchanged. Anyone acquainted with Feng Yi has lent him money. Any merchant familiar with him has extended credit, never to be repaid. He has become a pariah, universally scorned. When he occasionally borrows money, he mocks those who lend to him, saying, 'What a fool to lend me money, unaware that I only borrow and never repay.' Thus, I say, you exhibit remarkable boldness. This debt may haunt you for a lifetime." The officer concluded, his gaze suddenly sharpening with suspicion, Or perhaps you are his accomplices. He steals, and you facilitate the sale of stolen goods? No, no, that is not the case, Li Jiangguo pleaded, hands clasped in supplication. Officer, we are newcomers, unfamiliar with this place and its people, and we know little of him. We shall not make this mistake again. He then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, apologizing, young brother. I sincerely apologize. We did not intend any offense. Please forgive us, as you are magnanimous and we are but small folk. Zhao Xiaoyu merely snorted, thinking to himself that the one who reports first seems to hold the advantage. The officer inquired, where is Feng San? Li Jiangguo replied. He left after dropping off the pork and taking the cigarettes and liquor. We do not know where he resides. The officer stated gravely. You would do well to assist us in apprehending him. You have already committed the crime of selling stolen goods, and you must atone for your misdeeds. I shall cooperate fully, wholeheartedly, Li Jiangguo hastily assured. If he returns, I will inform you immediately. At that moment, a sharp male voice echoed from outside the door. Jianguo, bring 2 more bottles of wine. Accompanied by a potent aroma of liquor, a tall, lanky man with a pointed face staggered into the shop. That's him, Li Jianguo exclaimed, pointing at the man. He is Feng San. Upon noticing the police, Feng San turned to flee, but 2 officers swiftly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Chapter 71. Recognition of old friends. The police dragged Feng San back into the store and pointed at the bag of pork, inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Feng San, clearly an old hand at this, remained unfazed and chuckled. Confess, and you'll receive leniency. Resist, and you'll face severity. I willingly admit that I stole it from a bicycle. After taking his statement, it was confirmed that his account aligned with Li Jianguo's, indicating that Li Jianguo had no prior knowledge of the theft. However, the police sought Zhao Xiaoyu's opinion. The main culprit is in custody. We will handle him accordingly. They gestured towards Li Jianguo and his wife, noting that while they were not complicit, they bore some responsibility. You are the victim. If you wish to pursue them, we can detain them as well. The pregnant woman cannot be taken, but we could hold the man for a few days to teach him a lesson. Li Jianguo hurriedly spoke well of Zhao Xiaoyu, while his wife frantically gathered some snacks from the shelves and approached Zhao Xiaoyu with a bag in hand. Good child, we were wrong. Please spare us this time. Take these snacks. If they're not enough, feel free to grab more. You see, I am pregnant, and if he is arrested, there will be no one to take care of our affairs. We are from out of town, and our family is not here. I beg you. Zhao Xiaoyu, his face taut, cheeks puffed, and lips pursed, glared with wide, bulging eyes, resembling an indignant frog. To be honest, he did not wish to forgive them. He had been livid moments ago. Yet, considering they acted without malice, the child in the woman's womb, and the prospect of obtaining a bag of snacks for free, he hesitated, his hunger overwhelming his indignation. Well, if it's free, why not? He declared, snatching the bag of snacks with a self-righteous air. The 2 officers chuckled, one of them asking, by the way, what is your name? Where do you live? Hepu Commune, Jianxi Village, Xian Jian Team, Zhao Xiaoyu. Which one? The you from Yao, Shun, and you. The officer noted this down, and the 2 men escorted Feng San away. Zhao Xiaoyu shot a furious glance at Li Jianguo and his wife, huffed, and then stepped outside. First hanging the bag of snacks on his bicycle's handlebars, and then securing the bag of pork on the rear rack with a rope. Upon hearing the name Zhao Xiaoyu, the pregnant woman suddenly froze, her mouth slightly ajar, her gaze vacant. Li Jianguo asked, what is wrong with you? She did not reply but hastened outside, reaching for Zhao Xiaoyu's hand. What did you say your name was? What business is it of yours? Zhao Xiaoyu retorted, shaking her off, not lifting his head as he continued to tie the pork bag. It's you. You are Xiaoyu. The pregnant woman was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Xiaoyu, noticing the change in her tone, looked up to see her weeping, momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyu, do you not recognize me? I am Yi Chunmei. Yi Chunmei clasped Zhao Xiaoyu's hands, her voice choked with emotion. You've grown so much. I hardly recognized you. It was no surprise that she failed to recognize him. Zhao Xiaoyu, too, had not identified her. Years ago, Yi Chunmei had been purchased by Zhao Dashun and confined to the West Chamber, where she rarely saw Zhao Xiaoyu. Occasionally, he would stand on a stool, peering through the door's window, but the plastic sheeting obscured the light, rendering her features indistinguishable. When Zhao Xiaoyu released Yi Chunmei, both were like startled birds, fleeing in panic, hardly taking the time to scrutinize each other's appearances. In Yi Chunmei's memory, Zhao Xiaoyu remained the frail child of less than a meter in height, in Zhao Xiaoyu's recollection. Yi Chunmei was still the disheveled girl kneeling in the dirt, bowing her head in submission. 5 years had wrought significant changes in both of them. Zhao Xiaoyu had grown to nearly Yi Chunmei's height, his physique sturdier and his voice deeper. Yi Chunmei, on the other hand, had transformed into a radiant and mature woman, more voluptuous and graceful, now expecting a child. Zhao Xiaoyu, unlike Yi Chunmei, did not share her excitement. Instead, he felt a tinge of shyness. Scratching his head and grinning awkwardly. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" He took down the snacks hanging from his bicycle handle and offered them back to her, saying, "I don't need these." He had always felt guilty for his father's purchase of Yi Chunmei, and now, having taken so much from her, his sense of indebtedness deepened. With a tearful smile, Yi Chunmei gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu, caressing his face as she called into the shop, "Zhangwo, this is Xiaoyu, the very Xiaoyu." That evening, Zhao Xiaoyu stayed at Yi Chunmei's home, which was, in truth, the shop itself, a single room divided by shelves, with the front selling goods and the back serving as living quarters. Yi Chunmei prepared a stew of pork ribs to honor Zhao Xiaoyu, and Li Jiangguo, who greatly admired his wife's benefactor, remarked, "Today, you have saved me too. If it weren't for this incident, I would never have realized what a deceitful person Feng San is. He would have led me to ruin." He then reproached Yi Chunmei, saying, "If only you had recognized him sooner, we could have spared Xiaoyu such difficulty." Indeed, Yi Chunmei wept again, lamenting how they had frustrated a child. 2 adults bullying a single child. What a shameful sight. She recounted how 5 years prior, she had escaped from Zhao Xiaoyu's team to the commune, caught a bus to the county, and with the help of the police, returned to her hometown. Later, through an introduction, she met Li Jiangguo, and they married the following spring. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chunmei's mother passed away, and she found herself yearning to return to the northwest. This place was the origin of her nightmares, yet it also held countless warm and touching memories. In her hometown, where the population was dense and the land scarce, mere farming was insufficient for survival. Most residents sought work or trade in the city. After discussing with Li Jiangguo, they decided to open a shop. But fierce competition made it difficult to earn a living. They concluded that northerners were not adept at business and resolved to venture northward while they were still young. Thus, they arrived in this county. Initially, they had planned to return to their hometown for the new year, but as Yi Chunmei became pregnant, traveling by train became inconvenient, leading them to celebrate the holiday in a foreign land, with their shop remaining open, where unexpectedly, they encountered Zhao Xiaoyu. Yi Chunmei, with tear-filled eyes, expressed, "Our decision to come to this place was made after much contemplation. After all, your father spent a considerable sum back in the day. I feared that if we were to encounter him, he might force me to return, yet I could not help but think of you." Ultimately, I confided in Li Jiangguo, saying that with a good child like Xiaoyu, his family cannot be too terrible, and thus we came. Zhao Xiaoyu, filled with melancholy, replied, "You need not fear my father any longer. He has passed away." He recounted the events that had transpired in the family over the past 2 years, evoking a wave of sadness in Yi Chunmei and Li Jiangguo. Yi Chunmei remarked, "I dare not visit your village. You should come to the county often when you have the time. From now on, I shall be your elder sister." The following day, Zhao Xiaoyu left 30 kilograms of pork at Yi Chunmei's home, whereupon she insisted on giving him 200 yuan. Chapter 72. A windfall regardless of the circumstances. Zhao Xiaoyu successfully disposed of the 30 kilograms of pork, fulfilling his annual obligation and receiving 200 yuan in return. However, this sum of money soon became a new burden for him. To him, it was an immense fortune. Yet he found himself at a loss as to how to utilize it, be it for toys, food, or comic books. Each seemed an extravagant use. Strangely, with the arrival of this money, he suddenly lost interest in such trifles. The money, a thick stack enveloped in a cloth bag, felt unsafe to carry, for he was well aware of his propensity for reckless indulgence. Hiding it at home posed the risk of discovery by his family, and if his grandfather learned that he had not visited the Tianjin West team, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Moreover, he could not let his grandfather know that Yi Chunmei was in the county. His grandfather had once lamented the money spent on Yi Chunmei, and although his father had passed, one could never be certain he would not seek her out for financial recompense. Despite his imposing demeanor with a gun in hand, he could become quite the unreasonable bully when riled. It would be inaccurate to say that he was unreasonable. Rather, his mind simply struggled to comprehend the situation. He believed that Yi Chunmei was a purchase made by him, and thus, he felt compelled to either retain her or recover the money. There could be no situation of losing both. Alternatively, he could claim that this money was a gift from the Chun family of the Tianjin West team. However, that was not feasible. Such a claim would prompt his grandfather to express gratitude to the Chins, perhaps even leading to a visit of thanks. In this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had no money to spend, felt burdened by the very cash he possessed. After much contemplation, he returned home in a daze, fabricating a tale for his grandfather, stating that the Chun family was pleased and had prepared braised pork ribs for him, even inviting him to stay the night. Zhao Tianyao appeared satisfied and inquired about various details, such as the harvest at his home, whether they had purchased a television, and if the children were still attending school. Zhao Xiaoyu, equipped with his natural talent for deceit, navigated the conversation with ease, raising no suspicions in Zhao Tianyao. After the 7th day of the new year, Huangshui resumed his duties, traversing villages and alleys, yet he returned home each night, fully embracing this household as his own. Upon returning, he busied himself with various chores, fetching water, gathering charcoal, sweeping the yard, and tending to livestock. At times, he even assisted Sun Guixiang with cooking. Meanwhile, Hu Fangfang now clung to Sun Guixiang, distancing herself from Huangshui, as Sun Guixiang suggested that Hu Fangfang share a bed in the east room with her and Zhao Xiaoyu, while the older men occupied the west room. As the ice and snow melt away, Zhao Tianyao harnesses a mule cart to deliver manure to the fields. Upon seeing him, Huangshui pauses his work to lend a hand. Zhao Tianyao feels quite guilty and remarks, "Mingle, we agreed that you would only help during the busy farming season. You should focus on your own business during the rest of the time. I feel bad for causing you to lose potential earnings." Huangshui replies, "It's nothing. Business has been slow lately, and going out is merely a fruitless endeavor, not to mention the wear on my shoes." Ultimately, Zhao Tianyao's venture has proven to be immensely profitable, while Huangshui has come to view his role as a peddler as a side occupation. With farming as his primary endeavor, Sun Guixiang no longer needs to toil in the fields. Her duty now is to ensure the well-being of her family's meals. Shielded from the elements and relieved from relentless labor, her complexion gradually becomes more radiant, and she finds the energy to present herself more elegantly. She begins using the high-end cosmetics Huangshui purchased for her and adorns herself in fashionable clothing he acquired, transforming into a youthful beauty. Her face adorned with smiles reminiscent of the blissful days of her early marriage with Zhao Dasan. She perceives Huangshui's affection for her, expressed fervently through both words and actions. Frankly, she does not feel repulsed. A flicker of warmth stirs within her heart. Yet, she cannot fully accept him for numerous reasons. However, she is uncertain how to distance herself from him. Under the same roof and sharing the same pot, it is difficult to avoid seeing him. His compliments, though likely exaggerated, stem from good intentions. While she can choose to ignore them, she cannot silence him. Moreover, she finds herself enjoying his words, which lift her spirits and resonate within her mind. His gestures of goodwill, albeit driven by some ulterior motive, are genuine. She may choose not to reciprocate, but she cannot deter his affections unless she expels him from their home. Thus, she resolves to let him go, though a faint sense of reluctance lingers in her heart. Human emotions are tender. If Huangshui were truly her brother, she would gladly embrace him, finding him preferable to her own parents and siblings, yet he is not. In the midsummer fields, lush and verdant, the wheat begins to sprout ears, sunflowers start to form heads, and melons begin to bear fruit. The vibrant wildflowers attract buzzing bees, while dragonflies frolic over the water's edge, and frogs leap from the high banks into the water, creating splashes. During this period, rural life is relatively tranquil. Sun Guixiang notices that the sunflower plants in her field have not been adequately pruned. This afternoon, she entrusts Zhao Tianyao with watching their 2 children while she heads to the field to prune. Pruning involves pinching off the budding branches between the sunflower leaves to prevent them from siphoning off the main stem's moisture and nutrients, which would ultimately affect the harvest. Zhao Tianyao has already completed the pruning of the sunflowers, but due to his age and diminishing eyesight, he has performed the task rather clumsily. From a distance, Sun Guixiang can still see many branches remaining unpruned. This meticulous work must be done by her own hands. The sunflowers have grown nearly as tall as Sun Guixiang, with her head just barely visible above them. While she is engaged in her task, she spots a figure approaching in the distance, unmistakably Huangshui, carrying a load on his shoulder. As Huangshui draws near, He sets down his burden and joins her in the sunflower patch to help with the pruning. Sun Guixiang inquires, "What brings you back so early today?" Hu Mingle sighed, "I've spent most of the day running around without selling a single item. I plan to step out tomorrow and bring in some new stock. But what about the old goods? Didn't you bring in quite a bit before the new year? I'll just let them sell slowly, but we must have new items. People have lost interest," he replied. Sun Guixiang responded with an "oh," saying, "Then you might as well rest at home. I will finish weeding this patch before heading back to prepare dinner." Hu Mingle, insisting he wasn't tired, chose to remain. The two continued to work silently among the sunflowers, their presence causing the field to sway gently, producing a soft rustling sound. The fields were tranquil, with few souls wandering about, occasionally interrupted by the sharp reprimands of an irritable shepherd scolding his disobedient sheep. This shepherd, a solitary man in his 60s, had taken on the task of tending to the flock, earning a modest sum of 10 yuan per sheep each year. The mules and horses savored this rare moment of leisure, tethered by their owners to graze peacefully in the open fields. 2 swallows darted low overhead, chirping softly. Suddenly, Sun Guixiang spoke, "Brother Hu, there's something I've been pondering whether to share." "What is it?" Hu Mingle paused, urging her to continue. Chapter 73. A new venture, then I shall speak, Sun Guixiang continued. "Brother Hu, as a merchant, I hesitate to overstep my bounds, but I feel that the hawker's trade is becoming increasingly challenging. In the past, vendors would visit our village frequently, drawing both adults and children to gather around. Now, they come only once every few months, and hardly anyone pays attention. It's not that your goods are lacking. It's simply that people's perspectives have broadened, and their thoughts have shifted. They no longer find interest in your wares. Children might glance, but adults hardly bother." Hu Mingle sighed. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Sun Guixiang continued, "There was a time when every household owned at least one bicycle. Now, some families even have motorcycles. People prefer shopping at the supply and marketing cooperatives or the commune stores, where the selection far exceeds yours." Hu Mingle lamented, "But what else can I do? I have no land here, and returning home offers little in terms of land as well." Sun Guixiang suggested, "You primarily sell items for women and toys for children. These are things that people purchase once or twice. They want to buy every time you visit. So, I think you should explore further afield. You must have traversed this area multiple times by now." A heaviness settled in Hu Mingle's heart. He realized she was effectively issuing a tacit farewell. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "In truth, it's all quite similar. I am not the only hawker in this world. While I roam nearby, others are venturing from afar. Then perhaps you should sell food. Unlike toys or goods, food is consumed, and thus encourages repeat purchases," Sun Guixiang advised. Hu Mingle dismissed the idea, recalling his past attempts to sell food, which often went unsold and spoiled, unlike other items that could be preserved indefinitely. After reflecting for a while, Sun Guixiang shared her own business idea. "If I were in your position, I would sell liangpi. Prepare only 30 servings each day. Sell out and return home. If there are leftovers, they won't amount to much and can be consumed by family. The people here have a great fondness for liangpi, particularly the women, who sometimes ride their bicycles to the commune just to savor a bowl. In the entire Hepu township, only the commune sells liangpi. If you deliver it right to their doors, how could they resist? I have tasted that delicacy as well. It is indeed quite delectable. Yet I lack the skill to prepare it." Hu Mingle lamented. Sun Guixiang contemplated offering to teach him, but then realized the incongruity of her thoughts. Her original intention was to persuade Hu Mingle to leave, yet somehow, she found herself concerned for him instead. "Sister," Hu Mingle suddenly brightened. "Why don't we join forces in this venture? You could prepare it at home while I carry it out to sell daily. During the busy farming season, we could pause operations, thus balancing both agriculture and commerce." Sun Guixiang inwardly chastised herself for her indiscretion. Not only had she failed to convince Hu Mingle to depart, but she had inadvertently provided him with a sustainable livelihood that did not require extensive travel and allowed him to return home each day. Was she truly hoping for his departure, or was she reluctant to see him go? Hu Mingle's face glowed with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Sister, you needn't worry about exhausting yourself. Initially, you can prepare the dish and teach me in the process. Once I have mastered it, I shall make it in the evenings and sell it by day, leaving you free to oversee things. We can calculate the profits and share them equally." "Isn't that unwise?" "What could be unwise about it? I have been pondering what to do lately. Perhaps I should open a store in the commune. But I lack the funds. This venture suits me perfectly. Hu Mingle flung aside the freshly pruned sprout, as if he could see a new life beckoning him. Sun Guixiang mused, "So you are intent on staying, are you?" Yet she replied, "Very well, but we must discuss it with your father." She felt compelled to defer all decisions to Zhao Tianyao. During dinner that evening, Hu Mingle broached the idea of partnering in selling the noodles to Zhao Tianyao, who unexpectedly agreed with enthusiasm. He even proposed to clear out one of the two cool rooms to install a stove specifically for making the noodles, to avoid cluttering the house. Zhao Xiaoyu was also pleased, as he relished a lively home and adored the noodles. However, Jinhai was less than enthusiastic. He understood that he could not sway his mother's decision alone. He recalled that throwing tantrums in his childhood would only result in reprimands from her. Alas, this household no longer bore the surname Sun or Jin, but was instead associated with a group of outsiders, a thought that filled him with sorrow. Yet, his mind was not idle. He quickly conjured a reason to refuse, pointing at Hu Fangfang and stating, "She is already 7. Shouldn't she return to our hometown for school?" Indeed, Sun Guixiang was reminded, "Fangfang should be starting school this autumn. Brother Hu, I believe you should return. Nothing is more important than a child's education. We cannot afford to delay this." Hu Mingle furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of this matter, which he had inadvertently overlooked. In a daze, he realized that his daughter was already 7 years old. Zhao Tianyao swiftly assuaged his concerns. "This is not a difficult issue. Schools do accept students from outside. A simple introduction letter from the village office will suffice. Don't those 3 children of Sun Guixiang attend school? Is that truly the case? That is splendid." Hu Mingle exclaimed, "Father, you have a solution." Hu Fangfang, brimming with excitement, waved her hands in jubilation. "I'm going to school. I'm going to school." Zhao Xiaoyu patted her little head. "You can follow your brother every day. No one will dare to bully you." Hu Fangfang nodded vigorously, affirming with a sound, her 2 little pigtails bouncing to the front. Sun Guixiang silently lamented her plight. She was well aware that this matter was not difficult to resolve. The Hepu region, though sparsely populated and economically underdeveloped, had no trouble ensuring basic sustenance. Consequently, many outsiders had come to settle and thrive here, and the local schools welcomed their children. However, this meant Hu Mingle was not leaving anytime soon. Was it possible he intended to stay indefinitely? Jinhai, frustrated, slammed his chopsticks down and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Tianyao before striding back to the west room. Zhao Tianyao, feigning ignorance, poured 2 cups of wine, one for himself and the other for Hu Mingle. "Come, let us toast to this momentous occasion," he declared. The following day, taking advantage of a lull in work, Zhao Tianyao and Hu Mingle organized the items in the 2 storerooms, consolidating them into one. They brought in some earthen bricks and set up a stove in the now empty room, while Sun Guixiang busied herself preparing the cold noodles. Zhao Xiaoyu, on his way to school, did not remain idle either. During morning self-study, he ascended the podium, tapping the desk with his pointer. Quiet down, quiet down. I have an announcement. My family has opened a cold noodle shop. If you wish to have some, just bring your own lunchbox. I will take it home and pack it for you. You can eat it tomorrow or take it home after school. It's only 1 yuan a bowl, cheaper than in the commune, plus you 1 tea have to run around. He then reached out to students from other classes to help spread the word. By the end of the next school day, he had collected over 20 empty lunchboxes and bowls, along with more than 20 yuan. Dear friends, please leave a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you. Chapter 74. 2 troubles. The path of life is never singular. After 3 years as a peddler, Hu Mingle set down his burdens and began selling cold noodles, carrying 2 metal buckets on his bicycle. As Sun Guixiang had anticipated, business was indeed thriving. The daily quota of 30 servings she had initially set was far from sufficient. Hu Mingle consistently sold over 50 servings each day. Coupled with Zhao Xiaoyu's sales, Sun Guixiang found herself needing to prepare 80 servings daily, far exceeding her expectations. Hu Mingle quickly learned the art of making cold noodles. Each morning, he ventured out, returning in the afternoon to begin his work, laboring tirelessly until bedtime. The finished noodles were cut into strips and soaked in cool water, ready to be sold the next day. Customers reported that Hu Mingle's cold noodles were more delectable than those from the commune. Their appeal lay in Sun Guixiang's generous use of ingredients and her flavorful soup, which included not only sour radish shreds, but also sour mung bean vermicelli, sour cucumber shreds, and blanched fresh vegetables. Rather than using sesame oil, she opted for sesame oil infused with Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and zaman flowers. Zaman flowers, a local wild spice, enhanced the flavor of the soup but required foraging in the wild, which most found tedious and thus overlooked. With ample portions and distinctive flavors, coupled with home delivery, it was only natural that the business flourished. Zhao Tianyao could hardly contain his joy. At this rate, their family would soon become affluent. However, Zhao Xiaoyu encountered a slight dilemma. The cold noodles he brought to school were present in every class. But the poorly sealed lunchboxes caused the aroma to waft through the classrooms, enticing those who enjoyed cold noodles while prompting complaints from those who did not. The teachers noticed the situation and, upon inquiry, learned that it was Zhao Xiaoyu selling the noodles. What a curious affair. A student, whose academic performance was dismal, had somehow mastered the art of commerce. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, summoned Zhao Xiaoyu to his office for a reprimand, instructing him to cease his sales. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to clandestinely sell his wares. Soon, a second predicament arose. Most students purchased the noodles to take home, and as the weather grew increasingly warm, they began to spoil by the time school ended. Unlike Huangshui noodles, which were soaked in cold water, Zhao Xiaoyu's offerings drew complaints, with some claiming they were spoiled. After careful consideration, Zhao Xiaoyu enlisted Huangshui to visit the school each day after classes to prepare the noodles on site, thereby resolving both the spoilage issue and the unpleasant odor in the classroom. Consequently, his enterprise thrived. As summer vacation commenced and the wheat harvest began, Huangshui halted his noodle sales and took up the sickle to reap the wheat. Once the harvest was complete, he pedaled his bicycle along the dusty country roads, his resounding calls echoing far and wide. Homemade noodles, delicious and affordable. He even ventured to the commune's welding shop, crafting 2 insulated rectangular boxes filled with cotton for better heat retention. Their square shape made them more stable and aesthetically pleasing when secured to his bicycle, and they eliminated the need for soaking in water, making them more convenient. In the autumn of 1992, Jinhai entered the 6th grade, Zhao Xiaoyu the 5th, and Hu Fangfang officially began her schooling. Each day, she trailed behind her 2 older brothers, gripping Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, her petite legs bouncing with joy and her little braids swaying proudly. Hu Fangfang was quite attached, clinging to Sun Guixiang at home and to Zhao Xiaoyu at school. Even during the brief 10-minute breaks, she would rush to the 5th grade classroom to find Zhao Xiaoyu, calling out brother in a delightful mix of southern and northern accents. She was not disruptive. While Zhao Xiaoyu and his classmates engaged in playful banter or games, she would watch from the sidelines, cheering him on until the bell rang. When she reluctantly departed, Zhao Xiaoyu cherished her presence, often boasting to his classmates, "This is my sister," and adding with pride, "I have another sister named Zhao, who is 3 years old." It seemed a great honor to possess a sister. Children often speak without a filter, and one boy teasingly pointed out Zhao Xiaoyu's pride. What is there to be proud of when you're not even related? In a moment of defiance, Zhao Xiaoyu retaliated by mentioning his biological sister. "I have a real sister, and we're twins." However, Jinhai did not share the same fondness for Hu Fangfang. One day during recess, Hu Fangfang sought out Zhao Xiaoyu in the 5th grade, but finding him absent, she approached Jinhai in the 6th grade. Upon seeing her, Jinhai scowled and reprimanded, "Why aren't you in your own class? Why are you wandering around?" A knowledgeable boy quipped, "She must miss her brother." This only added to Jinhai's embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. Instead, he roughly pushed Hu Fangfang away, shouting, "Don't come here again." From that moment on, she feared returning to the 6th grade. Hu Fangfang and Su Qingya share certain similarities. Both exhibit a degree of naivety. However, while Su Qingya merely appears foolish, she is, in fact, quite astute. In contrast, Hu Fangfang is genuinely simple-minded, having spent half a semester in school, yet seemingly unable to grasp the essence of being a student. After the midterm examinations, she exuberantly burst into the 5th grade classroom, exclaiming to Zhao Xiaoyu, "Brother, I have wonderful news. I sat on the red chair." The term red chair is merely a metaphor, referring not to an actual chair, but to the student with the lowest academic performance. At that time, many rural teachers had not undergone systematic training and were largely indifferent to the psychological well-being of their students. Their interactions were dictated by personal preferences. They would lavish praise and indulgence upon high achievers while relentlessly disparaging and belittling those who struggled. Consequently, each class had a student designated as the red chair holder, often ostentatiously written on the blackboard as a form of punishment. To achieve a more cutting effect, teachers frequently employed ironic statements, such as, This glorious red chair will belong to you from now on. Be sure to sit tight and not let anyone take it from you. Most would feel a sense of humiliation upon hearing such words. Yet the blissfully naive Huangshui misinterpreted this as a commendation and eagerly approached Zhao Xiaoyu to boast. The entire class erupted in laughter. Even Zhao Xiaoyu, who was often praised for his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched his head, asking, "Fong, do you know what the red chair signifies?" Fong, with innocent certainty, replied, "It must be a very beautiful chair." This only incited further laughter among her classmates. With girls covering their mouths and boys drumming on their desks, Zhao Xiaoyu pulled Fong outside the classroom, intending to gently explain the true meaning of the red chair. However, the words caught in his throat, and he opted instead to say, "When you get home, do not tell my mom or your dad that you sat on the red chair, and do not show them your test paper." "Why not?" Fong inquired, puzzled. "Because." Zhao Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. "The red chair isn't as good as the green chair. You should wait until you sit on the green chair to surprise them." Fong nodded earnestly. "And do not tell Jinhai either." Upon returning home, Mingle asked his daughter, "Have the midterm exam results come out? How did you do?" Fong glanced at Zhao Xiaoyu, who assured, "She did well." The teacher even praised her. Chapter 75. I like you. Mingle's concerns had long since shifted away from his daughter. With Fong in school, Sun Guixiang found herself with much more leisure time. The lighter farm work was handled by Zhao Tianyao, while Zhao Xiaoyu was largely under his guidance. The heavier labor fell to Mingle, leaving Sun Guixiang responsible for cooking, tidying the home, and assisting Mingle in preparing the steamed rice noodles. The most labor-intensive aspect of making these noodles involves steaming, which is not done in a traditional steamer, but in a large pot filled with water. Once the water boils, a metal disc is placed on the surface, and a ladle of batter is poured into the disc, spread evenly, and within a minute or two, a sheet is cooked. This process is repeated. Typically, two individuals collaborate on this task. One spreads the batter while the other separates the cooked noodles from the disc, thereby enhancing efficiency and saving time. The space was limited, and thus Sun Guixiang and Mingle could not avoid brushing against each other. The humidity filled the cramped, cool room, resembling a sauna, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Sun Guixiang was highly focused on her work, her gaze unwavering. While Mingle often stared at her in a daze, the moisture rendered her skin remarkably supple. Although Sun Guixiang was over 30 and had endured 2 years of toil that made her appear somewhat older, she had not yet entered old age, with her bodily functions still intact. With Mingle's assistance over the past 2 years, she seemed to exhibit signs of rejuvenation, growing younger as time passed. She was not unattractive. Aside from slightly high cheekbones and somewhat large ears, she had no glaring flaws. Her large eyes, particularly captivating when she concentrated on her tasks, occasionally blinked in a charming manner. One night, after their work was done, Sun Guixiang stood at the basin, washing her hands when Mingle unexpectedly embraced her from behind, startling her into a scream. Fortunately, the television in the main room was blaring, otherwise their family would have surely overheard. Sun Guixiang shook off Mingle and turned to him, her voice laced with anger. "Brother what are you doing?" Mingle appeared somewhat embarrassed and rubbed his hands together. "Sister, I like you. Let us marry." Sun Guixiang gazed at him in astonishment, taking a while to respond. "How can you say such things? I am your sister." She attempted to leave, but Mingle blocked her path. "That is just a title. You are not my biological sister," he insisted. "The old man considers me his son and you his daughter, all to avoid gossip. Once we marry, there will be no more rumors. I can be his son-in-law or his son, it matters not." "Enough. No way." Sun Guixiang resolutely rejected, trying to escape. But Mingle swiftly positioned himself at the doorway, his arms stretched across the frame. "Sister, all these years, I have lived a ghostly existence searching for Fong's mother. Only upon arriving at your home did I learn what true living is. I wish to become part of this family. I cherish every individual here. The old man is righteous and generous. Xiaoyu is warm-hearted and clever, and you, with your industriousness and kindness, are incredibly considerate. Those 2 sweet cakes you prepare for me every morning keep me sweet all day long. Sister, please agree. I need a woman, and you need a man. Xiaoxi needs a father, and Fong needs a mother." Seeing no escape, Sun Guixiang was compelled to address the issue. "Brother you've lived alone for so many years. I can understand a fleeting thought, but we are simply not meant to be. What is impossible about it? Hu Mingle responded with impatience. You are a widow, and I am a bachelor. We are well suited. I am several years older than you. Age is not an issue. On television, 80-year-old men marry 18-year-old girls. Our age difference is negligible. That is a man's prerogative. What difference does it make? It is permissible for an old bull to graze on tender grass. Why not allow a young calf to nibble on aged grass? Realizing he had misspoken, Hu Mingle quickly corrected himself. No. Sister, I was merely making a comparison. You are not old at all. I am the one who is old. Just look at my face. He leaned closer to Sun Guixiang, pointing at her skin. Remarking that it could sharpen a sickle, observing her wrinkles, he jested that they could crush a fly. His face indeed bore the marks of age. A result of years spent in the wilderness, battered by wind and sun, with coarse skin and a dark sheen, making his 36 years appear as if he were well over 40. Furthermore, women can be older than men. Did she not watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Xiao Longnu was several years older than Yang Guo, and she was even his aunt, while she was merely his sister of the same generation. Sun Guixiang chuckled at his banter but quickly stifled her laughter, asserting that The Legend of the Condor Heroes was merely a television drama, a fabrication by intellectuals. Then let us create our own tale and pretend to be cultured individuals, he continued. Brother Hu, please stop, Sun Guixiang replied sternly. Though I am indeed a widow, you are not a bachelor, you are a married man. Do not speak in such a manner again, or I shall become upset. With that, she pulled Hu Mingle away and exited the cool room. Upon returning to the main house, she noticed the door to the west room wide open. With several individuals engrossed in a television show, none paying her any mind. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her face flushed with color. Hu Mingle entered the room, and Sun Guixiang inquired, Brother Hu, do you carry a photo of your wife, Liang Lan, with you? Yes, why do you ask? Do you need it? He replied, not really. I've inquired in all the nearby villages, and no one has seen her. It would be better left at home. Carrying it around might ruin it. All right. Hu Mingle retrieved a photograph of his wife from his pocket and handed it to Sun Guixiang. She placed the picture in the frame on the wall. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu called from the west room. Mom, Uncle Hu, come watch television. Xiao Yuer and Hua Wuk are about to duel. Hu Mingle responded and returned to the west room. Sun Guixiang studied Liang Lan's photograph for a long while, exhaling deeply, thinking to herself that even if she were 20 years younger, she would still not match half of Liang Lan's beauty. Truly, a starving tiger does not discriminate in its hunger. She cast another glance towards the west room, silently pleading, Your wife is watching. Please, refrain from your antics. Instead of joining the others to watch television, she retreated to the east room, sat on the bed, and stared blankly, her face still burning, her heart racing. Feeling a mix of irritation and sorrow, Hu Mingle had described his years as a state of neither living nor dead. She too was in a similar plight. Since Zhao Dashuan's death, she had been single-handedly managing two households, embodying both man and woman, laborer and caretaker, while even the mules and horses enjoyed better lives, as they had someone to look after them. But what of her? With no one to tend to her when she suffered headaches or fevers. The burdens of her heart went unvoiced as she endured the long, solitary nights. She was a woman, yearning for what other women desired. She too wished for a life filled with vibrancy and color. Time stretched infinitely, long enough to feel endless, yet it was also fleeting, short enough that before one could grasp the essence of life, one had already aged. Despite her reluctance to admit it, despite her rejection of Hu Mingle's advances, she had indeed been moved. Chapter 76. The four-wheeled cart. Sun Guixiang had witnessed Hu Mingle's contributions to this household. Initially, she cared for his ailing daughter for monetary gain. Later, she took in the father and daughter to exploit him as a free laborer. It was a transaction from the very beginning. However, Hu Mingle never perceived it as such. He contributed far more than was expected of him, and he did so willingly. If he was not a fool, he had entirely embraced this household as his own. Human hearts possess an inherent tenderness, and naturally, Sun Guixiang could not remain indifferent. To some extent, Hu Mingle had become the benefactor of this family. Since his arrival, Sun Guixiang felt more like a woman. Thus, when Hu Mingle unexpectedly confessed his feelings, she was taken aback, yet felt no aversion. Outwardly, she displayed a hint of anger, but inwardly, she experienced a flicker of sweetness. For a middle-aged rural widow to be told she was liked by a younger man was undeniably exhilarating, especially since she found him endearing. The family weathered many storms, And while Sun Guixiang had previously borne the brunt, now it was Hu Mingle who supported them. If he were to withdraw, she could not foresee how much longer she could endure. The harsh soil of suffering does not allow love to blossom, yet she required a pillar of support. And Hu Mingle was undoubtedly the best option. Perhaps in this world, only this foolish man would accept the connection between their two families. Yet, that was merely her perspective. In reality, she could never accept Hu Mingle. She nervously touched her high cheekbones, recalling the deceased Zhao Dasan. And then the image of Liang Lan surfaced in her mind, a charming young woman who suddenly came to life, smiling at her with a mixture of provocation and disdain. A bucket of cold water was poured over her, cooling Sun Guixiang's flushed face and extinguishing the fire that had just ignited in her heart. Every day, Hu Mingle handed over the earnings from selling noodles to Sun Guixiang, who would then allocate his rightful share. He never took his portion, allowing her to manage it until the end of the year, when the total surprisingly exceeded 5,000. Hu Mingle could hardly believe it. How could there be so much? Surely, you must have made a mistake. Sun Guixiang replied, There's no mistake. Jin Hai calculated it. I took more, of course, which includes the costs. You should actually receive more since you primarily made and sold the noodles, but we agreed on a 50-50 split. I took advantage of this. Hu Mingle protested. But I still eat your food. Sun Guixiang dismissed him. That amounts to little and cannot be accounted for. Reluctantly, he accepted the money. However, within a few days, he had spent it all. First, he spent 800 yuan on a second-hand motorcycle, which he proudly rode back, claiming it would make selling noodles much easier. A journey of over 20 miles would be completed in the blink of an eye. Next, he spent over 1,000 yuan purchasing a brand new agricultural vehicle from the county's machinery company, which he drove back, asserting it would significantly ease his farming efforts. For farmers, such vehicles are of paramount importance, particularly during spring plowing, harrowing, and sowing, as they operate with an efficiency several times that of traditional draft animals. When plowing the fields, the mule and horse can only till one row at a time, swaying unsteadily and taking a considerable amount of time to reach the end of the field. In contrast, the Western wheel tractor, which can plow 2 rows in a matter of minutes, operates efficiently and deeply. The seeding process is even more pronounced. The mule-drawn seeder plants 2 rows at a time, while the tractor seeder can cover 8 rows simultaneously, allowing it to sow dozens of acres in a single day. During the autumn harvest, transporting crops from the fields to the granary or home is a task where the Western wheel tractor far surpasses the mule cart. If equipped with a threshing machine, the operation would be entirely mechanized. Sun Guixiang felt a pang of guilt and offered Hu Mingle some money, but he replied, This is for my own purchase. I will be taking it away when the time comes, so what money would you give? Sun Guixiang countered, But the land being cultivated is mine. Hu Mingle chuckled innocently, Yet I will be the one driving it. Can you drive? As the new year approached, Zhao Xiaoyu's interest shifted once again, from artillery to television, and now to the Western wheel tractor. He persistently begged Hu Mingle to teach him how to operate it. Hu Mingle, pleased to oblige, vigorously cranked the handle, and the tractor sputtered to life, releasing a plume of black smoke that mingled with the festive air of the new year. With Hu Mingle at the wheel and Zhao Xiaoyu perched upon the mudguard above the rear wheel, the tractor roared forth, trailing dust along the bumpy dirt road. The vast, open expanse of the winter fields was perfect for practicing driving, so Hu Mingle steered the tractor to the field. He began by instructing Zhao Xiaoyu on basic maneuvers, moving forward, reversing, and turning, before advancing to gear shifting. He even planted some sunflower stalks in the field to enhance Zhao Xiaoyu's skills. Though Zhao Xiaoyu struggled with certain aspects of learning, he quickly mastered the operation of the tractor, although turning the steering wheel proved quite strenuous, leaving him flushed and breathless. As spring plowing commenced, upon returning home from school, Zhao Xiaoyu would rush to the fields the moment he spotted the tractor absent from the yard. He would seize the steering wheel from Hu Mingle, demanding to learn how to plow and till, and he soon became adept at these tasks. Zhao Tianyao, standing at the edge of the field, couldn't help but muse. This lad is destined for farming. Wheat cultivation is notably simple. With a seeder, one can effortlessly sow the seeds, unlike other crops that require meticulous planting of each seed. Fertilization is equally straightforward, as one can casually scatter chemical fertilizer without the need for precise placement. Unlike other crops that demand careful application at the roots, there is no need for thinning or pinching. Weeding is also uncomplicated. One can simply spray herbicide, while other crops necessitate laborious hoeing. with the risk of damaging seedlings if one gets too close. After a day of hoeing, hands can be sorely bruised by resilient grasses, sometimes even cut and stained green, with the colors stubbornly persisting for days. The sole drawback of wheat cultivation is the harvesting, which occurs during the hottest time of the year, making it quite a trial for workers. There is a saying in the countryside, women dread the confinement period, men fear the wheat harvest, reflecting the collective disdain for this laborious task. However, it is only a few days of hardship, and in comparison, wheat farming remains far less labor-intensive than cultivating other crops. However, the yield of wheat from the fields was meager, and it fetched a poor price in the market. Consequently, most families focused on cultivating economic crops such as sunflowers, corn, and melons, ensuring they grew just enough wheat to sustain themselves and meet their tax obligations. The Sun family, engaged in the production of a local dish known as nyangpi, required a substantial amount of flour, leading them to dedicate nearly all their land to wheat cultivation. While they enjoyed a relatively leisurely lifestyle, thoughts of the arduous harvest season weighed heavily upon them. As summer arrived, Huangshui invested over 1,000 yuan in a harvesting machine, affixing it to the front of his cart. The machine, connected by a belt to the cart's wheel, operated like a push mower, allowing the cart to glide smoothly as the wheat fell effortlessly to the side. This innovation spared the family from the toil of manual harvesting. Nonetheless, Huangshui primarily devoted his time to selling nyangpi. With the aid of a motorcycle, he was able to complete his sales early each day. Regrettably, their capacity was limited to producing 80 bowls of nyangpi daily. Otherwise, they could have sold even more. Chapter 77. Teacher Zhao. The Zhao family, also known as the Sun family, not only amassed wealth but also elevated their standard of living and production capabilities. The children were clad in finer garments and frequently indulged in various delectable snacks. Even during the lean summer months, they occasionally splurged on a leg of lamb. The enticing aroma wafting down the street, tantalizing the noses of their neighbors. This sparked envy among the villagers, who questioned how this family managed to prosper so significantly. Wasn't Sun Guixiang supposed to be financially struggling? How could they continue to thrive? They attributed this newfound fortune to Huangshui, but found it perplexing how the once destitute peddler had transformed into a person of considerable means. What had he truly accomplished? Was it merely selling a few bowls of nyangpi? The farmers could never fathom the world of commerce. Even if Huangshui had genuinely earned money, they regarded it as an improper path. Farming, with its sprawling fields of crops, was the true vocation, incomparable to a mere handful of bowls of nyangpi. In the autumn of 1993, Jinhai achieved remarkable academic success, advancing to junior high school. Due to his stellar performance, he was assigned to County No. 2 Middle School, located in Mu Lake Town, which housed both junior and senior high divisions. Interestingly, the junior high was renowned throughout the county for its excellence, serving as a stepping stone to prestigious high schools and, eventually, universities. Conversely, the senior high division had garnered a notorious reputation, notorious as a gathering place for underperforming students, where aspirations of university admission seemed futile. Huangshui rode his motorcycle to deliver Jinhai to County No. 2 Middle School, where Jinhai would reside, returning home every week or two. Transitioning to junior high brought significant changes in Jinhai. He appeared more mature and somewhat aloof, as if his exceptional academic achievements imbued him with a unique sense of honor. The lifestyle of the town bestowed upon him a feeling of superiority, and his demeanor began to reflect that of a city dweller. Zhao Xiaoyu often teased him, saying, "No wonder you return from a big place. You are indeed different." Zhao Xiaoyu had progressed to the 6th grade, maintaining a mediocre academic performance while continuing to assist Huangshui in attracting customers. Additionally, he took on the responsibility of tutoring Hu Fangfang in her studies. In the 2nd grade, Hu Fangfang gradually acclimated to her status as a student and finally comprehended that the red chair symbolized shame rather than glory. Through considerable effort, she managed to shed the stigma of the red chair, yet her progress was merely from 100 steps to 50, from the soles of shoes to insoles, still relegating her to the ranks of the underachievers. One day after school, Zhao Xiaoyu assisted Huangshui, who had hurried over from another location, in selling the rice noodles. When Hu Fangfang had yet to appear, he ventured into the 2nd grade classroom, only to find her alone, engrossed in writing at her desk while the teacher, Ms. Li, sat at the podium grading assignments. It turned out that Hu Fangfang had failed to complete her homework the previous day, resulting in the teacher punishing her with the task of copying 10 characters. Zhao Xiaoyu could only wait by the wall outside. Ms. Li, a woman in her 30s, seemed to be in a foul mood that day, perhaps due to personal troubles or the trials of menopause, and had intentionally kept Hu Fangfang behind to pass the time. After Hu Fangfang painstakingly finished her characters and presented them to Ms. Li, the teacher found fault with every aspect. The handwriting was messy, there were numerous typos, and thus she punished Hu Fangfang to copy them another 10 times. As the sun began to set, Hu Fangfang continued her writing, visibly exhausted. She would shake her arms after a few strokes, her expression bordering on tears. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling increasingly famished, could no longer contain himself and entered the classroom to plead with Ms. Li. At 13, he was no longer the impolite child he once was. He greeted the teacher warmly and, with a smile, suggested that Hu Fangfang be allowed to complete her copying at home. Ms. Li, however, coldly retorted, "No. She cannot go home until her work is finished." Zhao Xiaoyu approached Hu Fangfang, noticing her slow and laborious writing. She seemed intent on perfecting each character. But her weary arms betrayed her, and her writing became even more illegible, the strokes tangled and indistinguishable. According to Ms. Li's standards, it was clear that she would not be satisfied with this version either. Zhao Xiaoyu again implored Ms. Li, but she remained unyielding, speaking in a condescending tone. His temper flared, and he reverted to his former impolite demeanor, leading to a heated exchange between them. Ms. Li exclaimed, "We are from the same household. Yet Jin Hai is a model student. If you are capable, show me you can achieve the top score as well. Why such arrogance?" Zhao Xiaoyu retorted defiantly, "What is so special about being first? I'll ensure Hu Fangfang achieves the top score too. Don't underestimate her." Ms. Li scoffed. "Don't even mention the top score. If she can pass, I'll walk on my head for 3 years. Ms. Li, you said it. So don't back out later." He shot back, "Yes, I said it. Who am I afraid of?" With that, Ms. Li angrily left the classroom. On their way home, Hu Fangfang, lacking confidence, murmured, "Brother Xiaoyu, I don't think I can pass." Zhao Xiaoyu, resolute, replied, "You will definitely pass. I'll teach you." Once home, he procured a piece of plywood, painted it black with ink, and hung it on the wall of the west room to serve as a blackboard. He fashioned a willow branch into a makeshift pointer and pretended to be the teacher. He insisted that Hu Fangfang address him as Teacher Zhao. When she asked, "Aren't I to call you brother anymore?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully, "When I tutor you, call me teacher. Otherwise, you may still call me brother." Whenever Hu Fangfang misbehaved, Zhao Xiaoyu would strike the blackboard sharply with his pointer. Upon witnessing the fear manifesting on Hu Fangfang's face, he would gently pat her little head, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid, dear sister. I am merely teasing you. I shall not harm you." Hu Fangfang inquired, "Are you not Teacher Zhao?" To which Zhao Xiaoyu replied, "The one scolding you is Teacher Zhao. The one comforting you is your brother." Zhao Xiaoyu took great pleasure in tutoring his younger sister. And although his own academic performance was lackluster, assisting with second-grade lessons proved to be well within his capabilities. However, his fervor for teaching often caused him to neglect his own studies, leading to half-heartedly completed homework and frequent reprimands from his actual teachers. Each time Hu Fangfang referred to him as Teacher Zhao, he would recall his former instructor, Teacher Su, at which point he would adopt a tone reminiscent of a proper educator, striving to appear more authoritative. At the end of the term, Hu Fangfang made significant strides, passing both subjects, albeit just barely. Zhao Xiaoyu asked, "Did Teacher Li walk away in a huff?" Hu Fangfang responded, "She praised me." Chapter 78. An unexpected discovery on a winter morning during the holiday. Zhao Xiaoyu stood before the wash basin in the outer room, washing his face. As he wiped his visage, his gaze fell upon a framed photograph on the wall. A 2-inch black and white photo, nestled beside the frame, caught his attention. Although this photograph had been there for quite some time, Zhao Xiaoyu had never scrutinized it closely, assuming it depicted a relative of Sun Guixiang's family. However, today, the image sent a shiver down his spine, as a face that was not entirely unfamiliar, yet deeply etched in his memory, emerged before him. At the age of 8, when his father forbade him from attending school, he would sneak away daily, and one day, a young woman clutching a child stopped him, asking him to mail a letter for her. That autumn, the woman was found hanged from a large willow tree at her home's entrance. "Mother!" Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed in terror, rushing to Sun Guixiang, who was cooking. "Why have you placed Wang Cuiping's photograph in the frame?" Sun Guixiang, perplexed, replied, "What nonsense is this child speaking so early in the morning? There is no photograph of Wang Cuiping." Zhao Xiaoyu pulled Sun Guixiang to the frame, pointing at the photograph. Is this not it? Nonsense. That is Fangfang's mother's photograph, Sun Guixiang asserted. But the resemblance is uncanny. They are practically the same person, Zhao Xiaoyu murmured. At this moment, Hu Mingle emerged from the west room, pointing at the photograph and asking, Xiaoyu, who do you think she resembles? Wang Cuiping, the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family. The one who hanged herself. Sun Guixiang leaned closer, scrutinizing the photograph for a moment before exclaiming, Grandfather, come quickly. Zhao Tianyao approached, squinting to discern the image, remarking, she does bear a striking resemblance to the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Jin Hai, who had returned from the boarding school in Huangshui Town, also took a look and concurred, there is indeed a likeness. The group stood in stunned silence. Since Wang Cuiping had been brought to the Wu family, she was initially confined to a small dark room. Although she was released after giving birth, her rare appearances in public rendered her presence almost negligible, leaving a faint impression on the memories of those around her. When Hu Mingle first presented the photograph, both Sun Guixiang and Zhao Tianyao felt an uncanny familiarity, yet they could not precisely identify who it resembled. Eventually, they dismissed the matter from their minds. However, upon Zhao Xiaoyu's suggestion, they indeed found a striking resemblance to Wang Cuiping. Sun Guixiang, observing Hu Mingle's distracted demeanor, remarked, but her name is Wang Cuiping, not Liang Lan. It might merely be a coincidence in appearance. Zhao Tianyao concurred. Indeed, let us not overthink it. There are countless individuals who bear similar looks. Yet, despite the reassurances, the similarities between Wang Cuiping and Liang Lan were too profound to overlook. Identical age, parallel life experiences, and now, in addition, a strikingly similar appearance. How could one dismiss such serendipitous coincidences? Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu remarked, have you noticed that uncle whose accent is the same as Wang Cuiping's? Hu Mingle's complexion turned pale. Zhao Tianyao shook his head. I hadn't noticed. I've never conversed with Wang Cuiping. It seemed Hu Mingle suddenly recalled something. Is there still someone in the team named Fangfang? Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang exchanged glances, and Sun Guixiang replied, it seems there isn't anymore. Hu Mingle reminded them. She was a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old. Sun Guixiang suddenly recalled. Wang Cuiping's daughter is named Wu Huifang. Her nickname is Fangfang. She should be 5 years old this year. I've heard from Wu Yufeng that her niece shares the same name as Lu Huifang from Desire. Hu Mingle gasped and staggered back 2 steps. Zhao Tianyao reassured him. Don't think too much. Wang Cuiping's daughter was born here, and her name was given by the Wu family, unrelated to our Fangfang. Hu Mingle remembered that on the second day after arriving at the new team, he had left the ailing Hu Fangfang under Sun Guixiang's care while he went out to sell goods. During that time, he encountered 2 girls, one aged 15 and the other 3. The younger girl, who was nicknamed Fangfang, struck him as particularly endearing, evoking a sense of familiarity, though he had never seen her again. Although he had resided in the new team for over a year, he spent most of his time outside and never lingered in the team, hardly recognizing anyone by name. Because Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang had mentioned that there was no one named Liang Lan in the team, he never inquired further. He also recalled the day he first met Zhao Xiaoyu. As Zhao Xiaoyu led him past Shishawa, he noticed a grave that inexplicably stirred a profound feeling within him, compelling him to pause and observe for an extended period. At that time, Zhao Xiaoyu had mentioned, that is Wang Cuiping's grave. Wu Huifang's name might not have been bestowed by the Wu family. Perhaps it was Wang Cuiping who chose it, possibly imbued with some special significance. It was conceivable that Wang Cuiping was not actually named Wang Cuiping at all, but rather had her name changed by the Wu family. Could it be? He dared not pursue the thought any further. Xiaoyu, Hu Mingle said, attempting to steady himself. Do you recall the address on the envelope when you sent a letter on behalf of Wang Cuiping? Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head. At that time, I could not read. Was that letter given to Qin Fuzhong? Hu Mingle inquired. Yes, but he certainly did not hand it to the postman. He probably gave it to the Wu family. Hu Mingle then turned to Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang, asking, did you ever mention my wife's name to anyone in the team? The two shook their heads. Sun Guixiang remarked, over the years, we Haven Tea had much interaction with the people in the team. We hardly speak unless necessary. And they probably don't even know you're here looking for a wife. All right, let us not discuss it for now, Hu Mingle replied, turning to exit. Sun Guixiang hurried after him, but he had already stepped outside the courtyard, striding purposefully into the distance. Sun Guixiang returned, gazing at Zhao Tianyao with concern. Do you think Wang Cuiping could possibly be whose wife? Who knows? Wang Zuiping has been gone for 3 years. Her remains have long since decayed. Who would we even ask? What if who causes trouble with the Wu family? We must avoid any disturbances. Zhao Tianyao sighed. What is meant to be will be. If it is a misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Hu Fangfang, bewildered, glanced around at everyone and inquired, "Have you found my mother?" No one responded. The Wu family never separates. Apart from the daughters who marry out, everyone resides in a single courtyard. Thus, the Wu family courtyard is quite spacious, adorned with 6 or 7 main houses, a magnificent sight that might lead an uninformed observer to believe it is an institution of some sort. Hu Mingle lingered outside the Wu family's courtyard. When Wu Shulin spotted him, he asked, "Aren't you old Zhao's godson? What brings you here?" "Nothing in particular, just wandering about." Hu Mingle replied casually before moving away. Once Wu Shulin returned inside, he strolled back. Suddenly, an object flew over the courtyard wall and landed at Hu Mingle's feet. He picked it up and discovered it was a shuttlecock adorned with red feathers. Just as he was pondering this, a little girl of about 5 or 6 dashed out from the courtyard entrance, glancing around before spotting the shuttlecock in Hu Mingle's hand. She hurried over and exclaimed, "That's my shuttlecock, give it back." Chapter 79. Investigation. For a moment, Hu Mingle was lost in thought, as he distinctly perceived the likeness of another person in the little girl's features, dressed in a red cotton coat speckled with white flowers. Her round face framed by 2 small braids, she reminded him of Fong Fong in her childhood. "Quickly, give it to me," the girl insisted impolitely. Hu Mingle snapped back to reality, handing her the shuttlecock and asking, "What is your name?" "Wu Huifeng." Indeed, it was her. Hu Mingle felt a surge of excitement. He recalled that the last time he had asked her name, she had merely stated it was Fong Fong, without mentioning her surname. Wu Huifeng proudly added, "I share the same name as Lu Huifeng from Desire." "That's lovely." Hu Mingle smiled, nodding and gently ruffling Wu Huifeng's hair. "Who gave you that name?" Wu Huifeng tilted her head in contemplation before replying, "I don't know." "Was it not your mother?" "My mother passed away long ago." She pointed towards a large willow tree not far off. "Yes, hanging over there." The tree was quite ancient, evidently neglected during its formative years, with branches twisting and turning in every direction, resembling a gnarled mass. In winter, stripped of leaves, the branches bore remnants of old plastic film, stark white against the dark bark, evoking an ominous feeling. Hu Mingle experienced a hallucination, as if he could see a woman hanging from one of the thick branches, her body elongated, with one leg longer than the other. He instinctively shook his head, and the hallucination vanished, replaced by the blood-red glow of the rising sun. Zhao Xiaoyu had once recounted to him the tragic fate of Wang Zuiping. She had been brutally punished by the Wu family for secretly sending letters through Zhao Xiaoyu, resulting in a broken leg that dragged behind her as she walked, one leg long and the other short, even when hanging from a tree. "Fangfang, what are you doing?" A girl of 18 or 19 called from the courtyard gate. Wu Huifeng dashed back into the yard. The girl, brimming with hostility, glanced at Hu Mingle for a moment before retreating. Laughter echoed from the courtyard as 2 girls played, the red shuttlecock rising and falling over the courtyard wall. Wu Huifeng's voice ringing out, "Fifth aunt, your kicks are so high." Hu Mingle watched for a while, and only when the shuttlecock ceased to fly did he take his leave. As he walked, a 125 motorcycle approached head-on, and Hu Mingle recognized the rider as Qin Fuzhong. Instinctively, he called out, "Dr. Qin." Qin Fuzhong released the throttle, applying the brakes and balancing on one leg. In the newly established team, there were few people whom Mingle could name, but he was somewhat familiar with Qin Fuzhong, as they often crossed paths when he sold liangpi at school. Upon seeing Qin Fuzhong, Hu Mingle immediately recalled the letter, but when he called out to him, he found himself at a loss for words and instead made small talk. "Aren't classes over? Why are you still at work? The students may be on break. But who gives me a holiday?" Qin Fuzhong replied. After a few casual exchanges, Qin Fuzhong mounted his motorcycle and rode away. Hu Mingle pondered that Qin Fuzhong must have seen that letter. Otherwise, how would he know it was written by Wang Zuiping? If Wang Zuiping was indeed Liang Lan, she must have mentioned her true name in the letter, which would mean Qin Fuzhong was aware that Wang Zuiping was Liang Lan. Yet, how could he elicit the contents of that letter from Qin Fuzhong? Suddenly, Hu Mingle recalled the grave in the Shishawa. In winter, Shishawa appeared desolate, as if cut off from the world. The rolling sand dunes and the locust trees obscured the outside, while the fields among the dunes were blanketed with sand, revealing faint traces of plowed furrows. Hu Mingle quickly found the grave, also covered in sand, with 2 broken bricks marking the burial site. Though he still had not ascertained whether Wang Ziping was Liang Lan, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and he sank to his knees before the grave. Wang Ziping. Sister Ziping, I do not know if you are Liang Lan. If you are, please send me a dream and reveal who is responsible for your death. I shall avenge you. If not, then please keep an eye out from below and see if Liang Lan has arrived there. Upon returning home, his family was worried about him. Sun Guixiang said, "Don't sell Liangpi today. Taking a day off won't hurt." He merely uttered a word about selling and then became flustered again. This matter was indeed difficult to investigate. Wang Ziping was dead. Qin Fuzhong would not admit to having withheld Wang Ziping's letter. The Wu family would never acknowledge that Wang Ziping was Liang Lan. Hu Mingle had taken the time to inquire at the police station in Huangshui Town, but they were powerless. Wang Ziping's death was ruled a suicide, not a criminal case. And given the years that had passed, there was no way to pursue it further. Yet, Hu Mingle increasingly perceived Wang Ziping as Liang Lan. He had taken the opportunity to meet Wu Huifang several times during his walks, and the more he observed her, the more she resembled Hu Fangfang, who bore a striking likeness to her mother. Hu Mingle's only hope now was that Wang Ziping would visit him in a dream to reveal the truth. To this end, he had even burned incense, offered paper money, and bowed at Wang Ziping's grave. However, the dream was long in coming. Consequently, Hu Mingle became despondent, visibly aging at an alarming rate. Sun Guixiang and Zhao Tianyao had advised him on several occasions to adopt a more positive outlook, to which he would verbally acquiesce. Yet he remained unable to find joy. Hu Mingle lost his vitality, and the entire household felt like a lifeless automobile without an engine. Nonetheless, he did not cease working. On the contrary, he kept himself incessantly occupied, seeking out tasks, perhaps hoping to mitigate his inner anguish through physical exertion. After the new year, with the ground still not fully thawed, Hu Mingle drove a Westwell tractor, dragging a double-blade plow, and began tilling a vacant plot. The frozen earth roared beneath the tractor's relentless advance, belching black smoke. Zhao Tianyao, witnessing this, rushed over to stop him. "Are you planning to cultivate this land? It's unsuitable. It's a saline alkali flat where even grass won't grow. Besides, we can't even manage the fields we have at home. Don't tire yourself out so much." Hu Mingle replied, "I'm not cultivating. I'm planning to build a house. I'm plowing a trench to lay the foundation. This way, the walls will be less likely to collapse." Zhao Tianyao was taken aback. "Are you planning to move out with Fangfang?" "No." Hu Mingle shook his head. To facilitate conversation, he turned off the tractor and, after a prolonged silence, said, "Father, if I discover that Wang Ziping is Fangfang's mother, I will avenge her by killing the Wu family. I may have to sacrifice my life for this, and at that point, I'll leave Fangfang in your care. I will build you a red brick house as a token of gratitude." Tears shimmered in his eyes. "Stop this foolishness." Zhao Tianyao, aged and frail, in a fit of anger, yanked the vigorous Hu Mingle down from the tractor. "I warn you, abandon this notion at once. Even if Wang Ziping were your wife, you cannot act upon such thoughts. Do you think you can eliminate the entire Wu family in one go? If even 1 or 2 survive, will they spare Fangfang? You're becoming more foolish with age." "Don't call me father," Zhao Tianyao shouted. "I have no son like you. Hurry and take your daughter back to the south." Chapter 80. Building a new house. Hu Mingle squatted on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Tianyao's heart softened, and with his hand, which resembled the bark of a withered tree, he gently patted Hu Mingle's head, softly reassuring him. "Mingle, we must think positively. If we keep our thoughts on the good, good things will come. Dwelling on the bad only brings misfortune. It's not that I want to think negatively. The situation is simply worsening." Hu Mingle lamented through his tears. Zhao Tianyao filled his pipe with tobacco, lit it, and took a couple of puffs before slowly saying, "In my lifetime, I have never known worry. Even during times when I had my next meal uncertain, I remained cheerful. Every bit of money I had was spent on drinking and gambling. I think to myself, I have fought in wars, achieved merits, defended my home and country. I bear countless scars, having lost everything on the battlefield, even my manhood. If I do not enjoy life now, what is the point of living? If I were truly to perish from hunger, would there be any sense of justice left in the world? Yet, look at how fortune smiled upon us later. Guixiang took in both my grandson and me. Dashuan departed. And Guixiang faced hardship, a woman single-handedly providing for an entire family. Yet good fortune eventually found her, did it not? You entered this household, bearing the weight of its existence, transforming a destitute home into one of prosperity. This is a blessing in itself. Mingle, you are a good child. Although I have yet to meet your wife, I trust she must be a remarkable woman. How could she have passed away without reason? I believe she has been taken to a good family, enjoying a life of comfort. While you sit here lamenting, is that not a source of sadness? You are not cursing her fate? One is Wang Xueping, the other Liang Lan. They are two distinct individuals, unrelated in any significant way. Why must you conflate them into one? Very well, let us return home and live joyfully. Perhaps one day Liang Lan will seek you out. I, too, wish to meet this daughter-in-law of mine. He pointed to the sun. Look, that is the eye of heaven. As long as the sun rises regularly, the heavens remain watchful, and there is still justice on earth. Ultimately, the virtuous will receive their due rewards, while the wicked shall face divine retribution. Humingle ceased his weeping, stood up, and said, Father, I understand now. Thank you. Thank you for what? Zhao Tianyao chided. I detest such insincere pleasantries. If you wish to express gratitude, do so with actions. Live well. By the way, do you write home often while you are away? Perhaps your wife has already returned. Humingle shook his head despondently. In these years, I have not had a fixed residence to write from. Even if I did, they would have no means to respond. However, I have returned home twice, and she did not come back. Zhao Tianyao replied. Xiaoyu will start school at the commune in the autumn. You can write home regularly. Just leave the address at Xiaoyu's school to avoid interception. That scoundrel Qin Fuzhou, Humingle exclaimed in anger. Father, we should indeed build our new home. You mentioned living well, so let us ensure we do just that. A well-lived life will deter others from bullying us. Zhao Tianyao recognized that Humingle was acting out of frustration. Initially inclined to oppose him, he refrained from doing so upon seeing his son's newfound determination, saying, Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Humingle gestured towards the land, enthusiasm radiating from him. I envision a grand courtyard for our family of 7. We shall construct 7 main rooms. The house need not be large. Simple partition walls will suffice, requiring little brick. To the south, there shall be a cool room. To the east, a granary, and to the west, a kitchen and dining area. In due time, our family shall become one of prominence. Zhao Tianyao agreed. Excellent, excellent. Our family, with its surname, is indeed of noble standing. Is it not sung that the 56 ethnic groups are one family? I shall first dig the foundation and then procure the bricks. I will build as time allows. There is no rush. Even if I lay but a single brick each day, over time, it shall be constructed. Excellent, excellent. Let us build together. Shall we set our plans into motion? Indeed. Humingle grasped the handle of the wheelbarrow, swung his arms, and continued plowing the ditch. Zhao Tianyao took up a shovel, clearing the loose soil aside. Once the trench was dug, Humingle drove the wheelbarrow to the nearby brick kiln, purchasing a load of red bricks, stacking them in place. He remarked that bricks should be purchased by the truckload. Once one truck was used up, another should be bought. This approach not only alleviated fatigue, but also eased financial strain. There was no rush. The house would be built when the time was right. Subsequently, he brought in cement and sand, and whenever he had the opportunity, he would engage in wall construction. For someone from the countryside, building walls was a straightforward task. They could construct neat houses from irregularly shaped mud bricks, so using uniform, well-formed bricks was hardly a challenge. After several layers were completed, the outline of the house began to take shape. At this point, Zhao Tianyao no longer perceived Humingle as acting out of spite. He too admired the house, envisioning the day of its completion, when countless people would be envious. Although the house was far from finished, it grew taller each day, inching closer to hope, much like the crops in the fields. Those who have witnessed the growth of crops know that, within a few months, seeds can flourish into verdant fields, nurturing generations. Humingle's perspective differed significantly from that of the locals. For them, building a house was a major undertaking. They meticulously prepared funds, materials, manpower, and scheduled time, only commencing once every detail was in place. In contrast, Humingle was indifferent to such conventions. If he had the money, he would buy materials. If not, he would refrain. He would build when he had the time and halt when he didn't, confident that a taller house would not diminish on its own. And he experienced no strain, proceeding with ease. Humingle continued to sell noodle skins and tended to his farming duties, viewing house construction merely as a side endeavor that did not burden him or his family. Initially, Sun Guixiang thought Humingle was acting out of stubbornness when he announced his plans to build a house. However, after visiting the site a few times, Her perspective shifted entirely. She realized Hu Mingle was not indulging in fanciful dreams. What she saw was not just the silhouette of a house, but the embodiment of a beautiful life. She did not visit the site daily, but rather every few days, which made the changes all the more pronounced. Even the addition of a single layer of bricks seemed to elevate the structure significantly, surpassing her knees from her ankles. Each visit to the new house, as she counted the layers of bricks, would cause her face to flush with warmth. On her way back, her steps felt light, as though she had to exert considerable effort to keep them grounded. After selling the noodle skins, Hu Mingle would return to continue his work, but eventually, Sun Guixiang insisted he focus on building the house, saying, "You're needed here, go build your house." As she spoke, her face flushed once more. Zhao Xiaoyu, being energetic, would rush over to help instead of doing his homework, initially assisting by handing bricks and shoveling mud, but eventually, he climbed onto the wall and began laying bricks, surprisingly crafting them quite skillfully. Zhao Tianyao remarked, "This kid is a natural-born mason." Chapter 81. Not admitted. After harvesting the wheat, the season had passed into autumn. Yet summer stubbornly refused to yield, and the heat lingered. Hu Mingle's house had reached its peak, crowned with earthy yellow tiles. The house emerged as a singular entity, comprising the main building, auxiliary rooms, a cooling room, a granary, a charcoal room, a restroom, and encircled by a courtyard wall, which was rather minimal. The west was entirely occupied by structures, resembling a traditional courtyard house, albeit with the main building being slightly taller. Initially, Zhao Tianyao expressed skepticism regarding Hu Mingle's ability to construct the house solely on his own. In response, Hu Mingle calculated the requirements. With the house standing 3 meters tall, approximately 50 layers of red bricks would be needed. Even if one layer could be laid every 10 days, it would only take 500 days, seemingly a long duration. Yet merely a little over a year. However, postponing construction until conditions were entirely favorable could extend the wait to a decade. Zhao Tianyao pondered whether such calculations were indeed valid. Yet, Hu Mingle substantiated his figures by completing the task in just 6 months. Of course, Zhao Tianyao and Zhao Xiaoyu played indispensable roles in this achievement. Particularly after summer vacation commenced, Zhao Xiaoyu, having advanced to junior high and exempt from homework, spent his days scaling the walls. When it came time to install the roof, they enlisted the help of team members, rewarding them with the sacrifice of a sheep. The finer tasks, such as grouting, interior plastering, and decoration, which Hu Mingle could not manage, necessitated hiring a renovation crew. Upon hearing that the admissions list for Hapu Middle School had been posted, Sun Guixiang dispatched Zhao Xiaoyu to check it out. At that moment, the renovation team had just arrived, and Zhao Xiaoyu felt a pang of reluctance, eager to assist them. He even declared to Sun Guixiang, "Mother, I will not attend school. I shall learn to renovate houses." Sun Guixiang scolded him soundly. Resigned, Zhao Xiaoyu rode his bicycle to the commune. The campus was deserted before the school year commenced, with a group of students gathered under a wall, gazing at something affixed to it. As Zhao Xiaoyu approached, he noticed 3 sheets of red paper displaying the names of students from 3 classes, each inscribed with the name of the homeroom teacher in bold black ink. His eyes immediately landed on the name Gao Mei, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He hastily secured his bicycle and began searching through the list beneath Gao Mei's name, yet after several attempts, he could not find his own. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Stop searching aimlessly. You're in class 56, that is class 58. Turning around, Zhao Xiaoyu saw his former classmate He Ruiping and Song Yuzhu. He Ruiping, the notorious bully of Jianjia Primary School, had once been a subordinate to previous bullies. And by the time they reached the 6th grade, he had ascended to the role of the undisputed leader, ruling the campus with an iron fist, feared by all. However, he maintained a good relationship with Zhao Xiaoyu, who was unafraid of him. In a sense, Zhao Xiaoyu could also be considered a bully, having participated in some acts of intimidation alongside He Ruiping's cohort. At that time, He Ruiping already had several underlings, with Song Yuzhu being one of them, all addressing He Ruiping as Big Brother. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, never called him that. He merely found himself entangled with their misdeeds, preferring to take on the role of an older brother. Disheartened, Zhao Xiaoyu moved past the list for class 58 and skipped the one for class 57, finally arriving at the list for class 56. The homeroom teacher was Wu Yuwei, yet still, his name was absent. "Am I blind?" He Ruiping queried, pointing at the 3 characters on the red paper. "Is this a joke?" Upon glancing at the name, Zhao Xiaoyu scoffed, noting the three characters read Zhao Xiaoyu, and remarked, "This is clearly a woman." After 6 years of elementary education, Zhao Xiaoyu had become more refined in his speech and manners. However, when conversing with Heroism and others, he still peppered his dialogue with coarse language. "That's you," Heroism exclaimed, suggesting that it might simply be a clerical error by the teacher. Zhao Xiaoyu continued to search through the list and found the names of Heroism and Sun Guixiang, along with several classmates from primary school. Yet the name Zhao Xiaoyu was conspicuously absent. "Could it be that I didn't pass?" he mused, scratching his head in dismay. "Hu Qiu and I both passed." "How could you not?" Heroism replied. He and Sun Guixiang had consistently ranked at the bottom of their class, while Zhao Xiaoyu was likely to be among the bottom 10. However, the entrance examination for junior high was a collective test administered by several elementary schools, with the grading process randomized. By the time the results were posted on the school blackboard during summer vacation, Zhao Xiaoyu was preoccupied with building his house, leaving him no time to check. An unfamiliar girl interjected, "It's compulsory education. There's no such thing as failing to be admitted. You should ask the teacher." "Yes, go ask." Heroism pointed towards a row of red brick houses to the north. "That's the teacher's office. It seems there are a couple of teachers there." Others echoed, "You should inquire. It must be a mistake on the teacher's part." After feeling dejected for a moment, Zhao Xiaoyu's gloom dissipated, not because he suspected a mistake had been made, but because he suddenly entertained the notion of dropping out. What was the point of attending school? Building houses was far more enjoyable. Moreover, upon realizing his homeroom teacher was not Gao Mei, he felt utterly devoid of motivation to continue his studies. Given his current academic performance, he thought it best not to face teacher Gao. "If this place does not welcome me, another will," he resolved. Once he returned to school, "I'll go home and farm." With that declaration, he mounted his bicycle and, bidding a hasty farewell, rode off with fervor. A group stood there, taken aback. Heroism admired, "To just decide not to go is bold. I won't go either." Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoyu feigned deep sorrow as he told Sun Guixiang, "Mom, I didn't pass." Chapter 82. Dropping out. Sun Guixiang was incredulous. "Is your academic performance truly that poor?" Being somewhat illiterate herself, she was not well acquainted with Zhao Xiaoyu's educational standing. Previously, a female teacher had praised him during a home visit, leading her to believe he was a good student. In her definition, a good student would certainly perform well academically. "Well, it's not that great," Zhao Xiaoyu pouted. "Mainly because I didn't perform well on this exam. I made mistakes on several major math problems, and my essay strayed far off topic." However, Hu Fangfang danced around him gleefully, clapping her hands. "Oh, brother won't have to board anymore. You can help me with my homework." Still skeptical, Sun Guixiang decided to visit the school herself. Indeed, she found Zhao Xiaoyu's name absent from the admission list and sought out a teacher. At that time, the school was on break, leaving only one supervising teacher present. The teacher, being new and unfamiliar with the specific circumstances, informed Sun Guixiang that Zhao Xiaoyu's name was absent from the admission list, which definitively indicated that he had not been accepted. As for the reasons behind this, they were varied and numerous. He further suggested to Sun Guixiang that she might want to visit Huangshui Town, where the counties know. Middle school occasionally admits exceptionally talented students from rural areas. Sun Guixiang sighed in relief, realizing that it was merely a false alarm. The boy had not only performed well, but had also successfully gained admission to the county's number 2 middle school. She was well acquainted with this institution, as Jinhai was the sole student from the primary school last year to be accepted, which had filled her with pride for quite some time, making her feel quite esteemed among her peers. Now, the two children would be together again, likely inciting a wave of envy among the others in the group. Initially, Sun Guixiang intended to return home and ask Hu Mingle to ride the motorcycle to Huangshui Town, but her impatience got the better of her. Noticing that there was still ample daylight, she decided to ride her bicycle there herself. Upon arriving, she found that the county's No. 2 middle school had only one duty teacher present, who was well versed in the school's admission policies. He informed Sun Guixiang that this year, they had not admitted any students from the village. All accepted candidates were from the local township primary schools. In a humble tone, Sun Guixiang pleaded for a more thorough review of the admission list. The teacher, in response, dismissively handed her the list, allowing her to examine it herself. Sun Guixiang scanned the names repeatedly, tracing the list with her finger, her eyes straining, yet she was still unable to find Zhao Xiaoyu's name. As darkness enveloped the sky, she exited the school's gates, her mind shrouded in despair. She had arrived with high hopes, but was now returning with a heavy heart. As the moon ascended, a dusty gray path stretched into the distance, flanked by fields where crops swayed gently in the breeze, rustling as if harboring mischievous spirits. Exhausted, Sun Guixiang pushed her bicycle, feeling no fear as tears streamed silently down her face. She was compelled to confront a harsh truth. Zhao Xiaoyu had not been accepted. She recognized her own culpability in this outcome. Ever since Jinhai had begun school, he had not participated in any labor, dedicating himself entirely to his studies, while Zhao Xiaoyu, burdened with adult responsibilities, had little time for his education. Sun Guixiang felt she had been negligent, excessively lenient, and biased, treating her biological child and the other as if they were worlds apart. The children, perceptive and eager to alleviate adult burdens. Yet she had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, allowing it to escalate to this point and jeopardizing her child's future. How would she explain this to his father? In a moment of anguish, she struck herself several times across the face. Upon returning home, Sun Guixiang embraced Zhao Xiaoyu and wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I am so sorry, my child." When Jinhai learned of the situation, he expressed his skepticism, questioning, "Isn't education supposed to be compulsory? How could there still be students who fail to gain admission?" Sun Guixiang replied, "Regardless, neither school accepted him." Jinhai, still a minor and somewhat naive to the complexities of societal norms, accepted the notion of Zhao Xiaoyu's rejection, dismissing it with a scoff. "He naturally has no chance at the county's #2 middle school. It's a mere fantasy." The family sighed heavily for a while, and Zhao Tianyao remarked, "Let it be. This lad simply lacks the aptitude for academic pursuits. Perhaps it would be better for him to learn a trade under Uncle Hu, settle down after 5 years, and possibly even present me with a great-grandson." Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Zhao Xiaoyu's heart raced fervently, conjuring an image of Su Qingya in his mind. He refrained from countering his grandfather's words and merely touched his flushed face. "Look, your brother is blushing." Hu Fangfang pointed at Zhao Xiaoyu's face and laughed. "Go away." Zhao Xiaoyu playfully swatted Hu Fangfang's head, feeling rather discontented. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Guixiang resolutely stated, "Then let him repeat the 6th grade for another year and take the exam next year. It's no longer permitted to repeat a grade or to retake exams." Jinhai interjected, "What then? If he fails, must he return home to farm?" Sun Guixiang protested. "I'm not certain," Zhao Tianyao replied. "He is already 14. He started school late. If he repeats another year, how old will he be? Besides, he may not pass next year either. Then let him continue to repeat." Sun Guixiang snapped, gritting her teeth. "What purpose does that serve?" Zhao Tianyao countered. "Education is meant to cultivate talent, and one does not necessarily have to excel in academics to succeed. After years of repeating elementary school, middle school, and high school, by the time he graduates from university, he might be gray-haired. I believe Xiaoyu possesses talent, albeit not in the realm of academia. He is capable in other areas, and studying may hinder his progress. Let us heed Xiaoyu's wishes," Hu Mingle suggested. "If he still desires to attend school, we will find a way to enroll him. If he truly wishes to quit, forcing him will be futile. Even if he enters school, his heart may not be in it, and he could end up as a delinquent." "I don't want to go to school anymore," Zhao Xiaoyu declared. "What will you do if you don't attend school?" Sun Guixiang retorted angrily. "I can do anything. Just not go to school," Zhao Xiaoyu mumbled. Sun Guixiang, filled with frustration and regret, began to weep, blaming Zhao Tianyao, Hu Mingle, and even Jinhai for standing against her. She berated herself for her ineffectiveness, feeling guilty for Zhao Xiaoyu's father. After a bout of tears and accusations, Sun Guixiang ultimately accepted the reality of Zhao Xiaoyu's decision to forego school. Chapter 83, Masters of Martial Arts with the new school year underway. Jinhai went off to school, while Zhao Xiaoyu, invigorated, ran to the new house to join the renovation crew. It was then that he realized that renovation was far more challenging than wall construction. The craftsmen worked with a fluid grace, their plastered walls gleaming like mirrors. Zhao Xiaoyu found himself unable to manage even applying the plaster, as it seemed to conspire against him, refusing to adhere to the walls. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu came to a profound understanding. The failure of the wet clay to adhere was not a fault of the clay nor the wall, but rather a reflection of the plasterer's skill. Just when he managed to get the plaster to stick, he discovered his physical strength was insufficient. Applying plaster demanded considerable arm strength, which was entirely different from harvesting wheat or sunflowers. Zhao Xiaoyu spent an entire day cleaning, Yet the area he managed to cover was negligible. His arms ached so much that he could barely lift them, and even holding chopsticks during meals made his hands feel stiff. This disheartened him, making him ponder whether he was truly cut out for a life as a tiler. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about his school days. Sun Guixiang, feeling sympathetic towards Zhao Xiaoyu, angrily reprimanded the workers. "We are paying you, yet you take advantage of a mere child. Isn't that a bit excessive?" The workers, bewildered by her scolding, retorted, "Who is making him work? He insists on doing it himself, and when he does it poorly, we have to scrape off the plaster and redo it." The renovation crew hailed from out of town. At night, they set up makeshift beds in the new house instead of returning home, and they shared meals with Sun Guixiang's family, eating from bowls while squatting on the ground or in the yard. They explained that they often spend 10 days to half a month away from home, without changing clothes, rolling in mud during the day and sleeping on filthy bedding at night, their bodies reeking. They feared that dining at the table might spoil the appetite of their hosts. This lifestyle made Zhao Xiaoyu yearn for school even more. He knew he would despise a future like that, ever since his grandfather mentioned the prospect of marriage. This 14-year-old boy occasionally thought of a girl. The leader of the renovation team, Chen Zirong, was 27, also from a rural background, and the eldest amongst many siblings. He had once aspired to continue his education and was quite adept in his studies, but due to the severe financial strain at home, he was compelled to drop out of school when his family transitioned to a household-based farming system. After spending 3 years cultivating land in the countryside and then struggling in the city for a few years without making progress, he ultimately joined a group of young men in the renovation trade. Although it was a step up from farming, it was still far from lucrative. Leaving him single to this day, he placed a hand on Zhao Xiaoyu's shoulder and said, "You are fortunate to have such a supportive family. You should go to school, or you may regret it later." I wish I had persisted. They couldn't have forced me if I had stood my ground. But in a fit of anger, I quit, and by the time I regretted it, the prime years of opportunity had slipped away. As he spoke, a shadow of sadness crossed his youthful face, now marred by the weight of experience. To this day, I still hold a grudge against them. When there's no work, I seldom return home. Sometimes even spending the new year at friends' houses, hopping from one to another, like a wandering spirit. Others call me melodramatic, but they do not understand that I cherish education more than anyone, yet I have lost that chance forever. At that moment, he pulled out a ledger he always carried, unfolding it for Zhao Xiaoyu to see. "This is my handwriting. Do you think it resembles that of a bricklayer?" Indeed, his script was remarkably elegant, with a touch of cursive, each character forming a perfect and natural shape. Particularly striking was the final stroke of each character, which turned sharply like a finely curved dagger, exuding a sense of vigor. Zhao Xiaoyu could only feel a pang of inadequacy, as his own handwriting was hardly commendable. As his teacher would put it, it resembled scribbles. And with time, he found it difficult to decipher his own writing. Chen Zirong and Zhao Xiaoyu developed a harmonious rapport, as if they were old friends. Even after being scolded by Sun Guixiang, Chen Zirong bore no ill will towards Zhao Xiaoyu, remarking, "Your concern for your mother shows that you have accumulated virtue in your past life." According to several masters, Chen Zirong, during his time mingling in the city, trained under a martial arts expert and acquired exceptional skills. Few could approach him, yet Zhao Xiaoyu urged him to demonstrate his prowess. Chen Zirong dismissed their claims, saying, "What skills? There are none." That afternoon, as several masters sat cross-legged in the courtyard resting, someone proposed that Chen Zirong showcase his martial arts. He feigned ignorance, claiming he could not perform. One master approached Chen Zirong from behind, gripping his shoulders, attempting to lift him. In an instant, Chen Zirong sprang up, employing both hands and feet, and with a single move, he sent the man flying a considerable distance, causing him to tumble to the ground. Wincing in pain and scolding Chen Zirong for being too rough, Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had not seen how Chen Zirong stood up from a seated position, nor how he managed to topple the man. This display was unrivaled, surpassing even the legendary figures he had witnessed in his youth. Having seen Wu Yaochen execute a maneuver where he merely pivoted unexpectedly and struck an unguarded opponent, Zhao Xiaoyu realized that it paled in comparison to Chen Zirong's technique. "Master Chen, teach me," Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing to him and grasping his arm with excitement. Chen Zirong smiled faintly, learning these skills is futile. Regardless of Zhao Xiaoyu's pleas, Chen Zirong refused to instruct him or even demonstrate another move. However, Zhao Xiaoyu now recognized that Chen Zirong was a bona fide martial arts master, and from that moment on, he idolized him. Days later, after the renovations were complete, the construction team prepared to leave. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of reluctance as he accompanied them to the village entrance, nearly shedding tears. Master Chun, where will I find you in the future? I wish to learn martial arts from you. Chun Zirong replied, there is no need to seek me out, nor to idolize me, and certainly no need to learn martial arts. Such skills are worthless and can be harmful. The person who taught me has already been imprisoned for life. Had he entered prison a few years later, I might have been there too. You should focus on your studies. Acquiring knowledge is of utmost importance. After the construction team departed, Zhao Xiaoyu wandered aimlessly, torn between his desire to learn martial arts from Chun Zirong and his obligation to return to school. Unfortunately, he could attain neither. Chun Zirong did not accept him as a disciple, and he had inadvertently dropped out of school. He could only heave a deep sigh, lamenting his unfortunate fate. At last, the new house began to take shape. The walls were painted white, the floor was laid with polished stone, and the courtyard was adorned with red bricks. The entire family united to clear away the debris, while Hu Mingle connected the wiring and installed the sockets, eagerly awaiting the moment they could move in. Zhao Tianyao, brimming with enthusiasm, reflected, who would have thought that after being confined beneath that dilapidated roof, we would one day enjoy such a life? That evening, as the family gathered to watch television, the sound of barking dogs heralded the arrival of a visitor. A striking woman entered, clad in a black wool coat cinched at the waist, accentuating her curves with elegance. Her hair was styled in an updo, and a yellow scarf adorned her neck, concealing her chin and lips, while her large, luminous eyes sparkled with allure. The family stood in stunned silence, having only seen such a fashionable woman on television. Zhao Xiaoyu recognized her and stood up, exclaiming, Teacher Gao. Sun Guixiang and Zhao Tianyao had previously met Gao Meiyao, though that was 5 years ago, and they had long forgotten her appearance. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu address her as Teacher Gao, Sun Guixiang, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly fetched a stool for Gao Meiyao to sit on. Yet, Gao Meiyao declined the offer, adjusting her scarf and casting an intense glare at Zhao Xiaoyu, remaining silent. What is the matter, Teacher Gao? Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. What do you think is the matter? Gao Meiyao retorted, her anger palpable, yet her tone remained composed. Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Why haven't you gone to school? I didn't pass the exam. Zhao Xiaoyu lowered his head, feeling guilty. That's merely a mistake made by the teacher, who wrote a homophone instead. Gao Meiyao snapped, her frustration mounting. If others can overlook it, how could you? Zhao Xiaoyu, what kind of brain do you have? Do you think I'm not aware? School has been in session for over 10 days. And I was concerned about you. It was only after inquiring with your classmates that I learned that Hepu Middle School had dismissed you. Such a young man with a temper. Today, on behalf of all the teachers and students at Hepu Middle School, I implore you to return. You, esteemed one, are magnanimous. Please forgive us. Do you require a grand sedan chair? As she spoke, her irritation morphed into a wry smile. Sun Guixiang, filled with surprise, asked, so, does this mean Xiaoyu was originally accepted but chose not to attend? Gao Meiyao, caught between laughter and tears, recounted the events. While compiling the admission list, one teacher read while another wrote, mistakenly recording Zhao Xiaoyu's name as Zhao Xiaoyu. In truth, his student record remained Zhao Xiaoyu. Had he merely sought clarification from a teacher, the situation could have been resolved. Instead, after glancing at the admission list, he left with a declaration that if he was not welcome here, there would surely be another place for him. Due to the notoriously harsh living conditions at Hepu Middle School, some students opted to withdraw even before classes commenced, and the school did not take it seriously enough to reach out to these individuals. Gao Meiyao had transferred to Hepu Middle School from the community primary school 2 years prior and became the homeroom teacher for class 58 this year, teaching Chinese and history to the first-year students. Initially, she had overlooked the fact that Zhao Xiaoyu was now in middle school. It was only during a Chinese lesson for class 56 that she noticed his absence. Upon inquiry, classmates He Ruiping and Song Yuzhu informed her that Zhao Xiaoyu had indeed visited the school, only to leave after viewing the admission list, making a disparaging remark as he departed. After verifying with the school authorities, she discovered the name had been incorrectly recorded. Anxious, she intended to find Zhao Xiaoyu during the day, but, fearing potential complications with the Wu family, waited until evening to seek him out. Upon hearing this, Sun Guixiang felt a surge of indignation. I was deeply distressed over your situation, only to discover that this was a self-created farce. Setting that aside, You've wasted over 10 days of lessons. Zhao Xiaoyu, Sun Guixiang, usually patient with him, shouted in fury, raising her hand as if to strike, but was halted by Gao Meiyao. Please, do not be angry. This is a school error. Perhaps Zhao Xiaoyu genuinely believed he had not been accepted, Gao Meiyao remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Zhao Xiaoyu. Sun Guixiang intended to prepare a meal for Gao Meiyao, who replied that she had already eaten. After a brief conversation among a few individuals, Gao Meiyao produced 50 yuan, stating, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot accept the pork without compensation. Please accept this 50 yuan, consider it a gesture of reciprocity. Zhao Tianyao was momentarily taken aback. What pork? He queried. Gao Meiyao recounted, I cannot recall the exact year. But Zhao Xiaoyu once carried over 10 kilograms of pork and walked several miles to my home to celebrate the new year. I discreetly slipped 30 yuan into his pocket. But he returned after leaving to place the money on the windowsill. Zhao Tianyao's expression shifted as he deduced that Zhao Xiaoyu had lied. He had not gone to Tianjin Shidui at all. However, with Gao Meiyao present, he refrained from expressing his anger and instead remarked, It is only right for students to show respect to their teachers. He then shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xiaoyu. Oh, the mule probably needs hay. I'll go fetch some, Zhao Xiaoyu hastily declared before slipping away. Originally, Sun Guixiang owned a horse, while the Zhao family had a mule. After Hu Mingle purchased a western wheelbarrow, Sun Guixiang sold the horse, and the mule, being too old, remained unsold. Zhao Xiaoyu gathered a handful of semi-dry grass from the haystack and stealthily entered the horse enclosure, placing it in the trough. The mule joyfully wagged its tail and rubbed its face against Zhao Xiaoyu. The autumn night was crisp, and a waning crescent moon hung low in the sky. The horse pen emanated a scent of fresh grass mingled with mule dung, creating a somewhat intoxicating atmosphere. Through the wall, the faint sounds of a television and laughter could be heard. Today, Zhao Xiaoyu felt both elated and sorrowful. He was thrilled to return to school, yet troubled by the deception he had perpetrated on so many. Uncle Mule, he mused while patting the mule's head. I truly am a wretched being. They consider me a good person, yet I view them as fools. Hearing a sound at the door, Zhao Xiaoyu exited the mule pen and observed Zhao Tianyao and Sun Guixiang escorting Gao Meiyao out. Sun Guixiang noticed Zhao Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, please see Teacher Gao to the main road. It's dark, and she might struggle to find her way. Gao Meiyao, pushing her bicycle, walked alongside Zhao Xiaoyu on the village path. The west zhou was serene, and the warm glow of the farmhouse lights felt particularly inviting. Zhao Xiaoyu had grown to be as tall as Gao Meiyao, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another. A gentle breeze wafted, and he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Teacher Gao, causing ripples in his heart. He had never perceived her beauty as vividly as today, beneath the moonlight. With her elegant hair and black windbreaker, she resembled a gallant heroine from a historical drama traversing the night. Honestly, you must know, Gao Meiyao suddenly inquired. Know what? He replied, that the list merely contained a typographical error. The school has not rejected your admission. Aye. Zhao Xiaoyu could only utter the truth. I know, but I no longer wish to attend school. Why not? She pressed. I am not performing well academically. I feel I have let you down. Gao Meiyao halted, scrutinizing Zhao Xiaoyu for a moment before tapping his forehead twice with her index finger. You have not wronged me. Rather, you have wronged this brilliant mind of yours. Your intellect is no less than Jean Hai's. She resumed, pushing her bicycle, and continued. So, do you still not wish to attend school? Now I do, he replied. What has prompted this change? Due to your presence in our class, Zhao Xiaoyu hesitantly remarked. I initially thought it would be similar to elementary school, where one teacher manages a class, and the homeroom teacher teaches both Chinese and math. Had I known you would be our teacher, I would have remained at school regardless of my exam results. The little fellow elicited a chuckle from Gao Mei, whose words dripped with sweetness. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhao Xiaoyu wished to escort her further, but Gao Mei, concerned for his safety on the return journey, declined and rode off on her bicycle. In Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes, Gao Mei's black attire and hair melded seamlessly with the night, leaving only her yellow scarf dancing along the countryside road before it too disappeared. Upon returning home, Sun Guixiang was in a flurry, organizing Zhao Xiaoyu's school supplies while chiding him incessantly. Zhao Tianyao, with a fierce demeanor, brandished a broom. You little rascal. Have you never visited the Tianjin West team? I only missed that one time, Zhao Xiaoyu mumbled, feeling guilty. He climbed onto the Kong and burrowed under the covers to sleep. Sun Guixiang continued her nagging, while Zhao Tianyao scolded, rhythmically striking the edge of the Kong with the broom. Their voices intertwined, resonating in the air, while a faint, alluring fragrance enveloped Zhao Xiaoyu, who drifted into a dream where Gao Mei appeared, flitting before him, alternating between anger and laughter. In the middle of the night, he abruptly awoke, sitting up with his heart racing. Chapter 85. Hapu Middle School. As early as spring, Sun Guixiang had meticulously prepared Zhao Xiaoyu's boarding essentials: blankets, sheets, a brand new comforter, a lunchbox, toiletries, and a wooden box for miscellaneous items, cleverly repurposed from Hu Mingle's selling box. Busy until midnight, she sorted everything, bundling and packing as needed. Having heard that the meals at Hapu Middle School were subpar, she even made a pot of sweet pancakes. At dawn, Zhao Xiaoyu mounted his 2/8 bicycle, laden with bedding and the wooden box, carrying the snowy white flower of the Hapu region and the earnest hopes of his grandfather and mother, setting forth with the grand aspirations of a naive youth, radiating vitality. Upon arriving at school, it was class time, and the campus appeared desolate. The weather remained warm, with classroom windows wide open, allowing the rhythmic cadence of the teacher's lecture to escape. Gao Mei had mentioned that the homeroom teacher of class 56 was Wu Yuwei, a man in his 30s, a junior high school graduate, who taught only physical education and provided guidance for boarding students. He was robust, quick-tempered, and known for his propensity to discipline students harshly, advising Zhao Xiaoyu to behave. Zhao Xiaoyu inquired of a teacher regarding Wu Yuwei's office, secured his bicycle, and entered. Gao Mei had not been mistaken. Wu Yuwei indeed possessed a fiery temper. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's purpose for reporting, he wasted no time and delivered 2 resounding slaps that left Zhao Xiaoyu seeing stars. Covering his stinging face, he gazed at this imposing physical education teacher, sporting a mustache, and wondered, "Have I disturbed your ancestral grave? You didn't want to come, yet here you are." Wu Yuwei scolded. "Is it not only by means of a grand procession that one can summon you? Must you wait for the principal to come and apologize? Must you wait for me, your homeroom teacher, to bow my head and admit my faults? Can you not exhibit a modicum of patience?" Zhao Xiaoyu understood. It became clear that Teacher Gao's words from the previous day were not mere expressions of anger, but rather a consequence of he Ruiping and Song Yuzhu's reckless fabrications about him. Those 2 scoundrels, utterly incapable of achieving anything, were adept at causing trouble. However, they too were in this class, and soon they would reap the bitter fruits of their actions. "Teacher Wu, I thought I had not been admitted, which is why I did not report for duty." I never uttered those words. It was all the nonsense concocted by he Ruiping and Song Yuzhu. They have always delighted in spreading rumors since elementary school. Zhao Xiaoyu readily implicated the 2, embellishing the narrative, a fitting tit for tat. They had previously made a female teacher cry, assaulted a male teacher, and bullying classmates was a commonplace occurrence. "I see you are all cut from the same cloth." Wu Yuwei interrupted him. "I do not care if you were once round, square, or of some other shape. As long as I am here, none of you shall stir up trouble. Let me tell you, I have dealt with far more troublesome characters than you, who could fill the playground by the river. You are merely fledglings." Yes, Teacher Wu, I shall not cause any trouble, only focus on my studies," Zhao Xiaoyu hastily assured. Wu Yuwei then gave Zhao Xiaoyu another lecture, registered him, issued his textbooks, and assigned him to dormitory number 3, instructing him to deposit his belongings and then proceed to class. "Where is the dormitory?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired. Wu Yuwei huffed, "Find it yourself." After several bell rings, class was dismissed. Zhao Xiaoyu, pushing his bicycle, was at a loss as to where to go when Gao Mei approached, holding her lesson plan. "Zhao Xiaoyu, you have arrived?" she asked with a cheerful smile. Upon seeing Gao Mei, memories of last night's dream flooded back to Zhao Xiaoyu, causing his face to flush instantly and with flickering eyes. He stammered, "Teacher Wu assigned me to dormitory number 3, but I do not know where it is." "Just go straight from there, it's right behind." Gao Mei pointed toward the doorway in the middle of the office. "Let me take you there. You also need to go to the cafeteria to pay for your meal and visit the General Affairs office to exchange for meal tickets, or else you will have nothing to eat." The row of offices divided the campus of Hapu Middle School into 2 distinct areas, the teaching zone at the front and the dormitory zone at the back, akin to the front and rear halls of a palace. The dormitory consisted of 2 rows of single-story buildings, with doors left unlocked. Gao Mei led Zhao Xiaoyu into dormitory number 3. "Just drop your things here. You can decide amongst yourselves where to sleep. Bring your meal payment and come with me." Zhao Xiaoyu glanced around the dormitory, and saw that on either side of the door were two large sleeping platforms, extending from the window to the back wall, each neatly stacked with 10 or so blankets. Some were covered with bed covers, while others lay bare. The platforms were draped with various sheets or oilcloths, old and new, in a plethora of colors, suggesting that each sheet or oilcloth was meant for an individual, with an estimated width of only half a meter. The cafeteria was located at the easternmost end of the back row of dormitories. Gao Mei led Zhao Xiaoyu inside, where a wave of heat greeted them. Two large pots were stacked with several layers of steamers, emitting white vapor that billowed to the ceiling before cascading down, enveloping the entire room in a swirling mist. Reminiscent of an ethereal realm, albeit permeated by the unpleasant odor of leftover food. Several corpulent men and women were kneading steamed buns on the workbench, sweat cascading down onto the surface, melding into the dough and rendering the buns seemingly radiant. A fearsome-looking man weighed flour for Zhao Xiaoyu and issued a receipt. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Gao Mei remarked, "The one who measured the flour for you was Master Lu. He has quite a temper. So be mindful when you go to get your food in the future." The two then proceeded to the administrative office to exchange for meal tickets, transparent plastic in various colors, each hue corresponding to a different denomination: 10 jin, 5 jin, 1 jin, 5 liang, 2 liang, and 1 liang. Mr. Zhang, the elderly administrator, was a rather acerbic fellow, donning a melon seed cap on such a hot day, with thick glasses perched upon his nose, resembling a bookkeeper from a bygone era of landlords. His sharp tongue was notorious, as he relished engaging in disputes. When Zhao Xiaoyu posed a few inquiries, he left her speechless with his retorts. "Mr. Zhang, this meal ticket is torn. Could you exchange it for a new one?" she asked. "Are you dining on food or meal tickets? If you consume the ticket now, I shall gladly provide you with a new one," he quipped. "How many buns can one get for a jin of meal tickets?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired. "The number of buns one can steam from a jin of flour determines that," he replied. "And how many buns can be steamed from a jin of flour? Go home and ask your mother." Upon leaving the administrative office, Gao Mei advised, "Mr. Zhang has a peculiar temperament. It's best to speak less in his presence. He may not strike you, but his words can wound deeply. If you ever experience his ire, you'll understand the pain of his scorn." Zhao Xiaoyu mused that indeed there seemed to be no amiable souls within this school. Chapter 86. Enchantment. As they walked, Zhao Xiaoyu unexpectedly encountered a male teacher and immediately recognized him. "Greeting, good day, Mr. Wang." He was Gao Mei's husband, whom Zhao Xiaoyu had met during a New Year visit to Gao Mei, when he had appeared approachable and handsome. However, now he wore a stern expression, his previously styled hair replaced by a slicked-back look, and his physique had noticeably thickened, with a slight paunch. "You've arrived?" He scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyu with an unfriendly gaze, seemingly eager to reprimand him. "Yes," Zhao Xiaoyu replied dutifully. After parting ways with Mr. Wang, the two continued toward the classroom. Gao Mei gestured with her thumb, indicating he has just become the principal, the youngest in the county at just 30 years old. Zhao Xiaoyu responded with an "oh," realizing the source of his gravitas. "He is not usually like this," Gao Mei added, "but he heard about you compelling him to apologize, and he is a bit irked." Gao Mei escorted Zhao Xiaoyu to the entrance of class 56, where a lesson was already underway. She called out to the substitute teacher, briefly explaining Zhao Xiaoyu's situation, and the teacher led him inside before Gao Mei departed. Once class concluded and the teacher exited, he Ruiping shouted, "Zhao Xiaoyu, you said you wouldn't come. My friend boasted about you, and now I look foolish." "Wow, that is Zhao Xiaoyu." Several girls gasped. Their reaction hinted to Zhao Xiaoyu that he Ruiping's boasts extended beyond what Wu Yuwei had mentioned. He bowed slightly to the girls and said, "Indeed, that's me. Please, no need to idolize. I am but an ordinary person." Laughter erupted from the entire class. Zhao Xiaoyu clenched his teeth and smiled at Ruiping, vowing that if he possessed an immensely powerful iron hand, he would certainly hurl this rascal to the summit of Mount Everest. After school let out at noon, the day students returned home for lunch and rest, while the boarders went back to their dormitories. The duty students fetched meals from the cafeteria and distributed them among everyone. The cafeteria at Hapu Middle School was merely a kitchen, preparing meals, with dining occurring in the dormitories. Zhao Xiaoyu had not signed up for meals and could only eat the sweet pancakes brought to him by Sun Guixiang. After finishing his meal, he took a brief rest. Classes resumed at 2 in the afternoon, beginning with Chinese literature. Autumn was approaching, held at bay by the lingering warmth of summer, and the heat was particularly oppressive. The classroom doors stood wide open, as did the windows, yet not a whisper of wind stirred. The textbooks on the desks remained utterly still, while beads of sweat adorned each student's face. A bee buzzed around the classroom, flitting about with its golden wings, causing the girls to flinch occasionally, lest the bee alight upon them. Gao Meiyao arrived for class dressed in a white dress, her hair cascading down, transforming from an ancient heroine of the night before into a modern beauty. During this lesson, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself utterly distracted, despite his earnest desire to focus. He could not absorb a word, for all his attention was fixated on Gao Meiyao. He sat upright, gazing ahead, where Gao Meiyao stood gracefully at the side of the lectern, her white dress reaching her knees, revealing her slender, bare calves. Zhao Xiaoyu's imagination ran rampant, conjuring vivid images of her thighs concealed beneath the fabric of her dress, so distinctly clear in his mind that they reminded him of the hazy, fragmented dreams of the previous night. His eyes fluttered open and shut. When open, they were vacant, and when closed, they were enraptured. The more he sought to rein himself in, the less he could control his thoughts. He forgot to raise his hand to answer questions, neglected to take notes, and momentarily disregarded the fact that this beautiful woman before him was his teacher. Eventually, Gao Meiyao noticed Zhao Xiaoyu's inappropriate gaze, and, surmising his ill intentions, her countenance darkened, and displeasure washed over her. She retreated behind the lectern, flipping through her book while stating, "What is the matter with you all? I am merely wearing a dress. It's quite hot, and you could wear one too. The boys can wear shorts." She spoke with her head lowered, not meeting Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes, addressing you all, seemingly referring to the entire class. Yet, nearby classmates directed their glances toward Zhao Xiaoyu, making it evident that his predicament was widely recognized. The subsequent 3 classes passed with Zhao Xiaoyu equally distracted. He felt surrounded by mocking eyes and, after class, lacked the courage to engage with his peers, sitting morosely, pretending to read. For the first time, this boy, whose boldness rivaled that of a city wall, experienced a sense of shame. After enduring until school was dismissed, Zhao Xiaoyu waited until his classmates had all departed before finally making his way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the office door, Gao Meiyao called out from her office, "Zhao Xiaoyu, come here." Startled, Zhao Xiaoyu froze in place. She called again, "Come here." With no choice, he steeled himself and approached her. Gao Meiyao sat in her office chair while Zhao Xiaoyu stood before her. Gao Meiyao inquired, "Do you know why I summoned you?" She had already changed out of her white dress and into a pair of jeans. Zhao Xiaoyu lowered his head, remaining silent. Gao Meiyao remarked, "Are you blushing?" Zhao Xiaoyu could not discern whether his face had reddened. He merely felt an overwhelming heat radiating from his ears and neck, rendering him somewhat disoriented. Gao Meiyao continued, "You must set lofty goals and not fixate solely on the immediate." She remained seated while Zhao Xiaoyu stood, his gaze lingering upon her chest, his imagination conjuring a fantastical tableau in his mind. He knew well the risks involved, yet he was unable to resist the temptation. Upon hearing Gao Meiyao's words, he raised his head slightly, gazing at her forehead, which formed a smooth semicircle with her hair. Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged his newly developed Adam's apple and lifted his gaze further to the world map adorning the wall behind Gao Meiyao. Gao Meiyao asked again, "Today, when the teacher wore a dress, did you think it was somewhat inappropriate?" Zhao Xiaoyu, bewildered, shook his head. Gao Meiyao stated, "Regardless of your thoughts, I shall no longer wear dresses. You must also study diligently." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded absently. Gao Meiyao added, "I should not have spoken to you in that manner in class today. It may have caused you some psychological burden. Thus, I called you here to reassure you. It's all right, you are still a child. However, I was quite upset at that moment. You must afford me the respect due to a teacher." Emerging from Gao Meiyao's office, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a considerable weight lifted from him, the shame that had loomed over him dissipating entirely. Chapter 87. Life in the dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sun Guixing tilted his head and asked, "What did Teacher Gao want with you?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied that they discussed academic matters. "Is there a bed in her office?" Sun Guixing's expression took on a somewhat lewd quality as he emitted a snicker and blew a bubble with his nose. At that time, Sun Guixing was at least 10 years old, yet he could produce bubbles effortlessly, indicating a lack of intelligence. In truth, not only was his intellect lacking, but his physical condition seemed somewhat impaired. His head perpetually drooped to one side, causing his entire body to lean awkwardly, although he could occasionally straighten up. Zhao Xiaoyu, suppressing his anger, shot him a glare and retorted, "Mind your own business." Undeterred, Sun Guixing pressed on. Did you sleep in her bed? Zhao Xiaoyu raised a foot to kick at him, exclaiming, Get lost. Sun Guixing laughed heartily, dodging the kick, and in his triumph, blew another impressive bubble. Thus commenced Zhao Xiaoyu's life in the dormitory. To be frank, the experience of living in the dormitory was quite unpleasant. Each dormitory housed 2 large bunk beds, crammed with around 10 individuals per bed, bodies pressed closely together, to the point that turning over required a synchronized shout of 1, 2, 1. While the crowding was tolerable, the odors were unbearable. Most of the residents hailed from rural backgrounds, lacking the conditions and habits for bathing. The amalgamation of body odor, bad breath, foot sweat, and the scent of youthful hormones, occasionally punctuated by someone passing gas, created a veritable symphony of unpleasant aromas. Additionally, there was the matter of mealtime. In theory, the Hepu region is abundant in flour, and one would not suffer from hunger if not attending school. However, the only secondary school in the entire village necessitates enduring hunger. This hunger is not due to a lack of food, but rather the unpalatable nature of the meals served, which students struggle to consume. The steamed buns are excessively hard, resembling nearly dried clumps of clay, requiring considerable effort to chew and swallow. As makeshift weapons for play among classmates, these buns are remarkably effective, lightweight, sturdy, capable of being thrown far, aimed accurately, and causing pain upon impact. Indeed, this is precisely how students engage with their meals. They eat while playing, tearing off chunks of bun to chew, then hurling pieces at their enemies, who retaliate in kind. During mealtimes, bun projectiles soar through the dormitory. They endure hunger while simultaneously wasting food. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. In contrast to the hard buns, the boiled cabbage soup is even less palatable, consisting of a few vermicelli strands, a couple of pieces of tofu, and some potatoes, all floating in a sheen of oil. While the ingredients may seem appetizing, the combination crafted by the cafeteria chefs emits an unappetizing aroma reminiscent of dishwater. When Zhao Xiaoyu returned home on the weekend to lament to Sun Guixiang, she prepared a pot of similar soup using the same ingredients and remarked, "Isn't this quite good?" Zhao Xiaoyu grimaced in response, "Your version is indeed good, but theirs is terrible." Sun Guixiang made several attempts, but ultimately could not replicate the school's soup, leading her to conclude that Zhao Xiaoyu was merely seeking excuses to avoid school. Zhao Xiaoyu had to concede that although the cafeteria chef's cooking was unpalatable, they must possess some unique culinary secrets. This specially concocted soup, however, was largely inconsequential to the students. They picked out the vermicelli, potatoes, and tofu, discarding the rest. Of course, if one were to bring a bottle of spicy meat sauce, whether spread on the buns or mixed into the soup, the flavor would transform entirely. The industrious Sun Guixiang prepared 2 bottles of meat sauce each week, with Zhao Xiaoyu and Jin Hai each taking a bottle. However, Zhao Xiaoyu, being naturally generous, could never keep the good things to himself, sharing spoonfuls with others until a bottle was consumed within a day. Hence, he often had to swallow the dry buns and bland soup. This conversation left a profound impact on Zhao Xiaoyu, and when facing Gao Mei again, he found his thoughts no longer wandering. Gao Mei had also ceased wearing skirts, donning formal attire daily and presenting a bare face, sacrificing her youth for the sake of these naive adolescents. At that time, the high school entrance examination in that region comprised 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, physics, and chemistry. Consequently, the school designated these 6 as core subjects, relegating others such as biology, geography, and history to secondary status. Although a timetable was established, core subjects frequently overshadowed the others. In the first year, physics and chemistry had yet to commence, leaving only Chinese, mathematics, English, and politics as the primary subjects. Zhao Xiaoyu quickly caught up after missing over 10 days of classes. As Gao Mei had stated, he was exceptionally bright. As long as he applied himself, his grades would improve. After boarding at school, with ample idleness, Zhao Xiaoyu devoted nearly all his energy to his studies. Initially, he merely harbored a desire not to lag behind the likes of He Ruiping and Sun Guixing, for such a predicament would be utterly embarrassing. It was not long before his initial reluctance transformed into a genuine engagement with his studies. At first, he was enamored by the Chinese language lessons taught by Gao Mei, but gradually, his curiosity extended to other subjects as well. The mathematics instructor, Sun Ping, was a gentle and humorous young man with a crew cut, sporting a pair of tinted glasses and often wearing a sly smile. Zhao Xiaoyu held a particular fondness for him. Sun Ping's teaching style was unconventional. Unlike other teachers who meticulously crafted their blackboard notes, his thoughts flowed in a non-linear fashion, seamlessly transitioning from one topic to another. The state of the blackboard post-lecture was a chaotic spectacle, as he often neglected to erase it midway, opting instead to write in the crevices between letters and drawing a convoluted arrow leading back to the original problem. While many classmates found Sun Ping's lessons challenging to comprehend, Zhao Xiaoyu felt that this approach resonated with him. Sun Ping had a remarkable talent for rendering the most tedious mathematical problems into captivating narratives, especially in contrast to the more mundane teaching methods employed by elementary school instructors. As a resident teacher, Sun Ping was readily available after school. Zhao Xiaoyu would eagerly seek his guidance in the office, where Sun Ping demonstrated immense patience, consistently providing thorough explanations. He appreciated Zhao Xiaoyu's aptitude for understanding, which made his teaching efforts considerably effortless. After elucidating a problem, he would flash a triumphant smile at Zhao Xiaoyu, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Zhao Xiaoyu would return the smile, silently affirming, "I am quite remarkable too." Before long, the once math-averse Zhao Xiaoyu blossomed into a mathematics prodigy, his comprehension skills leaving classmates in awe. Every class, Sun Ping would inevitably direct questions towards him, and he would rise to the occasion without fail. With his newfound fluency in mathematics, he felt as though he had unlocked a hidden pathway to mastery, making learning in other subjects exceptionally effortless. This remarkable transformation was undoubtedly aided by the benefits of dormitory life. Those who lived nearby and excelled academically found themselves quickly distanced from their resident peers. The 3 hours of evening study and 10 minutes of morning reading became the secret weapon for the boarding students. One weekend, upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoyu found Sun Guixiang crouched by the stove, attempting to ignite a fire with a scrap of paper. He rushed over, snatched the paper from her hands, and fanned the flames, exclaiming, "This is it. The secret, the martial arts manuscript." Startled, Sun Guixiang scolded, "Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, replied, "Mom, gather all of Jin Hai's used textbooks, notebooks, and assignments for me." Chapter 88. An unexpected reunion. Jin Hai was an exceptionally diligent student, meticulously taking detailed notes in every class, filling the margins of his textbooks, and producing flawless assignments. To Zhao Xiaoyu, these were invaluable resources, frequently perused, and greatly beneficial. Particularly, the preparatory notes for each subject, with clearly outlined key points and challenges, allowed Zhao Xiaoyu to approach each lesson with purpose, aiding him in addressing any gaps in his knowledge. During the midterm examinations, Zhao Xiaoyu unexpectedly encountered his twin sister, Hui, and discovered that she too was attending Hepu Middle School, enrolled in class 54 of the second year. The midterm and final examinations at Hepu Middle School were conducted in a staggered manner to prevent any instances of cheating. This time, class 56 of the first year coincidentally shared the examination with class 54 of the second year, and Zhao Xiaoyu found himself seated next to Hui. Although Zhao Xiaoyu had encountered Hui in his younger years, his recollection of her was faint. Many years had passed, and his memory had become even more obscure. As they took their seats, they exchanged a fleeting glance, both feeling a sense of familiarity, yet neither of them could place the other. As the invigilator distributed the exam papers, Zhao Xiaoyu first inscribed his class and name outside the binding line of the paper. At that moment, he cast a surreptitious glance and noticed the name written by his deskmate, Hui. Startled, he scrutinized her features, faintly recognizing her as the twin sister he had once found so irksome. What an ironic twist of fate. Hui was clad in a faded red blazer with a large collar, underneath which she wore an old red sweater. Her short hair was styled to just touch her neck, one side neatly tucked behind her ear, while the other side partially obscured her face. Her complexion was pale, and though her features were quite attractive, her slender frame and gaunt visage betrayed a hint of malnutrition. Zhao Xiaoyu's mind drifted back to their first encounter when he had startled her while she was on her way to the restroom, causing her to fall and cry uncontrollably, drenched in her own tears. The thought made him chuckle softly. Hui turned to look at him curiously, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his exam paper, where she spotted the name Zhao Xiaoyu. A faint smile graced her lips, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. During the examination, Zhao Xiaoyu focused intently, refraining from glancing at Hui again. Once he completed his answers and checked them, boredom began to set in. Just as he was about to submit his paper, a slender finger reached across the desk, pointing to a multiple-choice question on his paper. This one is incorrect. The answer is. The voice was barely a whisper, relying solely on breath rather than vocal cords. Zhao Xiaoyu looked up, only to see Chun Hui turning her face away. He quickly bent over his paper to verify, and indeed, he had made a mistake. He should have chosen the other option. Embarrassed, he flashed a sheepish smile at her and corrected his answer. A little while later, Chun Hui extended her hand once more, swiftly flipping through Zhao Xiaoyu's exam paper to indicate the final calculation question. This one is also wrong. Pay close attention to the question. Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. While the previous multiple-choice error was trivial, a miscalculation could result in a significant loss of points. He dared not be careless, lowering his head to reassess the problem, obscuring his previous answer, and rewriting it on a scrap of paper. Upon comparing the two answers, he found no discrepancies and was certain of his correctness. Casting a puzzled look at Chun Hui appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing at the invigilator who was pacing the aisle. Meanwhile, she hastily scribbled calculations on a scrap paper and, seizing an opportune moment when the invigilator was distracted, slid the paper towards Zhao Xiaoyu. He examined her calculations closely, chuckled softly, and shook his head to convey that he was not mistaken. Rather, it was she who was in error. With that, he stood up to submit his paper. As he exited the classroom, he glanced back at Chun Hui, who shook her head in disappointment. The second exam was Chinese, and Zhao Xiaoyu entered the classroom early, prepared for the next challenge. The bell had yet to ring, and the invigilator had not yet arrived. The classroom buzzed with noise, and at this moment, Chun Hui seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. I've already laid out the calculations for you. Why haven't you made the corrections? Zhao Xiaoyu too found his voice. I am not at fault. You are. That question altered one condition, making it not entirely congruent with the book. It merged two questions into one, testing two distinct concepts. He meticulously demonstrated the solution to Chun Hui, who immediately grasped the error, her face flushing as she laughed, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, exclaiming, I nearly misled my peers. When the bell finally rang, everyone settled into their places. The invigilator entered, distributing the examination papers, and the students commenced their responses. In those days, examinations featured concise content and ample time, ensuring that if one was knowledgeable, the issue of incompletion was non-existent. An unfinished paper merely indicated a lack of understanding. After Zhao Xiaoyu completed his paper, nearly half the allotted time had elapsed, and he promptly reviewed his answers. He noticed that Chun Hui's paper was filled to the brim. Chun Hui sat poised, yet her gaze frequently darted towards Zhao Xiaoyu's paper, seemingly seeking to find fault. Mimicking her posture, Zhao Xiaoyu leaned forward, casting his eyes upon her answers. Their gazes intersected above the desks, a silent exchange of scrutiny that was hard to decipher as either concern or provocation. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoyu identified a mistake. Chun Hui had erred on a true or false question. Seizing a moment when the invigilator was distracted, he pointed to the question, saying, This is incorrect. Chun Hui lowered her head for an extended moment, unable to discern the error. Zhao Xiaoyu extended his finger towards an adverb, and Chun Hui instantly comprehended the mistake, hastily correcting it. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaoyu, a first-year student, pointed out several minor errors to Chun Hui, a second-year student, including 2 misspellings in her essay, all of which she rectified. Thus, during the latter half of the language examination, Chun Hui found herself devoid of opportunities to critique Zhao Xiaoyu, perhaps realizing her inability to find fault with him. After submitting their papers, as Zhao Xiaoyu walked back to the dormitory, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Chun Hui. She flashed him a smile, and he pondered whether he ought to wait for her. However, he merely slowed his pace. Chun Hui did not catch up, leaving him uncertain whether she had also slowed down or if he had not decelerated sufficiently. Only upon entering the office did he finally stop. The walls of the entrance were adorned with 2 large blackboards displaying the teacher's announcements. Zhao Xiaoyu feigned interest in the boards. Yet from the corner of his eye, he noticed Chun Hui approaching the doorway. As she entered, he casually turned, meeting her gaze. She smiled at him once more and remarked, You truly excel in your studies. Before continuing on her way into dormitory number 6, Zhao Xiaoyu stood, contemplating whether he should acknowledge her. In the past, he would have resolutely chosen not to. However, after years apart, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards her. He kicked the innocent wall in frustration, muttering to himself, Forget it. After all, She did not call me brother. Chapter 89. Meat sauce. The results of the midterm examination were announced, and the school organized a grand summary assembly, attended by all faculty and students. Without a grand auditorium, the plaza in front of the office served as the venue, where a row of tables was set up as a platform. Students moved chairs from their classrooms, seating themselves by class. Zhao Xiaoyu ranked second in his class and ninth in the entire grade, placing him among those to be honored. He ascended the platform alongside other distinguished students to receive his award, which consisted of a fountain pen and a certificate. The teacher instructed them to hold their prizes aloft and display their certificates while facing the assembled students. Amidst the applause, Zhao Xiaoyu noticed Chun Hui from class 54 giving him a thumbs up. A gesture he recognized was meant specifically for him, though regrettably, she had not earned a ranking. One Sunday afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at school, locked his bicycle, and while walking towards the dormitory, he spotted Chun Hui. She was heading to class with her backpack, her slender figure appearing somewhat forlorn. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyu called out, "Chun Hui." She did not hear and continued walking. He then shifted to calling her by her nickname, Jiumei. Chun Hui paused, turned, and smiled upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu. As he approached her, she asked, "How did you know my nickname?" "Isn't it obvious?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied, rummaging through his backpack. "Did my parents mention it?" "Come on, stop dragging it out," Zhao Xiaoyu complained, pulling out a glass jar. Inside was not canned food, but rather a delightful meat sauce prepared by Sun Guixiang, with vibrant red peppers, dark chunks of meat, and streaks of yellow and white fat, all beautifully visible through the transparent glass. "Did you bring meat sauce?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired. "My family finished the pork long ago. We haven't slaughtered this year's pig yet. The meals at home are not as good as those at school," Chun Hui replied, her voice soft and delicate, as if hesitant to exert herself. "Here, take it and enjoy." Zhao Xiaoyu offered the jar to her. "With your build, even a gust of wind could send you flying." Chun Hui gasped softly, her face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze, her eyes flitting shyly towards Zhao Xiaoyu, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as she stammered, "Why are you giving me meat sauce? Why are you being shy?" Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled, somewhat exasperated. "I'm your brother, not some suitor. Can you speak a little louder? Is your throat being choked?" "This is just how I speak," she retorted. "Let us not revisit that. Back then, you cried so loudly. It was more deafening than a grand performance. You're insufferable." Chun Hui seemed to recall an embarrassing childhood moment and blushed deeper, rolling her eyes. "Are you still as mischievous now? Well, what do you think? Definitely worse than before." Seeing Zhao Xiaoyu take on the role of an older brother, Chun Hui relaxed. "Do you still have meat at home?" Zhao Xiaoyu beamed with pride. "Of course. My mother is resourceful. There's nothing she can't procure. But didn't you say you don't have a mother?" When Chun Hui first encountered Zhao Xiaoyu, she learned from Zhao Tianyao that Zhao Dasan had passed away, and the Zhao family had separated from the widow, hence her inquiry. Now, it was indeed peculiar. Chun Hui murmured, "With Dad gone, where did Mom come from?" Zhao Xiaoyu, reluctant to elaborate, nudged the jar of meat sauce forward, saying, "Take this. My mom's meat sauce is absolutely delicious." "What will you eat then?" Chun Hui inquired. "I have more," Zhao Xiaoyu replied, thinking that since he had already given his meat sauce to the starving wolves in his dormitory, it was better to share it with Chun Hui, who might at least give him a thumbs up when he received awards. Chun Hui responded with a soft "oh," carefully accepting the jar with both hands. "You study so well. It must feel grand to receive awards. I envy you immensely. I dream of earning a certificate myself. You must be doing all right too, right?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked. "Not really." Chun Hui dejectedly shook her head. "I'm only ranked 8th in class. I don't even know my rank in the grade." She shook the jar of meat sauce in her hand. "Well, I'll take it. Thank you, and thank your mom. All right, I need to head back to the dorm," Zhao Xiaoyu said, reaching out to ruffle Chun Hui's hair. Chun Hui shyly dodged, but not completely, and with a giggle, she placed the jar in her backpack and turned to leave. Zhao Xiaoyu, nervously observing the hand that had just touched Chun Hui's head, wondered why he had suddenly become so gentle. He glanced at Chun Hui's retreating figure and smiled wryly, pondering how she was so bashful and coy, in stark contrast to his own forthright nature. Wasn't it said that twins resemble each other? Could it be that he had mistaken his kin? Subsequently, Zhao Xiaoyu and Chun Hui's interactions were minimal, limited to him delivering a jar of meat sauce to her each week. He had no intention of connecting with the rest of the Qin family, as they despised him, and he reciprocated that disdain. Initially, He and Chun Hui had also harbored mutual dislike, yet upon their unexpected meeting, they discovered a lack of animosity. He Rui Ping had secretly embarked on a romance with a girl from the 9th grade. It was called a secret, merely to avoid drawing the teacher's attention. Once back in the dormitory, he was eager for everyone to know, recounting tales of his relationship each night to his roommates, stirring a restless excitement in the young boys whose bodies were just beginning to mature. As he Rui Ping's devoted sidekick, Song Yuzhu, felt considerable discontent over his selfishness in not sharing the joys, he Rui Ping promised to introduce Song Yuzhu to a girl. "So who do you fancy? I'll help you out." "Chen Hui, from class 54. Song Yuzhu said eagerly. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger but refrained from expressing it at that moment. One morning, while the students of class 56 were engaged in their morning reading, their homeroom teacher and life advisor, Wu Yue, entered the classroom. Standing at the podium, he tapped the desk with his finger, and once the classroom fell silent, he commanded he Rui Ping and Song Yuzhu, seated in the last row, to stand in the aisle. As everyone was left bewildered, Wu Yue suddenly kicked off from the edge of the podium and sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, leaping to deliver a kick that sent he Rui Ping and Song Yuzhu crashing against the wall. His movements were remarkably swift and his strength formidable, so much so that the nearby classmates were startled into standing, with the timid among them exclaiming in fright and hastily retreating, toppling tables and stools in their wake. Wu Yue, in a fit of fury, delivered a series of blows to he Rui Ping and Song Yuzhu, who were cornered against a pile of charcoal, cursing as he struck, "If I catch you harassing the female classmates again." Zhao Xiaoyu watched with glee, nearly bursting into laughter. It later became known that he Rui Ping and Song Yuzhu had incurred this punishment because of Chen Hui. One evening during self-study, he Rui Ping pushed open the door to class 54, falsely claiming a teacher was seeking her, and led Chen Hui to the western wall outside the classroom, where Song Yuzhu promptly confessed, "Chen Hui, I like you." The suddenness of this declaration left Chen Hui pale and terrified, prompting her to flee in panic. Undeterred by this initial setback, the two pursued Chen Hui again on the way to the water room, but she managed to escape once more. Nevertheless, their persistence persisted, employing various tactics, until Chen Hui, overwhelmed, reported them to a teacher, resulting in a severe beating from Wu Yue. Chapter 90. The truth. The plot took an unexpected turn when, one night after lights out, he Rui Ping announced that he and Chen Hui had entered into a romantic relationship, even claiming they had ventured to a small grove outside the school under the cloak of night. Song Yuzhu rebuked him. "You didn't introduce me to Chen Hui properly. You were just keeping her for yourself. You're so disloyal." He Rui Ping, brimming with self-satisfaction, retorted, "This isn't my fault. Chen Hui herself said she likes me. It's serendipity. While you labor in vain, I stumbled upon fortune without effort. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. A coerced fruit is never sweet." Song Yuzhu unleashed a torrent of invectives upon he Rui Ping, who merely chuckled in response. Once, Zhao Xiaoyu sought confirmation from Chen Hui, who insisted, "Don't believe his nonsense. He spreading rumors about me. It's infuriating." As the final exams approached, Zhao Xiaoyu made further strides in his academic performance, maintaining his second position in class, while ascending to third place in the entire grade. Truly a distinguished scholar. Sun Guixiang's family finally moved into their new home just before the Lunar New Year. Prior to this, Humingle had been selling noodles while improving the auxiliary facilities of their new residence. He installed an electric well in the yard so that, with the press of a button, water would flow automatically, eliminating the need to fetch water from the village's deep well. He hired a carpenter to craft furniture. And since the house had many rooms, rather than installing a coal stove in each, they opted for a heating system. With just one furnace, warmth spread throughout the entire house, making them the first family in the newly built neighborhood to enjoy such luxury. In fact, regarding the scale of the property, it was indeed unparalleled in the area. Sun Guixiang, Hu Fangfang, and Zhao Xiaoyu shared a spacious room, while the others each had their own smaller quarters. Zhao Xiaoyu, disliking solitude, chose to abandon his own room, opting instead to squeeze into bed with Jin Hai each night. Jin Hai, exasperated by this arrangement, received Zhao Xiaoyu's playful remarks. "I sleep next to you mainly to bask in your brilliance. Perhaps it will help me secure the top spot in exams." Jin Hai was still a standout student at the prestigious County No. 2 high school, surrounded by talented peers. On the morning of New Year's Eve, as Humingle was busy putting up couplets, he suddenly glanced toward the gate and exclaimed, "Who is that?" Zhao Xiaoyu, holding a pot of glue, gazed towards the entrance of the courtyard, where he spotted a girl clad in a crimson dress, supporting a bicycle, glancing around as she peered into the courtyard. He stepped outside and inquired, "What brings you here?" The visitor was Chen Hui, still adorned in that faded red suit, with a matching red sweater beneath. "What is it?" Zhao Xiaoyu pressed. Chen Hui bit her lip, hesitating before replying, I plan to drop out." "Oh, why?" he asked, surprised. "I simply don't want to continue." "But why exactly?" "I just don't want to," Chen Hui insisted, her eyes shimmering with a spark, her chest slightly heaving as she licked her lips. "Jiu Gu, will you still remember me in the future?" Although he had been addressed as brother by Jin Hai, and both Hu Fangfang and Zhao Xiaoxi frequently called him brother, hearing Chen Hui refer to him as Jiu Gu stirred a unique sensation within him. He felt he did not place much weight on familial ties, yet sensed that Chen Hui was different from his other siblings. "Who knows what you're thinking?" he said, a mix of sadness and anger brewing within him. He exclaimed, "Is it your parents who don't want you to continue?" "No," Chen Hui shook her head. "It's my own decision. I'm leaving. Thank you for the meat sauce." "Wait. Let us clarify this," Zhao Xiaoyu urged, but Chen Hui had already begun to push her bicycle away. She traveled a considerable distance before glancing back at Zhao Xiaoyu one last time, then mounted her bike and rode off. Returning to the courtyard, Sun Guixiang asked, "Who was that?" "Just someone asking for directions," Zhao Xiaoyu replied casually. Sun Guixiang, skeptical, retorted, "How can someone asking for directions linger for so long?" Frustrated, Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, "She's lost her mind, going back and forth and still not understanding. What a lunatic, a fool, a deceiver." Zhao Xiaoyu could not fathom why he felt compelled to conceal his relationship with Chen Hui from his family, and he resolved that he would no longer have any ties with the Chen family. However, upon the commencement of the new school term, he remained particularly attentive to Class 54, and indeed, he never saw Chen Hui again. From heroism, he learned that Chen Hui had indeed dropped out, though the reasons remained vague. The truth that whom Mingle had long sought was inadvertently revealed by Gao Meiyue. It was a spring weekend when Gao Meiyue rode her bicycle to visit a student and happened to pass by the Xinjiandui, where she was spotted by Zhao Tianyao and Hu Mingle, who were sowing seeds in the field. The three stood at the edge of the field, engaging in conversation. Zhao Tianyao invited Gao Meiyue to stay for a meal, but she shook her head vigorously, her face contorted in concern. "Though many years have passed, I still feel apprehensive about your Xinjiandui. It's best that I come here infrequently. I only took this route today as a shortcut, a risk I took." Zhao Tianyao responded, "What are you afraid of? They have already driven you out of the construction primary school. What more could they want?" Gao Meiyue replied, "My husband has just become the principal. I cannot afford any disturbances. I should take my leave. It is my fault for meddling. Had I not insisted on taking Liang Lan away, she might not have been attacked by the Wu family and could have preserved her life." "Who?" "Liang Lan." Zhao Tianyao and Hu Mingle both paused in surprise. "Yes, isn't that the name of the wife?" "Who told you?" "She mentioned it herself." Gao Meiyao recounted that on that day, after visiting the Wu family, as she turned the corner of their courtyard while pushing her bicycle, she was unexpectedly halted by the second daughter-in-law of the Wu family, who had been concealed there. Introducing herself as Liang Lan, she revealed that she had been trafficked to this place and implored Gao Meiyao to assist in contacting her family. Liang Lan recited a lengthy address, but Gao Meiyao, without a pen and unable to commit it to memory in that moment, glanced around to ensure no one was watching and made a daring decision. "I shall help you escape." At that time, Gao Meiyao was but a naive young girl, deeply moved by the news that Zhao Xiaoyu had freed Yi Chunmei. She thought to herself, if a student can undertake such an act, why should I, a teacher, hesitate? In a moment of impulsiveness, she mounted her bicycle with Liang Lan. However, they had scarcely gone far when members of the Wu family pursued them. In a panic, Gao Meiyao stumbled and fell. Recognizing their inability to flee, Liang Lan urged Gao Meiyao to leave first. The Wu family seized Liang Lan but paid no heed to Gao Meiyao. Zhao Tianyao and Hu Mingle stood in stunned silence. Hu Mingle's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Gao Meiyao inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Fearful that Hu Mingle might act rashly, Zhao Tianyao replied, "Teacher Gao, you should go. I will not keep you any longer. There is a situation at home." After Gao Meiyao departed, filled with suspicion, Hu Mingle cried out, vowing vengeance upon the Wu family, only to be persuaded by Zhao Tianyao to return home. Sun Guixiang, upon hearing the unfolding events, was equally taken aback.